Chapter 1. The White Tiger, join the multiverse chat group. In an ancient and vast expanse, a divine might descends from the heavens, shaping the four corners of existence. Amidst the towering primordial chaos, ethereal energies swirl, forming a spiraling spirit dragon, radiating myriad glimmers of light. At this very moment in the primordial world, the Tao ancestor imparts wisdom, transforming 6 strands of primordial purple aura alongside Nüwa, the 3 pure ones, and the 2 Western deities. On the surface, tranquility reigns supreme, however. The conflict between the witch and demon clans frequently erupts into chaos, causing calamity among the myriad races of the primordial realm. Meanwhile, in the farthest reaches of Kunlun, countless golden rays converge upon a formidable being, seemingly absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. This being appears to be an extraordinarily massive tiger. It's for a pristine white devoid of any blemish. With each breath, it seems to draw on the energies of the universe, embracing the golden aura of weaponry. As it inhales and exhales, its consciousness remains obscured, its eyes clouded. Yet, in the next fleeting moment, a brilliant azure light suddenly bursts forth from its gaze. A surge of weapon energy, tinged with a grayish hue, is drawn into its mouth. Its brow furrows in response, and in an instant, the memories of its inheritance flood into its mind. Originally named Chen, he was a modern individual who traversed into this realm, becoming one of the primordial force spirits, the innate white tiger. Now, he not only possesses the identity of a white tiger, but also the power to absorb karmic energy and the ability to manipulate the laws of creation. What does this mean? It signifies the capacity to draw upon the karmic consequences generated by others and transform them into merits. As long as he can establish a causal connection with another, he can consume their essence and transmute it into virtue. Simultaneously, he has acquired the ability to harness the great Tao, utilizing merits, spiritual treasures, and karmic energy to enhance himself. Identity: Chen, white tiger possessor of the great Tao. Realm: celestial immortal. Merit: 0 karmic energy, 100. Special divine ability: great Tao transformation. Goodness gracious! Gazing at the display before him, Chen instinctively covered his mouth with a paw. This was simply astonishing. His large tiger eyes brimmed with disbelief. Yet the next moment, feeling the surrounding sharp golden light of weaponry, he began to absorb the energy, sensing his own strength amplifying. Not bad, not bad. To grow stronger while lying down, this is simply splendid. Moreover, possessing the identity of the 4 spirits, the innate top-tier deity, even if he merely sits or reclines, he can achieve the pinnacle of existence. He chuckled to himself, thinking it wise to take a moment to rest. With that thought, he collapsed into the nearby mist, squinting his eyes as he drifted into slumber. Time slipped by, and suddenly, a notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations to the 4 spirits of heaven, the white tiger deity, for joining the multiverse chat group. The abrupt notification jolted Chen awake, his eyes widening in surprise. After all, even a fool could discern the significance of that voice. Exhaling a breath of weapon energy, he looked ahead in astonishment. Once again, the multiverse chat group and the great Tao of creation. Could it be that he is the child of destiny? He promptly opened the chat group, and in the next moment, he adeptly navigated the interface. After all, this was quite similar to the penguin chat group he used in his previous life. After scanning for a while, he found himself slightly bewildered by the eclectic array of names in the chat. The first to catch his eye was a dragon formed from the winds, whose avatar bore a resemblance to the formidable Xiongba. Next was the most unfortunate transmigrator, donning attire reminiscent of a eunuch. And that familiar facia, it must be Zhao Gao. Could it be that this transmigrator is the one from mythology? Then there was a rather plump old Taoist with the name Kill You, Demon Nun. Zhang Sanfeng was quite a character. And there was also the young master of the Fue escort, undoubtedly Lin Pingzi, an expert in the multiverse chat group. Not to mention, there was Zhao Daxian and the unparalleled divine King Tang Haishin, a trickster deity, and that other fellow, who could be considered a disgrace to humanity. Tang Haishan. How intriguing. At this moment, Chen Hai clutched his stomach, absorbing the sporadic karmic energy surrounding him. To be honest, he wasn't particularly fond of Tang Haishan. This guy claimed that the martial soul hall was villainous. Yet he himself was quite the hypocrite and did not conduct his affairs well. As for Zhao Daxian, as long as he did not provoke him, Chen Hai had no intention of stirring up trouble. Just then, a series of notification chimes rang out in the multiverse chat group. A dragon formed from the winds. Welcome, newcomer. The most unfortunate transmigrator. Finally, a newcomer. But this name seems rather special. Kill you, demon nun. Goodness. The four spirits of heaven. The white tiger sounds rather imposing. Could it be the legendary one? Youth of the Fuwei escort. Wow. Is this the legendary immortal? The atmosphere in the group began to shift towards a more harmonious tone. Meanwhile, over in Tang Haishan's corner, as the most esteemed divine king in the entire divine realm, he had always been held in high regard within the group. Now, witnessing the sudden flattery directed towards this so-called white tiger, his dissatisfaction began to brew. After all, he was a divine king. What use was a mere white tiger? As he contemplated, he swiftly typed a message in the group. Unparalleled divine king Tang Haishan. You, a mere divine beast, dare to act recklessly before me, the divine king? Kneel and proclaim my name, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Seeing the arrogance laced within his words, Chen Hai found himself momentarily perplexed. Who am I? Where am I? I haven't said anything, yet this fellow is excessively arrogant. Moreover, what do I care for a divine king? As the innate white tiger among the four spirits, his pride naturally surpassed that of other divine beasts. Ignoring the provocations, he instead began to engage in friendly conversation with other members of the group. White tiger deity of the four spirits. Greetings, everyone. What is this place? I have just taken form and have yet to witness such a peculiar realm. Chen Hai's dismissal of Tang Haishan caused the latter's expression to shift dramatically. How dare he? How dare he ignore a divine king like me? Oomph. The path to death has been set. With that thought in mind, he opened the group shop. Unparalleled divine King Tang Haishan. You, little white tiger, tread upon the path of death. Today, I shall purchase a duel item from the group shop if you have the courage. Come and duel me. If not, you shall be my mount. Huh. At that moment, alarms rang out in the group, and a line of bold red text appeared before Chen Hai. Chapter 2. The Path to Death. Dare to challenge? Group member Unparalleled Divine King Tang Haishan wishes to duel you. Do you choose to engage in battle? Note, the duel is life or death. Fortunes lie with the heavens. The multiverse chat group does not provide protection. What is this nonsense? Gazing at the prompt before him, Chen Hai narrowed his eyes. As a white tiger, he naturally exudes the fierce essence of heaven and earth. And now, someone dares to challenge him, even bold enough to claim him as a mount? He must understand that as one of the four spirits of heaven, the white tiger stands equal to the celestial emperors. And this so-called divine King Tang Haishan from the fantastical novels of his previous life dares to act in such a manner? A smirk of disdain crept across Chen Hai's lips, but he was curious to see just how formidable this Haishan truly was. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were utterly astonished. A dragon formed from the winds. A divine king against a legendary white tiger? I wonder what kind of duel this will be. It could shake the very heavens. Kill you, demon nun. By the heavens. Such a legendary battle. I can't believe I am lucky enough to witness it. Just then, on the other side, Zhao Daxian, the group leader, was entirely dumbfounded. As the group leader, he could see the backgrounds of the members. While others might not recognize the significance, he was acutely aware that this white tiger was indeed the white tiger from the primordial realm. As one of the four spirits, the white tiger had its own hierarchy. While ordinary world white tigers might intimidate mere mortals, in the grand scheme of the multiverse, this white tiger's prowess was unparalleled. If these two were to clash, the stakes were extraordinarily high, and he found himself in a difficult position to intervene. Tang Haishan had been boastful since joining the group. However, if he were to harm the white tiger deity, it would spell trouble for him as well. With this in mind, Zhao Daxian prepared to mediate. Zhao Daxian, Divine King Tang, I advise against provoking this white tiger. As one of the four spirits, it possesses innate divine might and the ability to absorb the energies of heaven and earth. If you were to inadvertently offend it, the consequences could be dire. Zhao Daxian intended to counsel Tang Haishan, hoping he would temper his arrogance for the time being. However, at this moment, upon reading Zhao Daxian's words, Tang Haishan's expression shifted entirely. Since he ascended to the throne as the divine king of this realm, he has never known fear, navigating through life with an unbroken string of victories. Yet now, this group leader displays such audacity. Is this not a slap in the face? How could a divine king tremble before a mere divine beast? At this very moment in the Doloa divine realm, a sharp glint flashed in Tang Hai's eyes, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from his being. A torrent of divine might swept through the surroundings, leaving the deities of this realm exchanging bewildered glances, gripped by terror and disbelief. Truly, the path to death is indeed a path to death. If the group leader behaves in such a manner, how can that insignificant divine beast be any different? The leader not only underestimates himself, but dares to occupy both sides of this affair. Does he truly believe that this formidable divine king is to be trifled with? Does he think for a moment that this divine ruler fears that diminutive beast? Cursed be it. At this moment, he yearns to howl at the heavens, to express the immense rage swelling within his heart. Just watch as I turn your little white tiger into a stew. A deep-seated fury and resentment radiated from his eyes. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Chen Hai continued to disregard the small divine king. After all, a few compliments from the members of the group were rather delightful. At least they made him feel appreciated. The four spirits of heaven. Everyone, please do not hold back. Though I am one of the four spirits of heaven, I have yet to fully manifest. As he spoke, Chen Hai suddenly contemplated his own path to transcendence. If he were to gather spiritual treasures and medicinal herbs from other worlds, could he not enhance his own being? After all, even the flesh of a mosquito holds value. Furthermore, if he could collect divine weapons from other realms, might he not absorb their karma and the essence of battle? With this thought, he placed a hand on his snow-white belly. The four spirits of heaven. If any of you possess unwanted weapons or spiritual treasures, feel free to offer them to this divine beast. Should you require assistance, this divine beast shall surely oblige. Upon hearing Chen Hai's words, the members of the group were filled with immense joy. After all, having such a powerful divine beast willing to assist was nothing short of a boon. Simultaneously, Zhao Daxian observed Chen Hai's declaration with excitement and remarked, "For a divine beast to possess such a heart is a true honor for our group." Here, I must take a moment to criticize divine King Tang. Look at how other divine beasts, despite being embodiments of warfare, do not exhibit such temper. After all, one was a primordial deity while the other was a fantastical entity. He knew well where to place his allegiance. With Zhao Daxian's words, Tang Hai's composure was utterly shattered. The unparalleled divine king, Tang Hai, declared, "You little white tiger, if you dare not duel with me, then swiftly exit this chat group." He sent this message 3 or 4 times in succession, but in the next instant, the scene in the group underwent a rapid transformation. Amidst a vast and ethereal turmoil, the members of the group found themselves suddenly transported to an expansive void. They exchanged blank stares, bewildered by the surreal surroundings. Among the crowd, a portly old Taoist was the first to speak. "I am Zhang Sanfeng. I am here to deal with that demon nun." He smiled sheepishly, and soon, the imposing figure of Xiong Ba introduced himself as well. After a round of introductions, the group was interrupted by a booming voice from below. "Is that divine beast too afraid to show up?" The air was thick with arrogance, and a natural aura of nobility emanated outward. In the next moment, the crowd looked down to see a man clad in deep blue attire appearing before them. However, at that time, Chengdu had just subdued the Dinghai Pearl, and these pearls had developed feelings for him. Reluctant to be handed over to Chen, it seems that these 24 Dinghai Pearls possessed a remarkable spirit from the very beginning, rivaling even the Dingfeng Pearl, which was born alongside Chengdu lost in thought. Chengdu suddenly felt a jolt in his chest. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered that the Dingfeng pearl was throwing a tantrum. The 25 pearls jumbled together, emitting a buzzing sound, appearing to be engaged in a quarrel. Chengdu nearly burst into laughter, yet he still collected them into his dantian, concentrating on steering the cloud. As he approached the Yunguang cave, Chengdu's eyes suddenly brightened. Do not misunderstand, it was in the physical sense that it turned out that Tongtian, enveloped in a shroud of thunder, had swiftly appeared before him, tossed something at him, and then darted away in an instant. Chapter 3. Tongtian invites you to join the group chat. Chengdu was momentarily stunned, nearly receiving a slap from Tongtian's flowing robe sleeve. Once Tongtian had flown far away, Chengdu regained his composure and looked down at the object that Tongtian had thrown, an invitation. Upon opening it, he couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that Tongtian felt a deep connection with Chengdu and thus invited him to discuss the Tao at Kunlun Mountain. Chengdu tucked the invitation away, feeling a swirl of emotions that speak candidly. He truly admired Tongtian's character. Being friends was not an issue, but he genuinely did not wish to tie himself to the sinking ship of the Jie sect. Just look at the kind of people in Jie sect. When it came to accepting disciples, Chengdu actually appreciated the attitude of Yuqing more. Teaching without discrimination is not wrong, but one should not indiscriminately gather all sorts of misfits. However, there was still time, as Tongtian had given him a millennium before he needed to respond, during which Chengdu could concoct a suitable excuse. Alas, while Tongtian's favor had increased, Yuqing's goodwill had likely plummeted into the negatives. After organizing his thoughts, Dewey summoned all 25 pearls, for he had a millennium to refine his cultivation. At this moment, Hongjun had yet to pass down the Tao tradition, and the capable individuals traversing the primordial chaos were all cultivating instinctively, the 3 pure ones being no exception. Yet, Chengdu could not afford such luxury. Although he did not fully understand his own potential, he knew that, relying solely on talent, he could not compete with figures like the 3 pure ones or Zhunti. This outing had indeed exposed Chen due to the harsh realities of the primordial world. To establish himself in this ruthless realm of the survival of the fittest, enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. By the time the era arrived when golden immortals were plentiful and great Luo were as common as dogs, a mere golden immortal like him might not even be considered cannon fodder. However, what set Chengdu apart was that he not only possessed a script, but also a golden finger. Now, he was capable of practicing the Taoist arts and divine abilities of later generations. Cultivation. Chengdu retrieved the Dinghai pearls, arranging them at the eye of the formation within the Yunguang cave, using the Dingfeng pearl as the core to create a pirated version of the Liangyi array. It took him 3 days to set up a formation covering over 1,000 square kilometers, ensuring a secure space for his meditation. However, Chengdu felt a bit awkward. He had arranged the formation by combining DES memories with some experiences from his past life. And although it was functional, there seemed to be one extra pearl. With a face full of confusion, Chengdu personally tested the formation's power. Although he did not understand how it operated, it proved effective. While it could not withstand the might of great Luo golden immortals, it could certainly hold off-type golden immortal level chi practitioners for 3 days. Whatever, as long as the program runs. It should not be tampered with. Chengdu deeply understood this principle, retracting the extra Dinghai pearl back into his being, sitting cross-legged on a mat, and beginning to focus his mind for meditation. Currently, his cultivation level was mid-golden immortal, and he had a long way to go before breaking through to Tai golden immortal. Enhancing his cultivation was a gradual process, and he would not see immediate results. Rather, rushing it could harm his future practices. Thus, at this moment, Chengdu sought to quickly bolster his combat power, ideally by learning a formidable divine ability. After summarizing the current situation, he set a small goal for himself over the next century. In regarding which divine ability to learn, he already had an answer in his heart. It is worth noting that Dewey was the master of Zhonglun and Li Jing. Although Zhonglun's name was not particularly renowned, he had another title, the Hongjun of the 2 generals of HNGH. While the combat prowess of Hongjun in Journey to the West was somewhat laughable, he had achieved remarkable feats in Investiture of the Gods. Having captured Chong Heihu using the chi of the 2 in the pit, and even the 6th, Tu Xing's son, was no match for him. The chi of the 2 in the pit, it is settled. Chengdu took a deep breath. mobilized the true energy within him, and then forcefully exhaled. Oops, a stream of mucus emerged. Chen scratched his head, realizing that cultivating divine abilities was not something that could be accomplished in a flash. Wiping his nose, Chen reorganized his thoughts and began contemplating the method of manifesting the chi of the two in the pit. The primordial world does not keep records of years. After 10 years, Chen could now emit a wisp of white smoke from his nostrils. But this smoke was so pungent it could choke anyone nearby, let alone use it in combat. However, Chen was not anxious. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and now he did not need to eat or sleep, just focusing on rolling it out. 100 years later, while in meditation, Chen suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a significant surge in his chest, followed by a resonant sound from his throat. A sharp yet distant explosive sound erupted in the Yunguang cave, followed by Chen-du's sudden grunt. A massive stone within the cave was obliterated. The power of the chi of the two in the pit was indeed impressive. Chen joyfully examined the shattered stone. After merely 110 years of cultivation, his chi of the two in the pit was now capable of severely injuring golden immortal level practitioners. He had acquired a preliminary means of self-preservation, and a heavy stone was lifted from Chen-du's heart. Now he could be considered capable of fighting and fleeing. Dealing with a few golden immortals was manageable, and even if he encountered a Tai golden immortal, with the Dingfeng Pearl and Dinghai Pearl at his disposal, he could escape if need be. Given this situation, why not venture out for a while? Chen chuckled, deciding to take another trip and test his luck. After all, elite bosses like the duo of Zhunti and Jin would not respawn so quickly. Without hesitation, Chen retracted the formation. The Dingfeng Pearl was still sulking a bit, but as a straightforward man, he simply tossed it into the 24 Dinghai Pearls, letting them entertain themselves. This time, Chen resolved to continue heading north, as he was particularly envious of the treasures within Buzhou Mountain. After all, Buzhou Mountain was a celestial mountain, and until the onset of the War of the Witches and the Demons, when Gong furiously struck Buzhou, a significant portion of its treasures remained unclaimed. What a pity. Chen shook his head as he flew eastward, becoming familiar with the route, and in just half a month, he arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. This mountain was astonishingly tall, even with all his might. Chen could not see its peak, and no wonder, for it was a towering giant. Chen landed on a cloud and decided to explore from the base of the mountain, embracing the spirit of acquisition. He casually picked up 2 pieces of, or squeezing them into a shumi mustard seed. Although it could not hold living beings, its range was as vast as a city, a true delight for a collector. As he walked, Chen tossed various valuable treasures he found into his ring. Although the foot of the mountain had been nearly excavated, he still managed to pick up quite a few overlooked items, such as this 4 C's bottle, which not only could hold items, but also seized treasures from others. Nowadays, immortals treated magical artifacts like bricks, but encountering a 4 C's bottle was akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. Chen secretly rejoiced. However, upon rising, he realized he had already been wandering at the foot of Buzhou Mountain for 10 years. Just as Chen contemplated leaving, a wave of irritation washed over him. But unlike before, he now felt a profound sense of crisis. Chapter 4. Sudden Heart Demon Run, Run, Run. That was the only thought racing through Chen-du's mind. The serene Buzhou Mountain appeared to him as a hellish abyss. An overwhelming sense of unease had seized his mind. He had no time to ponder, and as he mounted his cloud, he began to ascend, with the Dingfeng Pearl and Dinghai Pearl instinctively appearing to protect him without any summons. After an indeterminate duration of flight, Chen finally regained clarity, but upon opening his eyes, he discovered that he had somehow descended to the foot of Buzhou Mountain. How did I fly downward? Chen was bewildered. At this moment, the intense sense of crisis had dissipated, yet the Dingfeng Pearl that accompanied him suddenly began to stir restlessly. Not daring to delay, Chen immediately sat down in accordance with the vague premonition given by the Dingfeng Pearl. It was a heart demon. Chen gritted his teeth, immersing his consciousness into his primordial spirit. At this point, Chen had yet to condense the Tao seed. The Dantian and the Nüwa palace of his primordial spirit were filled only with meridians. Yet within these two locations resided a swirling mass of black-red shadows. What a terrifying heart demon! Just as Chen Du struggled to resist the heart demon, an unavoidable question abruptly emerged in his mind. How could I possibly have a heart demon now? To comprehend the magnitude of the impending catastrophe of the Longhan Great Tribulation, it is essential to grasp that there remain at least several hundred epochs before its onset. Moreover, the emergence of heart demons among the Qi practitioners is a phenomenon that only manifests after the conclusion of the Longhan Great Tribulation and the war against the demon gods. In essence, these so-called heart demons are merely remnants of the vanquished demon gods, dissipated throughout the cosmos. Thus, what then are the heart demons I currently face? At this thought, Chen Du involuntarily shivered. However, he soon found himself unable to ponder further. For in that fleeting moment of distraction, the heart demons began to invade his consciousness. What to do? What to do? With his eyes tightly shut, he was engulfed by a chaotic array of illusions. Headless specters and the abyss of hell surrounded him. No, this is not right. Chen Du waved his hand to disperse a phantom, and as it shattered, a plan began to form in his mind. His previous conjecture was indeed correct. This was not a heart demon at all, but rather an exceptionally sophisticated illusionary formation. The myriad images before him were nothing but figments of his own imagination. After all, the Lich had yet to emerge, and the earth had not yet transformed into the six paths of reincarnation. From whence then did these visions of hell and specters arise? As Chen Du gained clarity, the tumultuous scene before him began to dissipate. Time passed unmeasured, and when he finally opened his eyes again, all illusions had vanished. Even the shadow that had loomed over his dantian had completely disappeared. Yet, the origin of this bizarre formation remained a mystery. Chen Du scratched his chin. The beings of the Primordial Era were as innocent as blank slates. Who among them would resort to such insidious mental assaults? After surveying his surroundings for an extended period without yielding any answers, Chen Du resolved to retreat for the time being. After all, one could never be certain if a formidable being lay hidden nearby. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Chen Du rose to leave, a cloud of ash-gray powder enveloped him entirely. Again, Chen Du attempted to evade it, but as a mere golden immortal lacking any escape techniques, he was caught squarely in its grasp. The stench was unbearable. Unable to suppress himself, Chen Du doubled over and retched. When he lifted his gaze again, he found himself amidst a sea of corpses and blood. The sky overhead had turned a deep crimson, and beside him lay the lifeless form of a nine-clawed golden dragon. The dragon's head was in tatters, with nothing but two dark voids where its eyes once resided. This dragon towered over 1,000 meters and stretched over 10,000 zhong, even in death. Its oppressive aura was enough to leave Chen Du unable to lift his head. Was this yet another layer of illusion? Gritting his teeth, Chen Du slowly raised his head and discovered that, apart from the dragon carcass at his side, the ground was strewn with the bodies of both dragon and phoenix clans. The phrase Longhan Great Tribulation instantly flashed through Chen Du's mind. He was witnessing the remnants of the Longhan Great Tribulation. The scene before him was overwhelmingly vivid. Could this truly be another figment of his imagination? Cautiously, he took 2 steps forward, but as he did, the scenery morphed again, reverting to the landscape at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Before he could fully comprehend the shift, a massive ice spike materialized out of thin air, crashing down before him. Immediately after, hundreds of thousands of ice spikes began to rain down upon him. "Stabilize!" Chen Du shouted fiercely. 24 stabilizing sea pearls emerged from within him, coalescing to form an impenetrable protective barrier around him. Yet this was merely a temporary measure. Each ice spike possessed the power of a peak golden immortal's full-force strike. After only a fleeting moment of resistance, Chen Du's face had turned as pale as paper, and even the brilliance of the stabilizing sea pearls began to this life and death juncture. The stabilizing sea pearls suddenly burrowed into Chen Du's dantian. Were they rebelling against him? Enraged, Chen Du could only stomp in frustration. Without the protection of the stabilizing sea pearls, he had no choice but to rely on his agility to evade the ice spikes. Inside Chen Du, the 24 stabilizing sea pearls lined up in a row, forcefully crashing into his dantian. How could one describe such pain? If Chen Du were to be interviewed afterward, he would undoubtedly declare, "This is even more excruciating than having one's eggs kicked." With a howl of agony, Chen Du was rendered powerless, just as an ice spike was about to strike his head. Suddenly, a layer of icy blue light enveloped him. The stabilizing sea pearls, truly remarkable. It turned out that in this critical moment, the stabilizing sea pearls had actively come to his aid, merging into a protective artifact. Each chi practitioner could possess multiple artifacts, but without sufficient attunement. They would merely serve as cumbersome bricks. However, through further attunement, the artifacts could transform into protective talismans, capable of autonomously safeguarding their wielder in dire situations, thus evolving from an active skill to a passive trigger. Yet, at that moment, Chen Du had no time for further contemplation. Under the protection of the stabilizing sea pearls, he evaded the barrage of ice spikes, but the next instant, a towering wave appeared before him, obscuring the sky and the sun. The onslaught of the wave was even more ferocious than the ice spikes. A single crest soared nearly 100 zhang high, crashing down upon Chen Du with overwhelming force. However, at that moment, Chen Du felt no fear. Instead, a sinister grin spread across his face as he bellowed once more, "Stabilize!" With this furious shout, the stabilizing sea pearls erupted with a kaleidoscope of brilliance. It seemed that since the merging of man and treasure, Chen Du had unlocked the second divine ability of the stabilizing sea pearls. Astonishingly, the towering wave was brought to a halt. Yet, Chen Du was acutely aware that his internal spiritual energy was limited, and the stabilizing sea pearls could not sustain this for long. Thus, he dove headfirst into the oncoming wave. There was no turning back now. After enduring several rounds of assault, Chen Du was pushed to his limits. Moreover, through these successive attacks, he had gleaned a rough understanding of his adversary's capabilities. Their strength was undoubtedly no greater than that of a peak golden immortal. Just wait and see. Soon enough, I shall wipe that smirk off your face. Chapter 5. Fragment of the Tao, fueled by rage. Chen Du plunged deeper into the depths of the sea, reaching 100 meters below. Perhaps sensing his movements, the raging tide began to recede. Attempting to flee, Chen Du scoffed, quickening his pace to pursue. To his astonishment, what lay before him was not the anticipated mysterious golden immortal, but rather a stone tower, soaring over 1,000 zhang high. Had that fellow taken refuge within the tower? Chen Du paused to gather his spiritual energy to IT this moment. The stabilizing wind pearl and the stabilizing sea pearl lay quietly together within him, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. Chen Du understood that high-level artifacts would typically provide their wielder with warnings, and those with sentience were even more attuned. Thus, after testing the pearl's reactions, he had boldly ventured forth. Now, with both pearls still unresponsive, it appeared that the likelihood of danger within the tower was minimal. Having been thoroughly humiliated, it was now his turn. Chen Du took a deep breath, raised his hand, and soared into the tower. Yet, regardless of how he attempted to sense or probe, he found no trace of life within the tower. Had the inhabitants fled, or was there an immensely powerful being concealed within? Beyond his perception, as Chen Du pondered, a beam of golden light shot forth from the tower's summit. This beam bore no hint of hostility, so Chen Du did not evade it, allowing it to envelop him entirely. Bathed in the radiant light, Chen Du finally grasped the sequence of events that it turned out that beneath Mount Buzhou lay an innate formation, and the assault against Chen Du had originated from this very formation. However, as time passed, the formation's potency began to wane. Had it been at its full strength, each ice spike launched by the formation would have equated to a peak quasi-saint's full-force strike. Upon realizing this, Chen Du broke out in a cold sweat. Were it not for the diminished power of the formation, even the current 3 pure ones would find it difficult to survive in this place. Yet, with the threat averted, Chen Du's mind began to race with ideas. Such a formidable formation must house treasures of immense value, perhaps even an innate supreme treasure. Although the formation's offensive capabilities had weakened, its defenses remained robust. Forcibly breaking through it was still an unrealistic prospect for Chen Du at this moment. Thus, he sat cross-legged, calming his mind as he began to study the formation in the course of unraveling its secrets. Chen Du stumbled upon a rather amusing revelation. This formation had been in existence since the dawn of Pangu, yet due to its inconspicuous location and complete lack of aura, it had gone unnoticed for ages. Were it not for Chen Du's relentless excavation, this formation might have remained hidden indefinitely. What is true affinity? This is what true affinity looks like. Those who proclaim themselves fortunate upon discovering treasures are nothing but bandits. Another decade passed, and Chen Du finally rose to his feet, taking a powerful step into the heart of the tower. As he looked up, he beheld a bamboo scroll emitting a faint glow. Suspended in midair, for reasons unknown, a sense of relief washed over Chen Du. He thanked the heavens this treasure did not take the form of a pearl. Otherwise, he might have been stuck threading them in his dantian. Having confirmed the treasure posed no danger, Chen Du reached out and plucked the bamboo scroll from the air. The moment he grasped it, he instantly understood its origins and purpose. This was none other than a fragment of the Tao. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Du plunged his consciousness into the fragment. In the next instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind, overwhelming him like a deluge. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Du had unconsciously assumed the posture of 5 hearts facing the heavens, gradually condensing a phantom of a Tao fruit within his dantian. Condense a Tao fruit with the power of a golden immortal. The thought was unfathomable. Yet at this moment, there was no time for such contemplation. The boundless Tao flooded into Chen Du's consciousness, nearly obliterating his self-awareness. Bathed in the essence of the great Tao, Chen Du's cultivation began to surge forth like bamboo shoots after the rain. Breaking through at an astonishing pace that defied the imagination of ordinary mortals. In a mere quarter of an hour, he ascended directly to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, and even felt a momentum propelling him further upward. No. Gritting his teeth, Chen Du forcibly extracted himself from his epiphany. His current path was still uncertain, and it was not yet the time to transcend into the Tai golden immortal. A hasty breakthrough would be akin to a castle in the air, fraught with the peril of collapse at any moment. As his cultivation stagnated, the illusory image of the Tao fruit within his dantian gradually faded away, yet Chen Du felt no disappointment. Rather, he was immensely relieved. After stowing away the remnants of the Tao, he resolved to leave this place, but in the next instant, radiant golden light surged once more from the tower. As the light dissipated, Chen Du opened his eyes to behold the scene of the Dragon Han catastrophe once again unfolding before him. Dragon corpses, phoenix bodies. The enormous and shattered remains lay scattered as far as the eye could see. Among them were not a few top-tier experts of quasi-saint caliber, now reduced to mere carcasses. Why was he witnessing such scenes repeatedly? Chen Du pondered this conundrum. Yet deep within, he sensed that this was not an illusion, but a tale that had truly transpired. Had the timeline of the Primordial Era become chaotic? Had the Dragon Han catastrophe already occurred? Soon, Chen Du dismissed this notion. After all, the current primordial realm was still dominated by dragons and phoenixes, and one could occasionally gaze upward to see the phoenix and golden dragon soaring through the skies. Hardly indicative of a past catastrophe between the two, could this be a glimpse into the future? With this thought, Chen Du tentatively took a few steps away from the terrifying and desolate dragon carcass. The sky before him remained blood-red, devoid of any trace of life, and traversing this realm instilled in him a profound sense of being forgotten by the heavens and earth. After an indeterminate duration, the scenery before him finally changed. The dragon corpses and phoenix bodies had mysteriously vanished, only to be replaced by an even more horrifying spectacle. The battlefield of the Dragon Han catastrophe, gigantic golden dragons and phoenixes, akin to cities in size, clashed ferociously, and unlike the human-like cultivators, dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans preferred to engage in combat with their physical forms. As they bit and wrestled with one another, the very heavens and earth seemed to tremble in response. In their presence, Chen Du, in his human form, felt no different from an insignificant ant. His breath caught his throat as he belatedly realized that their battle would not impact him. Subsequently, Chen Du traversed the battlefield, moving forward once more. But what unfolded before him this time was a scene of harmonious dragons and phoenixes that in the nascent world, dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans reigned supreme, and every creature beneath them was but their sustenance. Even the formidable 3,000 fiends had to avoid their edge. Why, then, would such powerful dragons and phoenixes engage in mutual destruction to the point of grievous injury, reducing even their descendants to mere delicacies upon the Jade Emperor's platter? This question flashed through Chengdu's mind, yet in an instant he grasped the answer. Rahu. Chapter 6. Encountering Rahu within the vast dragon's nest, Rahu transformed into his true form, the towering demon god, standing an astonishing height. Rendered even the ancestral dragon diminutive by comparison, the roar of the dragon and the voice of the god echoed like thunder, and though Chengdu could not comprehend their discourse in the next moment, a gaze as swift as lightning pierced straight through to him. The quasi-saint pinnacle of Rahu had sensed Chengdu's presence. Moments later, Rahu's eyes widened in anger as he scanned the surroundings. It appeared he could feel that someone was near, yet he could not locate Chengdu. Chengdu let out a sigh of relief. He did not know how much time passed before the illusion faded once more, and the tower reappeared before him. He took out the remnants of the Tao, which had absorbed nearly all the residual echoes of the Tao, transforming into a seemingly unremarkable bamboo slip. Yet Chengdu understood that everything he had just witnessed was intricately linked to the remnants of the Tao. Hundreds of epochs ago, Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, merging countless Tao remnants from the chaos into the present Tao. However, the rules had yet to be established, and the heavenly Tao still lingered in its primitive state. All these changes would only come to fruition after the Dragon Han catastrophe. With this realization, Chengdu decided to sit cross-legged and contemplate his current thoughts. The images of the ancestral dragon and Rahu lingered vividly in his mind. He knew that the Dragon Phoenix catastrophe was instigated entirely by Rahu's covert machinations. Rahu was the god of war, drawing all his power from conflict and bloodshed, yet just as he was about to break through to quasi-saint and reach that supreme realm, Hongjun and the other 3,000 fiends had successfully extinguished Rahu's existence. With this thought, Chengdu seemed to grasp something profound. He sought to further examine the remnants of the Tao, only to be startled by an earth-shattering tremor from outside. Chengdu hesitated for a moment, peering through the tower to see an enormous figure standing just beyond the Buzhou mountain. Rahu had arrived. A cold sweat broke out on Chengdu's back. The oppressive aura emanating from Rahu was magnitudes greater than that of the likes of Kuni and Jin. Was this the power of a primordial demon god? Chengdu dared not even breathe heavily, fearing that he might inadvertently draw attention. "Little pests, reveal yourselves at once," Rahu declared, striding forward 2 steps to stand directly opposite Buzhou Mountain. His height now rivaled that of the mountain itself, transformed from the spine of Pangu. There was no path to escape. The 4 characters filled Chengdu's mind, and he felt akin to an ant about to be boiled alive. The probability of survival was infinitesimal. Perhaps finding someone was cumbersome due to his colossal size. Rahu snorted coldly, causing Buzhou Mountain to tremble slightly. In the next second, Rahu's form rapidly diminished until he stood about 10 feet tall, casually ascending Buzhou Mountain. This thrill of the hunt elicited a cruel smile from Rahu. He deliberately ascended with a leisurely pace, savoring the fear of his prey as they confronted death. Yet, Rahu was unprepared for the fact that, after an entire decade of searching the entirety of Buzhou Mountain, he could not locate the one who dared to spy upon him. Clearly, the presence was right here, yet why could he not see it? Rahu mumbled, but at this moment, he was merely a few hundred meters away from the tower, where Chengdu was concealed. Throughout these 10 years, Chengdu had scarcely blinked, fixated on Rahu's movements. To his immense surprise, the tower he was hiding in was a primordial formation designed to protect the remnants of the Tao. However, as a primordial demon god, Rahu had never cultivated his primordial spirit. Thus he remained oblivious to Chengdu's presence. Chengdu thought, "Incredible. I've lived to see another day." Another 10 years passed, and Rahu began to grow somewhat impatient, even contemplating directly kicking apart Buzhou Mountain. A melodious phoenix cry echoed from afar, interrupting Rahu's actions. It was as if he had recalled something, and a contemplative expression surfaced in his eyes. In the next instant, Rahu revealed a cruel smile and once more elevated his form, planting a foot upon Buzhou Mountain. The might of the primordial demon god was unrivaled, and the cave where Chen was concealed collapsed with a resounding crash. In the next moment, Rahu raised his hand, and a swarm of grotesque apparitions spilled forth from his fingers, clinging to Buzhou Mountain like leeches. Rahu sought to annihilate all living beings atop Buzhou Mountain. Yet, none of this concerned Chen, due to the formation of the Tao was extraordinarily formidable. Amidst the residual shockwaves of Rahu's assault, it merely trembled momentarily before standing resolute once more. The creatures unleashed by Rahu, much like Rahu himself, were utterly incapable of perceiving the existence of the formation. At that moment, Chen stared with wide, lifeless eyes as he watched Rahu depart after releasing the monsters, heading directly toward the eastern sea where the dragon's nest lay. Once Rahu had completely retreated, Chen finally relaxed, collapsing onto the ground without any semblance of composure. 20 years of trepidation had passed, a torment more excruciating than dismemberment. After languishing for an entire year, Chen finally lifted his spirits, casting his gaze toward the tower before him. This was a remarkable treasure, capable of withstanding the full force of a quasi-saint demon god. It would be an utter travesty to leave it behind. If this formation could be harnessed for his own use, wouldn't that allow him to stride confidently through the primordial realm? Without hesitation, Chen began to delve into the intricacies of this formation. He had already devoted 10 years to acquiring the remnants of the Tao. However, breaking the formation was one matter. While learning to wield, it was an entirely different endeavor. 2 full centuries passed before Chen finally comprehended the operational principles of this primordial formation. To his delight, while studying this innate array, his understanding of the Tao deepened significantly, and the previously vanished Tao fruit illusion reappeared within his dantian. It seemed that within a mere 10 millennia, he would be able to fathom the Tao and condense the Tao fruit. Although a mere Tai golden immortal might still be insufficient in the current primordial realm, Chen vaguely sensed that his Tao might embody an extraordinarily terrifying principle. Should he successfully condense the Tao fruit, it might be possible for him to inflict severe damage upon a great Luo with the capabilities of a Tai golden immortal. Moreover, escaping from a demon god like Rahu could also become a feasible prospect. With this thought in mind, Chen even began to fear the path he was embarking upon. Yet he knew that cultivation was essential. Otherwise, he might not encounter such fortuitous circumstances again. After meticulously refining his meridians and spiritual energy, Chen finally rose to his feet, having attained an optimal state, and proceeded to absorb the towering edifice into his dantian. It took him 2 centuries to transform this lofty structure from a formation into a magical artifact. Although its grade had diminished and its defenses were not as formidable as before, what pleased Chen the most was that while formations required prior arrangement, magical artifacts could be activated instantaneously. With everything prepared, Chen departed from Mount Buzhou, not returning to the cloud-like cave, but instead veering eastward. Not misunderstand. He was not seeking out Luo Hu for a fatal encounter, considering the time. The preaching session by Tong Tian was about to commence, and he intended to make an appearance. Chapter 7. The Little Phoenix Buzz. Just as Chen stepped out of Mount Buzhou, he was nearly caught off guard by a creature resembling a giant bug. Alas, in a moment of oversight, he had forgotten that Luo Hu had left behind a host of monsters on the mountain. Fortunately, these creatures were not overly powerful, and Chen had no intention of engaging in a fierce battle with them. Relying on a magical tower and the Dinghai Pearl, he managed to exit Mount Buzhou unscathed. At this point, there were still 50 years before the preaching session, and flying from Mount Buzhou to Kunlun Mountain left him with ample time. However, now that Chen was self-aware, he had no desire to seek out treasures in the short term. After all, having just refreshed his encounter with the guide of the Liao, and then with Luo Hu, who could predict what might transpire if he continued to indulge? 10 years passed, and Chen arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Deities were known for their grandeur, with most of their sanctuaries situated atop lofty peaks. Even Chengdu's cloud-like cave stood at an impressive height of over 10,000 jaw. Yet compared to the 3 friends of Hongjun, Chengdu's abode paled in comparison, for the height of Kunlun Mountain was not only second to Mount Buzhou, but also surrounded by a range of mountains that could take a year and a half to traverse. The path was long and fraught with challenges. Chengdu descended from the clouds, deciding to ascend slowly. After all, this was the domain of the three pure ones, and he was here to attend a lecture. So walking up would lend an air of solemnity. The Kunlun mountain range was replete with various spiritual roots and treasures, causing Chen to feel a twinge of envy, yet he refrained from making a move. Recognizing that these were already claimed possessions, hold on. However, Chengdu's restraint did not apply to others. Shortly after he began his ascent, he heard a woman's exclamation from afar. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a dragon and a phoenix engaged in a fierce struggle over a treasure. It was a spiritual fruit imbued with a hint of Panga's blood, an exceptional supplement for beings like dragons and phoenixes, which evolved from certain parts of Panga. Yet, Chengdu lost interest at a glance. After all, for him, it felt morally dubious for a dragon and phoenix to consume Pangu's blood fruit, akin to a son consuming his father's flesh, standing atop a moral high ground. Chengdu felt somewhat aloof. Yet in the next moment, a piercing cry from the phoenix shattered his thoughts. Frowning, he turned to see the dragon and phoenix had reverted to their original sizes, battling fiercely in the air. This was merely the law of the jungle, a testament to the survival of the fittest in Hongjun. Chengdu hastened his pace, wishing to disengage. Yet, fate had other plans. Before long, the phoenix called out again, this time directly addressing Chengdu. A celestial being, save me. The petite phoenix was on the verge of collapse, while the golden dragon showed no intention of sparing her, even attempting to take advantage of her. Such brazen misconduct was an affront to Chengdu's sensibilities, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Seemingly sensing his reluctance, the phoenix spoke human words, pleading, if the celestial being would grant me my life, I shall serve as your mount. Having heard such a proposition, it would be rather awkward not to assist. Weighing the strengths of both parties, Chengdu decisively summoned the Dinghai Pearl as a member of the Sea Clan. The golden dragon was evidently restrained by the pearl, hesitating for just a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Chengdu reached into his storage ring, retrieving a piece of spiritual ore. After a brief moment of manipulation, a slingshot, towering in height, thunderously landed before him. What was this? A harpoon. Both the dragon and phoenix in the air were momentarily stunned, especially the golden dragon. He had anticipated that Chengdu would employ the Dinghai Pearl against him, but was taken aback when Chengdu fashioned an object resembling a harpoon, so rudimentarily crafted that it could hardly be classified as a magical artifact. Such an affront to the dragon's dignity. With a furious roar, the golden dragon abandoned the phoenix and lunged at Chengdu. He was a proud five-clawed golden dragon, not one of those lowly sea creatures that could be skewered on a harpoon. Yet Chengdu remained unfazed, conjuring a semi-transparent rubber band in his hand. The band grew increasingly taut, soon reaching its limit. At that moment, the golden dragon charged forth, its massive head nearly poised to swallow Chengdu whole. But this was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. Chengdu placed the Dinghai Pearl upon a rubber band and then, with a powerful flick of his hand, released it. The Dinghai Pearl shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the golden dragon with the force of thunder. The air erupted with a deafening sound, and flames ignited from the heat generated. Bang! The Dinghai Pearl struck the golden dragon's right eye directly, causing the eye, comparable in size to a house, to burst like a ruptured water balloon, spilling forth a cascade of blood tears. You mere cheer-refining cultivator! How dare you! The golden dragon's furious roar reverberated, its entire body writhing in agony. Yet Chengdu's expression remained indifferent as he drew back the slingshot once more. Bang! Bang! Like stones plummeting into water, Chengdu released two more Dinghai Pearls, once again targeting the golden dragon's right eye. After suffering 3 consecutive blows, the golden dragon's eye was it is truly tantalizing. No, rather, it is exceedingly cruel. Chengdu wiped the sheen of oil from the corners of his mouth and calculated the time. In 3 days, they would arrived. A month prior, Chengdu had encountered numerous celestial beings, yet contrary to his grand imaginings of a myriad of immortals gathering, those who came were of rather ordinary stature, with quite a few even being untranscended spirit beasts. However, upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. After all, The three purities were merely at the threshold of sanctity, and many haughty great beings would naturally be reluctant to heed guidance from others. Thus, only these lesser immortals had come to this thought. Chengdu suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. Surely, along their journey, they hadn't consumed the disciples of Tongtian. Master, are we nearly there? Yenner blinked her large, watery eyes and presented Chengdu with a delicate blush-colored flower. This seemed to be the innate nature of young birds, as many fledglings delighted in bestowing gifts upon their caretakers. After 10 years, Chengdu had grown accustomed to this behavior. Only 3 more days. He mused, then added for the next couple of days, let us refrain from consuming transformed spirit beasts. That Yenner slightly parted her red lips, and in the next moment exclaimed, Wah, I want to eat. Chengdu face-palmed, feeling an urge to weep alongside her. Just as he sighed and shook his head, a gentle pat on his back drew his attention, accompanied by a voice filled with sympathy. My friend, you have borne much. It is not the toil, but the fate that is arduous. Chengdu replied numbly, turning to see a youth with a handsome countenance adorned in a flowing blue robe. This Taoist exuded an impressive aura. His eyes sparkled like cold stars. His nose was aquiline, and he sported a beard beneath his chin. Every movement seemed to summon a refreshing breeze, reminiscent of a filtered image of Chen Daoming. I am Zhao Gongming from the raft of Pujing. This was the famed god of wealth. No wonder he was so striking. After introducing himself, Chengdu suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Zhao Gongming's famed treasure, the calming sea pearl, now resided within his dantian. Yet the journey to deification still lay far ahead, and he anticipated encountering the original owner so soon. Chengdu smiled awkwardly. But Zhao Gongming seemed unperturbed, instead empathizing. I have 3 sisters who are quite bothersome. Without a doubt, Zhao Gongming's 3 sisters referred to the Sanqing sisters as they conversed and walked. Zhao Gongming, ever enthusiastic, even assisted Yenner in catching a couple of birds. They were now merely 100 miles from the Taoist temple, but the teachings would not officially commence for another year. After discussing with Zhao Gongming, Chengdu decided they should find a nearby cave dwelling for lodging. What astonished Chengdu was that while he knew Zhao Gongming was the outer disciple of the Jie sect, he had not realized that Zhao Gongming had already taken Tongtian as his master long before achieving sanctity. I hold great admiration for the Honorable One of the Upper Purity. We are both manifestations of spiritual energy, yet the origins of the Honorable One far surpass my own. Zhao Gongming's humility was well-founded. For the 3 purities were incarnations of the true spirit of Pangu, and it could even be said they were reincarnations of Pangu himself, while Zhao Gongming's origins were merely the first wisp of clear wind at the dawn of creation. In comparison, Zhao Gongming's stature could only be deemed average amidst the primordial chaos. However, he was aware of his own standing. What about Chengdu? He only knew a title. Moreover, from the reactions around, it seemed only beings of the caliber of the 3 purities could discern his origins. Even Zhao Gongming, who was on the brink of transcending to the great Luo, could not see through Chengdu's identity. Master, let us go out to play. After a fortnight of waiting, Yenner was growing impatient. As a fledgling, her exuberance was alarmingly high. The frequency with which she ventured out surpassed even her frequency of meals. Chengdu, feeling numb, was dragged out by Yenner, and Zhao Gongming, intrigued, followed suit. Though Yenner had only recently hatched, she had already reached the early stage of a golden immortal, and Chengdu was not overly concerned for her safety, after advising her not to stray beyond a radius of 10,000 miles. He and Zhao Gongming settled down to rest. Dui, my friend, I've been meaning to ask. Zhao Gongming, gazing at Yenner's retreating figure, suddenly posed a question to Chengdu. Yenner has only recently hatched, by natural convention. She should be living within a community, or, at the very least, accompanied by caretakers for protection. How is it that this young phoenix has been reduced to foraging for herself and seeking the Tao? Upon hearing this, Chengdu also fell into contemplation. Zhao Gongming's inquiry was indeed astute. Yenner's existence was quite peculiar. Dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans were notoriously protective of their own kind. Even if Yenner's caretakers had perished, her kin would not neglect a solitary fledgling. It was certainly unreasonable to leave a young bird to fend for itself in the wild. It seemed there might be some underlying circumstances. Before Chen Du could piece together the details, Zhao Gongming clapped his hands in realization. What if, after the Honorable One of Upper Purity finishes his teachings, we return Yinner to her phoenix nest? This was a rather sensible suggestion, yet upon Zhao Gongming's proposal, Chen Du did not respond with agreement. Could it be? Zhao Gongming looked at Chen Du in horror, utterly unprepared for the terrifying notion that seemed to lurk within the seemingly affable visage of Chen Du. Dui, you cannot. Chen Du immediately interrupted Zhao Gongming's perilous words. He had but one reason for not wanting to visit the phoenix nest: the imminent catastrophe of the Dragonhan calamity. At that time, millions of dragons, phoenixes, and even Qilins would not survive. Even Yinner. It was likely. Chapter 9. Farewell to Tong Tian. It is true that I respect the experience of every Qi practitioner, yet Qi practitioners should not, at the very least, be. Zhao Gongming continued to chatter, attempting to use moral condemnation to make Chen Du realize his errors. However, at that moment, Chen Du was too preoccupied to debate with Zhao Gongming. Terrifying memories surged within Chen Du's mind. He had never forgotten the scene he had glimpsed amidst the remnants of the great Tao. Luo, who would soon instigate the calamity of Dragonhan. Perhaps the traumatic 20 years had left Chen Du psychologically scarred by Luo, who. Yet he felt an instinctive aversion to both the dragon and phoenix nests, deeming them places one should not approach. But how could he explain this to Zhao Gongming? Faced with Zhao Gongming's gaze, one that scrutinized him as though he were a beast, Chen Du felt a deep sense of melancholy. I once had a disagreement with a certain Phoenix clan member. Thus I find it inconvenient to step into the phoenix nest. Chen Du, unable to endure further, hastily conjured an excuse to interrupt Zhao Gongming. Oh, Zhao Gongming exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, nodding repeatedly, yet his expression bore no trace of shame for having misjudged another. He could not believe it. I am utterly devastated. Chen Du covered his face in frustration, but Zhao Gongming had misconstrued his reaction yet again. Ah, it seems he does not wish others to know of his experience. The knowing Zhao Gongming immediately sought to amend his misunderstanding. I have wronged you, and I offer my sincere apologies. Do you think I will believe you? Chen Du cast a deadpan gaze at Zhao Gongming. Dong, dong, dong. The distant sound of 3 resonant bells interrupted the debate between Chen Du and Zhao Gongming, one of disbelief and the other of persuasion. The chimes signified that the teachings were about to commence, and Yinner, having returned from her foraging, flitted back to join the two. Yet, when Yinner instinctively nestled her wing against Chen Du's arm, he cleared his throat and subtly distanced himself from her. Zhao Gongming remarked, "There is no need for you to conceal it, my friend. I understand." Feigning ignorance, Chen Du was the first to take flight towards Kunlun Mountain. Atop the snow-capped peak, 3 simple thatched cottages stood in disarray. The central abode belonged to the Grand Master of the Tai Ching, while the ones on either side were for the Yuqing Yuan Shi and the Shanqing Tongten. Moments later, as the echoes of the bell gradually faded, a young Taoist emerged from the right cottage, and this person was none other than the Shanqing Lord, Tongtian Jiaozhu. Ah, esteemed guests, we meet again at tea this time. Tongtian had yet to achieve sanctity and had not established the Jie sect. He was merely an ordinary powerful being of the primordial chaos. Thus his demeanor was exceedingly approachable. Experiencing a surge of excitement upon seeing his idol once more, Chen Du felt a flutter in his heart. Having encountered the Honorable One of Tai Ching, one who is revered and being here to listen to his teachings, though not bound by master-disciple ties, addressing him as Honorable One was certainly not inappropriate. Chen Du and Zhao Gongming clasped their hands in greeting, and behind them, a cacophony of chirps and calls echoed in salute, a mixture of human voices, bird songs, and even the sounds of unknown creatures that resembled flatulence. Chen Du clenched his jaw, striving to suppress his laughter. Yet Zhao Gongming, observing his expression, unexpectedly grasped the humor. With a single chuckle, he set off a chain reaction, prompting others to join in laughter. Even the bemused Tong Tian, witnessing the merriment, chuckled along. Such unrefined behavior. The laughter carried far, seemingly disturbing the venerable Yuqing, who huffed in irritation, unleashing his wrath. How audacious! Zhao Gongming rolled his eyes, as if he were about to say something. Chen Du quickly covered Zhao Gongming's mouth. No wonder you made it onto the list of deities. You truly deserve it. Though Tong Tian was scolded, he was unfazed. Although the three purities refer to each other as friends, it would not be an exaggeration to say they were akin to brothers. And he was well aware of his second brother's temperament. Below lies a wondrous cave blessed with treasures. Why not accompany me to sit and discuss the Tao? As Tong Tian had spoken, others promptly expressed their agreement. For immortals, a distance of 100 miles is but a fleeting moment. Chen, arriving last, gazed upon the vast throng before him and sighed. Moments later, the practitioners of Qi settled down, with Chen seated next to Zhao Gongming, flanked by a group of Qi practitioners adorned with beastly horns and ears. Beast ears. No, that was incorrect. Chen hastily redirected his thoughts. This assembly of Qi practitioners possessed an alarmingly low level of cultivation. At first glance, they seemed unable to fully master the transformation into human form. Their human shapes remained unrefined, and their beastly natures had yet to be shed. Among these practitioners, a portion would survive to become disciples of the Jie sect, thus tarnishing its teachings and fortunes. Why worry about such matters? Chen shook his head. After all, it was of no concern to him. At worst, he could discreetly offer a few words of advice to Tong Tian. After contemplating for a moment, he realized it was nearly his turn. Tong Tian's discourse was a large-scale teaching session, where students posed questions and Tong Tian provided answers, reminiscent of university lectures on Blue Star. Soon, Tong Tian called upon the young woman seated to Chen right, Yinner. She stood up exuberantly and somewhat hesitantly inquired, "I would like to ask Master Shanqing how to roast meat." Enough of that. Chen eyes narrowed as he quickly pressed her back down. Requesting Tong Tian to teach you how to roast meat. That was simply absurd. However, Tong Tian seemed unfazed by such interruptions, smiling at Chen as he asked, Do you have any perplexities to discuss?" Chen nodded and rose. He had already grasped the general direction of the Tao and wished to inquire about matters concerning divine abilities. Your understanding of the dual Qi in this aperture is indeed quite remarkable. After observing Chen demonstration, Tong Tian nodded in appreciation, yet from his perspective, there were numerous aspects in need of refinement. Perhaps you might consider this. Allow the spiritual energy to guide you. Tong Tian dedicated a full half-month to instructing Chen which proved immensely beneficial to him. "Thank you, esteemed one." After the explanation, Chen deeply bowed to Tong Tian. He now owed Tong Tian two favors, the first for saving him, and the second for teaching him. Yet, the more he pondered, the more he felt it was a pity. If only there had been no Feng Shun. Thunder rumbled from afar, and shortly thereafter, a fine drizzle began to fall upon the Taoist venue, interrupting Chen thoughts. Tong Tian seemed to be affected by the rain as well. His eyes gently closed. He entered a meditative state. In the primordial chaos, time was uncounted. The Qi practitioners present also began to sit cross-legged, organizing their insights gleaned from this discourse. A century swiftly passed. Chen was the first to open his eyes. During this 100 years, he had systematically refined his dual Qi, its power now exceeding his previous mastery 100-fold. Tong Tian truly was an excellent teacher. Chen sighed once more. It was unclear how much time had passed when Tong Tian finally awakened, a smile gracing his face as he began to speak profound truths. Unbeknownst to them, these words, imbued with the essence of the Tao, transformed into azure lotus blossoms, floating into the bodies of the seated Qi practitioners. Chapter 10. Tong Tian's Discourse and Enlightenment. Hundreds and thousands of beastly practitioners began to bask in this azure radiance, gradually retracting their beast ears and horns until they transformed into human forms. As the beastly practitioners metamorphosed, Chen felt as though he could see transparent threads connecting each of them to Tong Tian. Causality. These were intricate ties of causality that were difficult to comprehend. Just as Chen was lost in astonishment, a more shocking scene unfolded. The flora and fauna around them began to tremble in response. It turned out that Tong Tian's teachings not only enlightened the Qi practitioners present, but also imbued all living beings in the vicinity with a spark of consciousness. As a quasi-saint, Tong Tian's Tao was profoundly deep. With just a few spoken words, Chen witnessed a spirit tree beside him gradually attain human form. "Master Shanqing," Chen exclaimed, wishing to interrupt Tong Tian's discourse, but boom! A thunderclap struck down from the heavens, landing squarely beside Chen. Gazing at the 100-meter deep pit created by the lightning, Chen felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The will of a Tao. The Tao would not permit Chen to do so. At this moment, Chen had already begun to refine fragments of the Tao, tightening his connection to it on the positive side. This indeed allowed him to better grasp the Tao, but from another perspective. It appeared that Tong Tian's teachings were an inevitability, and he had no right to interfere. Silently, Chen settled into a cross-legged position. Life is but a grand struggle. If one cannot resist, it is better to enjoy it. With the cadence of the Tao resonating around him, Chen once again entered a meditative state. Another 500 years passed, and Tong Tian finally concluded his teachings, having imparted knowledge for nearly a millennium. Compared to the beginning, the number of Qi practitioners in the venue had multiplied exponentially. Most were once mindless creatures, now awakened to consciousness through Tong Tian's teachings. Dear friends, do you have any lingering questions? After nearly 1,000 years of discourse, everyone had gleaned insights, and they began to express their gratitude. Thank you, Master Shangqing. I have learned much. Tong Tian smiled, clearly feeling a sense of accomplishment, since there are no further confusions. Then a millennium hence, I shall, surely not. More teachings? Chen immediately cleared his mind, adopting an unconscious demeanor as he interjected, Master Shangqing, I still have a question. He was testing the waters. Sure enough, speaking in this manner did not provoke a thunderous response from above. Tong Tian, momentarily displeased, nonetheless nodded for Chen to voice his inquiry. Many Qi practitioners began to depart, including Yin'er, who had been famished for 5 or 6 centuries and was eager to leave. Thus, Chen gestured to Zhao Gongming, signaling him to escort Yin'er away. Once the area was utterly deserted, he approached Tong Tian. Master Shangqing, I have a request. Chen pondered for a moment before recounting a half-truthful story to Tong Tian a millennium ago. I saved a young beast, yet this creature has a penchant for bloodshed, often wantonly slaying innocents. Thus, I seek your guidance, Master Shangqing. If I save this beast yet harm countless other beings, is my action right or wrong? After listening to Chen question, Tong Tian fell into deep contemplation. Causality is determined by the heavens. With Hongjun not yet united with the Tao, and the heavenly laws still incomplete, causality cannot arise. Hence, Chen could not directly inform Tong Tian that his actions would invite repercussions for his future self, and could only subtly remind him in this manner. The concepts of good and evil, right and wrong, causality, even a saint is bound by their constraints. Chen words were veiled, but he knew that Tong Tian, already at the quasi-saint level, would grasp his intent. The air seemed to solidify. Tong Tian remained silent, and Chen also held his tongue that I know what lies in your heart. Yet, boom! Thunder rumbled once more. Chen heart jolted, exchanging glances with Tong Tian. Everything was left unspoken. Chen nodded. Thank you, Master Shangqing. I understand now. Calamity. Fate. With a sense of despondency, Chen exited Kunlun Mountain, oblivious to Zhao Gongming's arrival. What happened? Zhao Gongming observed Chen grim expression and chuckled. Did Master Shangqing's teachings leave you even more perplexed? Chen indeed in need of an outlet for his feelings, replied to Zhao Gongming. If something is destined to remain unchanged, would you still endeavor to alter it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming was momentarily taken aback. Oh no, it seems he is starting to think. This question had genuinely caught him off guard. After a moment, Zhao Gongming continued cheerfully, You jest, my friend. If it is destined to remain unchanged, why bother trying to change it? That seemed reasonable. If the sky were to fall, someone tall would brace it. What concern was it of a mere insignificant being? If the function were to come, let it come. It would not affect him. Chen immediately felt untroubled, glancing back at the still chuckling Zhao Gongming to be a simple-minded creature is quite pleasant. They journeyed together for another 2 years. With Kunlun Mountain left far behind, their paths were destined to part. Chen took the initiative to ask, Where shall you go next, Gongming? Zhao Gongming, not perceiving Chen intention to part ways, scratched his head. I have no pressing matters. My home is tended by 3 sisters, leaving me free to wander. This. Zhao Gongming clapped his thigh. How about this? I shall accompany you to Feng Chao. I have a few friends among the Feng clan who can assist you. Chen Du tugged at the corner of his mouth. How could he convince Zhao Gongming that he genuinely did not wish to go to Feng Chao, rather than merely seeking an excuse to avoid sending Yenner away? However, at that moment, Chen Du had an epiphany. Since the outcome was already predetermined, it signified that Dui would undoubtedly survive the encounter with Luo Ho and would live peacefully until the sealing of the gods. So why not go? Very well. Chen Du nodded and lowered the clouds to hover in mid-air that Yenner had gone hunting. It would be prudent for them to wait here until she returned, at which point they could proceed to Feng Chao together. Agreed. After a few days, Yenner returned, stroking her belly. After centuries, especially following the teachings of Tong Tian, Yenner had grown increasingly vast in her true form. Zhao Gongming, well-versed in the ways of the world, even surmised that her size was approaching that of an adult phoenix. Yet, this mattered little. For Chen Du, aside from her needing to eat more, there was no distinction. He forced a wry smile. Yenner, I have decided to accompany my friend Gongming in returning you to Feng Chao. Chen Du had anticipated that Yenner would be elated, as all her kin resided within the Phoenix clan, but to his surprise, she burst into tears. Master, do you wish to drive me away? Yenner pleaded. Sobbing, I can eat less. Please don't send me away. I don't want to return to Feng Chao. There are strange things there. Strange things? Chapter 11. Gongming returns home. What could possibly exist in Feng Chao that would evoke such fear in Yenner? Chen Du's heart jolted, and he quickly thought of one individual. Luo Ho to Yenner, are the strange things you speak of perhaps a person? Chen Du inquired tentatively, only to have Yenner promptly deny it. No, it's just very strange things. Very frightening. I want to go back. Observing Yenner's terrified expression, Zhao Gongming suddenly understood. It turned out that Di was indeed a paragon of virtue, genuinely caring for Yenner rather than harboring ulterior motives. I have misjudged you. Seeing Zhao Gongming's eyes filled with admiration and regret, Chen Du could only manage an awkward smile. What a fool he was! However, after nearly a millennium of companionship, Chen Du also realized that aside from his lack of intellect, Zhao Gongming was a remarkably righteous individual, a brother worthy of deep friendship. If you have no matters to attend to, my friend Gongming, why not join me for a cup of tea? Zhao Gongming readily accepted with a grin. For befriending others was a fundamental principle of his life. The three of them set off towards Yunguang Cave. Along the way, dragons and phoenixes soared through the skies, and Chen Du occasionally looked up to gaze in awe. Yet in just a few months' journey, they witnessed no fewer than 10 instances of dragons and phoenixes clashing. With a resounding crash, a colossal dragon, ensnared in a death struggle, plummeted to the ground. High above, a young fire phoenix snorted disdainfully and flapped its wings to fly away. The dragon writhed in agony, glaring furiously at the sky. Chen Du and Zhao Gongming kept their distance, wishing to avoid entanglement in the disputes of dragons and phoenixes. Nevertheless, the agility of the fire phoenix left Zhao Gongming in awe. To think it could subdue a dragon with just its claws, what a remarkable youth! Zhao Gongming exclaimed, blissfully unaware, while Chen Du remained silent. He understood that these peculiar occurrences were likely the result of Luo Ho's instigation. How frightening! Master, let us hurry. Yenner, capable of swallowing a colossal dragon, now exhibited immense fear in her wide eyes. Very well. The trio quickened their pace and arrived at Yunguang Cave after a month. This truly was a realm of celestial beauty, Zhao Gongming exclaimed, showering praises, while Chen Du felt somewhat embarrassed, for compared to Kunlun Mountain and other famed celestial abodes, Yunguang Cave was hardly noteworthy. Yet after Di, another immortal would later regard this place as a sanctuary, none other than the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing, Li Chang. It occurred to Chen Du that he might consider taking an apprentice one day. Feeling a sense of secret delight, he realized he was now acquainted with numerous powerful figures. Perhaps, millennia hence, he might even leave a name in the annals of myth. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming had already made himself comfortable on a mat, reclining without a care. Noticing this, Chen Du swiftly pulled back his wandering thoughts. Why, dear Gongming, you flatter me. He set 3 cups of tea before them, and amidst the curling smoke, the three began to discuss profound matters. Zhao Gongming, being the first breath of fresh air between heaven and earth, was naturally attuned to the winds. Thus, Chen summoned the wind-stabilizing pearl, allowing Zhao Gongming to demonstrate. Watching Zhao Gongming exert himself in creating wind, Chen felt a renewed admiration. Zhao Gongming was indeed the most earnest person of the primordial age. The wind was his essence, yet his own treasure could restrain him. Had it been anyone else, they would not only be wary, but also reluctant to forge deep connections. However, you see, this wind-stabilizing pearl must be activated in this precise manner to effectively counteract my gale. Understood. Chen could hardly bear to continue the discussion and hastily sought an excuse to retract the pearl. Wishing to converse with Zhao Gongming about other matters, I possess another item, known as the sea-stabilizing pearl. Perhaps we could discuss that another time. Zhao Gongming interjected. Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could he forget? The sea-stabilizing pearl was originally Zhao Gongming's equipment. I just sent it for maintenance, a little polishing ditto. The two became engrossed in their conversation, and before they knew it, a century had passed. Zhao Gongming, being a primordial powerhouse, despite only being at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal stage, could discern the nuances of Chen Du's cultivation errors at a glance. Under Zhao Gongming's guidance, Chen Du's cultivation gradually solidified, becoming more coherent and integrated. Zhao Gongming suddenly slapped his thigh. This is bad. I made a pact with my three sisters to return in 500 years. Chen calculated the time and cast a sympathetic glance at Zhao Gongming. He had been away for over 800 years. Upon his return, if he lacked a legitimate excuse, he would undoubtedly face a harsh reprimand. Chen was well aware of the temperament of the Sanshao sisters, that it would not be an exaggeration to call them the fiercest women in the ceiling of the gods. Zhao Gongming appeared somewhat sheepish. It seemed he sought a companion to validate that he had been delayed by pressing matters rather than intentionally avoiding home. Min, Chen understood. I shall accompany you on your journey, that he offered, understanding their bond and how Zhao Gongming had aided him considerably. Excellent, Zhao Gongming exclaimed with elation, eagerly pulling Chen along to that moment. Yinner was still out hunting and had yet to return. Consequently, Chen set up the pagoda array outside Yingguang Cave and left a note for Yinner. He presumed he would only be gone for a few decades and anticipated no trouble. The two departed from Yingguang Cave and journeyed south for a full 5 years before reaching the Luofu Cave, where Zhao Gongming resided. At that time, the Sanshao sisters had only recently come into existence and had not yet separated from Zhao Gongming. Brother, finally home? As they approached, a young woman in a yellow robe stepped forward to greet them. She was stunning, her smile radiant, with her left hand hidden behind her back and her right hand gleaming ominously. Which family's lovely sister is welcoming her brother with a wolf fawn club? Chen Du's legs weakened, and Zhao Gongming's face turned pale. You must let me explain. The young woman in yellow smiled sweetly. Slightly bowing to Chen Du, I am Qiong Xiao from Luofu Cave. It is a pleasure to meet you. Though Qiong Zhao's cultivation was slightly inferior to Chen Du's, he felt an unprecedented sense of overwhelming pressure. Hello. Chen Du wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly distanced himself by Zhao's gesture. No wonder Zhao Gongming sought someone to accompany him. Had he been alone, he might have ended up at the mercy of his own sister. A dead friend is preferable to a poor one. Why, dear Gongming, I wish you safety. Trembling, Chen Du waited for 3 days, observing the cold light in the sky gradually dissipate. Only then did he muster the courage to approach. Intending to assist Zhao Gongming in retrieving his remains at the, you have a heart of stone. Zhao Gongming lay half reclined on a soft cloud, weary and battered, with numerous lumps adorning his head from the beating he had received. Chen Du dared not laugh. Yet truth be told, Qiong Xiao's ferocity exceeded his expectations. Zhao Gongming sighed, wiping his face, and instantly his wounds vanished. Let us go meet my 3 sisters. After enduring the punishment, Zhao Gongming appeared relieved. Chen Du followed closely behind, his heart racing with trepidation. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. The 3 sisters maintained their usual hospitality in the presence of outsiders. Chapter 12. Yinner in distress compared to Qiong Xiao. Bai Xiao exuded a gentler demeanor. Brother D, my humble self greets you. Bai Xiao, clad in a blue robe, spoke with a radiant smile, presenting 2 cups of hot tea. "Thank you for your kind hospitality, fellow Taoist." After the formalities, Bai Xiao thoughtfully produced a bottle of healing ointment, applying it to Zhao Gongming's wounds. Now, this is the quintessential sister, Chen Du's worldview, which had been distorted by the chaos of the primordial realm, found its reconstruction in Bai Xiao's presence. After a brief interlude, the eldest of the Sanshao sisters, Yin Xiao, finally made her delayed entrance. Like Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, Yin Xiao possessed extraordinary beauty, deserving of the title heavenly fragrance and national color. After admiring her for a moment, Chen Du averted his gaze. Having been away from home for over 5 years, witnessing Zhao Gongming's affectionate interactions with the 3 sisters stirred a sense of nostalgia for Yin'er within Chen Du. He wondered if that glutton had gone hungry. The mere thought of Yin'er filled Chen Du with an inexplicable urgency. This urgency was so overwhelming that it rendered him restless, trusting his instincts wholeheartedly. He could no longer remain seated. He rose and said to Zhao Gongming, "Since Brother Gongming has returned home, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Chen Du's words, Yin Xiao shot an admonishing glance at Zhao Gongming. "Brother, are you still a child, needing someone to accompany you home? My little sister would not take your life. Do you hear me?" Zhao Gongming shivered, nearly on the verge of tears, filled with profound sympathy for Zhao Gongming. Chen Du hastily departed from the Luofu cave. His worldview was indeed correct. The sisters of the primordial realm were truly formidable. Within just 3 years, Chen Du returned to his abode, the Yunguang cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he let out a sigh of relief. The surroundings were tranquil, and there were no signs of damage to the pagoda array. It seemed he had indeed been overly anxious. With a wave of his hand, he retracted the formation. However, upon entering the cave, he discovered that the once spacious Yunguang cave was devoid of Yenner's presence. Where has that grand phoenix gone? Chen Du extended his spiritual sense, searching the area within a radius of 10,000 miles around Yunguang cave. Despite unleashing his full spiritual awareness, he could not locate Yenner. Could it be that this girl had left without a word? Chen Du summoned a white cloud, seated himself cross-legged upon it, and invoked the wind-stabilizing pearl. With its assistance, Chen Du quickly sensed Yenner's faint aura. Yet, what troubled him was that the aura was exceedingly weak, as if it might vanish at any moment. His premonition proved accurate. Yenner was indeed in danger. Chen Du dared not delay, propelling himself towards the southwest with all his might. In less than 3 days, he arrived at Yenner's location. It was a range of continuous mountains, where the atmosphere felt chaotic, mingled with the scent of blood and the fierce presence of several formidable dragon auras, judging by the energies present. There were at least 5 or 6 dragons here, each at a level above the Tai Golden Immortal. Under normal circumstances, Chen Du would have certainly kept his distance from these colossal dragons. Yet, with Yenner amidst these mountains, he hesitated only briefly before resolutely continuing his flight. There was no time to waste. After all, this little phoenix was one he had rescued. He could not simply stand by and watch her be devoured by the dragon clan. It is known that although dragons and phoenixes are evenly matched in strength, they occupy opposing positions on each other's menu. Thus, he activated the pagoda array to conceal his form and plunged into the mountains. The aura grew increasingly faint. Chen Du quickened his pace. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground above him. Looking up, he saw a colossal dragon. The dragon coiled atop a peak, its head lowered, coldly gazing at Chen Du. "Cultivator, where do you intend to go?" The dragon spoke human words, and though it was a question, the outlines of magical artifacts flickered between its claws. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning shot forth from the artifact. This dragon was utterly unscrupulous. However, Chen Du was prepared. An altercation ensued, and even in the face of a dragon in the Tai Golden Immortal level, Chen Du surprisingly gained the upper hand. The pagoda array was fully activated, with 24 stabilizing sea pearls adorning the pinnacle. Chen Du took the initiative, leveraging the formidable defense of the pagoda. He surged forward, launching a powerful punch towards the dragon's eye socket. It was not that Chen Du was insidious. He had no other choice. After all, the dragon's size dwarfed him. Before it, he was no more than an ant, forced to strike at its vulnerabilities. The dragon exclaimed, What are you thinking, challenging me in physical strength? Though the dragon was not significantly hurt by the blow, it was nonetheless startled. How audacious to confront a dragon clan in terms of physical prowess. This cultivator must be insane. Seizing the dragon's moment of bewilderment, Chen raised his hand once more. A slingshot, over a foot high, materialized before him. During his 100 years of discourse with Zhao Gongming, Chen had not merely been boasting. This slingshot, initially a mere assemblage of materials, had undergone preliminary refinement, transforming it from an unremarkable crude object into a superb artifact perfectly suited for the 24 stabilizing sea pearls. With the slingshot's enhancement, the stabilizing sea pearls propelled like bullets, increased in power by more than tenfold. With sparks flying, the projectile struck the dragon's eye, creating a deep indentation as if it were a springboard. Not incapacitated, Chen was taken aback by the dragon's defensive capabilities. But he quickly regained his focus. Clang, clang, 2 more stabilizing sea pearls were rapidly loaded and fired. The dragon let out a roar, its bloodied eye glaring icily at Chen, summoned by its call. 3 more dragons descended from the sky. Tai Golden Immortals, 4 dragons of Tai Golden Immortal caliber. Chen chuckled wryly, realizing he had acted impulsively. The 4 dragons formed a line, unleashing thunderous roars, determined to use their Panga-bestowed might to crush this audacious cultivator who dared to challenge the dignity of the dragon clan. However, Chen was not one to sit idly by. Boom! 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 The 24 stabilizing sea pearls were expended. Each dragon's weak point sustained some damage. Yet, due to his limitations and strength, the damage Chen managed to inflict was merely superficial. Fortunately, the pagoda array's defense was robust enough. The dragons could not easily overcome Chen. He could only hold out for an hour. Taking refuge beneath the pagoda, Chen realized he had only one course of action. He needed to locate Yenner and hastily make his escape. With a cry, Chen raised his head and let out a phoenix's wail. Empowered by the dual energies within him, this cry resonated mightily, causing even the continuous mountains to tremble. Boom! 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 Seemingly understanding Chen intent, the dragons intensified their assault. The pagoda's ethereal form began to sway, and Chen felt a piercing pain in his dantian, signaling his imminent collapse. Once more, he lifted his head. Humph! The roar of dual energies erupted, creating sonic booms that reverberated around him. The dragon's formidable scales began to show faint cracks under this roar, with the strength of a golden immortal. He could injure a Tai Golden Immortal. Although they could not discern his true origins, the dragons collectively resolved, today he must perish here. Chapter 13. The Consolidation of Dao Fruit. Are you perhaps searching for that little bird? As Chen struggled to maintain his strength, one of the silver-white dragons suddenly spoke. Chen remained silent, channeling his entire spiritual energy to support the defenses of the pagoda array. That little phoenix has already been shared among us 4 brothers. The dragon's words were a cruel taunt, aggravating Chen nerves. That it was quite delicious. With that, the 4 dragons erupted in triumphant laughter. Fury, rage ignited within Chen heart. He bit down on his tongue, forcing a drop of essence blood, and smeared it heavily upon the stabilizing wind pearl. Empowered by the essence blood of its master, the pearl radiated with golden light as Chen pulled back the slingshot and fiercely launched the pearl. Bang! The explosion roared forth. A cloud of dust enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the sky with a thick, acrid haze. Roar! As the dust settled, the 3 dragons were horrified to discover that the silver dragon's body had been shattered into fragments. The healing capabilities of the dragon clan were formidable. Within moments, the mangled wounds began to sprout tender pink flesh. Yet, Chen had no intention of granting it the opportunity to heal. He summoned back the stabilizing wind pearl and spat out 2 more drops of essence blood. A celestial being possesses only a handful of drops of essence blood, and the consumption of this essence is nearly irreversible. The shadow of his Dao fruit flickered uncertainly, with a cold gaze. Chen summoned the 24 stabilizing sea pearls. Dividing them into groups of 12, he meticulously applied his essence blood to each pearl before swiftly launching a volley of 12. The 12 pearls were fired in rapid succession. With hardly a moment's pause, although each pearl was not as powerful as the stabilizing wind PE, having devoured a full set of ultimate moves from the Argent Dragon, even the most formidable healing abilities could not withstand the relentless onslaught of Chengdu's reckless attacks. With a resounding roar, the smoke dissipated. The once resplendent silver hue under the sun had vanished, leaving behind only a pair of dragon horns, each a meter high, and a scattering of pale blue dragon scales. The reverse scale. Only after a dragon's demise does this elusive scale become exposed. Witnessing this scene, the three-headed dragon gazed upon the remnants with sorrowful eyes, swiftly igniting into a furious rage. How dare this wretched Qi practitioner slay their youngest sibling? The three dragons, in a frenzy, began to assault Chengdu with their massive bodies and claws. Chengdu, now bereft of much capacity to resist, refused to succumb passively. Even if he was to meet his end, he must at the very least seek vengeance. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he raised his head, confronting the colossal trio of dragons that obscured the sky, and with his last vestige of strength. He uttered in a voice filled with determination, "The sensation of slaying a dragon is exquisitely delightful." As his words echoed, an overwhelming brilliance erupted from his dantian. Dao fruit, Chengdu's eyes, which had been shut, fluttered open slightly in the next instant. He was astonished to see the dragons hovering in the sky, seemingly frozen in time, even their whiskers no longer swaying in the wind. Time had come to a standstill. There was no time for contemplation as another flash of light surged forth, a fragment of the great Tao. This shard materialized from within Chengdu, unfurling like a scroll, only to explode into countless bamboo slips with a resounding bang. Golden dust from the great Tao cascaded over him. The torrent of the great Tao surged into Chengdu's being like a ferocious tide. In an instant, under the cleansing power of the Tao, all of Chengdu's injuries had healed. Even the blood he had lost was restored. Though he did not comprehend the nature of this phenomenon, he was resolute in seizing this opportunity. He exerted every ounce of his strength, delving into the remnants of the great Tao left behind. Unbeknownst to him, Chengdu had entered a state of meditation, while the three dragons stood motionless, like statues, their expressions devoid of emotion. Water flowed. The wind stirred. Chengdu felt as if he were standing upon a beach. The surging mist enveloping him, he held his breath, focusing his mind, and amidst the chaos, the stabilizing sea pearl and the stabilizing wind pearl appeared behind him. The once battered pearls gradually regained their radiant luster. Chengdu sank deeper into meditation. The brilliance of the pearls intensified. The stabilizing sea pearl shimmered in azure, while the stabilizing wind pearl glowed a vibrant yellow. Yet, as their radiance intertwined, the 25 pearls began to exhibit a tendency to merge. Chengdu remained oblivious to the unfolding events around him until that moment. The vast beach where he stood began to grow tumultuous under the onslaught of the hurricane. Towering waves, dozens of meters high, crashed against him. Stabilizing sea pearl. No, the time was not yet ripe. Chengdu's thoughts began to succumb to instinct. The waves surged more violently, the hurricane spiraling into a colossal whirlwind. The beach seemed poised to shatter under the impending turmoil. Not yet. Chengdu struggled to maintain his composure, his recently healed body once again sustaining grievous wounds. The tempest escalated, each wave capable of toppling entire cities. Chengdu, a mere human figure amidst the waves, appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet he remained unyielding. Within him, in the dantian, every ounce of his consciousness fixated upon that diminutive Tao fruit. Like a pearl emerging from an oyster, the ethereal Tao fruit began to condense, growing smaller, yet more solid with each successive wave that crashed upon it. What is my Tao? Chengdu pondered. Fragments of the great Tao surfaced one by one in his mind. Yet he dismissed each in turn. He scoured through the myriad paths of a Tao, yet found none that resonated with his essence. However, the Tao fruit within him could not afford to wait. It began to emit a series of resounding roars. Wait, Chengdu chuckled bitterly, gazing at the Tao fruit within his dantian. The Tao fruit had yet to fully solidify. He knew that only by discovering his own path could he hope to crystallize the Tao fruit. As his uncertainty lingered, the Tao fruit began to fracture, fissures appearing throughout its surface. Crack! A seam opened in the center of the Tao fruit. The practitioner and the Tao fruit were intertwined. Should the fruit shatter, Chengdu too would be in peril. Wait, wait. In the next moment, Chengdu's eyes flew open. The waves, carrying an overwhelming force, crashed toward him. This was the tidal wave of his inner turmoil. If he could not withstand it, only 4 words would remain for him. Death of the body, dissolution of the Tao, freeze. Chengdu swung his hand fiercely. A pearl radiating a chaotic glow erupted forth, illuminating the scene. Under the golden-red brilliance, the descending waves were indeed halted. Once the waves were stilled, Chengdu turned to discover that his 25 pearls had mysteriously fused into one. Simultaneously, the Tao fruit within him reassembled, emanating a soft blue light. The Tao fruit had materialized. Chapter 14. The Path of Time. Chengdu extended his consciousness toward the Tao fruit within him. Though it appeared no larger than a walnut at present, he understood that the Tao fruit he had crystallized would be formidable even against a demon god. The Path of Time. No wonder he had struggled to ascertain his own Tao. It was indeed a path of overwhelming potential. Now, Chengdu possessed the ability to suspend time. Unlike ordinary stasis techniques, what he paused was the very essence of time itself. While he could currently only freeze a moment within a radius of 10,000 miles, even that fleeting instant granted him the power to reverse the tides of battle. How absurd! Chengdu couldn't help but scorn himself. The crystallization of the Tao fruit signified that he had officially ascended to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Thus, he slowly opened his eyes, and with his movement, the 3-headed dragon above began to roar. Although Chengdu felt as though a century had passed, to the outside world, scarcely a quarter of an hour had elapsed. The 3-headed dragon remained entirely unaware that their time had been suspended by Chengdu. A mere chi practitioner to his death, the 6 round dragon eyes widened in disbelief. Not misunderstand. Chengdu had not unleashed his full power. Their astonishment stemmed from a singular realization. Tai, Golden Immortal. Indeed, for these 3 dragons. It felt as though they had merely blinked, and the chi practitioner before them had not only fully recovered, but had also ascended to the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal. What transpired? Now that their realms were equal, and with Chengdu in peak condition, aided by the time-stopping ability and the chaotic pearl, crushing these 3 dragons would be as simple as eating and drinking. Yet, Chengdu had no intention of ending their lives so easily. Where's the little phoenix? Chengdu inquired coldly, never forgetting that his purpose in this mountain range was not to engage in battle with these dragons, but rather to locate Yinner in my belly. One of the pale, golden dragons opened its massive maw and replied. It seemed they had no intention of cooperating. Thus, he summoned his treasure tower, readied his slingshot, and brandished the now unified chaotic pearl. This pearl was no ordinary item. Being named chaotic, its power was certainly formidable. The chaotic pearl had transformed into a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, merely a step away from becoming an innate supreme treasure. This meant that if Chengdu continued to refine it, its quality would rival that of the 7 treasures mysterious tree of the Taoist patriarch. Upon seeing this pearl, the previously boastful golden dragon instinctively coiled its massive form. Dragons, by nature, were heavily influenced by their innate instincts, and thus their intuition was sharper than that of other races, terrifying. This chaotic pearl, no larger than Chengdu's palm, instilled unparalleled fear in the dragons, as if everything would descend into irreversible calamity upon contact with it. At the base of the mountain, under the grip of fear, the golden dragon, now somewhat timid, provided an answer. Chengdu responded nonchalantly. Was this a sign of their release? A wave of joy surged within the 3 dragons. As if receiving approval, they immediately took to the skies, eager to flee. However, as the silhouettes of the dragons began to shrink into the distance, Chengdu suddenly let out a cold snort. Freeze! The wind ceased. In the blink of an eye, Chengdu appeared directly in front of the dragons. In an incomprehensible flash, he manifested before them, a sight that nearly shattered the sanity of the 3 dragons. Who granted you permission to leave? Chengdu's gaze was icy, as he intended to leave no survivors. The colossal dragons trembled before him, the pressure from the chaotic pearl rendering even the thought of resistance an arduous endeavor. Elder brother. The pale, golden dragon, the largest among them, snapped back to reality upon hearing its brother's call, its terrifying eyes widening as it glared at Chen. That little phoenix is not dead, but you've slain one of my brothers. Consider it even. How can this be considered even? Setting aside the life and death consequences that have been woven, merely releasing these 3 colossal dragons would undoubtedly invite an unending retribution from the dragon clan. A certain imperial uncle wisely remarked that one must eradicate the root when dealing with weeds from the very beginning. Chengdu never intended to let them go. Instead, he sought to make them experience the terror of death. In the next instant, the air suddenly thickened, and as the dragons blinked, the Chaos Pearl erupted with a brilliant radiance. Temperatures exceeding 1,000,000 degrees emanated from the Chaos Pearl, causing the dragon scales, which were as hard as innate magical treasures, to melt like butter under such searing heat. The shrieks of agony intertwined with the crackling sound of shattering dragon scales, while simultaneously, Chengdu's visage grew pale. The toll on his body from consecutively using the time stop and then activating the Chaos Pearl was indeed immense. Under Chengdu's command, the Chaos Pearl gradually reduced its power like a microwave. And in mere moments, it had roasted the 3 dragons to perfection. With the dragons utterly defeated, Chengdu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, although he had not vaporized these fools as he had hoped. The current outcome was still commendable. Chengdu produced a ring, stowing away the 3 dragon carcasses, intending to present them to Yin Er as spicy snacks. Once he found her, Chengdu had now ascended to the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal. His spiritual consciousness far surpassing what it once was, now 100-fold stronger. With a mere sweep of his awareness over the mountains, he quickly located Yin Er's hiding place, just beneath the peak. Chengdu, uninterested in searching for an entrance, simply lifted his foot and kicked down the entire mountain. Was this the joy that Luo Ho had once experienced? Power truly is an intoxicating force. Upon unveiling the mountain, Chengdu gazed down and discovered a formation set by someone. Strangely enough, this place was 1,000,000 miles away from the Yunguang cave. With Yin Er's stamina, it would take her at least 2 days and nights to fly here. Yin Er typically hunted around the vicinity of the Yunguang cave and rarely ventured far without notice. So why had she come to this place? Chengdu scrutinized the formation, recognizing its remarkable intricacy, imbued with the essence of the 5 elements. This formation could not possibly have been created by those 4 half-witted dragons. It seemed there were indeed formidable figures behind them. With this thought, a sense of urgency washed over Chengdu. He needed to move swiftly, without time to concern himself with breaking the formation. He produced his slingshot and the Chaos Pearl, and with a resounding bang, he easily shattered the formation, which could only have been set by a being of at least the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Once the formation was dismantled, Chengdu shot down the mountainside. Just as he was about to land, crack. Chapter 15, Thunder Tribulation. A pale, purple lightning bolt struck directly upon Chengdu's head. Although the passive protection of the pagoda activated instantaneously, Chengdu's hair stood on end from the electric shock. Was he being ambushed? No. It was the Thunder Tribulation. Chengdu slapped himself in disbelief. How could he have forgotten that practitioners would attract the heavenly lightning tribulations upon breaking through their realms? Due to the incompleteness of the heavenly Tao, in this era, practitioners only encountered the lightning tribulations when breaking through from Great Luo to Quasi-Saint. However, the moment Chengdu condensed the fruit of time, he realized that the Tao he comprehended was exceedingly defiant. It was a bug-level ability that could not be allowed to develop further. This meant that merely having broken through to Tai, Golden Immortal, Chengdu was to face a tribulation akin to that of the great Luo Golden Immortal, 49 bolts of heavenly lightning, each 7th bolt exponentially increasing in power, with the final bolt comparable to the peak of Great Luo. Yet, the Tao would not present a guaranteed death sentence, for while it could ramp up the intensity, it could not simply squash Chengdu like a mosquito under a cannon. This was the rule of the Tao itself. In other words, Chengdu still had a chance to survive, amidst the flashes and rumblings of thunder. He comprehended it all. After experiencing the intensity of the first bolt of the tribulation, Chengdu made a decisive choice. If he was to pursue stimulation, he would see it through to the end. He retracted the Chaos Pearl and the pagoda, opting to endure the initial 6 bolts of the Thunder Tribulation with his own physical body. Crackle. Chengdu was jolted, yet this greatly enhanced the strength of his body. Nowadays, most practitioners sought refuge during their tribulations, but this method of using the lightning tribulation to temper oneself was a practice developed by some practitioners in later generations. Yet now, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was thousands of times stronger than in later times. As long as one absorbed it quickly and in sufficient quantity, perhaps it could truly be attempted. Thus, Chengdu exerted all his strength to absorb the spiritual energy, and a vortex of spiritual energy slowly formed around him, extending 100 meters in radius. These vortices drew in the surrounding spiritual energy, rushing eagerly into Chengdu's body. Under such circumstances, his recovery speed matched the destructive force of the Thunder Tribulation. His meridians and bones shattered under the onslaught of the tribulation, yet rapidly healed under the cleansing of the spiritual energy. The external pain and internal itch tormented Chengdu, but this mattered little. He must grow stronger, grow stronger. He recalled that in the vicinity of this mountain, there might exist even more formidable dragon clan powers, having slain 1 dragon and turned 3 into spicy snacks. His relationship with the dragon clan had become irreparably hostile. Thus, he must confront the impending threat with an even greater strength. Chengdu gritted his teeth, and, as the 9th bolt of the Thunder Tribulation descended, he did not hesitate, decisively summoning his pagoda from his dantian. Each phase of the tribulation had a brief pause of 15 minutes, during which Chengdu prepared meticulously for the second wave of lightning. This time, he could not rely solely on his physical body. Chengdu minimized the pagoda, reducing it to a size that could accommodate only himself, akin to donning a bulletproof vest shaped like a pagoda. However, in order to conserve spiritual energy, he only shielded his vital areas, while this wave of lightning would largely be endured by him. Crack. With the pagoda's assistance, Chengdu successfully weathered the second wave of the Thunder Tribulation without peril. Yet by this point, he was already in a state of charred and tender flesh. Had it not been for the vast supply of spiritual energy enabling his recovery, his current fate would likely not differ much from the 3 spicy snacks in his ring. But this was not the limit. With Chengdu's utmost effort, the pagoda helped him withstand the 5th wave. Amidst the sprawling clouds 1,000 miles long, flashes of lightning flickered. Chengdu gasped for breath, finding the intensity exceeded his expectations. Now he could no longer endure it physically, and thus he could only operate the pagoda to its full capacity. The purple lightning, as thick as a water barrel, struck one after another against the golden pagoda. After the 7th bolt of lightning struck, the pagoda flickered twice before Chengdu retracted it into his body. Chengdu thought, "Incredible, I've lived another day." Although the pagoda seemed unusable now, he had only the chi within his acupoints and the Chaos Pearl left for defense. The Chaos Pearl was barely usable, but he certainly could not engage in a direct confrontation with the Thunder Tribulation using the chi from his acupoints. 2 waves remained, 14 bolts of lightning. Each bolt possessed the strength of the peak Great Luo, or even the quasi-saint level. Time to test the waters. Thus, Chengdu summoned the pagoda once more, placing the Chaos Pearl atop it. 1 yellow and 1 red light surrounded Chengdu, forming an impenetrable barrier. Another bolt of thunder descended. Chengdu gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply. Humph! The sound of thunder erupted. The fragmented lightning scattered, and the lightning, a foot wide, was indeed weakened by 1/3. It was feasible. Chengdu's eyes brightened. He reached into his ring and grabbed a handful of spiritual herbs and fruits, stuffing them all into his mouth. The overwhelming spiritual energy nourished Chengdu's parched dantian. Yet within a single circulation, he expelled it all. His nostrils nearly caught fire. Amidst this barrage, Chengdu finally withstood the second to last bolt of the Thunder Tribulation. Yet the final trial was still far from over. The last wave approached. Chengdu gritted his teeth, unleashing all his trump cards. Freeze! Chengdu expended the majority of his spiritual energy to cast the time-stop spell. Yet being of the same Tao, his powers could not even halt it for a second. In a moment of peril, Chengdu stretched to the limit, dodging 2 positions. The lightning bolt, originally aimed at Chengdu's head, narrowly grazed his arm. Sizzle. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Chengdu's ring held little spiritual fruits left, and a gap in spiritual energy replenishment appeared. However, was there not spicy snacks? Chengdu grinned wickedly. He grabbed a dragon carcass, reduced it to the length of a finger, and stuffed it into his mouth. The dragon meat was as hard as granite, with only the tail being slightly crisp. The flavor was quite delightful. After consuming one spicy snack, Chengdu replenished his spiritual energy to 70%. He pressed on, devouring 2 more. With the aid of 3 spicy snacks, Chengdu successfully evaded the 48th bolt of lightning. This was also the final bolt. Boom! An overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped Chengdu, who sat cross-legged in his tattered garments at Quasi-Saint. Pete Quasi-Saint, that I shall block you. Chengdu sprang up and began to flee. Freeze! 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 Utilizing the time stop 3 times in succession, Chengdu found himself devoid of any spiritual energy. The lightning pillar before him grew larger and larger, and he fixed his gaze upon the dark purple lightning that flooded the world. He had survived. He peacefully closed his eyes. Under the influence of the 3 time stops, Chengdu's microcosm erupted, forcefully shifting himself 4 positions. At that moment, the pagoda and the chaos pearl stood by in standby mode, guarding him. In his estimation, the last bolt of lightning would only maim half of his body, but as long as the fruit of the Tao remained, this would merely be a minor fatal wound. It mattered not. In an instant, a purple light pierced through the eyelids of Chengdu, tensing his body. He resolved to face the cataclysmic blow. But, my lord, Chapter 16, Nirvana, the magnificence soared high into the sky. In Chengdu's gaze, only the dazzling gold and crimson remained. With a cry, blood rained down from the phoenix's mouth, drenching Chengdu's head and face. My lord, are you all right? With a thunderous crash, the towering phoenix collapsed. Its round, glistening eyes fixed unwaveringly on Chengdu, the final bolt of tribulation struck down, an all-out assault from a peak Quasi-Saint, piercing through the entire phoenix. The Phoenix clan, born from the flesh of Pangu, possessed a physical resilience unmatched by any. Yet, how could the might of the tribulation be so easily resisted? Moments later, the colossal phoenix began to shrink, and Yin Er's large eyes gradually revealed an inorganic gray. Chengdu's hands, unbeknownst to him, began to tremble violently. He caressed Yin Er's back, but could only feel her increasingly chilling temperature. My lord, you have worried for me, she said, as torrents of fresh blood erupted from her mouth. Do not speak. Chengdu retrieved the ring and hastily stuffed the spiritual fruits he had gathered into Yin Er's mouth. My lord, please listen to me. Witnessing Yin Er speaking while spitting blood, an overwhelming fury surged within Chengdu. Helplessness, powerlessness, anger. With a choked voice, he implored, please, do not speak. Just focus on regaining your strength, will you? His tone was almost a plea. Yet, Yin Er persisted in her attempts to communicate, wanting to convey something to Chengdu. Fire, do not speak. Do you not realize that the more you talk, the faster you perish, foolish bird? The spiritual fruits transformed into the purest essence, slowly mending Yin Er's body. But having endured the mightiest bolt of tribulation, her vitality had already waned. My lord, fire. Yin Er's slender beak gently pecked at Chengdu, her eyes slowly closing. Time passed unmeasured. Chengdu gradually rose from the ground. He laid Yin Er's lifeless body down and then raised his hand, summoning the Chaos Pearl. Fire. Yin Er had desired fire in life. An endless heat surged from the ground. Chengdu sighed, silently placing a flickering flame upon Yin Er's wings. The white-flamed spark swiftly consumed her entire phoenix form. Unable to bear the ensuing scene, Chengdu intended to turn away, but upon walking 100 paces, he heard a faint sound of collision behind him. Startled, he turned back. Yin Er's corpse had completely vanished. Yet amidst the gray-white ashes, a milky white orb gradually emerged, resembling an egg. Nirvana. Chengdu slapped himself in disbelief. How could he have forgotten this upon a phoenix's death? It would be reborn through fire. Hastily, Chengdu rushed over and cradled the egg with utmost care. The egg before him was half his height, its milky white shell adorned with delicate golden patterns. The moment he embraced the egg, a subtle rhythm of Tao resonated within his mind. After its rebirth, the phoenix would be akin to a newborn, requiring the supreme fire from the phoenix nest and the nurturing of the parent bird for thousands of years to break free from its shell. As for the fire, Chen had no shortage. Though he lacked control over any exotic flames, the heat generated by the Chaos Pearl was not inferior to any form of divine fire. However, as for hatching the egg, he would likely need to seek out a specialist. After much contemplation, Chen resolved to visit the phoenix nest, hoping to find Yan Er's parent bird. Yet, a pressing question loomed before him. Where, indeed, was the phoenix nest? The vastness of the primordial world was boundless. The later divisions of Dongsheng Shenzhou, Xinyo Hezhou, Nanjian Buzhou, and Beiju Luzhou were formed after the catastrophic battle of the demon gods that shattered the continents. Even now, the realm remained a vast expanse. Thus, seeking the phoenix nest alone was no trivial matter. However, knowing that Yan Er was not dead eased Chen Du's sense of urgency, he raised his hand and tapped the milky white eggshell. Hey, do you know how to get home? The egg remained unresponsive. Chen Du chuckled softly, placing the egg in the cave, as long as he found a phoenix to hatch Yan Er before the impending calamity. All would be well, as for the calamity. Chen Du had no intention of participating. Once everything was in order, he stored the egg and decided to venture out, hoping for a stroke of luck, perhaps encountering some members of the Phoenix clan. Without Yan Er chirping beside him, Chen Du found himself feeling a twinge of loneliness. It seemed humans truly were social creatures, even in their ascended forms. A century passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Du stretched and rose from the clouds. Little cloud here, what is your command, master? As soon as he moved, the white cloud beneath him responded. Fear not, the cloud has not attained sentience. During this century of idleness, Chen Du had created an autopilot system. Once the destination and time were set, the white cloud could navigate automatically, even controlling altitude and speed. An intelligent companion, Chen Du patted the cloud, slowing down to observe his surroundings. Jin-Ao Island. This was the domain of the following the division of the three teachings. Let's take a look. A thought ignited within Chen Du ever since his breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal. His instincts had become increasingly precise. This place is fated for me. Chen Du recited a classic saying from a duo, then descended from the clouds onto Jin-Ao Island. Although referred to as an island, its landmass rivaled that of a continent on Blue Star. The island was dotted with majestic peaks, suffused with spiritual energy. A veritable paradise. And oh wonder Tongtian, descending from Kunlun Mountain, had taken a liking to this place. However, just as he landed, he heard a thunderous clash erupting from the other side of the island. A pure golden dragon soared into the sky, only to crash heavily to the ground. What ill fortune! There is a dragon here. Chen Du shook his head. He had no desire to entangle himself with the dragon clan now. Thus, he abandoned his exploration of Jin-Ao Island and summoned another cloud, deciding to leave. The Phoenix clan, the aura of the Phoenix clan. The golden dragon, however, keenly sensed the presence of the Phoenix clan. So, you Phoenix, after the Luo Golden Immortal finishes, you send the Tai Golden Immortal to deliver the finishing blow? How dare you provoke the dragon? In the next moment, the entire island was ensnared within a colossal formation. Chen Du's heart tightened. It appeared that the conflict between dragons and phoenixes had become irreconcilable. Merely sensing each other's presence sparked an unrelenting battle. Yet, Chen Du remained unfazed. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that the golden dragon bore severe wounds, fatigue evident. Even if its realm surpassed his, it was not an insurmountable foe. Looking for a soft persimmon to squeeze, you may have mistaken your target. Chen Du retreated instead of advancing, channeling his true essence, swiftly closing in on the golden dragon, determined to strike first. Chapter 17. Found you. The autopilot cloud surged rapidly toward the golden dragon. During this time, Chen Du had summoned his slingshot and the Chaos Pearl, intent on taking down the dragon with a single strike. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as Chen Du approached the golden dragon, he heard a rather youthful voice. You are not from the Phoenix clan? Then you may leave. The collapsed golden dragon blinked, and upon seeing Chen Du approach alone, even the scales bristling all over its body retracted. Chen Du, what on earth is this? Observing Chen Du's stillness, the golden dragon grew somewhat impatient. This chi-refining cultivator cannot understand dragon speech. I command you to leave. He was the youngest offspring of the ancestral dragon and dragon mother, a genuine prince of the dragon clan. Yet as a dragon, one must possess robust muscles, body, and spirit. Thus, the small dragon, barely a mere 10,000 years old, was cast into the primordial world for training. Only possessing the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, he had not ventured far before encountering a phoenix, adhering to the friendly principles of primordial dominion. The golden dragon had even greeted the phoenix. However, unexpectedly, the phoenix had acted without honor. Without uttering a single word, it had unleashed a brutal assault. Fortunately, before departing, the ancestral dragon and dragon mother had bestowed upon him a life-preserving treasure, enabling him to channel his blood essence and retaliate against the Deluo golden immortal phoenix. Severely injured, the young golden dragon gained a profound understanding of the primordial world. That is to say, the dragons and phoenixes had become irreconcilable enemies. Thus, upon sensing the aura of the Phoenix clan, the enraged young prince assumed that this Tai golden immortal from the Phoenix clan sought to deliver the finishing blow. He immediately set up a formation, intending to slay this oblivious little phoenix on the spot, only to find before him an ordinary chi-refining cultivator with no discernible background, a proud dragon of the noble lineage. The little golden dragon held little regard for indiscriminately slaughtering weaker races, save for matters concerning sustenance. Thus, upon discerning that Chen Du was not of dragonkind, it decisively activated the formation, causing the gates of Jinao Island to swing wide once more. I have pressing matters to attend to, the little dragon declared. Guided by the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary complications, Chen Du wished to refrain from lingering interactions with this juvenile dragon. However, just as he contemplated departing, an even more fervent sense of urgency surged into his mind. A treasure. There lies a significant treasure in this place. Chen Du's breathing quickened with anticipation. The artifact seemed to call out to him. This irresistible yearning akin to a parched soul encountering water, rendering Chen Du nearly senseless. He turned to leave, but not to abandon Jinao Island. Rather, he ventured deeper into its heart. You cultivator, know your place. The little dragon barked in anger, yet even it, despite its simplicity, understood that circumstances favored Chen Du, uttering merely a verbal rebuke without intent to engage in battle. If the dragon does not provoke me, I shall not provoke the dragon. Chen Du had no time to ponder the creature's words, and soon piloted his cloud to the southernmost tip of Jinao Island. This is it, he breathed deeply. The biting sea breeze sharpening his senses somewhat. Something felt amiss. This premonition struck him unexpectedly and with great intensity. Yet as he pondered, he could not articulate what felt out of place. Regardless, he resolved to investigate further. As a practitioner of the Tao, one must follow the heart's inclination to abscond without a thorough examination would surely tarnish his resolve. Following the instinctive pull within him, Chen Du arrived at a mountaintop along the path of the Tao. The artifact that called to him lay just ahead. The mountain was not particularly tall, merely about 1,000 meters, and Chen Du swiftly ascended to the summit, discovering, to his astonishment, a dark red volcanic crater atop the snow-covered peak. This was indeed an active volcano. Boiling magma churned at the summit, occasionally splattering droplets at Chen Du's feet. In such extreme heat, the presence of snow was paradoxical. Witnessing this anomaly filled him with delight. Evidently, this place harbored treasures. With determination, he extended his hand, brazenly plunging it into the magma. Sizzle, vapor erupted from the crater, yet the mundane flames could not harm Chen Du in the slightest. Beneath the searing liquid fire lay magma akin to a quagmire. As he pushed aside the magma, the entire mountain trembled violently. Hurry! Chen Du's impatience grew. He resolved to utilize the Four Seas bottle, capturing all the magma within. The towering mountain was halved, revealing a dark, gaping entrance. Still below, without hesitation, Chen Du leaped into the cavernous opening. As Chen Du's form vanished from sight. A faint, ethereal laughter echoed across the desolate Juneo island. That moment, Chen Du, having plunged into the depths, remained blissfully unaware of any abnormality. Upon landing, he gauged the height and discovered a concealed passage exceeding 10,000 meters in depth at the mountain's base. Was this a natural formation or a construct of a great power? As he traversed, he pondered this question. Not long after, a vast underground cavern materialized before him. This cavern was immense, its ceiling adorned with scattered precious ores. It appeared to be naturally formed. Chen Du raised his hand, collecting the ores with zeal. The recent tribulation had left him with a severe aftereffect. An obsession with collecting, the torment of wishing for more when the time was ripe had become unbearable. He never wished to endure such suffering again. Thus, during the past century of cultivation, wherever he went, he excavated, sparing neither spirit mines nor spiritual treasures from his grasp, after thoroughly pillaging the entire cavern. The radiant glow of the spiritual treasures faded, plunging the cavern into darkness. Yet, amidst this obscurity, a pathway emanating faint starlight appeared. Surely, the treasure lay within. Chen Du's breaths quickened, and he immediately channeled his spiritual energy, propelling himself forward with all his might. However, after traversing a mere 100 meters, a horde of terrifying monsters suddenly emerged from the surrounding shadows. These creatures resembled a mass of sludge, their forms barely discernible. Some humanoid, others beastly, each towering and nearly reaching the cavern's ceiling. What hideous creatures! Chen Du gasped, and in the next moment, a claw, dripping with filth, swiped at him. The stench was unbearable. Chen Du felt as if he were being assaulted by a legion of sentient latrines. More fearsome than the actual harm was this mental assault. Humph! Chen Du snorted, unleashing his second-level chi. The sound waves not only repelled the monsters before him, but also cleared the foul odors from the vicinity. The sulphurous air rushed into his nostrils. Though unpleasant, it was preferable to the miasma of filth. Chen Du inhaled a few breaths of fresh air, and as his mind began to clear, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. I have found you. Chapter 18. The Unbearable Pain of Life. Who is it? Chen Du's heart raced, and he immediately inquired, but as the words left his lips, he realized the answer, Luo Ho, with the utterance of that name. The urgency that had compelled Chen Du vanished in an instant. It appeared that there was no treasure here, but rather a trap set by Luo Ho to ensnare him. So, it was you. Luo Ho's voice resonated in his ear, and Chen Du quickly drew forth the Chaos Pearl. However, with a disparity of 3 major realms, Chen Du felt as powerless as an ant attempting to shake a tree against the innate demon god. As if confident in his inability to escape, Luo Ho leisurely queried, Were you not the one who spied on me from Mount Buzhou? Luo Ho's sudden appearance before him was indeed a consequence of an incident from millennium ago. Chen Du remained silent, frantically devising a means of escape. His most formidable offensive weapon was the low-grade innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Pearl. He had previously tested it. If launched with a slingshot, it could inflict significant damage upon a great immortal. Coupled with his time-stopping ability, perhaps he could buy himself a moment to flee. Ah yes, I even saw you bathing, Chen Du retorted, and the cavern fell into an awkward silence. The impact of his words left Luo Ho momentarily speechless. Yet, Chen Du had anticipated this, swiftly producing the slingshot, reducing it to a manageable size, clutching it in one hand while gripping the Chaos Pearl tightly in the other. You speak nonsense. When did I ever? Luo Ho's reply was tinged with a hint of embarrassment. When did you? Chen Du pressed. It seems you have never bathed at all. He deftly escalated the banter, trapping Luo Ho in a corner. The innocent and naive denizens of the primordial realm were rendered even more silent by Chen Du's queries. However, Chen Du's intent was not to debate whether Luo Ho bathed, but to provoke him into revealing himself, allowing for an opportune strike followed by escape. If you do not bathe, I shall take my leave. Just look at this wretched stench. Chen Du feigned a sniff, ruthlessly humiliating Luo Ho with both words and actions. What audacity! Luo Ho burst into laughter, albeit fueled by anger. In the next instant, the stench intensified. And from the depths of the darkness emerged a towering figure, over 10 feet tall, with 4 arms. This giant, pitch black in hue, wielded a sword in each hand. The 4 swords of extermination, such an unparalleled weapon, lay in Luo Ho's grasp. Fortunately, Luo Ho did not possess the inclination to wield a cannon against mere mosquitoes. He lifted his foot, preparing to stomp down upon Chen. The full force of the innate demon god strike could obliterate even a great immortal. As Chen beheld this cataclysmic blow, he felt no fear. Instead, his eyes gleamed with determination. He stood firm, watching as Luo Ho raised his leg to stomp. "You cannot blame me for this," Chen cackled maniacally. Raising the slingshot and launching the Chaos Pearl with all his might, the searing heat threatened to warp the very fabric of space. The grayish Chaos Pearl hurtled with the force of a thunderous storm toward a certain part of Luo Ho's anatomy. Ugh! Luo Ho emitted a muffled groan, stumbling as his enormous foot grazed past Chen. Regardless of gender or species, none could withstand a critical hit to that particular area. Chen erupted in laughter, fleeing the cavern as he did so. According to his calculations, the impact he inflicted upon Luo Ho was akin to a powerful strike to a sensitive area. While not lethal, it was sure to be excruciating. As he ran, Chen retrieved his tool of mischief, knowing that Luo Ho might pursue him shortly. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, he could perhaps delay his pursuer. Through the towering passage, Chen swiftly escaped the volcano. However, to his astonishment, Luo Ho did not follow. Boom! The entire volcano was reduced to ruins. The wrath of the demon god threatened to obliterate Jinao Island entirely. In the next instant, an entire horde of monsters surged forth from the cavern, one after another lunging towards Chen naturally. Chen held no fear of these creatures. His gaze remained fixed on the gaping hole from which they emerged. However, the giant wielding the 4 swords of extermination had yet to make an appearance. And even the atmosphere seemed devoid of the presence of Luo Ho. Had he departed? Chen scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, and the vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds trembled violently, as if yanked on by an unseen force. All living beings instinctively raised their heads to gaze upward. Why had the will of the great Tao manifested so abruptly? Who was stirring the Tao? Could it be the 3,000 demonic gods from beyond the realm? Whispers of alarm rippled through the wilderness, as countless cultivators were thrown into disarray. Yet, amidst this tumult, Chen discerned a glimmer of information from the tremor. Ever since he had acquired a fragment of the great Tao and commenced his studies in the Tao of time, his connection with the Tao had transcended that of all beings in the primordial wilderness. The calamity of Long Han had officially begun, and the will of the great Tao was gradually taking shape. The great Tao was the essence of the primordial wilderness, following Panga's creation of the world. The great Tao had evolved into rules, enveloping the entire continent of the primordial wilderness. Although the innate demonic gods also practiced the great Tao, they were not embraced by the current manifestation of the Tao. Thus, as the Tao became more refined, the wilderness's rejection of the demonic gods intensified. The nascent primordial wilderness, though brimming with vitality, was exceedingly fragile, unable to withstand the onslaught of the demonic gods. If these gods wished to remain within the primordial wilderness, they could only suppress their own strength. Otherwise, they would be cast into chaos by the will of the great Tao. No wonder Chen couldn't help but chuckle heartily. It turned out that Luo Ho, in his fury, had recklessly attempted to unleash his full power against him, only to be thwarted by the Tao before he could even make a move. With a life-and-death crisis averted, Chen found himself pondering a question. It had been over a millennium since the incident at Buzhou Mountain. Moreover, he had never once revealed himself before Luo Ho. How had he managed to pinpoint his location so accurately? However, at this moment, Luo Ho had already been cast into chaos, making a comeback no simple feat with the principal actor absent. Chen was at a loss as to whom he could inquire. Who could possibly know if such an innate demonic god possessed any other innate abilities that common cultivators lacked? Fellow Taoist, help me. Just as Chen was about to depart, he heard a cry from Jinao Island. Little golden dragon? Chen hesitated momentarily, Before leaving, Luo had unleashed numerous monsters, most of which Chen Du had subdued on the spot. But a few had managed to escape into Jinao Island. Should he offer assistance? Chen Du was torn. Seeing Chen Du remain motionless, the little golden dragon grew anxious. It seemed that what his brother had said was true. The cultivators from the outside world were indeed heartless, shameless, and unruly, lacking any kindness. To befriend them and gain their aid, one could only lure them with benefits. I know how to reach the phoenix nest. You save me, and I will help you. Chapter 19. The mischievous child. Upon hearing this, Chen Du was taken aback. How do you know I intend to go to the phoenix nest? The little golden dragon was nearly in a state of panic. These foolish, gluttonous, chaotic beasts were on the verge of devouring its entire dragon body. If this continued, it would surely be done for. You must save me, the little golden dragon cried out, and Chen Du leaned in to assess the situation, quickly gathering his energy and letting out a powerful huff. You can't be serious. With a yelp, the little golden dragon spewed forth a large pool of blood. It was known that those monsters could only inflict superficial wounds on the little golden dragon. But Chen Du's roar had directly caused internal injuries. After the chaotic beasts were scattered, the little golden dragon breathed a sigh of relief, its massive form rolling about, and after applying some unknown substance, its once dented body glimmered brilliantly once more. However, the gratitude Chen Du had anticipated did not materialize. Once this prince returns to the dragon nest, I shall surely have my father punish you severely. The young prince was utterly displeased. This damned cultivator couldn't even execute a proper rescue. How ungrateful. Chen Du furrowed his brow. I just saved you. The young dragon nodded as if it were matter of course. I am Ao Wu, the 17th prince of the ancestral dragon. Is it not only natural that this lowly cultivator should come to the aid of this prince? Afterward, Ao Wu skillfully climbed atop the clouds where Chen Du had halted. Hurry, let us return this prince to the dragon nest. Chen Du could hardly contain his laughter at the absurdity. Are you suggesting that I take you back to the dragon nest, only for you to have your father deal with me afterward? Indeed, how peculiar, the offspring of dragons. Not only could they produce creatures like the wingless Pishio, but they could also spawn such mischievous children. Fire pit, barbecue grill. Chen Du summoned the Chaos Pearl, maintaining it at an infernal temperature. He had a method to deal with this troublesome child. You unruly dragon, let me teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he grinned menacingly and seized the little dragon. The captured dragon began to thrash wildly. Release this prince. Are you seeking death, you cultivator? Chen Du remained silent, placing the Chaos Pearl beneath the grill and retrieving a 100-meter-long log, wrapping Ao Wu around it in circles. The searing heat ignited a swath of grass around them, leaving Ao Wu unable to move as the scorching flames quickly licked at its scales. Hey! Ao Wu continued to shout and wail, but as the temperature soared, Ao Wu finally succumbed to fear. What kind of being was this, wanting to consume a dragon? Moreover, as the direct descendant of the ancestral dragon, Ao Wu's scales could withstand myriad extraordinary fires throughout history, yet they could not endure the heat from this ordinary pearl. Ao Wu's composure shattered. I'll summon my father to kill you. Right now. Chen Du paid him no heed, instead stoking the flames even higher. Time passed, and the aroma of roasted delicacies began to waft through the air. Chen Du was utterly astonished. Previously, 3 dragons of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm had turned stiff after several hours of roasting, yet this thin-skinned, tender-fleshed little dragon had endured for such a long duration. Do you smell that? Don't you think you smell delightful? After 3 days and 3 nights of roasting, Chen Du finally spoke to Ao Wu for the first time. Not fragrant Wu. Ao Wu howled, bursting into tears. Chen Du stifled a laugh, patting its head. Will you cease your commotion? Ao Wu shook his head. Will you not allow my father to kill you? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, feeling the state of his half-cooked body, Ao Wu begrudgingly shook his head. How sensible! Chen Du released Ao Wu, finally allowing him to descend. As soon as Ao Wu touched the ground, he dove headfirst into a nearby pond. Splash! Steam rose skyward, and it wasn't until half an hour later that Ao Wu emerged, looking rather dispirited, shaking his head. Ao Wu transformed into a human form, appearing as a boy of around 12 or 13. With two prominent bumps on his head, likely still in the process of developing his dragon horns. Having been half-cooked by Chen Du over a trivial disagreement, Ao Wu quietly committed Chen Du's appearance to memory. This prince would ensure that his father dispatched this oblivious cultivator. Ao Wu raged inwardly, only to hear Chen Du inquire, "How did you know I intended to go to the phoenix nest?" "Because there's an aura of the phoenix's rebirth about you, yet you are not of the phoenix lineage. Thus, this little dragon surmised that you aim to visit the phoenix nest to have the phoenix clan hatch sealed eggs." After Ao Wu humbly explained, he heard Chen Du nod in approval. "You guessed correctly. You are more astute than I had anticipated." "Ah, this prince must tell me, how does one reach the phoenix nest?" "From here, travel north for countless miles, then east for 30 million miles, and you shall arrive at the phoenix nest." It seemed quite distant still. Chen Du sighed and raised his head, only to find Ao Wu staring at him intently. "What do you want?" Chen Du smirked. "Are you planning to have your father kill me?" Instinctively, Ao Wu wanted a nod, but he caught himself. Lowering his gaze, he said, "I beseech you to return this little dragon to the dragon nest." "I was not in the right just now. Once I return to the dragon nest, I shall certainly report to my father and offer generous gifts." Once I return to the dragon nest. Ao Wu thought quite simplistically. First, he would deceive Chen Du into taking him home, then have the elder dragon deal with Chen Du harshly. However, his cultivation was still lacking, and Chen Du saw through his scheme with ease. "You want me to take you back? Very well." Chen Du's tone was calm. Yet as he spoke, he retrieved the chaos pearl once more, unleashing the overwhelming heat. The cost of transporting a living being was exorbitant. "Let me package you for standard mail." This mischievous child was utterly unteachable. The familiar heat swept over him, and Ao Wu let out a pitiful wail. Ao Wu had never anticipated that the supposed danger of a palace coup within the dragon nest was nothing compared to the perils of the primordial wilderness. He had believed he could leverage his dragon lineage to establish a name for himself. Yet before long, he was first thrashed by a phoenix, and then encountered such a terrifying cultivator. "I truly just wanted you to take me home." "Woo!" The dragon general, in a bid to seize power, forced the palace, prompting my father and mother to send me away from the dragon's nest, hoping for my escape. Yet, my heart longs to return home. Ao Wu's spirit shattered completely, and he even feared that Chen Du might not believe him. In desperation, he produced a round, glimmering red orb. "This is my father's essence. I give it to you, if you will return me home." A coup! How dare one challenge the ancestor dragon? This is the primordial age, not some fanciful tale of later generations. What on earth is happening? Chen Du lowered the temperature of the chaos pearl and inquired, "Speak truthfully. My path is that of the innate divine beast, Tiying, capable of perceiving the hearts of others. It would be prudent not to deceive me, lest I leave you here." So that was it. He could indeed comprehend the thoughts of others. No wonder the crown prince had once feigned indifference. This practitioner of Qi had seen through his brilliant masquerade. Ao Wu trembled in fear, daring not utter a single falsehood to Chen Du. Like a bamboo tube spilling beans, he recounted the events that transpired within the dragon's nest with clarity. Chapter 20. Departing the dragon's nest, it turned out that the warring dragon and phoenix clans had formed an alliance shortly after the creation of the cosmos, solely to withstand the might of the Qilin, another great clan of the primordial age. The Qilin, born from the toe of Pangu, possesses a tough hide and remarkable reproductive capabilities, and both dragons and phoenixes found themselves on its menu. Thus, these two clans, entwined in the food chain, were compelled to unite under the Qilin's looming threat. However, this delicate balance was shattered a millennium ago when the dragon clan abruptly turned the tide. "Are you implying that 1,000 years ago, your father severed ties with the phoenix clan?" Chen Du stroked his chin, acutely attuned to the significance of the millennium mark. Calculating the time, he realized it was precisely 1,000 years prior that he had witnessed Lu conspiring with the ancestor dragon. Moreover, both his encounter with this little dragon and Luohu coincided at the same temporal juncture. Could this be mere coincidence? As Chen Du pondered, Ao Wu continued his incessant babbling. "I advised my father against allying with that so-called Luo. His chaotic beasts are as repugnant as they are foul. Awu, overwhelmed, was indeed in a state of collapse. After all, he was merely a child of a few millennia. For other dragons, he would still be in the weaning stage. He poured out everything he had to say, both pertinent and irrelevant. To Chengdu, it transpired that a millennium ago, Liu had incited the ancestor dragon to abandon the alliance with the Phoenix clan, instead suggesting that the ancestor dragon harness his powers to annihilate both the Phoenix and Qilin clans, thereby claiming dominion over all of the primordial realm. However, the ancestor dragon's ambitions clashed with the desires of Dai, who sought to maintain the existing equilibrium. Both being primordial divine dragons, they were akin in essence, yet Dai, being of a peaceful disposition, lacked the thirst for power and control, thus relinquishing the opportunity to the ancestor dragon and voluntarily becoming the dragon clan's general. Unable to accept the ancestor dragon's insatiable ambition, he led a faction of peace-loving dragons to effectively place the ancestor dragon under house arrest. Not only that, but they also executed several of the ancestor dragon's offspring. Amidst this conflict, Awu was secretly sent away from the dragon clan, both to evade the pursuit of Dai and others, and to seek assistance in the primordial realm. This doesn't add up. Upon hearing this, Chengdu quietly entertained conspiracy theories in his mind that Dai's actions hardly resembled those of a peace-loving individual. Nevertheless, the affairs of the dragon clan held no relevance for me. Tiang, shaking his head, Chengdu resolved to remain uninvolved in the intricate entanglements of the dragon clan. How cruel it is! As the impending calamity looms, Chengdu, despite having grasped the trajectory of events, yearns solely to safeguard himself and protect Yennefer, nothing more. Having recounted the dragon clan's secrets with an air of longing, Awu turned to Chengdu. Please escort me back to the dragon's nest, and in return, I shall divulge the way to the phoenix nest. The phoenix nest, capable of accommodating the entirety of the primordial clans, is vast and boundless. Although Awu had provided specific directions, without guidance, locating the kin of an obscure little phoenix would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Your phoenix egg has already undergone a century of rebirth. If it fails to hatch within the next year, it shall perish within. Under the intense scrutiny of the situation, Awu finally gained some clarity and understood the nuances of this exchange. Although the threat loomed over him, Chengdu, in a most untimely fashion, felt a sense of accomplishment akin to that of a proud parent witnessing their offspring's first steps. Very well. Lead the way. Following Awu's provided directions, Chengdu set Y into automatic navigation. Greetings once more, Master. In the journey ahead, I shall serve you with utmost dedication. The cloud beneath them suddenly spoke, startling Awu. Yet, moments later, he realized that this cloud could navigate on its own, igniting his excitement. How did you accomplish this? Teach me. Teach me. Awu exclaimed, only to be met with Chengdu's icy glare. Oh no. In that instant, Awu almost envisioned himself once again skewered upon a grill. What I meant was, I hope the esteemed senior could generously impart your wisdom. Unaware of how many times this was, Awu once more bowed his dragon head to Chengdu. Witnessing this scene, Chengdu felt immensely satisfied. A mischievous child? In his past life on Blue Star, he was renowned as the bane of mischievous children in the vicinity. With a wolf on one hand and a broomstick on the other, no child ever left his home with a smile. Reflecting on the past brought a tinge of melancholy to Chengdu. Turning back to Awu, the little dragon had transformed into his true form, rummaging through his ring. Pearls the size of human heads, corals larger than small hills, and garments made of fish silk, each more valuable than the last. Yet, Awu appeared utterly oblivious to the worth of these treasures, carelessly tossing them onto the cloud. Once a small mound had accumulated atop the cloud, Awu finally discovered what he sought, a snack resembling a lollipop. After contentedly stuffing the treat into his mouth, Awu surveyed his surroundings, only to impulsively shove the coral away. What a mess in this ring. I don't want any of this. How can you recklessly throw things from a height? Such a lack of decorum. Chengdu chastised. One must not discard items carelessly. What if they were to fall upon the flowers and grasses? Come now, allow me to safeguard them for you. As he spoke, Chengdu collected the coral and pearls, depositing them into his own ring. Humph, practitioners of Qi are indeed impoverished yet virtuous. I am in awe. Aowu nearly swallowed his own tongue, obsequiously addressing Chengdu. Meanwhile, Chengdu's thoughts were elsewhere. How did I not realize this sooner? The Dragon Clan has historically been synonymous with wealth. One must remember, the famed weapon of the Monkey King was merely an ordinary stick from the Dragon Palace of the EC. His gaze subtly fell upon Aowu. Binding this fellow, how many treasures could be exchanged from the Dragon Clan? After all, he was quite poor, possessing only the Cloud Cave as his sole estate and the Chaos Pearl as his lone artifact. A momentary pause, and calamity loomed. A piercing scream echoed from ahead, heralded by a cloud hurtling directly towards them. Chengdu glanced upward but made no move, as the two clouds seemed destined to collide. Aowu nearly leaped from his seat in fright, yet in the next instant, the braking system activated, detecting imminent danger, and initiated an emergency evasion. The little cloud beneath them spoke once more. Whoosh! The entire cloud executed an illogical sharp turn. Drifting at an astonishing angle, the two clouds narrowly brushed past one another, the moisture igniting into dark purple sparks. A breathtaking maneuver. Aowu was left dumbfounded. Oh, this is how practitioners of Qi in the Primordial Realm play. The Dragon Clan is truly outdated. Before Aowu could even voice his request, Chengdu, smiling, remarked, "Isn't it exhilarating?" Aowu nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a clapper in a bell. He had never realized that riding a cloud could be such an enjoyable experience. Observing this scene, Chengdu feigned a troubled expression. "Your Highness may not know, but this cloud of mine consumed an entire mountain's worth of spiritual ore and stones to assemble. Creating another one would be impossible. What is this? Whatever you desire, this crown prince can procure for you." Chapter 21. A grand transaction: 30 chests of pearls, 50 chests of precious materials, and 100 pieces of fish silk, Chengdu resolutely stated, quoting a figure astronomical in nature. The pearls he referenced were the rare black pearls produced by a spiritual clam over 10,000 years. A single clam takes 100 millennia to yield one. The precious materials and fish silk were even rarer treasures. Given the price Chengdu proposed, even the young prince of the ancestor dragon, Aowu, would surely feel the strain. Upon hearing Chengdu's terms, Aowu fell silent. "Is this it? This is considered costly? This is even less than the monthly salary of the Dragon Palace maidservants. Is it not excessive? Perhaps we can start with 100 clouds." An unbearable awkwardness began to spread amongst the clouds. Chengdu had not anticipated Aowu's wealth, nor had Aowu foreseen Chengdu's poverty. The two exchanged silence as they signed the contract, simultaneously pledging their oaths upon the great path. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, signifying that the great path recognized this transaction. Delivery was to occur within a century, encompassing only the navigation system, excluding weaponry and defense systems. Chengdu's emotions were profoundly intricate. After all, when he traversed into this realm, he was utterly destitute, possessing only a companion spirit treasure, the Didding Pearl. In stark contrast, others boasted the bloodline of Pangu and immense wealth. Is this the disparity of reincarnation? Although, as of now, the notion of reincarnation has yet to be established. Beep, beep. Xiao Yun, ever considerate, reminded them that they were about to arrive at their destination, the Dragon Nest. The two passengers were advised to disembark the cloud in an orderly fashion, ensuring they took all personal belongings and remained vigilant of the clouds approaching from behind. The advanced technology from Blue Star once again delivered a significant psychological shock to the simple beings of the primeval world. Under the intense gaze of Aowu, Chengdu stowed away Xiao Yun. Under his modifications, Xiao Yun's capabilities had already surpassed most artificial intelligences from Blue Star. Not only could it navigate, but it could also meticulously record flight data within 100 miles. If these data were to be exported, they would constitute an extraordinarily precise map of the primeval world, a quintessential tool for pinpointing locations and cartography. While the basic function of flight was available in ordinary mounts, the advanced features of automatic navigation, self-driving, and even the establishment of braking and defense systems rendered Xiao Yun unparalleled. Fusing the spells of the primeval world with the technology of Blue Star and under Chengdu's ingenious alterations, Xiao Yun had acquired over 100 functions, even including automatic massage, This design philosophy, within the context of the primeval world, represented an unprecedented and unparalleled innovation. Chen felt confident that within 10,000 years, no Qi practitioners could replicate it. Should the affluent residents of the Dragon Nest take a liking to this marvel, he could further develop Xiao Yin 2.0 and 3.0 versions, and treasures of spirit and materials would surely come rolling in. I love money, and money loves me, arriving from all directions. This transaction would undoubtedly be profitable. Chengdu and Ao Wu exchanged glances, each revealing a cunning smile. Once they reached the vicinity of the Dragon Nest, they halted. This was the essential route leading to the Dragon Nest, the residence of the 18th Prince of the Ancestral Dragon, with minimal chances of encountering the rebellious forces of the DE. However, no matter how slim the chances, they could not be dismissed as non-existent. Having left the Dragon Nest for a millennium, and with the DE now strong and powerful, meeting the Ancestral Dragon would require careful deliberation. It was best not to reveal their identities. Chengdu certainly did not wish for this foolish young prince to be killed by the rebels upon entering the Dragon Nest, especially since the final payment had yet to be settled. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder. Owu also recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from acting out at this critical moment. Following Chengdu's advice, Ao Wu concealed his Dao rhythm and even changed the color of his dragon horns, disguising himself as an ordinary little golden dragon. After their transformation, the two resumed their journey toward the Dragon Nest. However, before they could reach the outskirts, they were intercepted by soldiers from the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Nest is a heavily guarded area. Those unrelated to Qi practitioners must not approach. As soon as they descended from the cloud, they saw a troop of soldiers, clad in golden armor and exuding the unique dampness of aquatic beings. Swiftly approaching from afar, this contingent was equipped with steel helmets and wielded long spears, though it was not quite accurate to refer to them as hands, as the appendages gripping the weapons were actually a pair of clawed pincers. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The strength of these soldiers was merely at the celestial realm, with the highest-ranking leader being only at the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Such low strength seemed somewhat illogical. While Chengdu pondered this, Ao Wu took the initiative to assert himself. It is crucial to note that the hierarchy among the aquatic races is exceptionally rigid. The highest echelon consists of dragon clans with royal bloodlines, followed by ordinary dragons, and at the bottom are these non-dragon aquatic beings. This dragon here inquires of you, why is it that only you guard this place? Where is General Zhong Su? Upon uttering these words, the leading shrimp soldier plummeted to the ground in dismay. The shrimp soldier was in agony. Ever since General D erased his army, chaos had engulfed the entire Dragon Nest. The aquatic beasts they had once suppressed had begun to act up. Previously, creatures like octopuses and squids were their hunted targets, but now they had turned the tables, devouring a significant portion of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Are you implying that General Zhong Su was overwhelmed by the aquatic beasts during the suppression of the rebellion? Ao Wu expressed incredulity. Had the 18th Prince not dispatched a new general? The shrimp soldier shook his head in distress, his antennae drooping, giving him a rather pitiable appearance. After I have been absent for a millennium, the Dragon Palace has descended into such disarray. Ao Wu sighed deeply. The shrimp soldier stammeringly added, esteemed Dragon Lord, you should depart promptly. The aquatic beast causing chaos here is of the great Luo golden immortal realm, possessing extraordinary strength. After speaking, the shrimp soldier kindly pointed out a route for Ao Wu to enter the Dragon Nest from another side. Impudence. Ao Wu was filled with righteous indignation. He was the 18th Prince of the Ancestral Dragon. With the DE rebelling within the Dragon Nest and the aquatic beasts causing turmoil outside, how could he flee at such a critical moment? This dragon shall remain here and see which aquatic beast dares to approach. Upon hearing Ao Wu's declaration, Chengdu nodded in agreement. However, we should prioritize reaching the Dragon Nest. I have pressing matters to attend to. Chengdu's purpose for coming to the Dragon Nest was to ascertain the specific route to the Phoenix Nest from Ao Wu. As for the rebellion of the Dragon Clan, to be frank, it bore little relevance to him. That I refuse. The mischievous nature of Ao Wu flared up once more. Chengdu remained silent, merely summoning the Chaos Pearl. What I mean is, I wish to wait here for a moment. This place is a necessary route for entering and exiting the dragon nest. If left unguarded, it may lead to endless troubles. Once the general tasked with quelling the rebellion arrives, the young dragon shall set off immediately. Wu, trembling, concluded his statement and waited along while before seeing Chen in a team most a century. Chen provided a time frame. Within this century, he could certainly find time to produce the promised 100 Xiao Yun driving systems, while also concluding this transaction. Chapter 22, an urgent situation after reaching a consensus. The two continued onward. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals lined up obediently behind them as they entered the garrison. Not far into the large marsh, a bubble began to rise. "Boss, are we really?" The shrimp soldier lagging behind hesitantly asked. Before he could finish, the leading general interrupted him. "When soldiers come, they shall be met. When water arrives, it shall be contained." The dragon nest was vast, shrouded in an abundance of resources. The location occupied by Chen and Wu was merely the outskirts of the dragon nest. Thus, the only threat they faced was from the aquatic beasts lurking in the depths of the marsh. These aquatic beasts were driven solely by instinct for slaughter and sustenance, lacking higher intelligence. Therefore, no matter how powerful they were not regarded as part of the aquatic race that on their way to the garrison. Wu briefly introduced Chen due to the local situation a millennium ago. This area was designated by the ancestral dragon as the garrison for the 18th prince, Shu. Since then, every 1,000 years, Shu would dispatch a general to guard against the aquatic beasts. Each general sent was above the great Luo golden immortal realm. Even if a general were to perish at the hands of the aquatic beasts, Shu would send a new general within 5 years. In the lavishly indulgent dragon clan, Shu, who diligently governed his fief, stood out as a rare anomaly. Thus, the ancestral dragon entrusted one of the entrances to the dragon nest to Shu's management. While dozens of princes of the ancestral dragon were assigned vast fiefs, these princes either traveled the world or indulged in pleasures within the dragon palace, with none willing to personally govern their territories. Even Shu was no exception. However, it had been 10 years since the guarding General Zhong Su fell in battle, and Shu had yet to send a new commander that a millennium had passed. And one could only wonder whether the 18th brother still remained. Wu's expression grew somber as he spoke. Currently, the ancestral dragon remained under the confinement of the DE, and several of the ancestral dragon's princes had fallen to the hands of the DE. Had it not been for the ancestral dragon's mother secretly sending Wu to the primeval world, he too might have fallen victim to the DE's treachery. After a millennium, it was likely that few princes remained in the dragon palace. At this point, Chen felt a surge of curiosity. The ancestral dragon sought an alliance with Luo, who to establish the dragon clan as the sovereign of the primeval world. Yet many dragons, including those of royal lineage, were averse to instigating conflict, thus providing an opportunity for the DE to rebel. A young prince of the dragon clan. How did Wu perceive this matter? Upon hearing Chen Du's inquiry, Wu's face revealed a hint of confusion. This prince is also at a loss. I have only recently hatched, barely a millennium old, still an immature little dragon. However, I ponder, there exists no animosity between us and the Phoenix clan, and our rivalry with the Qilin has endured for millions of years. I do not understand why my father suddenly severed ties with the Phoenix clan. Chen let out a sigh. Such was the nature of the primeval world. Even as Wu stood as a prince of the dragon clan, he was powerless to alter the prevailing circumstances. Report: aquatic beasts are attacking. The two individuals had scarcely settled when a cacophony erupted from outside the door. Wu immediately sprang to his feet, raising his hand to summon a magnificent sword. This blade, known as the Dragon Bone Sword, was a superior innate treasure. When the ancestor dragon and the dragon mother sent Wu forth, each had extracted a segment of their spine to forge this sword, intended to safeguard Wu. Armed with this treasure, Wu, despite being merely at the level of a Tai golden immortal, was capable of engaging in a tit-for-tat exchange with a great Luo golden immortal. The moment the sword was unsheathed, an overwhelming aura of slaughter filled the entire chamber. Chengdu instinctively stepped aside to avoid its edge. Yet in the next instant, Ao Wu charged out with the dragon bone sword in hand. What a reckless fool! This sword was imbued with the essence of the ancestor dragon, and by brandishing it, Ao Wu was essentially proclaiming to the world, "I am the prince of the dragon clan." Had their initial masquerade been for naught? Consequently, Chengdu hastened to pursue him, but it was too late. Ao Wu had already decapitated the sea beast with a single stroke of the sword. The colossal octopus flailed its tentacles, its limp head writhing on the ground, spewing forth a thick, dark ink that shot up to a height of over 100 meters. Enveloping the surroundings in a layer of foul, viscous slime, ugh! Ao Wu sheathed the dragonbone sword, gazing triumphantly at the shrimp soldiers. Just a mere sea beast. Witness how this dragon punishes them. With a clamor, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals expressed their astonishment, clapping their claws in congratulation. This flattery swelled Ao Wu's pride even further. Raising the dragonbone sword, he declared, "With this dragon present, let any sea beast dare to act recklessly." Observing Ao Wu surrounded by the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Chengdu's expression darkened. They had fallen into a trap. The sea beast that had ambushed them possessed only the peak strength of a Tai golden immortal. Could it be that none among the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were capable of confronting it? "Brother Dragon, I have a matter to consult," Chengdu called out, summoning Ao Wu back. Ao Wu, wishing to bask a moment longer in the adulation of the shrimp soldiers, turned to see a chaos pearl floating beside Chengdu. In the next moment, Ao Wu retracted the dragon-bone sword and flew to Chengdu's side, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. "What guidance do you have, senior?" Ao Wu inquired with a humble demeanor. "We have been exposed. There is likely an ambush here." With a flicker of his consciousness, Chengdu sensed countless presences of the sea tribe approaching. Among them several formidable experts of the great Luo golden immortal level. How could this be? Ao Wu's face turned pale with alarm. This place has likely been secretly controlled by the rebel forces. They must have suspected our identities long before we arrived. Chengdu stated tersely, then clapped his hands. "Xiaoyan!" In the next instant, a white cloud materialized out of thin air, elongating until it reached a length of 100 meters. "Spirit stones," Chengdu gestured, and Ao Wu produced a chest of spirit stones, all of exceptional quality, brimming with spiritual energy. Bang! Chengdu's hands moved with incredible speed, swiftly embedding 108 spirit stones into Xiaoyan. Initiating the highest defensive mode. "Brace yourself, master. Xiaoyan is about to take flight," Xiaoyan announced, and with a whoosh, it shot out of the dwelling. "Senior, how did you know?" The sudden turn of events left Ao Wu bewildered as to why Chengdu mentioned an ambush. But upon glancing down, he saw hundreds, if not thousands, of sea tribe members pouring forth from the ocean, including an array of bizarre sea beasts. The sea tribe had indeed allied with the sea beasts. Ao Wu's complexion turned ashen. In the water, on the ground, in the air, hundreds of thousands of attacks surged toward Xiaoyan. The formation operated at full capacity. A solid defensive array manifested around Xiaoyan, and the countless assaults crashing against the formation barely stirred a ripple. The highest-level defensive system has been activated, and the autopilot system is online. As Xiaoyan announced, it sped rapidly westward. The sound of rushing air filled the surroundings, moving so swiftly that even the great Luo golden immortals could not catch up. Watching the white cloud trailing 4 streams of exhaust, both the rebels and the sea beast stood dumbfounded. Bang! Chapter 23 come. Let the show begin. Time to showcase for the esteemed client after reaching a safe distance. Chengdu did not withdraw, but instead requested another chest of spirit stones from Ao Wu. Initiate the strongest attack system. Chengdu slapped Xiaoyan. In the next instant, a row of ominous cannon barrels extended from the cotton candy-like clouds. Boom, boom, boom. Countless pure spirit energy cannons erupted forth. Wherever the spirit energy cannon struck, nothing remained but scorched remnants, leaving behind a tantalizing array of fresh seafood. After a round of attacks, Chengdu found his spiritual energy diminished by 20%, as Xiaoyan still required human operation for both offense and defense. Yet this seamless display left Ao Wu and the surviving rebels in sheer awe. Mother, Come quick and behold this divine being. This treasure is simply extraordinary. Not only can it attack and defend, but it also consumes spiritual energy at merely 1% of what ordinary treasures would. For other chi practitioners, the damage dealt correlates directly with the spiritual energy consumed. How could such a marvel exist? With Xiaoyun's departure, a peculiar legend began to circulate throughout half of the dragon nest. Have you heard? The treasures of the primordial chi practitioners are astonishing. This item's origins are unknown, but its power is truly divine. If it falls into the hands of Mother, I too desire one. Give me a great smack. Various discussions buzzed, but at that moment, Chengdu and Ao had already traveled 1,000 miles beyond the dragon nest into the wilderness. Ugh! The first time speeding, Ao rolled and retched all over the ground. Chengdu also felt slightly unwell. It seemed Xiaoyun's shock absorbers and braking system required some optimization. Senior! Ao suddenly lunged beside Chengdu. Xiaoyun, provide me with another 10,000 sets. This is a deposit. Ah! This Chengdu bit his teeth, nearly bursting into laughter. The two swiftly signed yet another contract, each wary of the other's potential change of heart. After swearing an oath, Ao finally found the moment to ask, Senior, how did you discern there was an issue? From Chengdu's perspective, that place was rife with anomalies. Firstly, there were those few shrimp soldiers and crab generals. That location served as the entrance to the dragon nest. Even if there were disruptions by sea beasts, it was inconceivable that only a handful of shrimp and crabs were stationed for defense. To take a hypothetical step back, even if all the guards were to perish in battle, how could it remain so eerily tranquil under the threat of sea beasts? Thus, shortly after entering the checkpoint, Chengdu was convinced that there had to be powerful experts lying in ambush. Secondly, there was the sea beast that attempted the ambush. Although its strength was low, not a single guard present could withstand it, only to be slain by Ao's intervention. All these irregularities indicated that the sea beast was merely bait deployed by the enemy to test their strengths. But who could have anticipated? That reckless fool Ao. Charging forth with the dragon bone sword, he not only revealed his own power, but also their identities. These conjectures whirled through Chengdu's mind that I am a primordial divine beast, able to discern the hearts of others. Naturally, I could see through their schemes. Ultimately, Chengdu resolved on a disguise and cultivate a mystique around Ao, portraying him as a mysterious sage. Ao suddenly understood. With their recent probe, the situation within the dragon nest began to unfold before him. The Imperial had seized full control of the dragon nest. Even the outer entrances lay firmly within their grasp. What was most alarming was that the Imperial had even colluded with the sea beasts, whether it be the civil strife within the Dragon Clan or the severance of ties with the Phoenix Clan. These were matters internal to the Dragon Clan. However, conspiring with the sea beasts represented an entirely different level of treachery. The Prince of the Dragon Palace. Wu could not stand idly by as such events transpired. But what do you plan to do? I do not know. Wu candidly replied. Perhaps feeling this was too dismissive, Wu elaborated. This prince intends to seek out a few of my royal brothers who are currently traversing the primordial realm. The moment those words left his lips, it signified that the two would part ways. Wu, who had endured several rounds of roasting from Chengdu, felt a twinge of reluctance. I want 5 sets of Xiaoyun first. This item not only serves to attack and defend, but can also facilitate escape. Having it by my side would significantly enhance my odds of survival. This time, Chengdu readily provided 5 sets. Considering them as trial versions, the remaining 10,001 sets will be delivered gradually over the next millennium. This is a gift. Chengdu presented Ao with a jade pendant. This was a new product Chengdu had developed in his spare time. As long as the two remained within 10,000 miles of each other, they could use it to communicate. Understood. Ao carefully secured the jade pendant. The two parted ways, but not before Ao not only provided detailed directions to the phoenix nest, but also gathered information regarding the phoenix egg. Based on the markings on the eggshell, it seemed evident that Yinner belonged to the royal lineage of the phoenix, and her status was quite significant. Now that a target had been established, the next steps became clearer. Chengdu activated the autopilot system and set a specific route for Xiaoyun. The distance to the Phoenix Nest was an astonishing 10,000 miles, and the journey alone would take at least several decades. It appeared that the techniques of space contraction and the golden light escape could now be pursued. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chen began to refine his own supernatural abilities amidst the clouds. However, he was taken aback to discover that mastering the art of space contraction was far more challenging than he had anticipated. In Chen view, the concept of space contraction involved using magical power to compress space as if it were a rope. Yet, this fundamental logic of the spatial pathway, while applicable to the realm of the dimensional space, proved ineffective for the technique of space contraction. Clearly, something was amiss at that moment. Chen unknowingly reverted to his past programming mindset. The myriad of pathways was intricate and profound. It seemed that his previous experiences could not be entirely relied upon here. With a sigh, he formed a hand gesture, and in the next moment he transformed into a streak of light. Diving into the clouds, as golden light flickered, Chen gasped for breath, regaining his form. Having expended 30% of his spiritual energy, he had only managed to move 3 meters. That was hardly better than teleportation. After another decade, Chen movement had increased to an impressive 5 meters. He could now traverse from the middle section of Shaoyun to the front. Master is amazing. Shaoyun applauds you. The exceptionally intelligent Shaoyun playfully jabbed at Chen temporarily disabled the voice system. Chen flustered and irritated, simultaneously contemplated a possibility. The technique of space contraction first emerged during the Hongjun era, taught by the Primordial Supreme to the 12 Golden Immortals. During that time, the 7 saints had been established, and the pathways were solidified. Perhaps it was this very difference that rendered Chen incapable of wielding the art of space contraction today. After all, among the 12 Golden Immortals, there were not only the destined fortunate like Yun Changzi, but also the foolish Huanglong Junren. Surely, if Huanglong could master the art of space contraction, Chen should not struggle either. He was resolute in refusing to acknowledge any shortcomings in his theoretical knowledge. Chapter 24, are you there? 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. The journey was already halfway over. Yet Chen found himself feeling somewhat bored. Just as he contemplated a change of scenery, the jade pendant in the dimensional space suddenly illuminated with a flash. Are you there? Chen fell silent. In a daze, he was transported back to the harrowing moment in his previous life when he was pressed for design drafts by clients. Speaking of which, who taught Wu to use the communication jade pendant like a messaging app? Just say what you need. Delete. I'm here, darling. 100 sets of Shaoyun systems have been prepared and are ready for packaging. Please send me the delivery location, darling. Chen pondered for a moment and replied to Wu. Moments later, the jade pendant flashed again. Right beneath you. Chen Was Wu really following him all this time? He looked down and, sure enough, spotted Wu and a pink dragon desperately chasing below the cloud layer. Upon noticing Shaoyun had halted, Wu breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Since their last separation, Wu had embarked on a quest to find his kin. However, the vastness of the wilderness was overwhelming. It took him a full 20 years to encounter the first dragon clan. Or rather, half of one. This dragon was quite unique, as its father was Wu's brother, Qin, yet its mother was a phoenix. In the wilderness, there was no reproductive isolation, but whether dragon, phoenix, or Qilin, they all held an air of pride, never intermarrying with other races, except for the dragon clan. When Wu first discovered this little dragon, he thought his brother Qin had bullied a phoenix, but upon inquiry, he learned that the dragon and phoenix were actually in love. And Qin had moved into the phoenix clan 1,000 years prior, becoming a son-in-law. This revelation excited Wu immensely. It is well known that the best way for 2 factions to ally is through marriage. With the dragon prince marrying into the phoenix clan, was a peaceful future for both races not within reach. During these 20 years, Wu had also contemplated the future of the dragon clan. After Pangu opened the heavens, the 3 clans became the rulers of the wilderness. Although there were occasional frictions between the clans, it never escalated to the point of irreconcilable conflict. That a peaceful and stable wilderness was the world all beings yearned for. As one of the rulers, the dragon clan had a responsibility to uphold this duty. Thus, Wu resolved to defy his father. If he could locate his brother-in-law and rally the Phoenix clan, negotiating with Emperor Yi and persuading his father to relent. Then everything would be resolved. As for Ao Wu, he might even become an ambassador of peace between dragons and phoenixes. With these noble ideals in mind, Ao Wu followed the little dragon toward the Phoenix clan, only to come across Xiaoyan soaring through the skies. What a fortuitous encounter! Ao Wu immediately contacted Chen after 20 years apart. The man and dragon reunited aboard Xiaoyan. Senior, Ao Wu climbed aboard, extending his hand while gazing eagerly at Chen Du. Chen Du rubbed his forehead and waved, producing a dimensional ring containing 100 sets of Xiaoyan systems. After receiving the goods, Ao Wu also provided Chen Du with a ring, containing not only the agreed-upon remaining payment, but also an additional 20%. After all, having these items around was cumbersome for him. Once the transaction was complete, the two finally turned to serious matters. Upon hearing Ao Wu's objective, Chen Du's initial reaction was skepticism. It is important to note that the animosity between dragons and phoenixes did not stem from the ancestral dragon, but rather from Rahu. With Rahu sowing discord, even if the ancestral dragon wished to avoid conflict, Rahu would find a way to provoke it. However, Chen Du did not hastily share this conclusion with Ao Wu. Instead, he glanced back at the pink dragon, curled up in a corner, trembling. This dragon appeared to be fully grown, and in terms of age, perhaps even older than Ao Wu. Its pale pink scales were interspersed with avian feathers, giving it an odd appearance. Moreover, unlike Ao Wu, this little dragon bore no dragon horns but rather a crown resembling that of the Phoenix clan. Sensing Chen Du's gaze, the little pink dragon shrank even further, as if wishing to tie itself in a knot. It seemed to suffer from social anxiety. Chen Du kindly refrained from looking in that direction. Meanwhile, Ao Wu continued to chatter incessantly. As a hybrid of dragon and phoenix, the little dragon was not particularly welcomed in the phoenix nest. However, since its mother was a phoenix princess and its father a dragon prince, the little dragon had only been expelled from the phoenix nest under the pretext of training once it reached adulthood. Due to the phoenix clan's regulations, the little dragon's parents were also unable to take her back. Senior, you have no idea how unbearable those phoenixes are, Ao Wu grumbled. All right, little uncle, no need to say more. The little pink dragon gently tugged at Ao Wu's sleeve, and in the next moment, transformed into a girl clad in pink, appearing to be in her 20s to the girl. Chen Du was taken aback to this was actually a young lady, which explained her shyness. Upon noticing Chen Du's gaze, the little pink dragon shyly smiled and introduced herself. Every dragon clan bears the surname Ao, but the Phoenix clan generally lacks surnames, possessing only given names. I am called Xiangfei. After introducing herself, Xiangfei scuttled away, retreating in her shell once more. Ao Wu, witnessing this scene, rushed forward. As the first elder to meet his little niece, Ao Wu felt an overwhelming sense of duty. His mission was to help his little niece integrate into the dragon clan and cultivate the noble qualities of a dragon. Their clan embraced all beings, unlike those exclusionary phoenixes. How could someone so timid ever embody the essence of a dragon? Chen Du paid little mind to their conversation, occasionally casting a glance at Xiangfei. That it was truly fascinating to see how a hybrid of dragon and phoenix appeared, perhaps due to her prior experiences. The introverted Xiangfei managed to engage in conversation with Ao Wu. As the two chatted animatedly, Chen Du found the atmosphere considerably less dull. A decade flew by in an instant. The phoenix nest loomed ahead. Unlike the dragon nest, phoenixes typically resided high above the forests. Towering phoenix trees stretched skyward, and occasionally one could glimpse magnificent phoenixes soaring through the treetops, their long tails trailing behind them. It was truly breathtaking. The voice of Xiangfei drifted from behind, imbued with an unmistakable tone of envy. Chen Du found himself quite understanding of Xiangfei's sentiments. Regardless of whether they were humans or other beings, there exists a sense of belonging among one's own kind. Even Chen Du, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, identified himself among the ranks of Qi practitioners. Yet, Xiangfei was different. Born of the Feng clan, she had grown to resemble a dragon, believing herself to be a phoenix while being rejected by her kind. Even driven away in secret, Ao Wu, upon hearing her exclamation, rushed over, thumping his chest as he assured Xiangfei, "Once I achieve my grand ambitions, I shall take you back to the dragon nest." "Very well." Xiangfei replied with a shy smile, while Chen Du recalled his purpose for coming to the phoenix nest, to locate Yinner's kin. Chapter 25. Entering the phoenix nest. Ao Wu had previously mentioned that Yinner was also of royal lineage within the Feng clan. Thus Xiang Fei, being of the same noble blood, might possess knowledge of Yinner's identity, or perhaps even know her personally. Princess Xiang Fei, I beseech you for a favor. Chen Du presented the phoenix egg, allowing Xiang Fei to observe the intricate patterns upon its surface. Is this Yinner? Xiang Fei's face transformed with astonishment, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yinner is my cousin. At that moment, Chen Du felt a weight lift from his heart. His greatest concern had been whether Yinner's parents still lived. If her kin were no longer present, he would have to rely on other phoenixes to incubate the egg. Without the nurturing of blood relatives, Yinner would endure a prolonged period of fragility after hatching, lasting for a millennium. With the impending calamity of the Dragonhan era, Chen Du owed her a life. Yinner must survive. However, upon hearing Chen Du's thoughts, Xiang Fei's expression grew troubled. It turned out that Yinner's mother was the biological daughter of the Yuan Feng. Currently, Yuan Feng had ceased managing clan affairs, retreating to the forbidden grounds for long-term cultivation. Thus, Yinner's parents had become the leaders of the Feng clan, and with numerous offspring, it would be no simple task for them to spare a century to incubate the egg. Furthermore, Yinner had fallen into the wilderness due to an inadvertent trespass into the forbidden grounds of the Feng clan, suffering not only a loss of her cultivation, but also regressing to a childlike state of mind. Prior to this incident, Yinner had been groomed by her parents as a successor, but following her misfortune, the other phoenix sons and daughters banded together to ostracize her, ultimately leading to her wandering in the wilderness. I once traveled alongside Yinner for a time. After recounting Yinner's background, Xiang Fei returned the phoenix egg to Chen Du. It appeared that Yinner's origins were quite significant. Yet, was the forbidden ground not the place where Yuan Feng cultivated? How had Yinner ended up there, suffering both a loss of power and mental faculties? It seemed that both the dragon and phoenix clans harbored secrets of their OW. The discussion concluded. The phoenix nest loomed ahead. The two phoenix guards sensed the presence of newcomers and swiftly halted Xiaoyun. Who goes there? One guard extended his hand, aiming his feathered arrow at the trio. We are here at the behest of Princess Xiang Fei, returning from her training. I kindly ask you to notify the two of us. Xiang Fei stepped forward, announcing her identity. Yet to their surprise, the guards refused to grant passage. I perceive you to be of the Dragon Clan. Why do you come to our phoenix nest? The guards wore malicious smiles, feigning ignorance. The hint of embarrassment colored Xiang Fei's face as she turned to seek assistance from Chen Du and Ao Wu. Receiving his niece's glance, Ao Wu immediately stepped forward. Dragonbone sword, I shall strike you down. I am a chi practitioner from the wilderness, here to seek an audience with Leader Qing. Chen Du spoke while forcefully pinching Ao Wu, who seemed eager for conflict. In these tense times, with tensions escalating between the Dragon and Phoenix clans, was Ao Wu truly eager for a confrontation? You fool, chi practitioners do not simply waltz in to see our leader. The guard's retort echoed, refusing to relent, even raising his hand to dismiss the three. Chen Du reached for the phoenix egg, intending to clarify their true purpose, but after much deliberation, he opted for a different approach. I am merely a humble arms dealer from the wilderness, having heard that the Feng clan seeks to wage war against the Dragon clan. I have come to offer treasures for sale. The guard looked at Chen Du with suspicion. What does arms dealer mean? It refers to a trader. That is of little importance. Chen Du quickly brushed aside the topic, turning to showcase Xiaoyun. The naive beings of the wilderness soon prostrated themselves before the marvels of blue star technology. Are you saying that with this artifact, a golden immortal could wield the power of a Tai golden immortal? Chen Du nodded, asserting that with sufficient materials, he could create Xiaoyun for the Deluo golden immortals. The consumption of spiritual energy was a mere 20% of the norm. It could be mass-produced. At the last, the guard let out a cry resembling that of a bird. Ka! Brothers, come quickly to see the celestial being. With this call, a flurry of birds descended from the surrounding phoenix trees. Whether white cranes or majestic eagles, they gazed eagerly at Chen Du. Only then did Chen Du realize the profound impact his creation, Xiaoyun, would have on the wilderness. Predecessor, Chen Du continued to introduce Xiaoyun to the Feng clan. But Ao Wu could no longer contain himself. This is meant to be sold to our dragon clan. How can you? We must prioritize entering the phoenix nest. Chengdu discreetly communicated to Ao Wu. Under Chengdu's soothing influence, Ao Wu understood that their primary objective was to gain entry into the phoenix nest. As for Xiao Yun, Ao Wu ground his teeth. Such a formidable weapon must not fall into the hands of the Feng clan. Though he had long desired peace between the dragon and phoenix clans, reality forced him to acknowledge that war between them might be inevitable if Chengdu truly sold Xiao Yun to the Feng clan. Then, at this moment, Ao Wu was suddenly struck with alarm. For Chengdu, who was conversing amiably with the Feng guards, turned to glance at him. Gulp. Ao Wu swallowed hard, averting his gaze from Chengdu. Chengdu was well aware of Ao Wu's thoughts. An artifact of such epic-making significance, regardless of which clan possessed it, would significantly enhance the combat abilities of the lower ranks. Ao Wu's desire to prevent the Feng clan from obtaining Xiao Yun was entirely reasonable. 3 days later, the enchanting Xiao Yun secured the trio an opportunity to enter the phoenix nest. To express gratitude for Xiang Fei's assistance, Chengdu voluntarily informed the guards that it was Xiang Fei who guided him to the phoenix nest. With this connection, Xiang Fei's standing within the phoenix nest would rise, ensuring she would no longer be marginalized as before. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Once in the absence of outsiders, Xiang Fei performed a respectful bow towards Chengdu. Adhering to the customs of the wilderness, however, before Chengdu could reciprocate, he was interrupted by Ao Wu. I will not allow it. You must not sell Xiao Yun to them. As Ao Wu began to throw a tantrum, Xiang Fei wisely excused herself from the scene. Though her little uncle was a seasoned troublemaker, this Taoist was clearly of higher cultivation. On their journey to the phoenix nest, she had witnessed Chengdu deftly handle Ao Wu on multiple occasions. Silence. Chengdu spoke coldly, summoning the Chaos Pearl. Yet this artifact, which was lethal in Ao Wu's eyes, seemed to have lost its effect. I won't listen. I won't listen. I refuse to hear the turtle recite scriptures. Ao Wu dramatically sprawled on the ground, beginning to roll about. Although he could not match Chengdu in strength, as the prince of the Dragon Clan, he could not passively watch the Feng clan utilize Xiao Yun against them. What of the Chaos Pearl? You can roast me into spicy strips for all I care. As long as I, Ao Wu, am here, you shall never sell Xiao Yun. Ao Wu dared not confront Chengdu directly, resorting instead to traditional antics, throwing a fit. Watching Ao Wu roll about on the ground, Chengdu felt a mix of emotions. Ao Wu truly embodied the essence of a dragon prince. Although in certain aspects he was quite hard to describe, when it came to matters of principle, Ao Wu lacked no conviction. Chapter 26. Into calamity or out into the world, my esteemed guests. Please rest here for a moment. Ao Wu, who had been rolling about, sprang to his feet upon hearing voices outside, brushing the dirt from his clothes and regaining the demeanor of a dragon prince. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a fiery phoenix adorned with a golden crown, who entered with an urgent gaze fixed upon Chengdu. I am He Shu, the Feng clan as General of Feathers. It is an honor to meet this arms dealer. The Feng clan had long ceased their travels in the wilderness, and He Shu mistakenly believed that the term arms dealer was akin to the realm of the Luo golden immortals, a level of Tao attainment. Having never heard such a name before, he thought it might be even more formidable than a Luo golden immortal. He Shu looked at Chengdu with admiration. Thus, Chengdu spent half an hour explaining the concept of an arms dealer to He Shu. Are you implying that you wish to trade Xiao Yun with Leader Qing? Chengdu did not reveal his true intentions. Yinner's identity was of critical importance, and he would not utter a word until he understood the circumstances of the Feng clan and met Leader Qing. Indeed, I can sell Xiao Yun to the Feng clan, but this transaction shall only be discussed with your esteemed leader. Qing. Chen's face bore a hint of hesitation. The leader, Qing, has secluded himself for a millennium. Might I inquire what it is you desire? As the Grand General of Feiyu, I can certainly intercede on your behalf to alleviate your concerns with Leader Qing. Although the leader is in seclusion, it is fortunate that it is not a deathly confinement. After a moment's contemplation, He Chan responded, As for my matters, I fear only Leader Qing can make a judgment that I would trouble Grand General Fu to inform Leader Qing that the matter pertains to the dragon and phoenix. Upon hearing this, Chen understood he had heard tales of the terrifying power possessed by Xiaoyun from his kin. Such divine objects are not born, but rather forged by this mysterious Qi practitioner into postnatal treasures. Moreover, as the practitioner himself claimed, Xiaoyun could even be mass-produced. If this Qi practitioner intends to offer Xiaoyun to the Feng clan, it is likely that I cannot make such decisions alone, that I in 3 days. I shall introduce you to Leader Qing. After finishing his words, Fu kindly guided Chen and his companions to a magnificent wutong tree. Towering into the clouds, each leaf was as large as a person. The intricately carved structures were situated high above, guarded by sentinels outside and attended to by maidservants within. This was the residence for welcoming foreign dignitaries of the Feng clan, where arrays of magical formations were laid out. On the surface, they appeared to be for the protection of guests, yet in reality, they were also equipped with surveillance and listening formations. It seemed the Feng clan remained vigilant towards Chen. Although he had been granted entry, they still harbored suspicions behind the scenes. However, in light of Chen's profound understanding of magical formations, he could discern the secrets of these arrays at a glance. Rivaling even the most skilled practitioners of the primordial wilderness, with no one around, Chen moved swiftly. In a flash, he seized Ao Wu's dragon snout. He then summoned Xiaoyun, hoisting Ao Wu onto its back and activating the defensive formation. Let the chaos commence. Chen settled onto a cushion, cross-legged, one hand forming seals while the other rested thoughtfully on his chin, observing Ao Wu rolling about on the ground. Strangely enough, despite Chen's calm demeanor, Ao Wu found it difficult to continue his antics. Thus, he sheepishly approached Chen's side and found another cushion to sit upon. He could not allow his dignity to falter as the prince of the Dragon Clan. He was no mere spoiled child. Senior, I apologize for my earlier transgressions. This young one was not entirely foolish, although he was less than 10,000 years old, having emerged from the Dragon Palace. He could not be compared to a pure lotus untouched by mud. Deep down, Ao Wu was aware that the current situation in the Dragon Palace was dire. The fate of the ancestral dragon was uncertain, and the rebellion of the Emperor while appearing peaceful, was, in actuality, a conspiracy in collusion with sea beasts. The trajectory of events was beyond his comprehension. However, the precarious state of the Dragon Palace now hinged upon this young dragon. Even if the senior were to slay Ao Wu on the spot, the young dragon would not stand idly by as the Feng clan wielded Xiaoyun against his kin. After speaking, Ao Wu closed his eyes, anxiously awaiting Chen's response. The trapped beast. The dragon, phoenix, and Shilin clans have governed the primordial wilderness for eons, yet it still amounts to mere struggles of confined beasts. Even with Ao Wu alone, and even with countless Xiaoyun at his disposal, he could not hope to influence this grand catastrophe, not even in the slightest. After all, the orchestrator of this calamity was neither Ao Wu nor even the ancestral dragon, but that terrifying innate demon god, Luo Hou. Ao Wu was but a pawn in this grand design. According to the historical narrative, the Dragon Clan would suffer grievously during this catastrophe, forced to relinquish most of their dominion over the waters of the primordial wilderness, retreating to the four seas. Meanwhile, the Feng clan would face utter annihilation, with the Yuan Feng perishing, leading to the Phoenix's eventual disappearance from the primordial realm, leaving only 2 remnants, Kong Xian and Depeng. This implied that Yin or two would likely face calamity, perhaps even perishing in this great tribulation. Suddenly, the brilliance of the Chaos Pearls surged. Startled, Ao Wu hesitated, only to realize that Chen had no intention of using the prince as a barbecue. Instead, he withdrew the Chaos Pearl into his body. The Chaos Pearl was a superior innate spiritual treasure, and if Chen devoted himself to refining it, there was a significant opportunity for it to evolve into an innate supreme treasure. Yet to this day, Chen had merely utilized the Chaos Pearl for the prince's roasting, not progressing in its refinement to accept it as his own life treasure, for he, and even the Chaos Pearl, were variables within the primordial wilderness. Variables imply the unknown. However, Chen had always adhered to a principle of cautious development, biding his time until the moment of deification would arrive. Yet, with the emergence of the Chaos Pearl, he had formed connections with the three Pure Ones, Zhao Gongming, and even the obscure Ao Wu and Yin'er within the primordial realm. The mere phrases of primordial wilderness and great tribulation had materialized in Chen's mind as vibrant, living entities. Unbeknownst to him, he had already 1 foot entrenched within the great calamity, should he confront fate or withdraw in time. Holding the script in his grasp, Chen contemplated for nearly a millennium. In the depths of his being, he sensed that the moment for decisive action had arrived. Should he choose to withdraw, he could instantly return to the cloud-like cave, free from the tribulations of the Dragon Han calamity and the war against the demon gods, living as an untainted celestial being, untouched by the world. Conversely, should he choose to act, he held confidence in altering the course of the Dragon Han calamity, yet this would also mean forsaking his past in Blue Star, embracing the identity of a genuine being of the primordial wilderness. Dao, what is your perspective? Chen toyed with the Chaos Pearl in his hand, tossing it casually. Crack, a rumble of thunder echoed through the air. Yet it did not strike Chen. I understand now. With a knowing smile, Chen turned to find Ao Wu sound asleep. Unbeknownst to him, he had pondered for 3 days and nights. Senior Qi practitioner. Leader Qing awaits you in the Phoenix Palace. Shuju's voice called from outside. Chen acknowledged and promptly stowed Xiaoyan away, rousing Ao Wu. This was Xiaoyan 2.0, enhanced with a new flight system. Without waiting for Ao Wu's complaints, Chen swiftly cast a spell of spiritual light, which Ao Wu eagerly accepted, a joyful smile breaking across his face. Although he could not prevent Chen from engaging in dealings with the Feng clan. In warfare, it was not only strength that mattered, but also equipment. With Xiaoyan 2.0 in hand, Ao Wu immediately discarded the previous version from his thoughts. Chapter 27. An emergence at that moment. Shuju was intently sensing the conditions within his residence. Inside lay the array he had set, allowing him a hazy glimpse into the internal happenings. The arrival of this Qi practitioner was indeed peculiar, and the youth by his side carried a faint aura reminiscent of the Dragon Clan. During this sensitive period, he had to remain on high alert. However, not long after the two entered the room, the Qi practitioner seemed to sense something amiss, and they quickly vanished into the clouds. This cloud was, in itself, quite extraordinary. He had become the Feiyu Grand General of the Feng clan through an innate talent for stealth. Yet, even with his abilities, he could not perceive the interior of that cloud. It must be noted that even a Deluo Jinxian could not escape his gaze upon entering this room. I refuse to believe it. The personality of the red-crowned crane was notoriously stubborn. 3 days passed. During the subsequent 3 days, Shuju did nothing but focus intently on refining his abilities, fixating his gaze upon the room where Chen and Ao Wu resided. Just as he held his breath in concentration, crack, a rumble of thunder split the sky. Startled, Shuju leaped. In the next instant, blood tears welled in his eyes. It turned out that his concentration had been too intense, and the sudden thunder had frightened him, leading to a collapse of his abilities and a backlash upon himself. The 3 days had come to an end. As Chen stepped outside, he beheld Shuju with one eye tightly shut. Reminiscent of a certain anime character, Kakashi, General Shuju, what has happened? I went hunting with the falcon yesterday and accidentally got pecked in the eye. Under Shuju's guidance, Chen proceeded smoothly, soon arriving at the Phoenix Palace. The Feng clan favored nature, and the dwelling of their leader, known as the Phoenix Palace, was essentially a large wutong tree, home to an even larger bird's nest. The nest soared over 1,000 feet high, and even so, its vastness was astounding. However, this height posed no challenge for Chen. It was merely a matter for Xiaoyan. Initiating ascent system. Please secure yourself. Master, Xiaoyan is about to take off. The delicate voice startled Shuju. After Chen's explanation, Shuju realized this contraption was called an automatic navigation system. Neither a living being nor a treasure, this entity could not only speak, but also engage in combat. Truly a marvel. The one who crafted such a spirit was undoubtedly a formidable being, that Shuju dared not engage Chen further, fearing the exposure of his previous prying, and quietly led Chen to the Phoenix Palace. Please wait here for a moment. Leader Qing will arrive shortly. Shuju gestured to a corner, where a tall straw hut sprung up. truly, as expected of a great clan of the primordial wilderness. Their ways were remarkably unconventional. After waiting for the duration of a tea's brewing, a sudden tremor shook the bird's nest. Chengdu stepped outside his door, only to find before him an extraordinarily massive five-colored phoenix, whose toes dwarfed his own human form. You are this echo. The quality is simply exquisite. Chengdu secretly gave a thumbs up, noting it was far more resounding than the voices of Zhunti and Jiayin. Whoosh! Perhaps feeling it inconvenient to converse with someone as diminutive as an ant, the divine phoenix abruptly shrank in size, ultimately transforming into a towering bird of human height. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please take a seat. Chengdu, unreserved, settled cross-legged amidst the bird's nest of thatched grass. This magnificent five-colored phoenix was none other than the biological daughter of Yuan Feng and the current leader of the phoenix tribe. Qing was already aware of Chengdu's intentions, yet upon experiencing the formidable power of Xiao Yun, she was still profoundly moved. For Qing, who had long attained the path of quasi-saint, Xiao Yun's existence could be deemed superfluous. However, for the phoenix nest, home to over 1 million mediocre phoenixes, this entity was an exceptional life-preserving treasure in times of war. If each phoenix could be assigned to Xiao Yun, then when the dragon and phoenix clash erupted, the survival capacity of the phoenix tribe could potentially increase by at least 30%. That if, as you claim, this item can be mass-produced, it might rival a congenital treasure. After a moment of contemplation, Qing presented her terms of exchange that in essence, 10,000 Xiao Yun could be traded for a low-grade congenital treasure. In comparison, the conditions offered by Qing were exceedingly generous. However, this humble Taoist did not come seeking treasures. Oh, such a generous offer. And the other party actually declines. Qing, half closing her eyes, cast a glance at the Qi cultivator opposite her. The moment was ripe. Chengdu decisively produced a phoenix egg, radiating with golden light, which seemed to sense the aura of the phoenix nest, gently stirring in his palm. This, Qing abruptly stood, transforming from her original form into a human, reverently cradling the phoenix egg. After a millennium apart, my child has encountered great adversity, and yet has been reborn here, in her human form. Qing appeared to be in her 30s, exuding a mature charm that moment. Her face bore traces of tears as she held the phoenix egg. Solemnly bowing to Chengdu, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for returning my child to the phoenix nest." As she spoke, Qing produced a jade rui and unceremoniously pressed it into Chengdu's hands. Chengdu felt somewhat awkward. It should be noted that Yin Er had undergone her rebirth to shield him from a thunder calamity, and if one were to account for it, he still owed Yin Er a life. Thus, Chengdu declined the gratitude offered by Qing, recounting the history between himself and Yin So that is the case. Qing wiped her eyes and resumed her earlier queenly demeanor. I perceive that you and my daughter share a profound karmic bond. Why not? Once Yin Er hatches, have her recognize me as her elder brother. Chengdu hastily interrupted Qing's words. Such a romantic pairing should not be trifled with. Yin Er's status was anything but ordinary. She was a third-generation royal of the phoenix nest, and should he agree to this, he certainly did not wish to become a son-in-law. Moreover, given the current plight of the phoenix tribe, Chengdu had already resolved to join the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness in facing the tribulation. However, he did not wish to be bound to either the dragon or phoenix factions. Qing, her face radiating maternal affection, was momentarily struck silent by Chengdu's declaration, "You harbor disdain for my phoenix tribe?" How amusing to have such a heavy accusation hurled at him. The atmosphere in the phoenix palace became quite awkward. Seeing that Chengdu was unwilling to respond, Qing retracted Yin Er's egg and, after a long pause, resumed discussing the procurement of Xiao Yun. "I've heard that you, esteemed one, are the direct descendant of Yuan Feng and the leader of the phoenix nest, a figure of great status." Burdened with countless responsibilities, Chengdu raised his hand and produced 100 Xiao Yun systems. "Thus, I do not seek any treasures. I only hope to exchange these mundane items for 100 years of your time to personally hatch Yin Er." The nurturing of the mother bird was precisely what Yin Er required at this moment. Time was of the essence. Upon hearing Chengdu's request, Qing's expression shifted from eternal warmth to stern seriousness. The aura of a high-ranking phoenix enveloping the entire Phoenix Palace. Chapter 28. This is the primordial wilderness. You wish for me to personally hatch the egg? Qing's gaze became peculiarly intense, unaware of the implications. Chengdu nodded in response to Qing's query. You know the current state of the primordial wilderness? Instead of addressing the previous question, Qing posed one of her own to Chengdu. What does this have to do with the primordial wilderness? After a moment of reflection, Chengdu suddenly understood. With the impending conflict between the dragons and phoenixes, it appeared that Qing, as the leader of the phoenix tribe, was reluctant to dedicate 100 years to hatching an EGG. It seemed that regardless of gender, once one ascended to a position of power, there were certain constraints. Sighing heavily, Chengdu resolved to employ persuasive rhetoric to sway Qing. But just as he articulated his reasoning, he was met with Qing's hearty laughter. Qing chuckled, regarding Chengdu with the affectionate gaze one might reserve for a simpleton. Did Lady Xiang not inform you upon your arrival? The hatching of eggs among our kin is the responsibility of the male birds. Chengdu, this is a matriarchal society. The lack of common knowledge had severely limited my imagination. My sincerest apologies. Chengdu repeatedly expressed his regrets. After all, such a blunder was indeed quite explosive, no matter the context. The matter of hatching the egg was surely beyond the concern of either of us. Qing laughed for a quarter of an hour before finally addressing Chengdu. I shall have Yin Air's father personally hatch the EGG-AS for exchanging this treasure. That is utterly absurd. Though I am the leader of the Phoenix tribe, I would never gamble my daughter's safety as a bargaining chip. A massive weight lifted from Chengdu's shoulders as he exhaled deeply. The two, one human and one phoenix, deliberated for quite some time, ultimately finalizing the specifics of the transaction AS for the chaotic bell, the Luo River diagram, and other congenital treasures offered by Qing. Chengdu rejected them all in favor of a substantial quantity of spiritual fruits and spiritual ores. Such renowned treasures from later generations also signified immense karmic ties. Although Chengdu had resolved to face the tribulation, he did not wish to completely deviate from the storyline. After all, controlling the primordial wilderness was essential for him to navigate freely. Should he take away the chaotic bell, it could lead to unforeseen consequences, akin to a butterfly flapping its wings and inadvertently obliterating Dong Huangtai. During the witness of Ao Wu and He Shu, Chengdu and Qing established a solemn oath of the great Dao in this transaction. The Phoenix tribe exchanged 10,000 boxes of their specialty spiritual materials for 5,000 Xiao Yin navigation systems from Chengdu. Once the trade was concluded, Chengdu departed the Phoenix Palace alongside AOWU. At this point, both were regarded as honored guests of the Phoenix Nest, and Qing even issued a decree that all avian creatures must bow in respect upon encountering Chengdu and Ao Wu. However, Ao Wu was quite resistant to this, even locking himself in his room to avoid interactions with the Phoenix tribe. Elder, I cannot comprehend. Ao Wu despondently slumped onto the mat, gazing at the birds flitting about. During their stay at the Phoenix Nest, Ao Wu found himself reflecting on the actions of the dragon tribe once more. The two tribes had never harbored deep-seated enmity. Why was there an insistence on a fight to the death? Perhaps this was the essence of the primordial wilderness. Chengdu offered a perfunctory response. The instigations of the innate demon gods were a matter of leaking heavenly secrets and could not be casually revealed to Ao Wu. Yet unexpectedly, this seemingly nonsensical statement struck a chord with Ao Wu, illuminating his understanding. Master possesses great wisdom. Little dragon has comprehended. Ao Wu leaped up, deeply bowing to Chengdu. What have you understood? Chengdu, his back turned to Ao Wu, dared not let him see the confusion on his face. As long as you have grasped it, go do what you must. After delivering his cryptic remark, Ao Wu dashed out of the room in a flash. Judging by his direction, he was likely headed to seek out Lady Xiang. Lady Xiang's father was the 11th prince of the Dragon Palace, who had married into the Phoenix tribe a millennium ago. Holding a position of both honor and uniqueness, without a moment's hesitation, Ao Wu plunged into the nest of Lady Xiang. Elder speaks true. The primordial wilderness is indeed the primordial wilderness, if one hesitates. They will only meet with disaster. Thus, this prince shall join forces with brother Ao Yun to inquire how we should proceed next. Upon meeting this brother for the first time, Ao Wu affectionately grasped the other's dragon claw. Brother Ao Yun. Ao Yun appeared somewhat bewildered at that moment. Wu had shed all pretense, revealing the aura of a dragon prince. However, among the descendants of the ancestor dragon, there were countless heirs since departing from home a millennium ago. The dragon palace had welcomed over 100 dragon sons and grandsons. As for the individual before him, he was undoubtedly his brother based on the aura. But why had this fellow come to the phoenix nest instead of remaining in the dragon palace as a little prince? Calm yourself, dear brother, Ao Yun exclaimed, feeling a bit cramped from Ao Wu's enthusiastic grasp, hastily freeing himself in the embrace of this fervent sibling. However, due to the multitude of offspring in the dragon palace, most of the dragon's sons share the same father but have different mothers, resulting in a rather tenuous kinship. Thus, witnessing his younger brother's enthusiastic demeanor, Ao Yun felt a sense of joy. Pray tell, how many siblings do you have? And how did you come to know that I reside in the phoenix nest? Observing Ao Wu regain his composure, Ao Yun finally seized the opportunity to inquire about the other's intentions. This matter is of great significance. I implore you, dear brother, to set up a formation. Allow me to handle it. With a grand gesture, Ao Wu summoned the Shaoyan 2.0 into existence. Ah, what is this? Ao Yun exclaimed. But before he could delve deeper into his questions, Ao Wu, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, recounted all the affairs of the Dragon Palace to Ao Yun. He had heard whispers of the rift between their father and the phoenix nest. Yet the betrayal of the Emperor Yi was news to him. Contemplating this information, Ao Yun furrowed his brow. After all, as a member of the dragon lineage, the relationship between the dragon nest and the phoenix nest was intrinsically linked to him. Since the split between the dragons and phoenixes a millennium ago, his position in the phoenix nest had become rather awkward. Many from the Phoenix clan had suggested to their leader, and even to the Yuan phone, that Ao Yun be expelled from the phoenix nest. Fortunately, his wife, Yuan Heir, had bravely advocated on his behalf, allowing him to remain. How wonderful Yuan Heir is! Lost in thought, Ao Yun reminisced about his beloved wife. Seeing the peculiar smile spreading across Ao Yun's face, Ao Wu was struck with terror. Elder brother, after watching Ao Yun twist and turn in contemplation for half an hour, Ao Wu could no longer contain himself and interrupted the young phoenix bows. Oh, where were we? Ao Yun immediately adopted a serious demeanor, yet Ao Wu's heart was filled with suspicion. This elder brother seemed to be rather unreliable. My wife is the younger sister of the current Phoenix clan leader. Qingde Ao Yun stroked his chin and quickly charted a course for Ao Wu. Yuan Heir had once mentioned to him that the Phoenix Palace intended to launch an assault on the Dragon Clan 100 years hence, and he could assist in buying some time. Speaking thus, Ao Yun's expression grew grave. Time is of the essence now. I can help you stabilize the Phoenix clan, but you must uncover the reasons behind our father's rift with them, as well as the motives of Emperor Yi within this 100-year span. Ensure the task is completed. Chapter 29. The primordial driving school of the collusion with the Sea Tribe suggests that Emperor Yi's ambitions extend far beyond merely seizing the position of the ancestor dragon. Even after years away from the Dragon Clan, Ao Yun's analysis of the dragon folk remained remarkably astute. During the dawn of creation, Emperor Yi had voluntarily stepped down to allow others to take the lead. Even after enduring numerous Yuan meetings, it was unlikely that he would develop a desire for power. Nominally, Emperor Yi and the Ancestor Dragon were siblings. Thus, the offspring of the Ancestor Dragon were expected to refer to him as uncle. Yet both Ao Yun and Ao Wu had harbored a deep-seated aversion toward Emperor Yi since their births, rarely drawing close to him. In hindsight, this may have been an instinctive intuition. It appeared that Emperor Yi harbored grand designs. Through Ao Yun's analysis, Ao Wu finally grasped the crux of the matter. Brother, I understand now. Please take care. Ao Wu once more grasped Ao Yun's dragon claw, gazing deeply into his eyes. When you depart, do consider bringing Xiang Fei along. Ao Yun discreetly shuddered at the thought, but offered his final suggestion, a hybrid of dragon and phoenix. Xiang Fei possessed extraordinary strength, making it difficult for ordinary Nüwa to harm her. Furthermore, given her unique status, the phoenix nest exhibited considerable hostility toward her. Thus, sending her to the Dragon Palace would be prudent. What a brilliant plan! Ao Wu's eyes sparkled with realization, like a gust of wind. He dashed out once more, observing his impetuous younger brother. Ao Yun let out a soft sigh. It remained uncertain whether this headstrong sibling would bring about any change in the current state of affairs. The dragon clan gives birth to 9 sons, each a remarkable being in the primordial realm, as the child of the ancestor dragon and the Chen. Ao Yun possessed an ability that would be beyond the imagination of an ordinary being, the ability to glimpse the path of the great Tao. This divine power meant that Ao Yun had forfeited his chance to attain the great Tao from birth. Restricted to the strength of a golden immortal, Ao Yun found himself in the most awkward position among all dragon sons. Consequently, the Shun mother concealed Ao Yun's heavenly secrets, leading all beings, including the ancestor dragon, to believe that Ao Yun was merely a talentless waste, the void exposure. Ao Yun had promptly embarked on a journey of cultivation in the primordial realm upon reaching adulthood. Long ago, Ao Yun had sensed a terrifying heavenly secret, prompting him to adopt the guise of a son-in-law to seek refuge in the phoenix nest. Yet who could have anticipated that he was destined to face calamity? The heavenly secret could only be partially glimpsed, and even hiding in the phoenix nest could not alter his predetermined fate. It even ensnared his wife and children. Fortuitously, this calamity was not necessarily one that would lead to death. He had already perceived a glimmer of hope through Ao Wu. With great expectations resting upon him, Ao Wu rushed before Chengdu. "Let us go." Ao Wu's face beamed with excitement as he looked at Chengdu. He had received a method to break the stalemate from his brother. All they needed was to invite the elder to join them in exploring the dragon nest, thus resolving the imminent crisis. Chengdu. Ao Wu stamped his foot, overflowing with enthusiasm as he relayed all of Ao Yun's thoughts to Chengdu. Impressive, Chengdu exclaimed in awe. He had naturally contemplated these ideas. However, he had not anticipated that the Dragon Palace's educational methods would yield not only a simpleton like Ao Wu, but also a clever individual like Ao Yun. Though it seemed he might have to decline the kind intentions of the Crown Prince. After much contemplation, Chengdu ultimately rejected Ao Wu's proposal. Yen had already begun her incubation, and he had suggested to Leader Qing that they wait in the phoenix nest for 100 years. After being turned down by Chengdu, Ao Wu's face fell in disappointment, and he even appeared somewhat anxious. Observing Ao Wu's earnest demeanor, Chengdu contemplated for a moment before offering a few words of encouragement. "You are the crown prince of the dragon clan. You cannot rely entirely on external forces." Ao Wu, chastised, hung his head low and nodded gloomily. "However, if you find yourself in need of guidance, consider seeking Xiang Fei's counsel." In Chengdu's view, Xiang Fei, who had been passively educated through hardship since childhood, was far more reliable than this simple-minded young prince. 3 days later, General Yuan of the Phoenix clan presented a strategy to Leader Qing. It remained unclear what sort of agreement the two sisters had reached, but Leader Qing unexpectedly ordered a delay in the attack on the Dragon Palace by 200 years. Simultaneously, Qing issued a decree to appoint Chengdu as a guest official of the Phoenix clan, granting him the same provisions as a general. In exchange, Chengdu was to devote the next 200 years to teaching the Phoenix soldiers how to maneuver the Shaoyan. Chengdu gladly accepted this mission. And thus, a month later, the Primordial Driving School, Phoenix Nest Branch, officially opened. With the support of Leader Qing, Chengdu designated a vast area in the Phoenix Nest as the teaching grounds. Today marked the first class of instruction. Chengdu constructed a 3-foot-high podium, embodying the role of a teacher. He even prepared a teaching rod. Below the podium sat 100 Phoenix maiden transformed into human form, eagerly gazing at Chengdu. As for why they were all maidens, Chengdu had inquired with Ao Yun. Ever since Ao Wu's departure, Ao Yun had taken the initiative to approach Chengdu. Both were outsiders in the Phoenix Nest. And due to Ao Wu's connection, they had developed a sense of camaraderie. Through Ao Yun's explanation, Chengdu learned that after laying their eggs, phoenixes require the male birds to incubate them at home while the females go out to hunt. gradually creating a curious dynamic of male domesticity and female assertiveness. The crown prince initially felt quite uncomfortable with this arrangement, but fortunately, Yuan Heir was a caring phoenix. As a result, Chendu often found himself collapsing under the weight of the peony, leading to a significant reduction in his encounters with Ao Yun. With everything in place, Chendu officially commenced the first lesson. The focus today was on mastering the art of flying to Shaoyun. Unlike other races, the Phoenix clan is born soaring through the skies. Flying is an innate instinct for them. Consequently, they typically prefer to use their wings for travel, rarely utilizing the Shaoyun. However, this ingrained habit became the foremost obstacle to mastering the Shaoyun. Thus, Chengdu allocated one Shaoyun to each bird, instructing them to spend 5 days familiarizing themselves with the sensation of flying to Shaoyun rather than relying on their wings. The simple first lesson concluded. "All right, everyone, begin." Chengdu clapped his hands, and one phoenix promptly fell to the ground. It turned out that as soon as the Shaoyun activated, the phoenix became flustered, leaping into the air and executing a slide that toppled a whole flock of phoenixes. How delightful! How industrious! To motivate these phoenixes, Chengdu activated a Shaoyun himself and hovered in midair, observing. "Move with the wind, move with the clouds, but do not move with your wings," Chengdu admonished sternly. The phoenix flapped its wings in panic, experiencing for the first time the plight of being a bird. With wings but unable to fly, what use are these wings? Under Chengdu's diligent guidance. 5 days later, chaos reigned in the driving school, with clouds and feathers swirling everywhere. While Chengdu sat calmly at the driving school, sipping his tea, seems it's time to proceed to the next step. Chapter 30. Qing's Celestial Experience. After 5 days of training, everyone should be quite familiar with the flight patterns of Shaoyun. The podium fell into a profound silence. Chengdu felt somewhat awkward. He had not anticipated that persuading the phoenix to abandon their wings and adapt to piloting Shaoyun would prove to be such a formidable challenge. Amidst the silence, the sky above suddenly darkened. In the next moment, Qing, now in human form, appeared at the driving school. "Welcome, the esteemed leader of the Phoenix clan, Qing, to our humble driving school for inspection. With your presence, this place truly shines." "Cursed," Chengdu exclaimed, slapping himself across the face. Having been a sycophant in his past life, it had become second nature. However, Qing was unfazed by such flattery, even reveling in it mildly. "I am merely here for casual glance. Do not take it to heart. Focus on your practice." "Yes," with the guidance director observing, the phoenixes immediately sprang into action. But not long after, a cloud disaster is imminent. Quick dodge. Emergency cloud jump. "Shaoyun, where are your wings?" "Shaoyun has no wings." Chengdu felt embarrassed under Qing's suspicious gaze. "How have you been training?" Qing looked at them with a mix of disappointment and frustration. It should be noted that this automatic piloting system of Shaoyun is their ultimate trump card for future battles. Reporting to the leader, "This Shaoyun is exceedingly difficult." A phoenix with slightly blue-tinted tail feathers bravely confessed. "Really?" Qing retorted, only to look up and see Chengdu effortlessly piloting Shaoyun, not only driving normally, but also performing dives and spins with flair. Chengdu's impressive display utterly shattered the confidence of these phoenixes. Could it be? Could they truly be unfit for flight? Even a mere practitioner from the primordial chaos could master the piloting of Shaoyun with such ease, while they struggled to fly a mere 100 meters before needing to jump clouds. Over 100 phoenixes fell into an abyss of self-doubt. Sensing the despondency of her kin, Qing pondered briefly before making a decision she would regret for eons. "Let me give it a try." Saying this, Qing casually took hold of a Shaoyun, transforming into her original form and leaping onto the cloud. "Leader, you wish to transform in a human form. Understood, but I shall not do so. I refuse to believe that this body, descended from the primordial phoenix, the strongest race, cannot control a mere cloud. The automatic cruising system is now activated. Please fasten your seatbelts. We are about to take off." Shaoyun's cheerful announcement resonated. Whoosh! 4 jet ports opened simultaneously, and the entire cloud surged upwards with tremendous force. Wow, the leader truly lives up to her title. Indeed, she flies so swiftly, she has even set the driving system to maximum speed. A true model for us all. On the ground, the phoenixes erupted in joyous exclamations. But the Qing flying high above on Xiao Yun was far from comfortable. In Chengdu's view, the reason these phoenixes struggled to pilot Xiao Yun was akin to beginners failing to maintain balance on a skateboard. Body inertia played a part, but so did ingrained habits. Thus, Qing, piloting Xiao Yun for the first time, naturally found it challenging. Half an hour later, Xiao Yun, with its jet ports, returned to the driving school. The phoenixes immediately swarmed forward, eager to witness their leader's inaugural piloting of Xiao Yun. But the cloud was utterly empty. Xiao Yun number 17, reporting this driving record. This journey covered 2,000 miles, flight duration half an hour. The pilot activated the automatic cruising system, automatic defense system, automatic attack system, and jumped clouds 15 minutes after takeoff. An endless silence enveloped the driving school. Both Chengdu and the assembled phoenixes understood what this record signified. In other words, Qing had fumbled with all the buttons on Xiao Yun less than a minute after taking off and had jumped clouds in a fluster. This function was originally developed by Chen due to assess the driving capabilities of the students. But it inadvertently recorded the embarrassing history of the Phoenix Clan leader. Qing, Phoenix Clan leader, Chengdu's face turned pale. Those present were likely doomed to silence. Fortunately, the ultimate result proved that Chengdu had underestimated the leader's capacity. Moments later, Qing flapped her enormous wings and gracefully descended into the driving school. Guest, I observe that Xiao Yun may not be compatible with our Phoenix Clan. Qing transformed into human form and spoke softly. For some reason, Chengdu felt her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Was she feeling dizzy from the cloud? He dared not inquire. It is my oversight. I shall strive to improve Xiao Yun to better suit the habits of the Phoenix Clan. That would be acceptable. Qing rose, twisted her ankle slightly, and, under the gaze of all, slowly exited the driving school. Students, the driving school will be on break for 1 month. I shall resume training once Xiao Yun has been improved. At this point, Chengdu paused. During this time, you might as well learn how to fly using your wings. Chengdu retracted Xiao Yun and focused intently on his modifications. He had indeed underestimated the complexity of the task. When initially revamping Xiao Yun, he had not foreseen that such a seemingly ordinary black technology invention could be applied to the battlefield. Perhaps this mirrored the experiences of a certain gas canister arms dealer from Blue Star. The Primordial Driving School's Phoenix Nest branch fell into a hiatus less than a week after its opening. However, many curious phoenixes, as well as other avian species, flocked to observe the commotion. Consequently, Chengdu decided to construct a shelter on site. Displaying a sign reading, Primordial Research Institute, Phoenix Nest Branch. Simultaneously, to better validate the results of Xiao Yun's modifications, Chengdu sought to recruit several phoenixes as pilots. Yet, unexpectedly, this proposal met with considerable resistance from the Phoenix Clan. After all, they had been flying with their wings for over 10,000 years and had no desire to relearn how to fly. Reluctantly, Chengdu sought authority, prompting Qing to personally appoint a few pilots, among whom was Ishu, who had spent some time with Chengdu. So this is the object that can undermine my abilities. Ishu was furiously outraged. This was a direct blow to his signature skill. However, after understanding Xiao Yun's capabilities, Ishu became one of Chengdu's staunch supporters. Not only did he voluntarily request to be a pilot, but he also attempted to pester Chengdu. Senior Chengdu, I have a request. Half a month later, it was Chengdu who could no longer bear it. Ishu was truly an extraordinary bird. It must be acknowledged that Ishu indeed possessed some talent in piloting Xiao Yun. But beyond that, he was more interested in having Chengdu refine his mystical abilities. Today, I notice that you are wearing. What nonsense! Chengdu angrily slammed the laboratory door shut, resolving to develop a privacy cloak specifically to counter Ishu's antics. Chapter 31. The Eye of the Primordial World Buzz. In a vast expanse of the Primordial Driving School, a striking silver structure stood tall. This edifice, known as the laboratory, was constructed from exquisite gold ore, capable of both offensive and defensive measures. Understated yet luxurious, the decade passed, and the Phoenix Clan's interest in this laboratory remained unabated. Occasionally, sparks would erupt from within, piquing the immense curiosity of these avian creatures. Since the inception of the laboratory, a red-crowned crane, crowned with a crest and emanating brilliance from its eyes, had been fixated on it. The clear path of the void. I, General, refuse to believe I cannot see through the guise of this mere laboratory. Bang! Hishu, come in for a moment. The laboratory door swung open with a resounding crash, smoke billowing forth. A primordial practitioner emerged, holding a peculiar mask in his left hand while gesturing to Hishu with his right. This individual was none other than the primordial practitioner Chen. Due the time required for modifying Xiao Yun extended beyond Chen Du's initial expectations. Not only did the piloting method require a complete overhaul, but even the power system needed a total revamp. In the absence of specific data from the Phoenix clan, Chen Du's experimental progress had once stagnated. Fortunately, the selfless and dedicated general, he was present. As long as Chen Du casually taught him a few techniques for spying and counter-spying, Hishu would cheerfully assist him. For Hishu, as long as Chen Du was willing to cooperate in refining his mystical abilities, he would gladly endure being bound in the cockpit of Xiao Yun. Yet, Chen Du viewed such efforts as ultimately fruitless. After all, espionage and perception were not viable paths in this era. Observing Hishu's fervent dedication, Chen Du felt a twinge of sympathy. This is a mismatch of expertise. If this mystical ability were to be placed in a certain urban novel, Senior, what are your commands? Hishu entered with an excited expression. I have upgraded Xiao Yin 1.56 once more, applied 3 patches. Do give it a try. Chen Du tossed a delicate ring to Hishu. With just a swipe of his hand, he could summon Xiao Yun. Over the span of a decade, Chen Du transformed the cockpit of Xiao Yun into one reminiscent of the driving chambers seen in Western films. The Feng clan no longer needed to assume human form to pilot Xiao Yun. Moreover, he discarded the vessel's basic automatic cruise system, opting instead for manual control by the Feng clan. While this alteration may have seemed regressive, it was in truth more aligned with the flying habits of the Feng people. In addition, he undertook significant reforms of the power and operational systems. However, driven by personal motives, Chen Du refrained from overhauling the attack and defense systems. A.S. Chen Du pondered deeply. Hishu had already taken to the skies in Xiaoyun. Witnessing this, Chen Du promptly grabbed a bamboo slip, summoned a wisp of Xiaoyun, and followed Hishu to record various data. Unbeknownst to them, the morning had swiftly passed. Thanks to this extensive renovation, Hishu managed to avoid crashing for the first time. Observing Hishu glide smoothly through the air, Chen Du felt a surge of accomplishment. It appeared that the modifications to Xiao Yun had reached maturity. Therefore, the Feng Nest branch of Hongjun Driving School was officially reopening for the second time. Familiar faces were present for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, along with familiar students. Yet the familiar leader, Qing, was conspicuously absent. Chen Du dared not inquire if it was due to her previous injury. With Hishu's demonstration, the students, who had previously developed a psychological aversion to Xiao Yun, mustered their courage to enter the cockpit once more. Under Hishu's guidance, the students made remarkable progress in their learning. Within just a year, they successfully graduated from the driving school. After bidding farewell to a batch of students, Chen Du introduced an advanced model of mentorship, relinquishing his teaching responsibilities in favor of Hishu and 100 outstanding students. Thus, his daily routine revolved around wandering the Feng Nest, checking on Yin Air's incubation progress, and discussing A.O. Yun's philosophies on delicate spouses. Such was the unpretentious yet blissful life of retirement. Yet, another decade slipped by. Senior Chen Du. The call startled Chen Du, who was holding a thermos. In the next moment, a wisp of Xiao Yun rushed toward him, leaving a trail of brake marks in the air. Hishu had returned to seek guidance once more. Chen Du felt a sense of helplessness, having contemplated several times urging Hishu to abandon this pursuit, yet the unique stubbornness of the red-crowned crane rendered him speechless. He felt that if he rejected this Navi crane, something dreadful might ensue. From what I have observed, my friend, your prowess is not as refined as it could be. However, Chen Du could no longer tolerate Hishu's decades-long prying. Thus, he finally relented, extending a path of enlightenment to Hishu. That path was the 1,000-mile. Interestingly, this idea was inspired by one of Du Yi's disciples. It is well known that the Hung general, one of the 2 guardians, is among Du Yi's disciples. Alongside the Hung and Ha generals, The 1,000-mile eye and the Shunfeng ear also belong to the whimsical roles of the journey to the west. He Shu's abilities, rooted in the clear and bright Tao, were a congenital gift passed down through generations of his clan. If he could abandon the crude voyeurism and refine his vision abilities with focus, he Shu's innate talent could easily surpass the 1,000-mile eye by leagues. Under Chen Du's meticulous guidance, he Shu opened the door to a new realm. It turned out that his clan's innate vision could be utilized in such a manner. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. With eyes like lightning, he Shu swiftly returned to his abode. Chen Du hoped fervently that he Shu would seclude himself for a century or two, sparing him from the embarrassment of being spied upon. As he waved farewell to he Shu, Chen Du decided to check on Yen Er. Yen Er's father, the husband of leader Qing, was a male phoenix with a nurturing disposition. While it may sound peculiar, each time Chen Du visited, he witnessed a colossal indigo phoenix, akin to a mother hen, tending to her nest. Truth be told, the visual impact was quite striking. Knowing that Yen Er was being diligently cared for, Chen Du reduced his visits. He merely had to wait for Yen Er's hatching before proceeding with his next plan. In his heart, Chen Du harbored a secret unknown to all. He aspired to attain sainthood. Presently, in Hongjun, the pinnacle was the mixed Yuan de Luo. The so-called mixed Yuan de Luo was the term Chen Du frequently chanted in his mind, referring to the quasi-saint realm, the primordial phoenix, ancestral dragon, and even the 3,000 demon gods all possess the cultivation of mixed Yuan de Luo. These exalted beings considered themselves the apex of Hongjun. Yet, Chen Du knew that after two great calamities, the innate demon god Hongjun would complete the celestial path, and the saints would emerge. The Purple Cloud Palace would deliver teachings, and the three saints would establish their doctrines. Below the saints, all else were mere ants. Having now classified himself among the beings of Hongjun, he faced myriad calamities, knowing that only a saint could transcend them. Having cultivated the Tao of time and space, Chen Du, now at the Tai Golden Immortal level, could momentarily halt time, and if he reached the pinnacle, he could even reverse it. Chapter 32. Past affairs returned to dust. The Tao of time, though one of the 3,000 paths, was subject to the divine will. It was too defiant. When the seven saints returned, the celestial path would be completed, and the first to be eradicated would be Chen Du, this Hongjun anomaly. If Chen Du wished to survive, he had two options: either abandon his powers and shift to another path, or pursue the sole road to sainthood. At the very least, he needed to obtain the qualifications to enter the Purple Cloud Palace and acquire a wisp of primordial purple energy. Time. Time was the most coveted resource for Chen Du at present. After the Long Han Great Calamity, the dragon and phoenix were left with nothing. Luo Ho, seizing this calamity, practiced the path of slaughter, aiming to defy fate and achieve the saint's fruit by annihilating the world. Thus, Hongjun sought to eliminate Luo Ho, and during the calamity, he severed 3 corpses to attain sainthood, obliterating the 3,000 demon gods in one fell swoop. Following Hongjun's 3 teachings and the completion of the celestial path, it would mark Chen Du's demise. Therefore, for Chen Du, the longer the dragon and phoenix great calamity lasted, the better. Ideally, it would drag on indefinitely, denying Luo Ho the opportunity to annihilate the world and become a saint. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Du had been in seclusion for several decades, that a century passed in the blink of an eye. Calculating the time, Yen Er was due to hatch. Chen Du raised his hand, dispelling the array surrounding him, and exited the Hongjun driving school. Under the diligent tutelage of the first batch of students, 5,000 members of the Feng clan had already mastered piloting Xiao Yun to a preliminary degree. However, the appointed chief instructor of the driving school, He Shu, was notably absent. Whereas General He Shu, Chen Du casually grabbed a phoenix, inquiring curiously, "Reporting to you, esteemed guest, General He Shu has entered seclusion." How coincidental. The fortunate phoenix Chen Du had seized was one of the first batch of students. Birds possess remarkably strong memories. Upon seeing Chen Du, this student immediately recalled the terror of the driving school's 1.0 version. It wasn't that frightening. Chen Du sheepishly released the phoenix, and shortly thereafter, He Shu arrived at the driving school. A century has passed. I wish to visit Yen Er. Chen Du explained his intentions to He Shu. Under Hishu's guidance, Chengdu once again arrived at the Phoenix Palace. By then, numerous birds of all sizes had gathered, as the Feng clan came to celebrate Yan Er's birth, after the Phoenix's rebirth. All past affairs returned to dust. Chengdu stood in an inconspicuous corner, watching as Leader Qing and her partner cradled a tiny phoenix. This phoenix was no larger than a palm, yet thanks to its strong bloodline, it quickly grew fluffy feathers shortly after hatching, appearing quite adorable. Past affairs returned to dust. Master. The echoes of voices from a millennium ago lingered in his ears. Chengdu smiled gently, raising his hand to unleash a stream of light. I extend my congratulations to the Feng Nest Leader Qing and her family on their reunion. He presented to Leader Qing and her partner the 3.0 version of Xiao Yun he had developed. This iteration not only enhanced the recognition function, but also included a growth attribute. Every century, as Yan Er matured, Xiao Yun's capabilities would gradually unlock. Among these were core programs, such as emergency attack and defense systems, which Chengdu had integrated from the very beginning. Upon its release, this Xiao Yun became a top-tier postnatal treasure, ensuring that as long as Yan Er did not provoke experts of the quasi-saint level, it would not only provide offensive capabilities, but also ensure a swift escape. In fact, the emergence of Xiao Yun initially attracted a minor thunder tribulation to create this unparalleled Xiao Yun. Chengdu had invested over a century of time and expended more than 90% of the spiritual materials appropriated from the Feng Nest and Dragon Palace, ultimately crafting but this one vessel. With this treasure in hand, Yan Er would be safeguarded for millennia. As Chengdu prepared to depart, he expressed his regrets for being unable to attend Princess Yan Er's centennial birthday celebration. As Chengdu's words echoed, an enveloping silence descended upon the surroundings. In the fleeting span of a century, whether out of fear or curiosity, the presence of Chengdu had become familiar to them all. Many students from the driving school in Stockholm gazed at Chengdu with an expression of reluctance. Meanwhile, the leader of the Phoenix Nest, Qing, seemed to have anticipated this moment, responding to Chengdu's request with an air of calm. At this parting, with no certainty of when they would meet again, the leader's husband, the majestic indigo phoenix, spoke with heartfelt concern to Chengdu, having subtly regarded him as a potential son-in-law for over a century. Alas, Chengdu smiled faintly, assuring, "We shall meet again." After all, he was a man destined to stir up events amidst the impending calamity. Following their farewells, Chengdu departed from the Phoenix Nest. The vast phoenix trees gradually diminished from view as he looked skyward, only to behold a dark cloud drifting ominously in the azure expanse. The calamity cloud, seemed he could not evade it. Finding a secluded spot, he settled cross-legged, summoning forth the pagoda and the chaos pearl. From the moment he left the Phoenix Nest, he had resolved to achieve sanctification. Since then, he had faintly sensed a glimmer of the great Tao's will. Yet the Dragon Nest and the Phoenix Nest were places of tribulation. To tread upon this ground signified the onset of adversity, but concurrently, the tribulations from the great Tao could not interfere here. Thus, this thunderous tribulation had been fixated upon Chengdu since a century ago. To comply, to refuse, Chengdu found it difficult to fathom the great Tao's intentions. Crack! A thunderbolt flashed, yet was entirely absorbed by the small clouds. The terror of the great Tao's tribulation was immense. The self-developed version 2.5 of the small cloud that Chengdu utilized was utterly shattered by a single strike. This spectacle was entirely within Chengdu's predictions, but he remained unperturbed, producing 7 more small clouds. The 7 small clouds stacked together like a bodhisattva, yet were pierced through by the tribulation. Fragments scattered across the ground, and beads of cold sweat began to form on Chengdu's forehead. The might of this tribulation was already comparable to the 49 bolts he faced during the Tai Golden Immortal Tribulation, if not more formidable. Did the great Tao deny him sanctification, intending to slay him here? Small clouds, over 100 small clouds emerge in response, their defensive systems fully activated. Yet beneath the cataclysmic thunder, these 100 small clouds could not withstand even a single round. The pagoda erupted with golden light. It appeared that no matter how many small clouds he released thereafter, they could not endure the onslaught of the tribulation. Thus, he would bear it himself. During his time as a golden immortal, he had withstood the tribulation. Could it be that now, Having attained the Tai Dao, he could not withstand a mere 7 or 9 bolts of lightning. Experience breeds familiarity. After the 7 bolts of tribulation struck, Chengdu immediately retrieved a mountain-sized spiritual fruit. Each fruit transformed into pure spiritual energy, all of which were absorbed by Chengdu. Humph! The sound of resonance echoed across the heavens, and the lightning fragmented into delicate rays. The second wave of tribulation was entirely deflected, leaving over 80% of the spiritual energy within Chengdu. There was hope. Determined, Chengdu unleashed the time-stopping divine power. Yet this divine ability seemed to have provoked the wrath of the great Tao. The next bolt of tribulation that descended was more than thrice as powerful as the previous one. This caught Chengdu entirely off guard. 36 bolts of tribulation fell, and the spiritual energy within Chengdu dwindled to nearly nothing, leaving his meridians thoroughly damaged. Chapter 33. The 1,000-Mile Eye and the King of the Tower. The Great Tao does not permit. Even the Great Tao perceived Chengdu's time path as a threat. Chengdu silently cursed in his heart. Wasn't it said that the Great Tao encompasses 50, of which one can evade one? Did it not even grant him this slim opportunity? Chengdu, driven by determination, raised the Chaos Pearl high. In the next moment, this pearl, a fusion of the stabilizing Wind Pearl and the stabilizing Sea Pearl, was completely obliterated under the might of the tribulation. 25 pearls re-emerged. Yet with the disintegration of the Chaos Pearl, the power of the tribulation diminished by 20%. Could it be? Could the will of the Great Tao be thus? A flicker of realization dawned upon Chengdu. He stowed away the pearls and once more summoned the pagoda formation. The small path vowed here that 1,000 years hence he would take Li Jing and Zheng Luan as disciples, imparting to them the secrets of the pagoda and the dual energies within. Boom! The tribulation halted. The ink-like calamity clouds began to show signs of dispersing. Truly so. The heavenly path was about to evolve, as the Great Tao paved the way for it. The Great Tao's descent of tribulation was thus a test and an opportunity for Chengdu to attain sanctification. Yet the established facts could not be changed. Zhao Gongming was destined to acquire the stabilizing Sea Pearl, and Li Jing was fated to become the king of the tower. However, the process leading to the conclusion granted Chengdu a space to maneuver. One could evade one. The Great Tao acknowledged Chengdu's vow. The stabilizing Sea Pearl and pagoda were promised by Chengdu, yet the Great Tao's tribulation had not yet fully dissipated. What else remained? Chengdu, barely clinging to life, thought frantically. He had lost all capability to fend off the tribulation, unless the tribulation completely dissipated. In an instant, a streak of white light sped past. Chengdu focused intently, and his mind formulated a plan. The phoenix nest crane shoe shall become the progenitor of the heavenly court's 1,000-mile eye and wind-listening ear. Crack! The thunder answered. Yet unexpectedly, this bolt of thunder did not strike Chengdu, but rather landed upon the unsuspecting crane shoe. Crane shoe. Charred and blackened, crane shoe was rendered unable to react, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Mother, the primordial wilderness is terrifying. With the innocent crane shoe taking the hit, the calamity clouds that had long been swirling in the sky finally dissipated. Sigh. Chengdu lay on the ground, unconcerned about his appearance. This tribulation had yielded bountiful rewards. Although he had sacrificed the stabilizing Sea Pearl and the pagoda formation, the Great Tao had granted him an opportunity for sanctification. This implicit acknowledgement was worth more than 100 Chaos Pearls and pagoda formations combined. Having regained some stamina, Chengdu quickly rose and lifted the day's crane shoe onto the small cloud. Only 20 small clouds remained in the storage ring. However, with a good grasp of mathematics and chemistry, one need not fear traversing the world, as long as one possessed spiritual treasures and materials. Small clouds were no concern at all. 30 days passed in the blink of an eye. The comatose crane shoe finally opened his round, dark eyes. Before losing consciousness, he could only recall Leader Qing entrusting him to send Chengdu off. Yet as he journeyed, Crane Shu spotted someone undergoing tribulation ahead. Thus, he attempted to fly around the tribulation. Little did he know that the lightning seemed to possess eyes, striking him accurately. Reflecting on this, Crane Shu felt a pang of shame. It seemed the ancestors were right. One must be mindful of the weather while flying. Otherwise, the avian creatures are prone to attracting lightning. He had been too negligent. However, before losing consciousness, he seemed to have heard someone mentioning the 1,000-mile, vaguely resembling Chengdu's voice. Indeed, he had come to send Chengdu off. Suddenly, he jolted awake, glancing around to find himself in the cockpit of the small cloud. It appeared Chengdu had saved him. Upon realizing this, tears streamed down Crane Shu's cheeks. Chengdu had taught him for over a century, helping him refine his divine abilities, and ultimately rescued him from the clutches of the tribulation. Such a great kindness, Crane Shu felt he could never repay. Thank you, Senior, for your selfless rescue. Unable to repay the favor, Crane Shu vowed to serve as Chengdu's steed, protecting him as Chengdu entered the small cloud. He remarked, "Did the tribulation render Crane Shu foolish?" Observing Chengdu's lack of response, Crane Shu assumed Chengdu found his sincerity lacking and immediately knelt in his true form, his long black legs half bent on the ground. In the primordial wilderness, bowing was not customary. However, the impartation of divine abilities and the life-saving grace warranted even the proud red-crowned cranes to bow their heads. This became a delightful misunderstanding in a place where Crane Shu could not see. Chengdu could not help but display a hint of sympathy. This simple-minded crane. The primordial wilderness is rife with such fools. Rise, my path is merely a casual act, a casual strike indeed. Chengdu covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Unless my senior consents, little Crane shall not rise. Crane Shu obstinately refused to stand, insisting on being accepted as Chengdu's steed. However, considering that Crane Shu was a savior, it would be rather ungrateful to take in a benefactor as a steed. Thus, Chengdu pondered before saying, "The red-crowned cranes are inherently proud. I do not wish to diminish your noble spirit. Why not become my disciple, accompanying me on my path? A disciple holds a higher status than a steed." Upon hearing this, Crane Shu immediately bowed low, performing the bow of apprenticeship to Chengdu. "Senior is truly too kind," sobbed Crane Shu, a peaked Tai golden immortal in cultivation, slightly surpassing Chengdu, however, in matters of respect. He displayed a broad-mindedness in accepting a master of a lower Tao realm. "Disciple Crane Shu vows to serve my master for 1,000 years, yet as I am originally a general of the Phoenix Nest, I kindly ask my master to wait a moment. I must first consult Leader Qing before returning to serve my master." Chengdu agreed and pondered for a moment before inquiring, "I am about to proceed to the Dragon Nest. Do you have any plans?" As the great battle loomed, although Crane Shu had resolved to cultivate alongside Chengdu, the Phoenix Nest remained his birthplace. He could refrain from intervening in the ensuing war. But accompanying Chengdu to the Phoenix Nest required consideration of the Phoenix Nest sentiments. Thus, he needed to consult Leader Qing before responding to his master. The Shuyu was also uncertain. Therefore, Chengdu held he Shuyu's concerns in high regard and made a solemn vow with him. If the Leader Qing consented, they would journey together to the Dragon Nest. If Qing forbade it, Chengdu would impart to him the art of the 1,000-mile, allowing him to remain at the Phoenix Nest for cultivation. Reflecting on the previous misunderstanding before becoming a disciple, Chengdu was struck by a profound realization. The life-saving grace during the Thunder Tribulation was undoubtedly he Shuyu's unilateral wish. Yet, this statement bore significance. To speak frankly, the Thunder Tribulation that he Shuyu shielded Chengdu from, although it caused he Shuyu some physical injuries, had in a mystical sense spared him from the great calamity of the dragon and phoenix. After all, Chengdu had vowed to the great Tao that he Shuyu would become the progenitor of the 1,000-mile eye and the soaring ear. If he Shuyu were to perish in the tribulation, his lineage would be rendered moot. It seems I truly saved your life, Chengdu mused with a gentle smile as he gazed at he Shuyu's silhouette. Chapter 34. Are you there? 2.0 Half a year later. He Shuyu returned before Chengdu once more. Leader Qing had granted his disciple's request, permitting him to accompany his master to the Phoenix Nest. He Shu joyfully circled on a small cloud. Upon hearing this, Chengdu felt a surge of happiness as well. During these 6 months, he had reflected on the Thunder Tribulation they had previously endured, perhaps from the perspective of the Great Tao. As long as the outcome remained unchanged, the various maneuvers Chengdu employed during the process might be deemed permissible. For instance, the sea-settling pearl in the original course of history. The sea-settling pearl originated in Xuandu, subsequently falling into the hands of Hongjun. During the division at Baoyan Cliff, Hongjun then passed it to Tang Tian, who ultimately bequeathed it to Zhao Gongming. However, at this moment, the sea-settling pearl had already come into Chen Du's possession. If all went according to plan, the next time he encountered Zhao Gongming, he would hand over the sea-settling pearl to him. The twists and turns of this journey were variables permitted by the Great Tao. As long as the treasure ultimately reached Zhao Gongming, the process could be orchestrated by Chen Du himself. Then let us set forth. Chen Du contemplated briefly before addressing Yishuyu. The two of them piloted a small cloud. And just as they were about to depart from the edge of the phoenix nest, Yishuyu suddenly recalled something. Why does the master wish to go to the dragon nest? Isn't it a bit late to ask now that we are airborne? This foolish crane truly lacked sharpness of mind. Chen Du pondered for a moment and selectively disclosed the matter concerning the dragon nest to Yishuyu. Currently, the factions at the dragon nest were at odds. The ancestor dragon aimed to assault the phoenix nest, but was thwarted by the Emperor Yi. Yet behind the Emperor Yi's rebellion loomed an even greater conspiracy. Wu and Xiang Fei had arrived at the dragon nest, but their whereabouts remained unknown. The master wishes to uncover the unusual circumstances surrounding the dragon nest. Yishuyu felt a surge of emotion. In this unforeseen calamity, the phoenix nest had been entirely on the defensive. Although their strength might not be inferior to that of the dragon nest, to this day, they still did not comprehend the reason behind the ancestor dragon's sudden rift with them. It turned out that the master had ventured alone into the complex dragon nest for the sake of the phoenix nest. Master's righteousness compels me to follow closely at your side, ready to face any peril. Chen Du. However, during his time spent with Yishuyu, Chen Du had deeply found a way to communicate with him. Let him fill in the gaps himself. Thus, Chen Du chose to remain silent, wearing a smile while gazing into the distance, fully embodying the demeanor of a wise sage. Unfortunately, he still lacked the essential props, a long beard and a feather fan. The grandiosity of the great Tao remained incomplete. 2 years swiftly passed. Under the full propulsion of the small cloud, they had arrived at the outskirts of the dragon nest. However, Chen Du had little knowledge of the dragon nest. After much contemplation, he decided to tread the same path he had previously traversed with Wu. Upon reaching this location, memories of past events flooded Chen Du's mind. Shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and sea beasts. His earlier brief stay had not clarified the happenings in this place, and hundreds of years had elapsed since. He had no idea what the current situation was. That it was best to proceed with caution. Thus, Chen Du halted the small cloud 1,000 miles away from the dragon nest, temporarily remaining there with Yishuyu. Ding ding. Suddenly, an unusual alert echoed from Chen Du's ring. That it was melodic yet brief. Resembling a certain rhythm, Yishuyu gazed in awe, realizing that his master was also well-versed in the art of music. Unaware that he had inadvertently stacked another layer of buffs, Chen Du, upon hearing the alert, retrieved a jade pendant from the ring. This was Chen Du's newly developed communication jade pendant 2.0 that, although the distance for communication had not changed, two pendants could not connect if separated by thousands of miles, under Chen Du's modifications. The pendant now boasted numerous functions akin to a certain messaging app from a later era. Features such as real-time communication, message retention, timestamp viewing, and automatic replies have been incorporated. That a more significant change was the addition of a text version, making it quite intelligent. Perhaps in the future, as he met more individuals, he could even establish a chat group akin to a primordial gathering. Chen Du activated the jade pendant 51 years ago from Wu. Are you there? Without hesitation, Chen Du initiated a voice call to Wu. The user you're trying to reach is currently busy. Please try again later. The call was disconnected merely 2 seconds after being connected. An automatic reply followed. I'm currently busy and unable to respond. It seemed Wu was occupied. Chen Du breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was unfazed by Wu hanging up. Rather, he felt a sense of joy. The fact that he had only mentioned the pendant's operation to Wu indicated that Wu was still alive. For Chen Du, the only hope he held for Wu was that he remained alive. After all, It was already quite satisfactory if the young prince did not inadvertently create complications. 100 years had passed, and Shindu truly feared that Ao Wu had perished at the hands of the emperor. 3 days later, the jade pendant lit up once more. "Are you there?" "Yes, is it really you?" Shindu quickly replied. Moments later, "It is not me. I am Xiang Fei. Both I and my uncle have been imprisoned by the emperor, and time is of the essence." Upon receiving this message, Chundu's expression turned grave. It appeared that the current situation at the dragon nest was not favorable. He promptly sent another message to Xiang Fei. "Can we communicate?" In the next instant, Ao Wu's voice emerged from the jade pendant. After a century of absence, Ao Wu seemed to have matured significantly. His tone was now much steadier. "Senior, Xiang Fei and I have been captured. I told the emperor that I needed to relieve myself, and his subordinates are guarding outside. I only have 2 hours of communication time." 2 hours? Is it constipation? Not particularly important. "Oh, eat more fruit." During these 2 hours, Ao Wu recounted in detail the experiences of both himself and Xiang Fei during this time. A century ago, Ao Wu and Xiang Fei had departed from the phoenix nest, making their way to the dragon nest. Ao Wu disguised himself as an ordinary dragon, while Xiang Fei posed as a traitor who had defected from the Phoenix clan to the dragon nest, as the Grand General of the dragon nest. The Emperor Yi was certainly aware that the ancestor dragon's son, Hongjun, had become a son-in-law of the Phoenix clan. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Hongjun had fathered a child with the Phoenix clan. Thus, Xiang Fei informed the Emperor Yi that she and Hongjun had been severely mistreated in the Phoenix clan, leading both father and daughter to harbor deep resentment toward the Phoenix nest. Upon hearing the news of impending conflict between the dragon and Phoenix, the son-in-law Hongjun conceived the idea of betraying the Phoenix clan and dispatched Xiang Fei as an advance force to demonstrate sincerity. Are you suggesting that Hongjun wishes to join this general in attacking the Phoenix clan? Upon learning of Xiang Fei's intentions, the Emperor Yi appeared exceedingly pleased. He not only personally ordered that Xiang Fei be proclaimed a princess of the Phoenix clan, but also designated a fief for her. "Your grandfather has become quite muddled, thinking of igniting a great war. Today, the heavens and earth have been settled. You and I are the manifestations of the Panga god. This general cannot stand idly by and watch as the primordial realm, which was once opened by Pangu, is dragged back into the flames of war." The Emperor Yi's words were indeed grandiloquent, even momentarily obscuring the perceptions of both Ao Wu and Xiang Fei. However, it did not take long for the two to discover the hidden secrets concealed beneath the Emperor Yi's guise. Chapter 35. See Beasts under the Emperor Yi's pretense. Ao Wu and Xiang Fei initially doubted themselves, questioning whether they had misjudged the Emperor Yi. Yet, it was not long before Xiang Fei stumbled upon an exceedingly terrifying scene while surveying her fief. Upon her initial arrival at the dragon nest, to demonstrate acceptance of Xiang Fei, the Emperor Yi had proactively offered her the choice of a fief. Under Ao Wu's subtle guidance, Xiang Fei selected the Qinqing Beach, the very place that Ao Wu and Chen Du had once visited. According to the Emperor Yi's accounts, Ao Shu, who had previously controlled the Qinqing Beach, had perished during a tribulation 100 years ago. However, while inspecting the Qinqing Beach, Xiang Fei inadvertently discovered Ao Shu's remains. The ancient dragon clan, unmatched in power, saw most of its giants fall due to battle. Therefore, those dragons who perished in combat or during tribulations left no corporeal remains. Yet the body of Ao Shu remains at the bottom of the Qinqing tidal sea. Are you implying that DE is deceiving us? Indeed, my elder brother did not die during a tribulation. Ao Shu, a descendant of the ancestral dragon and a merman, possesses merely average strength among the princes. Yet he is not incapable of surviving even a Tai golden immortal tribulation. Furthermore, dragons that die in tribulation leave behind only a pair of dragon horns and a piece of reverse scales, not a complete corpse. However, Ao Shu's remains not only endured, but also became fodder for sea beasts, devoured by those mindless creatures driven solely by hunger. In Ao Wu's account, Chen Du could almost visualize the enormous dragon carcass submerged beneath the water, being gnawed upon by grotesque sea creatures. Contemplating this, Chen could not help but feel a surge of anger towards the E. To feed one's kin's remains to sea beasts is already a grievous affront to the heavens. As a future saint designated by the Tao, you must take action. With a resounding crack of thunder, he resolved to retrieve A.O. Shu's body. Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Moreover, I have discovered that the intelligence of the sea beasts that have fed upon the remains has markedly increased. A.O. Wu's statement was nothing short of earth-shattering. While it is true that all things possess a spirit, the sea beasts are remnants left over from the primordial chaos during Panga's creation. Thus, no matter how powerful these sea beasts may become, they act solely on instinct, if what A.O. Wu claims is true. Then one day, the sea beasts may evolve into a new race within Hongjun. Yet, this race's intelligence would be predicated upon the Dragon Clan's remains. Hearing the Dragon Clan's dark secrets, Hishu's face was now filled with terror. The very beings who sought to wage war against their Feng clan were, in fact, so terrifying. Meanwhile, on the other end of the jade pendant, A.O. Wu continued to speak fervently. Upon discovering this matter, Xiang Fei quickly informed A.O. Wu. Thus, the two hastened back to Qinqing Title C to investigate, but their every move was observed by the nearby guards, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals were, in truth, disguised sea beasts. The entire dragon nest had become a realm dominated by D.E. and the sea beasts. The sea beasts, masquerading as shrimp soldiers and crab generals, reported every action today. Consequently, when the two uncovered the truth, they were all captured by D.E. in one fell swoop. The mixed heritage of Xiang Fei, being part dragon and part phoenix, piqued D.E.'s curiosity. Thus, he generously spared their lives but restrained their freedom, placing them under house arrest in the Dragon Palace. The sea beasts guarding the Qinqing Title C were the lowest strength. My lord, you may secretly infiltrate the Dragon Palace, for there exists a passage that leads directly to where the ancestral dragon resides. After A.O. Wu made this declaration, 2 hours had passed. Your grace, shall I assist you in cleansing? Get away, I'm coming. A.O. Wu concluded, hanging up the jade pendant. It seemed the situation was even more complicated than anticipated. Chen turned to find Hishu completely petrified with fear. I have just learned of this matter. Should you report to the Feng nest? Chen inquired with understanding. Trembling, Hishu stood up, pondering for a long while before shaking his head. My lifelong wish as a disciple is to serve by my master's side. Furthermore, the matter of war is led by the Dragon Clan. Perhaps by exposing D's conspiracy, this conflict may dissipate into nothingness. Hishu's thoughts were not without merit. Yet he was limited in vision and failed to perceive the unseen hand orchestrating events behind the dragon and phoenix. Regardless of Di's or Luo Ho's ulterior motives, Chen would not allow them to achieve their desires, though they think they can attain sanctity through murder and replace the Dragon Clan with sea beasts. Have they sought my opinion as a future saint? With a resolute crack, they set forth. The two soon arrived near the Qinqing Title C. Here, the sea beasts on guard possessed a maximum strength of merely the golden immortal realm. However, Hishu, with exceptional talent, had significantly enhanced his perception since following Chen Du's guidance in refining his vision. Thus, as they approached within 1,000 miles of the Qinqing Title C, Hishu informed Chen Du that beneath the vast marsh lay dozens of formidable sea beasts, the strongest of which was estimated to be at the great Luo golden immortal level. The strength was maximized. Chen Du and Hishu had not significantly changed their abilities, making it a fanciful notion to simply sneak past. However, attempting to push through with strength was equally daunting. The two Tai golden immortals exchanged awkward glances. It appeared that infiltrating the Qinqing Title C would require careful planning. Chen Du brought Xiao Yun to a high altitude, thereby evading detection by the sea beasts of the Qinqing Title C. Yet from such heights, their vision began to blur. Even with the use of divine powers, the images Hishu could perceive were limited to 420p, scarcely high definition. Now, to have Hishu refine his divine powers or elevate his realm was too late. Thus, to facilitate Hishu's observation, Chen Du casually fashioned a telescope for him. What is this? Externally, it appeared as two connected cylinders, with a transparent crystal stone layer sandwiched between them. Although it looked exquisite, In terms of quality, this object was merely a low-grade postnatal treasure, barely crossing the threshold of being a treasure. Upon hearing this, Chen grinned maliciously. Who said that the 1,000-mile I could only be achieved through sight? When strength falls short, external aids must suffice. This is a telescope. Place it before your eyes, and you can see 1,000 miles away. The gateway to a new world has opened. From that moment on, Hishu could hardly part with the telescope, even clutching it tightly to his chest while sleeping. Master, this device is truly remarkable. Hishu's eyes brimmed with tears, even his Dao fruit wavering slightly. Sensing that things were getting out of hand, Chen quickly interjected, "This item is merely an external force. For cultivators, one's own realm is of utmost importance that I understand, Master." With the aid of the telescope, Hishu began to observe the Qinqing tidal sea day and night. During the day, only the shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolled the area. Yet at night, the sea beasts lurking in the vast marsh would surge forth to the Qinqing tidal sea like a tide. These sea beasts, adorned with countless tentacles, appeared exceedingly grotesque. However, with the telescope in hand, this group of sea beasts appeared in 4K high definition to Hishu. After several days of mental preparation, Hishu finally settled down to observe the sea beast movements. Not long after, he uncovered a significant weakness among them. Chapter 36. The Cthulhu Invasion of the Great Hongjun in the Deep of Night. With the full moon hanging high, several bubbles suddenly rose on the deep blue sea. Two massive tentacles, equipped with suction cups, gently disturbed the water surface. In the next moment, the calm marsh began to boil violently, countless tentacles writhing atop the water. Waves surged towards the dock, waking the drowsy shrimp soldiers, who opened their eyes to find a colossal, soft octopus head looming before them. This octopus was terrifying, its enormous head adorned with hundreds of tentacles, each as thick as a thigh. With each movement, the suction cups on its tentacles emitted a piercing sound against the dock. As the octopus fully emerged from the water, the entire dock of Qinqing tidal sea was engulfed in a damp, foul stench. Cthulhu has invaded the Great Hongjun. Puff, while watching a 2K ultra-clear broadcast from above. Chen sanity plummeted upon witnessing this. "Quick, turn it off! Turn it off!" Chen cried out in horror, snatching the remote control and abruptly shutting down the projection in mid-air. Indeed, it was a projector. The great inventor of Hongjun, Chen had once again made a small contribution to the technological advancement of Hongjun. Ever since Chen provided Hishu with a clear path, Hishu had embarked on the irreversible journey of honing his vision. From standard definition to high definition, and then to 4K Blu-ray, with the enhancements of divine powers and the telescope, Hishu can now spot a mosquito from 8,000 miles away. However, perhaps such an obsession, akin to innate talents and divine powers, was something one was born with. Now that Hishu had begun to develop his divine powers, he had overlooked Chen undergarments but directed his lecherous gaze towards the Qinqing tidal sea. Reporting to Master, "Today I can see the sea beast tentacles. Stop it." Chen could no longer endure. Hishu continued to observe but failed to report anything substantial. Thus, Chen decided to take matters into his own hands. Borrowing a sliver of Hishu's vision divine power and integrating it into the telescope. With this minor modification, what Hishu observed could be projected into the air, live-streamed for Chen. Consequently, Hishu became Chen Telescope Plus. Regrettably, this Hishu telescope could not move according to Chen wishes. Those beady black eyes seemed to fixate on the most disgusting sights. A mutated giant octopus. Hishu could gaze at it for an entire hour. Meanwhile, Chen watching the live broadcast, was forced to endure countless visual assaults from Hishu. After shutting off the projection, Chen weakly collapsed onto Xiaoyan. It seemed imperative to teach Hishu how to operate the lens and apply censorship. Otherwise, this delicate heart of mine may not withstand the strain. "Master, shall we continue to monitor?" Hishu turned back, gazing innocently at Chen his round, glistening black eyes somehow revealing a hint of mischief. This lad is truly peculiar. Even Chen known for his eccentricities, felt a sense of oddity. Chen waved his hand dismissively. "You keep watch. I shall rest for a moment." But Hishu turned back, delightfully preparing a cup of tea for himself. These charming little creatures indeed possess a unique beauty, which upon prolonged observation reveals an extraordinary aesthetic. Alas, the master lacks the discernment to appreciate such nuances. With a hint of regret, Hishu resumed watching the restricted-level Cthulhu live stream. Days passed. Under Hishu's diligent and unwavering surveillance, spanning 7 hours a day, Chen had come to understand the appearances, temperaments, and colorations of these marine beasts, though the distinction regarding their trousers was rather unnecessary. Exhausted, Chen had resolved to abandon Hishu's lead, but one evening, a fortnight later, Hishu delivered crucial news to Chen. The dragon soldiers stationed at the Qinxing beach are, in fact, transformed marine beasts. However, their power is merely on par with that of golden immortals. The more formidable marine beasts remain concealed within the vast marshes. This anomaly had long troubled Chen until today. Master, look! The dragon clan! Hishu, peering downward, seemed to have encountered something frightful, his tone filled with terror. What could possibly instill such fear in a creature as bizarre as the Dandian crane? Chen trembled as he activated the projection, bracing himself for a visual assault in pursuit of clues. To his astonishment, the dock at Qinxing Beach lay in tranquility, with shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling in formation, while the indescribably odd marine beasts obediently hid within the marsh, avoiding the gaze of onlookers. Prompted by Hishu, Chen focused on the route between the dragon's nest and Qinxing Beach, scrutinizing closely, and discovered a group of fish-headed monsters stealthily landing on the shallows under the cover of night. Hundreds of these fish-headed creatures were hoisting a dragon corpse. The dragon's body, a pale blue devoid of vitality, bore wide, unblinking eyes, with black blood seeping from its mouth and nostrils, indicative of a fatal poisoning. One after another, the fish-headed monsters transported the dragon's corpse to Qinxing Beach. Viewed from above, they formed a grotesque and horrifying chain of death. Hours passed. Hundreds of dragon corpses were cast into the marsh, splashing water everywhere, and the massive dragon corpses were swiftly ensnared by even larger cephalopods. A chilling gleam emerged as the terrifyingly large octopus partially surfaced, its massive head splitting open, triangular teeth akin to those of shark, devouring the dragon corpses whole. As the giant octopus chewed, remnants fell into the water, snatched up by slightly smaller marine beasts. The scent of blood permeated Qinxing Beach, even shrouding the sky above in a thin layer of pale pink mist. Chen, disregarding his nausea, focused intently. Dragon corpses were entirely consumed, the mightiest among them. A giant octopus at the great Luo golden immortal level gradually emitted a faint purple glow. Moments later, the glow vanished, and the marine beast form shrank, ultimately transforming into a colossal dragon with 2 horns atop its head. Both individuals in the clouds held their breath. Ao Wu had once mentioned that marine beasts that consume dragon corpses gradually develop intelligence. This was the method. Dawn broke. Qinxing Beach returned to its usual calmness. Unlike before, however, a dragon guardian at the great Luo golden immortal level now stood watch over the beach, alongside the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It seems immediate action is required. Otherwise, once the dragon's nest is entirely overtaken by marine beasts, it would herald a catastrophe even more terrifying than the Dragon Han calamity. The marine beasts are on the cusp of gaining intelligence. You must exert your utmost to uncover their weaknesses. Chen, unusually stern, issued a grave command to Hishu. I shall obey master's decree. During this time, Chen remained vigilant. The Tao possesses spirit. All things possess spirit. Yet the marine beasts are born from fragments of chaos. And despite their outward resemblance to primordial beings, they are fundamentally different. This is fate. The marine beasts undoubtedly harbor fatal weaknesses distinct from those of primordial beings. Another fortnight passed. Hishu had affixed a telescope to his eyes, unblinking as he gazed at Qinxing Beach. Master, quickly look. Chapter 37. The Golden Kong of Primordial Times. Another full moon graced the night sky. The fish-headed monsters stealthily approached Qinxing Beach, bearing the dragon corpse. However, unlike last time, their arrival provoked the ire of the marine beasts. Is this all? The dragon-shaped marine beast erupted in fury, casually waving its hand, and a colossal shadow of its tentacles manifested behind it, striking down numerous fish-headed monsters. The leading fish-headed monster possessed merely golden immortal cultivation. Under this brutal blow, it was left on the brink of death. "Spare me, great general of the sea." The great general of the emperor entrusted me to deliver a message. The fish-headed monster wiped the blood from its mouth and hastily continued. "Currently, most of the sea tribes in the dragon's nest have become your blood offerings to avoid alarming the snakes. The only food I could bring for the general is this. The marine beasts have already taken over most of the dragon's nest." Chen pondered deeply, and moments later, a thunderous roar reverberated from below at Qinxing Beach. "Inform the emperor he requires me to guard this pass, and each month I demand a dragon corpse at the great Luo golden immortal level." The marine beast disguised as a dragon suddenly shed its facade, slamming its tentacles against the ground, sweeping up all the fish-headed monsters and consuming them one by one. "Boss, did you forget to leave one to relay the message?" The leading marine beast hesitated, then retrieved half of a fish-headed monster, still dripping with soup. Can a fish-headed monster, reduced to just a head, survive? After a moment of staring with murky eyes, the marine beast squirmed a few times, lifted its tentacle, and shoved it back into its mouth. Let us discuss it next time. After devouring all the dragon corpses and fish-headed monsters, the marine beast transformed back into its dragon form, angrily addressing the surrounding shrimp soldiers. "If the emperor sends such blood offerings again, I will lead you into the dragon's nest to devour that damned ancestral dragon." Upon uttering these words, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals eagerly echoed in agreement. High above, Chen finally grasped the underlying truth. It turns out the marine beasts, born from chaos fragments, possess a physical strength even surpassing that of the defensive Kirin. Yet, the marine beasts act entirely on instinct to cultivate their intelligence for his own use. For millennium, the emperor had secretly poisoned several great Luo golden immortal dragons in the dragon's nest, feeding their corpses to the marine beasts to awaken their intelligence, allowing them to masquerade as dragons, replacing the original. The flesh of a great Luo golden immortal, rich in spiritual energy, not only grants intelligence to the marine beasts, but is also their most favored delicacy. However, in this world, there are but a few hundred dragons capable of reaching the great Luo golden immortal level at that time. Only the ancestral dragon and a few dragon offspring remained among the dragon clan's experts. All other masters have been secretly replaced by marine beasts. Naturally gluttonous and aggressive, the marine beasts were kept placated by the emperor, who, while slaughtering dragons for their sustenance, painted grandiose visions of a future conquest of the primordial world, promising them liberation into the primordial realm, where all primordial beings would become their prey. However, regardless of the world, workers instinctively despise the grandiose promises of their employers. Even the marine beasts are no exception. As a millennium passed, the Emperor's beautiful blueprint for a grand offensive against the primordial realm remained merely a plan, with not even a project initiated. Moreover, the promised superior blood offerings had gradually been replaced with ordinary dragon corpses, some even being hybrids of dragons and other sea tribes, far inferior in taste. The not-so-wise marine beasts eventually caught on, harboring a measure of indignation toward the emperor. This grand promise tastes terribly bland. Bah! As the marine beasts prepared to rebel, Chen, observing intently, conceived an ingenious plan. 3 days later, a stall was erected 100 miles from Qinxing Beach. The stall was modest in size, merely a few dozen meters across, with a campfire built from phoenix wood at its center, atop which lay a net woven from fine iron. Before long, a primordial chi practitioner quietly flew in and sat behind the iron net. With a casual gesture, he extracted half a pig's leg from his ring. This pig, known as Dang Kong, is a primordial exotic species capable of growing to several dozen meters in height as an adult. Although its meat contains low spiritual energy, it is incredibly delicious. Soon, Chen dissected the half-pig's leg into several piles of meat. He then placed these chunks upon the iron net, calling out, "Fire up." "Ignite." Shu complied, igniting the phoenix wood with true fire. Shamefully, ever since the disintegration of the Chaos Pearl, Chen found himself in an awkward predicament that was akin to a smoker forgetting their lighter. It seems he must find an opportunity to tame a few extraordinary flames. While pondering, Chindu took out a willow leaf dagger and gently scored the meat. In his earlier days, he had been a master of barbecuing at the company. As the aroma of the grilling meat wafted through the air, it reached a delightful state of 3/10 cooked. Chindu decisively instructed his shoe to lower the temperature, deftly swiping a hand across the ring, causing 3 or 4 burlap sacks to crash to the ground. Chili, cumin, and salt. High-quality ingredients often employ the simplest methods of preparation. As the trio of grilled meat accompaniments hit the pan, a delightful chemical reaction ensued with the chunks of meat. The aroma of the grilled meat wafted upwards, carried by the white smoke, gradually permeating the air. Even the vegetarian Hishu, upon catching a whiff of this peculiar fragrance, subconsciously twitched his nose, calmness restored. Observing Hishu's reaction, Chundu felt a weight lift from his chest. After all, the singular desire of the sea beasts boiled down to one word. Food. Can you smell that? What a delightful scent. The rustling sounds of conversation drifted from Chunxing Beach to the ears of the two before long. A troop of armored shrimp soldiers and crab generals approached the stall. Freshly slaughtered lamb skewers from the new wilderness. With a flick of his fan, the aroma of cumin wafted towards the nostrils of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. As the leading shrimp soldier opened his mouth, saliva pooled on the ground before he even spoke. Witnessing this scene, Hishu could not help but cast an admiring glance at Chindu. Is it really possible to lower their intelligence so effectively? Indeed, the master's golden touch is formidable. After all, setting up a stall to sell skewers near the dragon nest is bound to be an explosive success. Even the absurd crane, whose mind was clouded with Cthulhu thoughts, had vehemently protested at the initial suggestion of Chundu. After all, sea beasts from the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal were present. One misstep, and they could both become fodder for the sea beasts. However, Chundu understood that these shrimp soldiers and crab generals were merely transformed sea beasts, averaging an education level equivalent to prenatal education, with intellect comparable to that of a gorilla. Thus, he was quite confident that they would not perceive their true intentions before setting up the stall. What shall we exchange for these meat skewers? This general demands 1,000 pounds. Blinded by cumin and chili, the shrimp soldiers remained oblivious to the stall's peculiarities and instead clamored to seize the grilled meat. No fighting allowed. What are the benefits of golden fertilizer grilled meat? Whoever answers correctly shall receive it. A shrimp soldier consuming golden fertilizer could grow an impressive length of 1.5 meters in a day. Such foolishness. Observing Chundu engaging amiably with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Hishu silently retreated 2 meters back. Chapter 38. Your takeaway has arrived after some pleasantries. Chundu cheerfully distributed grilled meat to the numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Esteemed generals, you have misunderstood, he said, raising his hand and laying a fresh layer of meat on the grill. While adjusting the heat, he continued with a smile, I am not here to sell meat. This grilled meat is takeout ordered by the great general of the Imperial for you all. Takeout? What is that? Calmly, Chundu fanned himself and began to enlighten the sea beasts as they gradually comprehended the concept of takeout. Their eyes sparkled with green light. It is well known that their fondness for dragon meat stems from its high spiritual energy content and exquisite flavor. Yet, no matter how delicious the sashimi, it pales in comparison to carefully cooked dishes. This round of takeout had been delivered over 3 days and nights. As the moon hung low in the sky, Chindu's ring brimmed with hundreds of tons of dangkong, all of which vanished into the mouths of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Surprisingly, the sea beasts from the great Luo Golden Immortal realm exhibited remarkable patience. During the bustling moments, Chundu could only catch a glimpse of the 2 eyes peering out from the water. It seemed that this C-18 possessed a higher intellect than the other sea beasts. Chundu remained vigilant, silently elevating the creature's education level to that of elementary school a bit, but not high. Once the fresh meat in the ring was entirely consumed, Chundu rose, displaying a troubled expression. Mr. Takeout, what is to be done? The nearby shrimp and crabs, perceptive to his demeanor, immediately expressed concern for their newly minted benefactor. Chundu shook his head with a sigh. Remaining silent, Hishu discreetly glanced at his notes and replied, the great general of the Imperial, of course, forgotten words. He gritted his teeth, turning to tidy up the grill while saying, "It is a pity we have not met General C-18. You see, aside from Dang Kong, I also have a delicacy here that the great general of the Imperial especially prepared for General C-18. Really?" The shrimp and crabs gasped in astonishment. As they watched the two prepare to depart, the air shimmered slightly, a flash of pressure emanating from the great Luo Golden Immortal. "Mr. Takeout, our general requests a meeting." Chen nodded with a smile, casually handing over the last skewer, packing up the grill, and making his way to the general's mansion at Chinching Beach. The mansion was impressively grand, with pearls the size of human heads scattered across the floor, exuding an aura of wealth, if not aesthetics. The door swung open with a resounding crash as a middle-aged dragon figure strode forth. The scent of the sea and blood filled the air. The pressure of the great Luo Golden Immortal bore down on Chengdu, yet he remained unflinching, lowering his gaze to the floor. "Why have I not heard that the Imperial has ordered takeout for us?" General C-18 scrutinized Chengdu with suspicion, seemingly attempting to see through him to the core. Yet no matter how he looked, this Qi practitioner bore no trace of a sea beast or even a sea clan's essence. Could it be that the takeout from the flood wilderness truly originated from there? The general was unaware. With a smile that felt like a gentle breeze, Chengdu maintained his composure, spinning a tale. A few days ago, the general of Chunyu Beach sought an audience with the great general of the Imperial in secret, from whom he received ample blood food. Before Chengdu could finish, C-18 slammed his hand on the table. "Well done, C-26, daring to eat alone behind my back." "Indeed," Chengdu nodded vigorously. "Now even the household of the great general of the Imperial is out of provisions. After sending off General 26, the great general couldn't bear for you all to go hungry, so he searched the flood wilderness and finally ordered a takeout for you. General 18, is this for just me? Or do other generals also have it?" "All the generals have it. This meal is specially delivered for you, General." "Humph, I knew others wouldn't leave me the leftovers," C-18 scoffed, preparing to rise. The pressure of the great Luo Golden Immortal surged once more. But Chengdu remained unfazed, retrieving the grill. "But the great general is concerned for General 18. While other generals only have Dang Kong to eat, the great general specifically ordered a delicacy just for you." "What is it?" "Once the Fishhead army delivers the ingredients, the general shall be able to savor it." "Humph, what a ruse. This delicacy is a special dish prepared by the great general of the Imperial for General 18. Please do not reveal it to others." "Understood, humph." A hint of embarrassment flickered across C-18's face. "Ugh." Chengdu's throat tightened. Once C-18 had shyly retreated, he leaned against the wall and retched a couple of times. "Master, have we infiltrated the enemy's ranks?" Hishu rubbed his hands in excitement. Finally, they could observe Cthulhu up close. "Do not act rashly. Do not forget our plan, and proceed with caution." Chengdu wiped his mouth and stepped outside. Once more, the round moon hung high in the sky. The fishhead monsters set off from the Dragon Palace again, this time bringing only 80 dragon corpses. "Imperial, you are too deceitful," gazing at the meager offerings of blood food. C-18 rose in anger, but upon reconsideration, sat back down, a hint of pink gracing his cheeks. What a ridiculous sight! Chengdu, summoned to serve his takeout, nearly retched once more, since the ingredients were ready. He requested General 18 to exercise patience. To cook this dragon meat, Chengdu alone was utterly insufficient. After all, with his stature, and only possessing the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, he could not condense 100-foot golden body. Thus, he had to clamber up and down the massive dragon body with his modest height of 1.85 meters, 8-pack abs, and 9-head proportions. Humph, so small. Growing impatient, C-18 snorted coldly, and with a mere glance. The 80 enormous dragon bodies transformed into neatly cut meat chunks, even the incredibly tough dragon scales being completely shaved off. This Imperial truly favors only me among the countless sea beast generals, numbering at least 28 celestial lodestars. Noticing C-18's face reddening once more, Chengdu immediately interrupted his spell. "General, do not throw away the entrails. That too is a delicacy." "Oh." The smoky aroma emanated from the grill. Under Hishu's covert manipulation, C-18 was completely captivated. In the face of this culinary temptation, C-18 forgot all previous thoughts, fixating intently on Chengdu. "Are you ready?" Chengdu lightly brushed a layer of oil over the somewhat lean dragon meat. Quietly inquiring if Shu covered his mouth and nose, cleaning the entrails with a swift motion while subtly nodding in agreement. The 80 dragon bodies were grilled to perfection. Chengdu and Shu, with their combin as Hai Shiba and the shrimp and crabs fixated intently on the barbecue grill. Chengdu and Shu silently donned their masks. Chapter 39. 9 Turns of Large Intestine. Shu heated the oil in the pot. Sizzle, the ladle stirred rapidly within the pan. The broth quickly thickened, and as it transformed into a deep brown hue, Chengdu promptly lifted the pot and poured the prepared sauce over the large intestine. The glossy sauce clung to the dish, instantly elevating its aroma. Ah, ha ha ha, behold the arrival of the 9 turns of large intestine. On an enormous porcelain plate, a circle of exquisite large intestine was artfully arranged. To enhance its presentation, Chengdu sprinkled a ring of chopped scallions on top, rendering it exceedingly tantalizing. Ensnared by the intoxicating fragrance, the shrimp and crabs wasted no time. Before Hai Shiba could take the first bite, they raised their claws and eagerly sampled a piece each. Sea creatures were born to devour, and to savor such a culinary delight was worth any price. Even death, seeking death. Hai Shiba's eyes glinted with menace. With a stomp of his foot, ripples surged through the air, sending the greedy sea beasts flying over 100 meters away. Subsequently, Hai Shiba raised the plate, and in a blatant act to prevent the other shrimp and crabs from stealing bites, he transformed right before Chengdu into his true form. The massive head of the octopus cracked open, and hundreds of pounds of large intestine were stuffed into his mouth. The rich flavor exploded in his mouth. Hai Shiba squinted his eyes, savoring each bite rather than swallowing it whole as he usually did. Standing behind Chengdu, Shu seemed to anticipate the ensuing events, covering his mouth and turning his head away. Yet Chengdu remained unfazed. Moments later, the slick head of the octopus, astonishingly, bore 2 human-like furrows, as if it were frowning. There was a trap hidden within the large intestine, but by the time Hai Shiba realized this, it was too late. The crisp large intestine, filled with indescribable stuffing, plummeted into his stomach. Was it intentional or merely an accident? The giant octopus glowered, its bulbous eyes glaring furiously at Chengdu. Chengdu smiled faintly, consciously channeling his spiritual energy, and boldly replied, "It was intentional." "Ah, you seek death." The tentacles thrashed angrily against the ground as the giant octopus lunged forward, intent on devouring Chengdu. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied with having spoken, the ancestral dragon waved his hand dismissively, subtly indicating the dismissal of Luo Ho. The encounter with the obstinate ancestral dragon left Luo Ho seething with fury. Thus, he donned the guise of the emperor, proclaiming to the outside world that it was the ancestral dragon who instigated the war and imprisoned the ancestral dragon for this very reason. It was only recently that the father emperor speculated that this brother, born of the same womb, likely arrived in this world with sinister intentions from the very beginning. Upon finishing his words, Ao Wu and the jade pendant fell into a profound silence. Even though Chengdu had anticipated this, the shocking revelations within left his heart racing, not to mention the newly initiated Cthulhu enthusiast, the eccentric red-crowned crane. The primordial chaos is perilous indeed. Shushi suddenly collapsed to the ground, his dark eyes filled with despair. To reignite Shushi's fighting spirit, Chengdu promptly pulled him up. "You fearsome sea beasts do not terrify you, yet you dread a mere innate demon god. Are innate demon gods truly so insignificant?" Shushi's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Chengdu continued, "The primordial chaos hangs by a thread. The fate of all hinges upon you and me. Must you yield without a fight before we have even clashed?" In the depths of his muddled gaze, a flicker of resolve began to emerge. "Steady yourself, you little scoundrel." Chengdu lifted Shushi and, with a shoe that had inexplicably changed to a pointed tip, delivered a sharp kick to Shushi's rear. "What is our mission? To save the primordial chaos. What is our slogan? To vanquish the emperor. Well then, what must we do next? To rescue the ancestral dragon. After a prolonged half-hour of motivation, both the confused Ao Wu and the despondent Shushi were invigorated. Yes, sir. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had nearly drawn to a close after 3 hours. Ao Wu, on the verge of leaping from the crystal toilet to strike Emperor, still felt reluctant. Senior, why not cherish the hemorrhoids, for the dragon bears responsibility. Chen replied in a deep voice, then promptly ended the communication with the jade pendant. He gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Bright yet sorrowful, his distant eyes revealing endless concerns for the primordial chaos. We shall approach the dragon's lair in 3 days, at which time Ao Wu will provide us with cover. Our task is to find the ancestral dragon and adapt accordingly. At this moment, the eccentric red-crowned crane was already aflame with passion, immediately saluting Chen with military precision. I guarantee the completion of our mission. Complete? What nonsense. Chen clenched his palm with his fingertips. Tightening his face and feigning retreat, he erected a barrier within the small cloud. A man should even weep in silence. After obscuring Shushi's view, Chen threw himself onto the small cloud in despair. It's all over. The 3 of them, as Tai golden immortals, would surely be turned into cannon fodder by the Hongjun de Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint, innate demon god, Luo Ho, and yet they still aspire to save the ancestral dragon and rescue the primordial chaos? Having spoken grandly, Chen himself did not believe it. What to do? What to do? After thousands of years in the primordial chaos for the first time, the Scroll King did not meditate, but lay askew upon the small cloud, cradling his face in a tearless lament. Their lone trump card now was the ancestral dragon, who shared the same quasi-saint status. However, the ancestral dragon had been imprisoned by the Emperor for a millennium. The current situation and whether his strength had waned remained uncertain. Great Tao, grant me strength. Ignite, little universe. Open sesame. Chen writhed upon the soft small cloud, seizing the moment when no one was watching, and began to lose his mind. A quarter of an hour later, Chen suddenly sat upright upon the small cloud. Right, the great Tao. Chen recalled an event. Hundreds of years ago, he had encountered Luo Ho twice. The first time he grasped the essence of the time Tao, he had spied upon Luo Ho, who was instigating the ancestral dragon from the river of time. At that moment, Luo Ho sensed Chen gaze and nearly kicked over the Buzhou mountain. The second time, Chen had made Luo Ho suffer a setback, not only enraging him, but inadvertently allowing the great Tao to cast Luo Ho out of the primordial chaos. Perhaps he could employ the same tactic this time. Infuriate Luo Ho, compel the great Tao to recognize the existence of the innate demon god, and ultimately expel him from the primordial chaos. Yet this plan was not without its uncertainties. After all, the calamity of dragons and phoenixes was orchestrated by Luo Ho himself. Perhaps the great Tao would turn a blind eye to Luo Ho's actions, allowing him to act with impunity to further the calamity's progression. As Chen pondered this, a thunderous thought echoed in his mind. Ah, you great Tao, waiting for me here. With a sinister grin, Chen raised a middle finger to the heavens. Crack! Thunder struck. The small cloud remained unscathed. Yet Chen face was left charred. However, he felt no anger, only joy. It seemed the great Tao tacitly acknowledged his conjecture. It is settled then. See Beast, Chapter 41. I am not the protagonist. Dragon Lair. Dragonclaw Palace, a fish-headed creature crawled from the water, its eyes devoid of spirit. It was the primordial beasting you, lacking in intelligence. 1,000 years ago, a thunderous boom resonated through the skies. This creature, which existed solely for livestock, inexplicably developed self-awareness. Heaven has eyes. Evening you shall rise. The newly awakened Sanbeki leaped from the water, filled with ambition. From this day forth, the vast primordial chaos should be graced by the name of Sanbeki. Yet, not long after, before he could find a good teacher to learn the ways of cultivation, he was suddenly seized by unseen hands and thrown into the dragon palace. Sanbeki thought himself the chosen fish. However, upon entering the dragon palace, he encountered countless other primordial beasts who had also gained intelligence. Although these creatures possessed some awareness, their true essence remained hidden, and most acted purely on instinct, thus relegated to performing undesirable tasks under the command of the aquatic clan. But he, Inconspicuous, was different. He had tasted dragon flesh and sea beast meat, a fusion of both realms, destined to make a name for himself in the primordial chaos. All he needed to do was fulfill the tasks assigned by General Emperor E. Uft. A pale blue blood oozed from his chest, and, as Inconspicuous turned, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a primordial chi cultivator. It turned out this fish-headed creature was a mountain sea beast. Ingyu. Hearing that Ingyu originally lacked intelligence, it was likely the handiwork of Emperor E. The voices of conversation faded into the distance as Inconspicuous transformed back to his original form. His murky fish eyes gradually losing their luster. It appears I am not the protagonist. Gather these corpses. Chundu casually instructed Shushi to collect the remains of the Ingyu essence, and oh wonder the mermaids of legend are depicted with human bodies and fishtails. This fish-headed creature is likely an interloper from the Cthulhu set. Quite the peculiar lot. Yet, the awakening of Ingyu's intelligence likely had something to do with Emperor E as well. By collecting these corpses, perhaps they could uncover the reasons behind Emperor Yi's manipulation to grant them intelligence. After dispatching this batch of fish-headed creatures, Chundu and Shushi pressed onward. The location of the dragon lair lay within a vast marsh. Pavilions and towers stood resplendent. The grand dragon palace was half submerged in water, with the other half floating above the surface. Surrounding them were scattered residences of colossal dragons, not of the ancestral dragon's lineage. Chundu and Shushi traveled tirelessly for 2 days and nights, yet the intricately adorned dragon palace still appeared as a mirage, suspended far in the distance. Just how immense is this dragon palace? Shushi raised a telescope, unable to suppress his a member of a prominent clan in the primordial chaos. Having long resided in the Phoenix Nest and Polonia Forest, this was the first time Shushi experienced the joy of wealth. Chundu reassuringly patted his shoulder. Regardless of the era, the one who commands the sea commands the world. This is an undeniable truth that if blame must be assigned, it is perhaps because their Phoenix clan is not a waterfowl. Another day passed, and with their stamina, they finally arrived at a corner of the Dragon Palace. The strength of the surrounding guards had escalated from celestial beings and true immortals to the level of golden immortals. Fortunately, they had reached the continental shelf, allowing Chundu and Shushi to temporarily conceal themselves amidst the ocean's currents. They had just slain a squad of takeout fish-headed delivery men, yet this was not a sustainable strategy. Once the next wave of fish-headed creatures arrived, the news of High Shiba's demise would inevitably come to Emperor Yi's attention. However, what puzzled Shushi was that after Chundu reached this place, he halted their advance and requested they remain concealed for the time being. Master, why don't we directly infiltrate the Dragon Palace? Shushi, submerged in the water, let his dark eyes surface. The heat intensified and the temperature of the seawater rose accordingly, nearly scalding him to the point of losing his fur just a little longer. Chundu replied dismissively, instructing Shushi to keep watch while he summoned the small cloud, carrying Shushi as he diligently prepared something. In a fleeting moment, Shushi vaguely caught sight of a pink fabric in Chundu's hands. He had a nagging feeling that something unfortunate was about to unfold. Shushi cast a doubtful glance at Chundu, but the usually forthright Chundu dared not meet Shushi's gaze this time. 7 days prior, Chundu had a conversation with Ao Wu regarding a jade pendant. At that time, Ao Wu informed Chundu that in order to avoid inciting the wrath of the entire dragon clan, after imprisoning the ancestor dragon, he merely placed him under house arrest, refraining from treating him harshly. The forcibly retired ancestor dragon had no intentions of seizing power from DE. Rather, he was relishing his newfound retirement. Recently, the ancestor dragon even made a request to DE. What could this city possibly hold? The primordial demon god, who had never harbored such base desires, was astounded by this request. Consequently, he promptly rejected the ancestor dragon's shameless demand for a selection of beautiful maidens from the sea. However, the nature of the dragon clan being what it is, after the ancestor dragon's request was denied, the news reached the ears of the surviving dragons. These mighty dragons were incensed. The dragon clan selection process was as commonplace as eating and drinking. How could De, a fellow dragon, dare to refuse the ancestor dragon's request? This was a blatant act of cruelty. The dragon palace was filled with ridicule and fury, and even those dragons who had initially chosen to support De's rebellion began to voice their support for the ancestor dragon. They could not bear to see their hard-earned reputation, built over millions of years, tarnished by this selection. Yet De's plan of substitution had not yet been fully realized. At this juncture, he could not afford to completely enrage the dragon clan. Thus, after 2 days of contemplation, De, who was incensed to the point of spitting blood, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, gritting his teeth, personally selected beautiful maidens from the sea for the ancestor dragon. Upon hearing this, Chen flooded the screen with comments about the ancestor dragon's audacious move. However, as a member of the team dedicated to saving the primordial realm, the eccentric Danding Crane missed this juicy gossip due to his obsession with Cthulhu. So, before the two set off to confront the dragons after dealing with the C-18, Chen secretly observed He Shu for a long while, quietly formulating a plan that could only be described as terrifying. The sea transitioned from warm to icy-wide as the lights began to twinkle. Gentle waves caressed the shore. Fish, shrimp, and crabs emerged en masse, transforming back into their original forms, basking under the moonlight on the beach. Meanwhile, Chen and He Shu concealed themselves behind a rock, gradually obscuring their figures. Chen gently poked He Shu. As He Shu looked up, he beheld a group of sea folk soaring towards the dragon palace from afar. These sea folk were diverse in kind, but none wore armor. Instead, they were simply dressed and adorned lightly. The eccentric Danding Crane blushed, glancing back at Chen subtly raising a pair of binoculars, reporting back to the master. The place they are headed to is indeed the Dragon Palace, He Shu stammered, his face, chilled by the seawater, beginning to flush. Could it be that the master's plan involves these sea maidens? This is simply too. He Shu turned back to glare reproachfully at Chen. Yet, Chen did not respond to He Shu. Instead, he produced a tightly wrapped package from his small cloud. Chapter 42. The eccentric's initial experience in cross-dressing master. What is this object? Upon seeing what Chen had taken out, alarm bells rang in He Shu's mind. A strong premonition from the Tai Golden Immortal warned He Shu that the contents of this package would pose a lethal threat to him. Hearing this, Chen beamed. But in the next moment, a pagoda suddenly appeared, enveloping the two of them. This is a marvelous item. Back in our blue cloud-like cave, we call it the one-key triple capture device. Chen grinned wickedly, raising his hand to summon a rope, binding He Shu on the spot. What capture device? He Shu's eyes were filled with confusion, but Chen unperturbed, opened the package, extracting a light pink veil. The shark silk he had seized from Ao Wu had finally found its purpose. Chen scrutinized He Shu, examining him from head to toe, occasionally touching him inappropriately. This direction seems a bit off. In He Shu's bewildered and terrified gaze, Chen swiftly stitched a few seams into the light veil. The delicate pink veil unfurled before He Shu, and tears welled up in his dark eyes. A flowing sleeve fairy dress, Pro-Max, champagne pink. Master, was all of this part of your scheme? He Shu, looking dazed, resembled a marionette, having had his outer appearance transformed by Chen. As it happens, I once served in the university's Hanfu Society. Chen beamed with pride upon seeing He Shu transformed into a vision of pink. My skills haven't faded. He Shu's original form was that of a slender, long-legged red-crowned crane, and even in human form, he exuded charm. Thus, upon learning that the ancestor dragon would be holding a selection, Chen devised this plan to transform this red-crowned crane into the ancestor dragon's beloved concubine and infiltrate the dragon palace. As He Shu finally grasped Chen plan, he silently closed his eyes. What is our motto? Chen casually swept his hand across the beach, crafting a palette of tricolored eyeshadow, feeling the gentle brush sweep across his eyelids. He Shu realized he had no way out, choking back tears as he declared, to save the primordial realm. Precisely. What is our plan? To rescue the ancestor dragon. Exactly. Don't cry. Your makeup will smudge an hour later. Chen unraveled the pagoda formation. The beautiful figure emerged gracefully. Even by Chen discerning standards, He Shu's current appearance could earn a solid 9 out of 10. especially those tear-filled eyes. Very well. Remember to perform well later. Understood, sob. The Dragon Palace D. He stood at the entrance, feeling an unexpected sense of trepidation. The primordial demon god, having achieved sanctity through slaughter, how could a mere clam maiden disturb my resolve? D. He clenched his fists, mentally preparing himself before pushing open the grand door that held the ancestor dragon captive. Upon entering, the blinding golden light pierced D's eyes. Ugh! The arrogant and indulgent foolish dragon. In another 100 years, your time will come. D's eyes gleamed with malevolence as he suppressed the urge to tear off his disguise and slay the ancestor dragon, saying, Ancestor brother, 3,000 clam maidens and shark maidens await outside. May I inquire when you might deign to select? Wait another 2 hours. A commanding voice resonated from deep within the hall, accompanied by the sound of a woman's delicate laughter. Your Majesty, come chase after me. If you catch me, I'll call you. He lifted his foot and kicked over the accompanying Tortoise Chancellor. Tortoise Chancellor, let us depart. The Tortoise Chancellor got up, brushing off the dust, and, struck by inspiration, thought D. he was envious of the ancestor dragon's treatment. Thus, he confidently remarked, will the general accompany the selection? I shall refrain. Eve replied, such selections are simply an eyesore. Exiting the grand hall, he gazed up at the bright sunlight. The weather has turned cool. It is time for the dragon clan to perish. 2 hours later, within the dragon palace, Chen stood among a group of sea folk. Are you also here for the selection? But you are not a sea folk. Among the multitude of fish, shrimp, and crabs, the human form Chen stood out prominently. I, a humble girl, have long admired the grace of the ancestor dragon since hatching. Upon hearing of the selection, I urged my father to accompany me. Humph, just a mere bird clan. You might as well give up. Upon hearing this, the transformed Hishu immediately entered character, dramatically throwing himself into Chen Du's embrace. Ugh, this feels a bit too contrived, my friend. Chen Du patted Hishu's back, ostensibly to console him. But in reality, he pinched him hard, and in the next moment, genuine tears began to flow from Hishu's eyes. What a beauty! The oppressive aura surged into the hall like a tidal wave. The colossal golden dragon shadow flashed overhead. Suddenly, Chen Du felt a shift before his eyes, and a middle-aged man appeared in the empty dragon chair beside him and Hishu. This man was strikingly handsome, moving with a measured gait, seeming to traverse the space in the blink of an eye, suddenly appearing next to Chen Du and Hishu. Observing this, Chen Du's pupils constricted. This is spatial manipulation. Hundreds of years ago, he had attempted to study spatial techniques, but had been unable to execute them due to limitations in his cultivation. Could it be a difference in realms? Chen Du carefully sensed the pressure emanating from this quasi-saint. Although the ancestor dragon had concealed his might out of concern for the maiden's inferior abilities, the aura inadvertently released still left one breathless. Streams and great lakes. This exemplifies the disparity between the Tai, golden immortal, and the quasi-saint. Chen Du lowered his head in silence. Before the ancestor dragon, he was experiencing the gap in realms for the first time. It seems that once this task is completed, he must dedicate himself to seclusion for a while. Beautiful maiden, lift your head. The voice resonated in his ears, and Chen Du abruptly looked up to find the ancestor dragon beside Hishu, gazing at the quietly bowed Hishu with a smile. It appears the narrative has taken an unexpected turn that Hishu, with his head bowed, refused to speak. Master, you have betrayed me. Observing Hishu's non-cooperation, Chen Du hastily interjected. Your Majesty, my humble girl is rather introverted. I hope the ancestor dragon will show some compassion. The ancestor dragon burst into hearty laughter, directly taking Hishu's hand. This hand seems a bit large. This detail was insignificant. The ancestor dragon, beaming, led Hishu into the inner palace. Oh no! The ancestor dragon is indeed a man of action. Chen Du had anticipated that this selection would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. But he never imagined the ancestor dragon would be so eager, whisking Hishu away immediately. This cannot end in a confrontation. Chen Du felt a surge of anxiety, placing his hopes on Hishu's ability to adapt. After the conclusion of the selection, thousands of mermaids were promptly repatriated to their homeland. Among them was the mermaid who had spoken harshly to Hishu that moment. Her face was filled with disbelief. Why would His Majesty the Ancestor Dragon choose a creature covered in fur? Does your clan possess some secret art to bewilder the heart of a dragon? The mermaid glared at Chengdu with gritted teeth. Chengdu sighed. I never anticipated that the young lady would directly catch the attention of His Majesty. This was an unvarnished truth, yet to the ears of the mermaid, it sounded like a cruel mockery. Chapter 43. Ascendancy to the National Duke. The mermaid covered her face and fled the Grand Hall, leaving behind only a handful of individuals in the noisy Dragon Clan Palace. Chengdu exited with the crowd, but did not leave the Dragon Palace. Instead, he seized the opportunity to slip away to a corner of the palace unnoticed. Are you there? With no one around, Chengdu retrieved a jade pendant from the ring. Moments later, Ao Wu's voice emanated from the pendant. Yes, it is indeed me. Chengdu wiped his face and relayed the events of the day to Ao Wu. Are you implying that my father, the crown princess father, has chosen He Shu as a consort? Ao Wu's voice was filled with incredulity. Chengdu regretted that he had only aimed to disguise himself to infiltrate the Dragon Emperor's palace, never imagining that he would inadvertently elevate He Shu to the dragon's bed. Do not be anxious, my senior. Ao Wu, well-versed in the ways of the Ancestor Dragon, quickly regained his composure and pondered before articulating his thoughts. In Ao Wu's estimation, the selection by the Ancestor Dragon was genuine, but the choice of He Shu likely harbored ulterior motives. Are you suggesting that the Ancestor Dragon has seen through our intentions concerning He Shu and me? Precisely. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Wu continued, you should wait in the Dragon Emperor's palace for a while. If all goes as expected, my father will summon you shortly. Ao Wu's deductions were reasonable, and after pondering for a time, Chengdu resolved to trust Ao Wu's judgment. It seemed that Ao Wu had grown increasingly mature through this series of tribulations. However, if 3 hours passed without the Ancestor Dragon summoning him, as Ao Wu predicted, he would force his way into the Dragon Emperor's palace. He vowed to defend He Shu's honor at all costs. After putting away the jade pendant, Chengdu returned to the seafood banquet. The Prime Minister Turtle approached him with a beaming smile, guiding him to wait nearby. Your daughter has achieved her wish. I have come to congratulate the National Duke. Please, Prime Minister, rise. For reasons unknown, upon hearing these words from Prime Minister Turtle, Chengdu felt a pang of guilt toward He Shu. Sensing the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward, Prime Minister Turtle spoke again. Once His Majesty and consort he consummate their union, His Majesty will bestow rewards. May I ask what the National Duke desires? I shall prepare accordingly. She is already consort he. In a moment of daze, Chengdu unconsciously exclaimed, but consummate their union? No way. Chengdu immediately sprang to his feet. It appeared that he could not afford to wait any longer. This time, he would do anything to rescue He Shu. For Ao Wu's sake, he hoped the Ancestor Dragon would leave them both in one piece. National Duke, please follow me. His Majesty has invited you into the palace for a discussion. From a distance, a limping, green-headed turtle approached, smiling obsequiously as it called out to Chengdu. Chengdu let out a sigh of relief. Since the Ancestor Dragon had taken He Shu away, it had only been a brief moment. It seemed that He Shu's honor remained intact. At least he hoped so, with a heart full of apprehension. Chengdu followed Prime Minister Turtle toward the Dragon Palace. Why does the Prime Minister walk with difficulty? Has he sustained an injury? Chengdu extended a jar of healing ointment, intending to glean some information from this Prime Minister Turtle. National Duke, please do not mention it. The green-headed turtle wore a bitter expression. It turned out he was the personal Prime Minister of the Emperor Yi, and today he had merely inquired whether Emperor Yi intended to participate in the selection to choose a few maidens for himself. Only to receive a heavy kick from Emperor Yi. He was then dispatched here. Why does General Yi, also a member of the Dragon Clan, not behave like other great dragons? Chengdu tentatively asked. This topic was also a piece of gossip among the sea clans, so Prime Minister Turtle did not feel offended. After a moment of thought, he replied, I do not know, but General Yi has always been this way. Since ancient times, it seemed their speculations were correct. General Yi likely was never truly a member of the Dragon Clan. After all, no dragon could resist the allure of beauty, not even the Ancestor Dragon. Guided by Prime Minister Turtle, Chengdu arrived at the Grand Hall of the Dragon Emperor's palace. Unbeknownst to him, the ancestor dragon had already transformed into his true form. The 100-meter-long colossal dragon coiled above the hall. Holding the pink clad, he shooed gently in his enormous claws. Seemingly asleep, or perhaps unconscious, it seemed Ao Wu's guess was accurate. The ancestor dragon's retention of his shoe was not driven by lust. However, Chen was unaware of the ancestor dragon's temperament and whether this display of power would incite his wrath. The grand hall's outer doors slowly closed. Within the vast dragon palace, silence reigned. After a long while, the ancestor dragon spoke first, his dragon claws slightly lifting. Chen understood immediately and promptly lowered his shoe. Thank goodness, her honor was preserved. Chen discreetly examined his shoe's attire, his heart finally settling. What brings you and the He clan to disguise yourselves here? The ancestor dragon's inquiry bore the weight of immense pressure upon Chen. His complexion paled, feeling his knees weaken as if he might kneel before the ancestor dragon at any moment. This was the presence of a quasi-saint. Chen suddenly halted, blood spurting from his mouth. The ancestor dragon's power was astonishing. It seemed that a mere claw could reduce Chen to ashes. I have come for the primordial. Chen collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to rise. What a joke! In this vast primordial realm, do you think a mere golden immortal like you should concern yourself with matters? The ancestor dragon scoffed. He did not wish to take Chen life on the spot, but this slight display of divine power served as a small reprimand for this audacious cultivator. The ancestor dragon glanced at his shoe lying beside Chen. She is indeed a beautiful maiden, but alas, she is a man. The torrent of pressure bypassed his shoe and surged back toward Chen. After enduring wave after wave of oppression, Chen was left with but a shred of vitality. It seemed this was the price for deceiving the ancestor dragon. Chen forced a bitter smile. Yet this was the best outcome under the circumstances. At least, the ancestor dragon did not seek his life. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen sat cross-legged in a corner of the Dragon Emperor's palace. His shoe remained in a state of unconsciousness but without any danger to her life. Speak. What is your true intention in the Dragon Palace? The ancestor dragon transformed into human form, sitting cross-legged on the dragon throne. Chen did not answer the ancestor dragon's question directly. Instead, he countered, "May I boldly inquire, Your Majesty, do you truly intend to attack the Phoenix Nest and ignite war in the primordial realm?" "And if I do," the ancestor dragon observed the serious cultivator before him, feeling a wave of disinterest wash over him. Primordial cultivators were all so alike. This one was no different from the 3 who had come not long ago. One of them, an old man, even advised him to cease his ambitions. Humph. He was a primordial divine dragon. Did he require the opinions of these primordial cultivators to govern the dragon clan? After a moment, the ancestor dragon spoke again. "Are you here on behalf of Emperor E?" "Yes. Your Majesty should know that Emperor E is..." A surge of agitation welled up within him. The ancestor dragon became enraged. Emperor E. It's always about Emperor E. I am well aware of the matters concerning Emperor. This is a matter of my dragon palace. There is no need for primordial cultivators to meddle. How tiresome. Chapter 44. The delicate pink, these primordial cultivators were simply too dulled. In the vast primordial realm, there were few who could truly comprehend the great Tao, even among those of the same realm as him. Like the 3 pure ones, he remembered that name. They were no different. The calamity of dragons and phoenixes brought suffering to countless beings. Did he, the ancestor dragon, not understand this? Did he not care? Enough. The ancestor dragon coldly smiled and beckoned for Prime Minister Turtle to approach. I was greatly disappointed by this selection. Go tell Emperor E to select another 10,000 sea folk for me. Understood. He Shu, who had been carried out of the Dragon Emperor's palace, became the subject of much amusement among the Dragon clan in recent days. After the awkward selection concluded, Chen did not wish to return empty-handed. Thus, he shamelessly requested Prime Minister Turtle to arrange a residence for them. His intention was to remain in the Dragon Palace, closely monitoring the activities of the Dragon Nest and Emperor. However, this behavior was perceived by the various sea clans as shameless, as if the 2 were being driven out by the ancestor dragon, yet still wished to linger in the palace. Vying for favor among the 3,000 maidens. Consequently, in the following days, many maidens flocked to the dragon scale palace, mocking the two with sarcasm. "You say delicate pink? Enough already." This outrageous crimson-crested crane, after being provoked, had taken to wearing a palace drama script and donned a pink dress to tear at the mermaids. What is this all about? Chen covered his face, wishing he could give himself a couple of slaps. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have never entertained that rotten idea, even if it cost him his life. Meanwhile, Shu, stung by the ridicule, began to deviate from the topic, even questioning Chen Du's sense of aesthetics. "If it weren't for your incessant demand for this pink hue," Chen Du erupted with fury. "Barbie pink is the quintessential color for captivating men. For goodness sake, this grotesque red-crowned crane possesses no sense of aesthetics whatsoever." In search of solitude, Chen Du decided to call A.O. Wu. Their recent conversations had become rather frequent, and he wondered how a certain part of the young prince was faring. After a brief exchange, they discussed the events of the selection day. From the reaction of the ancestor dragon, it seemed he had already guessed, or even confirmed, the identity of D. Yet for reasons unknown, the ancestor dragon, the leader of all dragons, chose to turn a blind eye to it all. Even when D slaughtered his descendants, he remained indifferent. This was not how his father had behaved before. A.O. Wu sighed, being as young as he was. He could hardly comprehend the ancestor dragon's mindset. Just as the two were about to speculate further, a voice interrupted. "Your Highness, the physician summoned by His Majesty has arrived. Do not shy away from seeking treatment." "Your Highness, such ailments cannot be delayed." Before Chen Du could respond, a cacophony erupted from the jade pendant. A.O. Wu vented his frustration, driving away the physician specializing in curing hemorrhoids and the turtle prime minister. It seemed such excuses would be difficult to use again. Otherwise, A.O. might end up as a mythical creature himself. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Du inquired, "I recall you mentioning a secret passage leading to the Dragon Palace?" Prompted by Chen Du's reminder, A.O. Wu began to recollect. Indeed, there was a hidden path descending from the side hall of the Dragon Scale Palace, which could lead directly to the current residence of the Crown Prince. This passage was initially created by his elder brother for reasons best left unsaid. A.O. Wu knew well what should and shouldn't be disclosed, and he informed Chen Du of the entrance to the secret passage. "Then I shall seek an opportunity to visit you soon, and I want to communicate through the jade pendant for now," Chen Du concluded, hanging up the phone and summoning a small cloud. Observing the millennia-old friction between dragons and phoenixes, it seemed to have officially commenced 1,000 years ago. Chen Du's mind was a tangled mess, so he summoned a few spiritual herbs and crafted a notepad. At the dawn of time, Luo Ho transformed into De, lurking within the dragon clan. 1,000 years ago, Luo Ho's true self incited the ancestor dragon to wage war against the Phoenix clan. But he was resolutely refused. Subsequently, De, the Luo Ho version, inverted the truth, pinning the blame for the conflict on the ancestor dragon, imprisoning him, assassinating the dragon clan, and breeding sea beasts. Yet, Chen Du could distinctly sense that the ancestor dragon's cultivation remained unscathed. Could it be that, as a fellow Panga-level being, the ancestor dragon fears the innate demon god Luo Ho? This was evidently impossible. So why did the ancestor dragon allow all of this to transpire? Did he have some unavoidable predicament that compelled him to adopt such a passive stance? Moreover, there was the matter of the Great Path and the sea beasts before embarking on his journey. A thunderous decree from the Great Path descended that it promised Chen Du an opportunity to contend for a saintly position, but on the condition that he must annihilate all sea beasts. Was there a connection between the ancestor dragon's strange behavior and the sea beasts? With this thought in mind, Chen Du extracted 2 fish-headed monstrosities from his storage ring. These creatures were transformed from the otherworldly beast Yu. After slaying them, they reverted to their original form. This fish resembled a carp, sprouting wings that, let's dissect them and see. Chen Du resolutely decided to enter a 10-day seclusion to unravel this mystery. Thus, he retrieved a small willow leaf knife and swiftly dissected the Yu into several pieces of fish meat. During his time delivering food at Chunxing Beach, the immense workload had ingrained a muscle memory within him. Just as he finished butchering the fish, he instinctively pulled out a barbecue grill and placed the fish on it. Chengdu initially intended to call Shu to ignite the fire, but upon peeking, he found the grotesque red-crowned crane still embroiled in a heated dispute with the sea maidens. Never mind. Fortunately, he had ample common fire. Grilling an ordinary Yingyu was more than sufficient. With a snap of his fingers, Chengdu nonchalantly roasted the fish while deep in thought. Strangely, what secret technique did Di employ to awaken the simplest instincts of the sea beasts? As the fish meat sizzled, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Chengdu then retrieved several lemon-like spiritual fruits to eliminate the fishy odor. As the spiritual energy infused, suddenly, Chengdu's eyes widened as he noticed thick smoke rising from the seemingly unremarkable fish chunks. Moreover, the fish meat, already cooked to medium, was oozing copious amounts of blood. Could the spiritual energy be toxic? This was certainly out of the question. An epiphany struck Chengdu as he immediately dissected several more Yingyu to conduct experiments. 3 days passed, and the small cloud's cockpit was left charred black. Chengdu's own appearance was hardly better, yet he paid no heed to it. Instead, he cherished the Yingyu corpses as if they were priceless treasures. He had discovered it, the method by which Di bestowed these foolish creatures with intelligence. Yingyu meat was fundamentally different from other beings in the primordial realm. All beings contain spiritual energy. Yet these fish-headed monsters exhibited an unusual absence of any spiritual energy. More bizarrely, when these meat chunks came into contact with spiritual energy, they emitted thick smoke from within. Thus, Chengdu meticulously analyzed the composition of this smoke and realized that it was comprised of chaotic energy. Thanks to the Chaos Pearl, Chengdu had developed a vague understanding of chaos, clarity, and turbidity. Chengdu's eyes were slightly closed as his right hand brushed against his chest. "Grant me your strength, O certain lady." In the next moment, Chengdu's gaze sparked like lightning, seizing the initiative. "This statement is erroneous. When my humble self's young lady first entered the palace, she was already bestowed the title of Crane Consort. What cultivation do you possess to dare bark like a mad dog before the Crane Consort?" With a critical strike of 99, the Jiao Dragon Sea maiden gritted her teeth. "What Crane Consort? Is she not merely a pawn of His Majesty? That statement is again incorrect. My young lady was not cast out of the Grand Hall. Rather, the ancestral dragon took pity on her tender age. I ask you, Jiao Dragon Sea maiden, how old are you now? Is your bloom still as delicate as before?" Critical strike 999. Woman. Age is a forbidden zone. The Jiao Dragon Sea maiden immediately lost her composure. Her delicate hand sweeping across her head as a pair of Jiao Dragon mother-son swords were drawn in an instant. "Someone come. Witness this. The consort is attacking." Under the suppression of realms, Chengdu decisively led Shu in evasive maneuvers. 5, 4, Chengdu silently counted, waiting for the moment he reached 1. Cease. In the Dragon Palace, how can we resort to violence? A squad of dragon soldiers rushed from afar. Without uttering a word, they restrained the Jiao Dragon Sea maiden on the spot. "You must stand up for me. I am His Majesty's consort. Do not let these two ruffians run rampant." Chengdu grinned malevolently. "What have I said? But esteemed generals, have you witnessed this sea maiden assaulting my humble self and my young lady? My daughter is the Crane Consort appointed by His Majesty. How could I allow such insolence?" The Dragon Palace's Imperial Guards, unaware of the palace's secrets, did not know that this so-called Crane Consort was merely a title fabricated by Chengdu. Upon hearing this, they immediately adopted a serious demeanor and escorted the Jiao Dragon Sea maiden away from the Dragonscale Palace. Watching the Jiao Dragon Sea maiden leave, while cursing, Chengdu let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, A.O. Wu had provided external assistance, informing him of various Dragon Clan regulations beforehand, which allowed him to temporarily dismiss the Jiao Dragon Sea maiden by invoking the rule against violence in the Dragon Palace. "Master, you are magnificent." Chengdu clutched his chest, hoping this would be the final episode of the harem drama. He pleaded silently. Otherwise, Shu would truly be beyond saving. Seizing the moment while the ancestral dragon was unaware of the situation, Chengdu immediately took Shu and climbed in the secret passage behind the Dragonscale Palace. Countless luminous pearls were embedded in the dome above. This so-called secret passage was even more lavishly decorated than the outer Dragonscale Palace. Indeed, the dragon clan revels in extravagance. The ancient adage does not deceive me. After traversing several miles, a square lid appeared above them. Are you there? Chen sent a message to Ao Wood. We are in the secret passage. After a stick of incense's time, the sound of footsteps echoed from above. The lid was opened from the outside, revealing Ao Wu's large face before the two that after a century. The rescue team for the Primordial Wilderness finally reassembled. However, Ao Wu's gaze sharpened as he looked at the woman in a flowing robe standing beside Chen Duhi's shoe. Ao Wu's mouth twitched, although he had learned from Chen Du that his shoe had almost become his father as consort. Witnessing her in person was still shocking. As the two emerged from the passage, Ao Wu remained dazed for a long while. This is not important. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Chen Du resisted the urge to reminisce. The three exchanged information that it had been over several months since Ao Wu and Xiang Fei were imprisoned. The two were temporarily safe from mortal danger, but escaping was beyond their capabilities with their meager strength. Ao Wu slumped to the ground, cradling his face in his dragon claws. What is my father thinking? Why does he allow the Imperial to wreak havoc? Chen Du remained silent. He had formed a conjecture in his heart, but could not disclose it to Ao Wu, nor to his cherished disciple, He Shu. The great Tao must pave the way for the heavenly Tao. Hongjun is destined to attain sainthood. The dragon and phoenix must inevitably withdraw from the grand stage of the primordial wilderness. This is the rule established by the great Tao prior to the heavenly Tao for the primordial wilderness. Perhaps it is precisely because he knows the fate of the dragon and phoenix that the ancestral dragon chooses to tacitly accept the actions of the imperial. Remaining indifferent, break free from a predetermined fate, even to reshape the primordial wilderness, allowing the dragon clan to become the dominators of a new world. This may very well be the ancestral dragon's intention. O great Tao, you certainly present me with a perplexing dilemma that I do have a strategy. If the crown prince can assist me in meeting the ancestral dragon, perhaps I can find a way to alter his thoughts. Good. Chapter 46. The secret passage of the Dragon Palace here. I happen to have a secret passage leading to the Dragon Emperor's palace. Ao Wu rubbed his face and pointed towards the sleeping chamber. The passage lay beneath the dragon bed. The three conversed while walking, with Ao Wu on Chen Du's left, casting furtive glances to the left. He truly could not bear to look at He Shu. Standing on his right, it felt as though one more glance would set off an explosion. Exchanging glances with Chen Du, a shared thought suddenly arose in their minds. For the sake of He Shu, this matter should be resolved as soon as possible. Before long, they arrived at the palace doors. Outside, a chaotic atmosphere indicated it was the guards sent by the Imperial to monitor Ao Wu. Please wait a moment. Let the little dragon call off the surrounding guards, and then we shall proceed from the main hall to the sleeping quarters. Upon hearing this, Chen Du and He Shu concealed their presence, hiding within the grand hall. You all, go fetch my golden toilet. Ao Wu flung open the palace door, imperiously commanding those outside. The entourage comprised fish soldiers and clam maidens, who looked at Ao Wu with concern upon hearing his words. His Highness's ailment may have worsened again. Before long, a massive toilet adorned with pearls and corals was brought into the grand hall. Ao Wu critically assessed it and waved his hand dismissively. I do not want this. Bring me the crystal toilet from the sleeping quarters. Thus, the sea creatures, panting and laboring, brought forth an even more luxurious crystal toilet. The two toilets stood in amusing contrast, reflecting the eager gazes of the sea creatures. As the frequency of conversations between Ao Wu and Chen Du increased, Ao Wu devised elaborate excuses to steal moments alone. Initially, he merely expressed his dislike for having company while using the restroom. Now it had escalated to the point where he could not relieve himself without a favored toilet. The sea creatures were at their wits' end with Ao Wu's antics, especially the clam maidens serving him. When they were sent by the Imperial to monitor Ao Wu, they had hoped to turn their fortunes around by allying with him, only to find themselves laboring daily, after replacing toilets 10 times. The grand hall resembled a toilet exhibition. Ao Wu surveyed the surroundings, raising a hand with a critical air. Forget it. Remove all these. I shall go to the sleeping quarters to relieve myself. Yes, the sea creatures had grown accustomed to Ao Wu's demands, responding with lowered heads. Meanwhile, the two hidden within the grand hall marveled at Ao Wu's extraordinary maneuvering. To avert suspicion from the sea creatures, Ao Wu endured hardship in the awed gazes of the two. The sea creatures once again hurriedly removed the golden toilet, crystal toilet, and agate toilet. Ao Wu, hands behind his back, wore a youthful face marked with an indescribable weariness. These sea creatures were of lowly status, which is why the Imperial had not replaced them with sea beasts. This granted Ao Wu the opportunity to exert his influence. These creatures were inherently lazy, and Ao Wu, swallowing his pride, had gone to such lengths. It was likely that for the next half-day, this bothersome lot would not dare disturb him. "Your Highness is brilliant." Hishu was about to praise him when Ao Wu cast a glance, immediately averting his gaze and saying to Chen, "Time is of the essence. Esteemed seniors, let us hasten our departure." Humph! With no one around, the three discreetly masked their presence and made their way from the grand hall to the sleeping quarters. "Come quickly," Ao Wu beckoned, lifting the dragon bed in the sleeping chamber to reveal a floor laid with gold. This place led to his father's sleeping quarters, shielded by a formation that concealed their presence. With a couple of claps, Ao Wu struck an unknown spot on the golden floor, which suddenly elevated, revealing a bulging transparent bubble. "I must first inform my father." Only upon his approval will the passage open. For some reason, as Ao Wu reached this point, an awkward expression crossed his face. "O Pangu, the great god." A millennium ago, his elder brother Ao Xing had established secret passages in all sleeping chambers of the Dragon Palace for this trivial matter. Upon learning of this, the ancestral dragon flew into a rage and exiled Ao Xing to a distant sea. Thereafter, these secret passages became a scar for the ancestral dragon. Although the ancestral dragon later designated these passages as emergency escape routes for the royal dragon clan, Ao Wu had never utilized them, wishing not to remind the ancestral dragon of the sorrowful events from a millennium ago. However, given the current dire situation, Ao Wu could no longer concern himself with such matters. Ding ding, the Dragonscale Palace requests connection. The ancestral dragon, lying on the dragon bed amidst a throng of sea maidens, felt the floor shift as if someone was poking him in the lower back. Startled, the ancestral dragon quickly turned to face the sea maidens. Thankfully, the crane consort was not among them. The expression on Zulong's face turned grave as he raised his hand, signaling the sea maidens to withdraw. His consciousness enveloped the entirety of the Dragon Emperor's palace, and Zulong's countenance darkened slightly. He lifted his hand and pulled aside the heavy merman's silk blanket, unsealing the confinement below. Ao Wu, with an awkward demeanor, crawled out from the passage, emerging from the dragon bed, standing docilely behind the bed curtains. Soon after, a striking figure emerged, a male crane adorned with a stylish hairdo and clad in a light blue gauzy dress. Zulong was once again taken aback. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and swiftly closed the seal. The crane shoe, who had just poked its head out, was sent tumbling down, colliding face to face with Chen, who had not yet stepped outside. Chen rubbed his forehead. It seemed that, for the time being, he could only place his hopes on Ao Wu. "Father, good morning." Ao Wu forced a smile. The atmosphere around them was thick with tension, clearly indicating that they had disrupted Zulong's plans in consideration of the great Pangu's stature. Smack! A dragon claw landed squarely on Ao Wu's face. "Unfilial son, do you intend to emulate your elder brother?" Zulong roared in fury. Having said that, he prepared to toss Ao Wu out of the grand hall. "Father, save me!" Ao Wu executed a swift maneuver, kneeling on the ground and clinging to Zulong's leg, refusing to let go. Finally, regaining his composure, Zulong gradually calmed down that a millennium ago, when De rebelled, he had secretly sent this child to the primordial realm to preserve his life. This was his legitimate offspring with Long Mu. He had initially intended to use him as the last ember of the dragon clan should his plans fail. However, after a millennium apart, he had unexpectedly reappeared before him in this manner. Regarding Ao Wu, Zulong momentarily ceased his apathy and began to address serious matters. "When did you return to the dragon nest?" And why did you choose such a method to pay your respects to your father? Zulong's expression darkened as he glared at Ao Wu. This foolish child. Did he not realize that the dragon nest had already fallen into the hands of De? Ao Wu rose, his face reflecting genuine grievance. He truly could not comprehend why, in the face of De's rebellion, his father's attitude was so peculiarly passive. Father, are you aware that your son is on the brink of being killed by De? Ao Wu clenched his fist at De. He had temporarily spared him, merely because he had yet to select a suitable sea beast to replace him. Before long, Ao Wu would also become a mere vessel for that filthy sea beast. This is impossible. How could it be? Zulong, realizing he had misspoken, quickly swallowed the remainder of his words. Yet Ao Wu understood the unspoken implication behind Zulong's words. Once Zulong uttered those words, Ao Wu grasped everything. It seemed that Zulong was fully aware of the heinous acts committed by De and even tacitly acquiesced to De's methods. Chapter 47. The Great Filial Son of the Primordial Era Father. Was all of this within your expectations? Ao Wu stepped back 2 paces, disappointment evident in his gaze as he looked at Zulong. Elder brother Ao Shu is dead, and many dragons have become prey for sea beasts. This seemingly bustling dragon palace has, in truth, transformed into the lair of the sea beasts. Yet my father, the progenitor of the dragon clan, remains oblivious to it all, even exacerbating the situation. Zulong remained silent and unresponsive. Yet within him, amidst the anger at his son's rebuke, there was also a sense of comfort. The little dragon that once wallowed in the mud had grown up. However, the dragon clan was already in its twilight. Even he lacked the strength to salvage it. For your sake, I shall inform De not to lay a hand on you. Zulong extended his hand to open a secret passage, intending to send Ao Wu back to the Dragon Scale Palace. I will not return. Ao Wu blinked. He was not particularly clever and did not grasp notions of fate or grand schemes. I do not know what you and De are plotting. Ao Wu retreated again, drawing forth the dragon bone sword. This is the treasure you and mother bestowed upon me, for protection. Ao Wu tossed it to Zulong. I no longer require item. Why elder brother did not have this item for protection and has already become fodder for the sea beasts. Ao Wu transformed into his true form, revealing his shimmering golden scales, and why thousands of subjects have all been devoured by the sea beasts. Ao Wu exhaled dragon pearls, channeling his spiritual energy to its utmost limit. As the prince of the dragon clan, even if my strength is lacking, I cannot stand idly by and watch my dragonkin be consumed by the sea beasts, embroiled in conflict with the Phoenix clan, becoming the culprits of chaos in the primordial realm, and serving as stepping stones for De's schemes. 2 tears fell from Ao Wu's enormous dragon eyes. Come on, father, I challenge you. The clear sound of dragon roars pierced through the Dragon Emperor's palace as Ao Wu's claws lunged fiercely towards Zulong's throat. Impudent! Zulong's expression darkened like the depths of water. With just a glance, he pinned Ao Wu in midair. His golden pupils were filled with bloodshot fury, and Ao Wu roared once more, breaking free from his restraints and charging toward Zulong. Fear, anger, Ao Wu did not know. Before him stood his father, but also the true perpetrator of the Dragon Clan's catastrophic fate. The Tai Golden Immortal faced off against the Hongjun de Luo Golden Immortal. He no longer cared if he could walk out of the Dragon Emperor's palace alive. He hoped that Elder Chen could fulfill his wish and save the primordial realm. He hoped that Shu could cast aside her disguise. He hoped that Xiang Fei could find her belonging. He hoped that his death could awaken Zulong. Drip, drip, blood fell. Ao Wu stared blankly at his bloody dragon claws. Have you had enough of this commotion? Zulong brushed his cheek, and a long scar instantly healed as if it had never existed. Father, why don't you dodge? Ao Wu shook his claws, a hint of confusion in his voice. Zulong was both amused and enraged. Such strength is merely enough to tickle me. Ao Wu, filled with shame and indignation, roared once more and rushed to Zulong's face. Observing the rebellious son who was making a scene, Zulong's brows gradually relaxed, and he chuckled, raising his hand to capture Ao Wu, swiftly tying him up in a firm knot. Reflect on your actions here. In 3 days, bring that practitioner from the primordial realm to me. A.O. Wu's head was pressed down to his body, and upon hearing this, he immediately spun around, his large eyes wide in disbelief. "Father, what about me? What about you?" Zulong replied curtly. "Tell me in detail what has transpired during this time." A.O. Wu stammered twice, feeling emboldened. "Then you should untie me first." "So be it." "Oh." Thus, A.O. Wu found a comfortable position and slowly recounted his experiences since arriving in the primordial realm point 3 hours past. And after downing a large cup of water, A.O. Wu finally reached the tail of Chunxing Beach. "A.O. Shu. A.O. Shu, my son." Zulong muttered to himself, and upon hearing that A.O. Shu's corpse had been thrown into the great marsh, becoming fodder for sea beasts, he could no longer contain his anger and slammed his fist on the table. A.O. Wu, bewildered, felt a surge of fury igniting within him. He knew it was all due to Zulong's negligence. But witnessing Zulong's expression of sorrow and rage, his heart brimmed with resentment, yet he found no outlet for it. "Father, why did you do this?" A.O. Wu asked, his voice heavy with emotion. Zulong pondered for a moment, and then released A.O. Wu from his bindings. "This matter is of great significance. Your mother and I have, in fact, prepared to sacrifice the entire dragon clan." A.O. Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sacrifice? Zulong intends to sacrifice the entire dragon clan. Why are you so anxious?" Observing his foolish son about to strike again, Zulong felt a mix of anger and amusement. However, upon learning of A.O. Shu's death and that D.E. has placed you under house arrest, I realized that collaborating with D.E. is akin to seeking death. Zulong sighed deeply. "I was wrong. Father, you need not apologize to me. It is you who should apologize to elder brother and all the subjects who perished at D.E.'s hands." A.O. Wu retorted fiercely, wiping away his tears. "What you say is true." Zulong rose, the air around him imbued with the authority of the ruler of the primordial dragon clan. "Father has changed, in a days." A.O. Wu perceived himself as a colossal dragon standing amidst the boundless chaos. "Take back this sword. Once the selection is over, leave that practitioner in the dragon nest. I wish to eradicate the sea beasts, and I require that practitioner as assistance. After addressing the sea beast issue, I will confront D. Once the battle concludes, if the opportunity arises, I shall reveal the truth to you." Zulong tossed the dragon bone sword back to A.O. Wu. The clash between two Hongjun Luo would undoubtedly shake the primordial realm. This sword, forged from Zulong and Long Mu's spines, could safeguard A.O. Wu's life amidst the chaos of battle at that time. "I will do my utmost to draw the battlefield away. Should I fall, the dragon clan shall cease to exist. Our dragon clan is born proud. Even in the face of calamity, we shall never resort to cowardice." "Good son, good father, put away the sword. Do not point it at me to..." Meanwhile, far away in the phoenix nest, A.O. Yun felt a stirring in his heart. He transformed into human form and raised his hand to calculate. The stars in the sky flickered in and out of view, and amidst the swirling mist, there seemed to be a rare alignment of moon and stars. With a spurt, Yun spat blood. Yet his face was alight with a smile. "Fate, the calamity has been diminished by a tenth." Indeed, entrusting the task to A.O. Wu was a wise choice. This seemingly foolish younger brother possesses a profound wisdom that starkly contrasts with his intelligence quotient. Simultaneously, in the secret passage beneath the Dragon Emperor's palace, Chen, having waited for an extended period, harbored a similar thought at that moment. A.O. Wu had already returned to the Dragon Scale Palace through the passage. After a round of negotiations, the ancestor dragon finally relinquished the notion of inaction. However, the influence of the Imperial E within the dragon nest had become deeply entrenched, and uprooting it would require a gradual and strategic approach. To confound the Imperial E, the ancestor dragon announced a decision. A selection event? Chen and he Shu's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape. Yet, A.O. Wu appeared unfazed. After all, he had witnessed such selection events countless times before. The emperor declared that this was merely a temporary measure, devised to deceive the Imperial E with feigned folly. In contrast, Chen and he Shu maintained a cautious stance, for the ancestor dragon's folly seemed to require no disguise. Chapter 48. The selection resumed since the ancestor dragon had made up his mind. Shu and I decided to take our leave. Chengdu was already psychologically scarred from past selection events. The grotesque and brutal Dangue he had begun to take shape, and Chengdu was reluctant to see Shu evolve into its complete form. However, upon hearing this, Ao Wu cast a curious glance at Chengdu. Why does the senior wish to leave? The emperor mentioned that he had important matters to discuss with the senior, so it was imperative for the senior to remain and partake in the subsequent plans. What plans? The selection event, Ao Wu replied, as if it were self-evident. Meanwhile, Shu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chengdu's expression turned to one of horror. The myriad manifestations of existence are but this. Wait a moment. What exactly is your plan, and what does this selection entail? Chengdu exclaimed in alarm. Seizing Ao Wu sighed, perplexed at the usually inventive Chengdu could not grasp such a straightforward plan. The emperor's intention is to have you both participate in the selection, but he desires to keep you in the dragon nest. But to prevent arousing the Imperial Yi's suspicions, you must first disguise yourselves and participate in the selection to justify your presence in the Dragon Palace. For nearly a century, the actions of the Imperial Yi had grown increasingly rampant. The dragon nest had become a realm dominated by sea beasts. Every move made by the ancestor dragon was under the watchful eye of the Imperial Yi. Thus, the only way to ensure Chengdu and Shu could remain in the dragon nest was through this stratagem. But when did we agree to stay in the dragon nest? Chengdu, disregarding Shu's reluctant gaze, asserted firmly, "Since His Majesty has awakened to the truth, our mission has been accomplished, and there is no longer a necessity for us to remain in the dragon nest." After a convoluted exchange, Ao Wu slapped his forehead. Did I not mention that the emperor intends to eradicate the sea beasts and engage in a decisive battle with Luo a century from now? Such significant news, and you did not mention it earlier. Chengdu nearly choked, pulling Ao Wu to inquire further. The emperor stated that now is not the time to confront the Imperial Yi. Once the sea beasts are entirely expelled, he will initiate a great battle with Luo Hou. Ao Wu scratched his head, still feeling bewildered. However, the emperor had also promised that after the battle concluded, he would reveal the entire truth to him at this moment. Ao Wu's mind raced, while Chengdu nearly burst into laughter. Sea beasts. The ancestor dragon is preparing to take action against the sea beasts. This means that he would have to expend no effort to fulfill the grand task assigned to him and attain the promised position of a sage, according to the emperor's plan. Within a century, the sea beasts in the dragon nest would be completely eradicated, but how to annihilate them still required the senior's collaboration. In other words, the ancestor dragon intended for Chengdu to remain in the dragon nest, where the two could cooperate to eliminate the sea beasts that avoid alarming the Imperial Yi while also justifying Chengdu's presence. The ancestor dragon announced a second selection event. This plan sounded somewhat familiar. Chengdu cast a guilty glance at Shu. He had once contemplated this as well, but who could have anticipated the series of misfortunes that would necessitate a repeat of the process? Thus, Shu, "I shall sew you a couple of skirts." "That may not be appropriate," Shu replied, somewhat bashful, yet he did not firmly oppose. "Leader Qing, I apologize. Your feathered general has already been ruined." Chengdu's eyes brimmed with tears as he once again brought out needle and thread. Ao Wu, curious, even fetched several hundred bolts of priceless fish silk for Chengdu. The three engaged in brief discussion before stealthily returning to Ao Wu's chamber from the Dragon Scale Palace. In the following days, the two resided in the humble quarters of the young dragon, waiting for the selection to conclude, which would allow them to roam freely within the dragon nest. Ironically, it was Ao Wu who was the most delighted and eager about the selection. This way, he would no longer have to endure repeated torment to converse with Chengdu. If this continued, he might end up with a hemorrhoid, even if he had none. Next in line was Shu. This bizarre and grotesque Dangue, he even urged Chengdu to create samples for garments, insisting on dazzling the selection with his appearance. This palace drama would likely persist for a while longer. Chengdu wished he could gouge out his own eyes. In the next 2 days, Chengdu resumed his needlework. Ao Wu marveled at the sight, watching as an exquisite sleeve emerged before his eyes. Feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Shu, The senior had never made clothes for him. Unaware of A.O. Wu's thoughts, Chen Du sketched a few lines on the sample garment and turned to A.O. Wu with a question. Has His Majesty mentioned how I might assist? After all, even he himself was uncertain of what abilities he possessed to aid the ancestor dragon in eradicating the sea beasts after pondering for 2 full days. Chen Du could not fathom the ancestor dragon's intentions in wanting to keep him in the dragon nest. Upon hearing his words, A.O. Wu recalled, shaking his head. The Emperor did not disclose this to me. He merely said that when he meets the senior will understand. The ancestor dragon, an old riddle master. Chen Du decided to relinquish this perplexity, continuing to sow while lost in thought that the great battle is a century from now. Currently, the Tao does not permit innate divine demons to enter the wilderness. Luo Ho's ability to traverse this realm is due in part to the guise of the Imperial E and also due to his efforts to suppress his own power. However, if a conflict were to erupt between the ancestor dragon and Luo Ho would either endure until the end, only to be subdued by the ancestor dragon, or he would unleash his full potential, revealing his true demonic form, and be cast out of the wilderness by the Tao. With the Tao's assistance, the advantage lies with me. After a brief analysis of the battlefield, Chen Du silently marked ins next to Luo Ho's name and conservatively pushed the timeline for the dragon and phoenix catastrophe back by 10,000 years. After all, without the Imperial E, the ancestor dragon would not idly seek death by engaging in a mutually destructive conflict with the Phoenix clan, point one step closer to becoming a sage. Chen Du felt a surge of joy. 10,000 years was sufficient for him to cultivate to the great Luo Golden Immortal level and secure his entry ticket to the Purple Cloud Palace. However, these were matters to be considered later. The pressing concern was how to navigate the selection so that the two could remain in the dragon nest without suspicion. With this in mind, Chen Du cast a subtle glance at Ishu. Based on this fellow's performance, it likely would not pose a significant challenge. 5 days swiftly passed. Chen Du's needlework was as swift as lightning, producing 5 splendid sets of skirts in succession, each set more resplendent than the last. Ishu, with a bashful demeanor, hid in the bedroom admiring the garments for half an hour. Observing Ishu's increasingly indescribable appearance, Chen Du secretly grinned. Once this palace drama concludes, I shall transform him into a dashing noble Dangue. The selection of beauties commenced. Familiar faces among the sea maidens, familiar provocations, familiar He-Fei, familiar national uncle. Chen Du's expression darkened as he methodically proceeded through the well-known process. National uncle. Please follow this humble servant. The emperor invites you to the palace for a discussion. The last familiar face was the tortoise prime minister. Under the prime minister's guidance, Chen Du once more entered the dragon emperor's palace. Unlike last time, Ishu did not faint. Instead, he was holding hands with the ancestor dragon. Chapter 49. No more male stepmothers. Chen Du's hands trembled slightly. I end this situation. He reminisced about the cigarettes for Blue Star. A.O. Wu, I am sorry. It seems I found you a male stepmother. Leader Qing, I apologize. Chen Du stood there in a daze, filled with remorse, already contemplating a restart, as the essence of the Tao within him began to waver. Upon Hishu's entrance, the ancestor dragon released him and beckoned to Chen Du. Huang Qi practitioners. Do you know why I summoned you? No more male stepmothers. Chen Du instinctively retorted. The ancestor dragon raised an eyebrow. You seem to have misunderstood. Upon realizing Chen Du's thoughts, the ancestor dragon burst into hearty laughter, saying, I have placed a restriction on that He clan member. Henceforth you two may freely traverse this dragon palace. With a sigh of relief, Chen Du nearly expelled his lungs. Oh, it wasn't a male stepmother. Master, what are you thinking? Hishu reproached. Leave now. Chen Du weakly murmured at this moment. All he wished was to gouge out his own eyes. He longed to return to Blue Star. Could this grotesque wilderness ever be salvaged? Hishin stepped out of the Dragon Emperor's palace, leaving only the ancestor dragon and Chen Du within the vast hall. Thanks to Hishin, the atmosphere in the grand chamber was not particularly awkward. The ancestor dragon paced down from the high platform, raised his hand, and conjured a tea table, saying with a kind demeanor, Please take a seat, Your Excellency. Chen Du reined in his overwhelming emotions and sat across from the ancestor dragon. According to custom, pleasantries were in order. After all, Nominally, he was the ancestor dragon's father-in-law. What a situation this was. Chengdu managed an awkward smile. Your Majesty, how have you been lately? Thanks to your excellency. All is well, the ancestor dragon replied instinctively. He chuckled. The awkwardness was contagious, and both shared a stilted laugh. After 3 rounds of tea, they finally broached the matter at hand. Dare I ask, your Majesty, why such a roundabout way of keeping me and my disciple in the dragon's nest? Chengdu took the initiative to inquire. After all, he could not forget the way the ancestor dragon looked at He Shun back then. Perhaps the ancestor dragon intended to use the annihilation of the sea beasts as a pretext. With the true aim of retaining He Shun, I do not agree to this marriage. I am not that. The ancestor dragon felt a bit awkward as well. Thus they went through another round of tea. The reason I wish to keep you here is that we require your assistance in dealing with the sea beasts. Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. Chengdu discreetly pinched himself and adopted a serious demeanor. It is not that I underestimate myself, but as a Tai golden immortal, I fear I may be of little help in this matter. The ancestor dragon shook his head, raised his hand, and summoned a colossal dragon corpse. No, this is a sea beast. Chengdu focused intently, quickly discerning the true identity of the corpse. The ancestor dragon sighed deeply, his expression bittersweet. This was my 23rd son that I was deceived by that Luo, and did not foresee that all my children under my command would become the prey of sea beasts. The ancestor dragon leaned back against his chair, as if the entire dragon had aged in that moment. 1,000 years ago, Luo approached me, revealing a secret of the wilderness. Luo informed me that once the wilderness began, all things were destined. Everything has a beginning and an end. The 3 alien races that have dominated the wilderness for countless years will, after 10,000 years, engage in mutual slaughter, thus exiting the stage of the wilderness. The ancestor dragon had initially dismissed this absurd claim. However, Luo used facts to convince the ancestor dragon of his assertions. This is chaos. The ancestor dragon produced a deep red crystal, within which a swirling mass of dark gas quietly coiled, exuding a maddening and eerie aura. After Pangu opened the heavens, chaos transformed into the dual energies of clarity and turbidity. Yet the chaotic shards that splattered during the opening of the heavens transformed into sea beasts after the wilderness was formed. Chengdu listened silently, refraining from interrupting the ancestor dragon's narrative. Our race is formed from the flesh of the great god Pangu, inherently attracting this chaotic energy. Entropy increases. That a flash of insight struck Chengdu, and he suddenly comprehended the reason behind the outbreak of the Hongjun catastrophe. Chaos stands opposed to the great Tao. The more our 3 races develop, the more chaos grows in tandem. When chaos reaches its zenith, it will shroud the wilderness, returning it to the sea of chaos. Indeed, Chengdu's heart raced. The Hongjun catastrophe was neither predestined nor orchestrated by Luo. It was the great Tao aiming to eradicate the remnants of Pangu's lineage, thereby weakening chaos and stabilizing the wilderness. Noticing Chengdu's expression, the ancestor dragon smiled. Thus, I will not yield. The great god Pangu is our true father. It is exceedingly unjust for the wilderness to dismantle the bridge after crossing the river. The ancestor dragon's anger surged. His oppressive aura spread once more. Therefore, do not attempt to persuade me further. The ancestor dragon snorted coldly and struck Chengdu down. A sudden turn. Chengdu could scarcely contemplate. Buzz. A faint transmission reached Chengdu's ear. So that was it. He had sensed the anomaly within the Dragon Emperor's palace. The ancestor dragon's subsequent words were meant to mislead Chengdu understood. The wilderness owed a debt to the 3 races. His face pale, he steadied himself against the tea table and slowly exited the grand hall. Suddenly, he raised his hand and, in the instant the door opened, struck his abdomen. His Tao fruit trembled violently, splitting open with thin fissures. Outside the door, He Shun anxiously awaited, and upon seeing Chengdu, his soul nearly left his body. Master, He Shun hurriedly assisted Chengdu, about to inquire, but was discreetly pinched by Chengdu. In the next moment, a dragon-headed cultivator rushed from the horizon to the palace door. Chengdu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood mist spread outside the hall. Even startling was Luo Ho. Chendu knew this all too well, yet feigned ignorance. The innate demon god did not cultivate his primordial spirit. Lacking divine awareness, Chendu was taking a gamble, as expected. Once the descended, his suspicious gaze fell upon Chendu during the event at Buzhou Mountain. Luo Ho had secretly laid a trap for Chendu. However, after their reunion at Jinao Island, Chendu had erased the traces left by Luo Ho. Nevertheless, to be safe, Chendu had dealt himself a harsh blow, using his blood energy to obscure his own time Tao. Coupled with the mixed aura of the dragon's nest, Chendu was enveloped in blood energy. Such a familiar aura to D, he pondered silently. Scrutinizing Chendu, this aura is somewhat reminiscent of, I have seen you bathing. Furthermore, De's legs slightly came together, recalling a certain familiar yet strange pain. Damn that Qi practitioner. De's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on Chendu, attempting to discern the similarities between them. Yet, the flaw of not cultivating the primordial spirit lay in the fact that the surrounding stench of the sea and blood rendered it impossible for him to distinguish Chendu's aura. Who are you two? He inquired coldly. The god-slaying spear erupted from its sheath, landing before the two. Regardless of their identities, he intended to slay them on the spot, to avenge that particular grievance. Chapter 50, The Ancestor of the Imperial Shrine. Even He Shun, no matter how dim-witted, could sense that this person harbored ill intentions. Beside him, Chendu had already rendered himself powerless, and the aura of the individual before them was unfathomable. What to do? The Danding crane, blinded by the guise of a woman, was instantly drenched in cold sweat from the fright. Thus he awkwardly smiled and softly asked, General, why are you scaring people like this? If he was not mistaken, this was a man, right? Upon noticing the confusion in De's eyes, He Shun felt slightly reassured. There was hope. He continued, I am a newly appointed crane concubine by His Majesty. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked the nearby Turtle Prime Minister to the ground again. Crane concubine! Crane concubine! He knew the ancestor dragon was a pervert, but he never expected that after only a few days, the ancestor dragon had grown even more audacious. He actually chose a male crane from the selection. A male crane! Get lost! D.E. bellowed, shaking the very souls of the two, causing their Tao realms to tremble slightly. He Shun trembled as he stomped his foot, supporting Chendu as they began to leave. The two of them returned safely to the Dragon Scale Palace. Chendu, weak and weary, sat cross-legged. It seemed that even an innate demon god could not withstand the intimidation of a cross-dressing figure. Who was that just now? He Shun, still in shock, patted his chest with one hand. While Chendu adjusted his breathing, he replied without turning his head, That was what? He Shun exclaimed, covering his mouth with one hand in surprise. Cough! Chendu's breath became erratic as he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Did you see that? This person is extraordinarily perverse. Perhaps next time he sees you in that guise, he might very well slay you on the spot. Chendu, agitated, spoke without thinking. He Shun, startled by the words, immediately lowered his head to examine his own appearance. Pretty good. No, wait. He focused intently. I see. I cannot abide cross-dressing. Alarm bells rang in He Shun's mind, and he promptly dashed back to his chamber to don his Tao robe once more. In accordance with my master's teachings, I have realized it was worth it. That punch he threw was not in vain. Gazing at the resplendent He Shun, Chendu's admiration for D.E. greatly increased. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, He Shun was set back on the right path. Good. Luo Ho shares the Imperial Shrine. Once I become a sage, I will certainly posthumously honor him as a sub-saint. Yet he still did not grow complacent. After hastily mending his Tao fruit, he administered a precautionary measure to He Shun. I knew of D's temperament long before. Before exiting the palace, I anticipated he would target both you and me. Thus, I rendered myself powerless, allowing us a chance to escape. D. not let down my sincere efforts. Master Wu, speak properly. Chendu bellowed. Disciple understands. He Shun performed a long bow, and Chendu once again slumped down, realizing that his Tao fruit was beginning to split again. Go find A.O. Wu and get me some medicine. Chen Du weakly uttered that he must quickly send He Shu away. Otherwise, his injury would likely never heal. Yes, master. He Shu hurriedly leaped into the secret passage, finding it deserted. Chen Du brushed his fingertip, producing a jade pendant. Before leaving the main hall, he had discreetly left this object on the tea table. He wondered if the ancestor dragon would comprehend his intent. Fortunately, the ancestor dragon had possessed a sufficiently elevated Dao realm at the time, allowing him to sense the arrival of Emperor Yi, thereby granting Chen Du the opportunity to injure himself. Otherwise, not only would their clandestine discussion have been exposed before Emperor Yi, but his identity would have been laid bare as well. The thought alone was rather alarming. Chen Du shivered at the memory of how, back on Jineo Island, he had ridiculed Luo Hu for his lack of bathing, even going so far as to kick his unspeakable part. Now, having incited rebellion among Luo Hu's allies, the two had unwittingly found themselves in an irreconcilable situation. He had to keep this secret tightly guarded. If Luo Hu discovered it, he could simply start anew. 2 hours later, "Are you there?" The jade pendant quietly illuminated a familiar phrase. Chen Du picked up the pendant, ready to respond to Ao Wu. However, upon closer inspection of the contact, he was taken aback to find that the message had come from the ancestor dragon. No wonder they were father and son. After all, Chen Du tightened his grip on the pendant and replied, "Yes, it is indeed me." Emperor Yi is left. When will you come?" Chen Du remained silent. He suddenly lifted his head, as if witnessing an illicit affair between a married woman and her lover. Reflecting on the current circumstances, it indeed bore some resemblance. The ancestor dragon had betrayed Luo Hu and colluded with him. Bah! Chen Du slapped himself. He quickly responded, "Your Majesty, please wait. I am injured and will meet you in 3 days." "Very well. I shall await your arrival." "All right, moi." With a clenched jaw, Chen Du sent the message, concealing the jade pendant deep within his ring. A moment later, He Shu emerged from the secret passage, not only bringing a bundle of healing ointments, but also Ao Wu along with him. "Senior, you are injured?" Ao Wu rushed over, filled with concern. "Haha." Chen Du affectionately patted Ao Wu's head. "I am fine. Merely temporarily incapacitated." He Shu eagerly added embellishments. Under the intimidation of Emperor Yi and Chen Du's threats, He Shu miraculously returned to normal, an hour earlier. The master had been in a private discussion with His Majesty, yet unexpectedly, Emperor Yi had arrived. Knowing Emperor Yi's temperament, the master feared he might execute his disciple on the spot and, as a last resort, had to injure himself to preserve the disciple's life. Tears glistened in He Shu's eyes, filled with gratitude towards Chen Du. "Ah." Ao Wu coughed. Chen Du waved his hand, saying the phoenix nest should have methods for alchemical refinement. "Select some spiritual herbs to help me concoct a remedy." "Yes." Once He Shu departed, Chen Du explained the situation to the bewildered Ao Wu. "I hold a past grudge against Luo Hu to prevent him from recognizing me. I resorted to this desperate measure, and no need to elaborate." "I understand." Ao Wu instantly grasped Chen Du's intentions, deciding to keep this delightful misunderstanding to himself. However, why had Emperor He suddenly visited the Dragon Emperor's palace? Ao Wu furrowed his brow. Before coming to the Dragon Scale Palace, he had overheard discussions among the Clam Maiden regarding this matter. The Clam Maiden had mentioned that Emperor Yi left the palace in a fit of rage. Could it be that our scheme had been exposed? Chen Du decisively shook his head. In his view, Emperor Yi's fury was likely due to the ancestor dragon's concubine He. That was indeed a plausible explanation, and Ao Wu was immediately convinced. After chatting idly for a while, Chen Du contemplated and pulled out a jade pendant. "Take yours out. I will create a group." Ao Wu, puzzled, watched as Chen Du operated. Moments later, Ao Wu's jade pendant lit up as well that a group named Rescue the Primordial Wild Squad appeared on the pendant. Currently, the members were just Chen Du, Ao Wu, and the ancestor dragon. After moments thought, Chen Du produced 2 more jade pendants, keeping one for He Shu and handing the other to Ao Wu. "I recall you mentioning that Xiang Fei is not far from you. When the opportunity arises, deliver this to her." Little Dragon understood. Chapter 51. The Foolish Comrade. Moments later, He Shu strode into the hall, holding a bowl of medicinal soup. "Master, it's time for your medicine." That He Shu's face was filled with concern. Having nearly brought calamity upon himself by choosing a narrow path, he was relieved that the master, in his benevolence, had even been willing to impair his own Tao fruit to preserve his disciple's life. This favor was one that could not be repaid even by toiling as a beast of burden. The simple yet naive Crane secretly vowed within his heart. Next time, even if the master were to make him a bustier, he would resolutely wear it. However, he had yet to grasp one matter. How did Emperor Yi's aversion to him, disguising as a man, relate to Chen Du's self-inflicted injury? Never mind. After all, the master was only acting in his best interest. With a heart full of gratitude, Hishu's excited face flushed slightly as he trembled while bringing the medicinal soup to Chen Du's lips, once again saying, "Master, here, drink your medicine." Chen Du remained silent for a moment before lifting the bowl and drinking it in one gulp. Currently, the primordial wilds were rich in spiritual energy. A random wild fruit could serve as innate celestial material. This bowl of medicine contained dozens of innate spiritual herbs, yet its effect was not as splendid as Chen Du had anticipated. After a brief contemplation, Chen Du understood a tea this time. Tai Ching had yet to become a saint and establish a teaching, and the methods of alchemy were still unknown. Thus, even the alchemical techniques of the phoenix nest merely involved a rudimentary blending of herbs. Far from unlocking their full potential, the cracks in his Tao fruit gradually mended, and Chen Du's spirit improved correspondingly to a mere mortal wound after a brief respite, would surely heal. However, he needed to keep a distance from Hishu. "I shall enter seclusion for 3 days. You should team up with A.O. Wu and remain vigilant." He pondered for a moment before secretly advising A.O. Wu, "If you encounter Emperor Yi again, have Hishu dress as a woman to distract him." If you were not mistaken, Emperor Yi's earlier benevolence in lifting them high and then letting them down gently was entirely due to being enchanted by Hishu. Even the innate demon god Luo, who would likely find it hard to resist such a lure. How naive. If this were on Blue Star. Humph. Chen Du scoffed disdainfully, and after giving instructions to the two, he took out a small cloud from his ring and nestled inside to recuperate. The Tao fruit was easily mended, yet internal injuries were more challenging to heal. The Tao fruit represented the manifestation of Chen Du's own temporal Tao. And since his injury was not severe, a brief period of meditation would suffice to restore him to his former self. However, Chen Du's fist had indeed landed squarely on his dantian. His abdominal muscles had nearly torn. So, was it because he was too strong that he could injure himself with a single punch? Or was it because he was too weak? Chen Du touched his well-defined abs, deciding to remember this intriguing question for future reference. Perhaps to pose it to a fortunate soul next time. The likelihood of becoming a saint was conservatively estimated to be already at 2/10, so Chen Du resolutely placed himself in the 8th position among the primordial saints. It was time to pursue the main storyline and add some drama to his life. Ding ding. Group member A.O. Wu invited Xiang Fei to join the group chat. Xiang Fei was not friends with the other members in the group. Please pay attention to privacy and security. After Xiang Fei joined, Hishu quickly took his place as well. Although there were only 5 members now, including Chen Du, he felt a surge of satisfaction. These were all opportunities on his path to sainthood. After admiring the group chat for a while, Chen Du applied some medicine to his abs. Calculating the time, he realized he had 2 days left before secretly meeting the ancestor dragon. Why not take a nap? How can you sleep? At your age and stage, how can you possibly sleep? An angry voice erupted from the cockpit of the small cloud. Chen Du immediately opened his eyes, feeling ashamed as he shut off the alarm. Just a little invention. As long as Chen Du rested in the cockpit, a certain old professor would always berate him. If the 3 rounds of reminders concluded and Chen Du had not begun his cultivation, the small cloud would automatically activate the next device, the electric shock system. It was crucial to ensure Chen Du started cultivating. Out of a certain selfishness, he had added this feature only to his personal small cloud. No one else could compete with him. Chen Du promptly rose and sat cross-legged. He brushed his fingertip across his ring again, retrieving another ring filled with spiritual fruits and herbs, piled high. With just 2 days to go. Even with relentless cultivation, he wouldn't gain much experience. It would be better to ponder how to refine alchemy. Take a step ahead in the primordial wilds and win at the starting line. These are the meticulously selected spiritual materials by A.O. Wu, specifically intended for treating both external and internal injuries. Consequently, Chen dedicated an entire day to categorizing them according to the principles of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements and the heavenly stems and earthly branches. When the medicinal properties were harmonious, the effects were magnified. However, when they clashed, they could only merge into something mediocre. After a day of diligent organization, Chen, brimming with confidence, retrieved the alchemical furnace, only to find it broken to know it was not a furnace at all, but merely a barbecue grill. Not even an exotic flame was at his disposal. A skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. With tears welling in his eyes, Chen snapped his fingers to conjure a thread of mundane fire. Despite cranking up the heat for a full day and night, he could barely pierce the skin of the spiritual peach. Indeed, the Lord of the Rolls was destined for a grim fate. Chen tucked away the spiritual fruit and exited the small cloud. It was time to rendezvous with the ancestor dragon to discuss grand strategies. He leaped into the secret passage beneath the Dragon Scale Palace, navigating it with familiarity until he arrived beneath the Dragon Emperor's palace. The ancestor dragon truly possessed foresight. Who would have thought to connect the major palaces with secret passages? Whether for escape or discreet departures, it was indeed an exceptional route. Chen marveled inwardly and sent a meeting request through the array of the secret passage to the ancestor dragon. However, the response was delayed. Was the ancestor dragon not online? Chen took out his jade pendant, intending to send a message to the ancestor dragon, only to find that a message from the ancestor dragon had already arrived on his pendant. The emperor, he was back. Wait a moment, thought this. Chen scratched his head and opened the group chat, discovering that a group of 5 had already exchanged over 30 messages. It appeared their relationships had grown quite intimate. Chen felt a sense of relief upon opening the chat, but in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Feng Chao summoned Guan Xiangfei. Hello, everyone. Dragon Nest Easter Palace A.O. Wu. No need for formalities. My dear niece, Dragon Nest Dragon Emperor Palace Ancestor Dragon. My dear niece? Is that not from the Feng clan? Dragon Nest Easter Palace A.O. Wu. Indeed, father, Dragon Nest Dragon Emperor Palace Ancestor Dragon. So it turns out you are my granddaughter. Feng Chao summoned Guan Xiangfei. My father is a son-in-law married into Feng Chao, so I ought to call you maternal grandfather. Dragon Nest Dragon Emperor Palace Ancestor Dragon. Outrageous. A son-in-law. The Dragon clan is grand and prosperous. And a royal descendant has married into Feng Chao. Listen to this. The ancestor dragon was infuriated and did not reply for 2 days. The rescue team of the Primordial Wilderness found themselves in an awkward predicament. This Xiangfei's sister was quite bold, directly disregarding the ancestor dragon's prestige. Chen could only exclaim in disbelief that it seemed that forming the group was indeed too hasty. At the very least, they should have waited until everyone was familiar with each other. Chen sighed and waited quietly beneath the Dragon Emperor's palace. The great Tao repelled the innate demon gods. Even with the guise of Emperor, Luo Ho could not linger in the Primordial Wilderness for long. At most, he could stay for a few hours before returning to the Chaos Sea. Chapter 52. The Fate of the Tool Man. 3 hours later, the oppressive aura around dissipated into nothingness. The passage array was activated, and old Chen next door chuckled as he crawled into the Dragon Emperor's palace. Your Majesty, why does Emperor come and go so frequently? Chen took his seat, foregoing pleasantries, and posed a question to the ancestor dragon. Emperor was evidently aware of the great Tao's rejection of innate demon gods. Upon hearing the inquiry, he furrowed his brow and raised his hand to calculate. From once in a century to once a year to now every 3 days, Luo Ho not only frequented the Primordial Wilderness, but his stay was noticeably lengthening. Boom! The Dragon Emperor's palace reverberated, and the ancestor dragon formed a seal with one hand, summoning strands of faint light from the heavens. Half an hour later, the ancestor dragon opened his eyes, his expression darkening significantly. The barrier of the Primordial Wilderness had been weakened. The ancestor dragon declared a devastating revelation. It is crucial to note that there are over 2,000 such arrogant, innate demon gods like Luo Ho, all hidden within the Chaos Sea. Should the barrier of the great Tao weaken and allow these demon gods to enter, It would not take a century for the primordial wilderness to revert to chaos. Why is this happening? Chen Du felt a chill run down his spine and quickly pressed for answers. The ancestor dragon sighed, raised his hand, and once more retrieved the chaos crystal. The boundless essence of chaos emanated from the crystal, and with a slight exertion, the ancestor dragon crushed it. Dark energy surged into the air, swirling momentarily before gradually dissipating into the world, devouring. The ancestor dragon shook his head slightly. Chaos is consuming the primordial wilderness. At this juncture, the ancestor dragon's expression turned somewhat shameful. Previously, I was deceived by Luo Ho and secretly weakened the dragon clan suppression of the sea beasts. Moreover, with Luo Ho replacing our dragon clan, the suppression diminished significantly, allowing the chaotic energy to spread further. In this ebb and flow, the orderly Great Tao was influenced by the disorderly chaos, and thus the barrier of the Great Tao naturally weakened. As the ancestor dragon spoke, he cast a complex glance at Chen. Do this, Qi practitioner bears great fortune. With him present, perhaps the predetermined fate truly has the potential for reversal, if it were not for the dire circumstances in the primordial wilderness. Who would wish to obliterate the world crafted by the great Pangu? Our dragon clan, having originated from the bones of the great Pangu, naturally upholds Pangu's legacy. Alas, heaven does not permit in the silence that followed. Chen Du was at a loss as to whether he should reproach the ancestor dragon or extend his understanding. Heaven does not permit me. I must defy heaven, a familiar refrain, yet it became the ancestor dragon's sole opportunity to grasp at life. Since the barrier of the great Tao is weakened due to the sea beasts, could slaying the sea beasts restore the barrier? Chen Du refrained from commenting on the ancestor dragon's actions. The ancestor dragon pondered for a moment and shook his head. Chaos, in its essence, is formless, yet once transformed into sea beasts, it possesses both substance and intelligence. Even if they are slain, it cannot revert from disorder to order. For time cannot be reversed. Would you not agree? The ancestor dragon's hand lightly tapped the table, his weathered dragon eyes fixed upon Chen. Due time cannot be reversed. Chen Du's heart raced as he abruptly lifted his head, locking his gaze onto the ancestor dragon. Indeed, time. If the truth is as such, everything can be explained. It is all because of Chen Du. He is the sole practitioner of the way of time in the primordial wilderness. Only his mastery of the way of time can reverse chaos and mend the barrier of the great Tao. I understand now. Chen Du restrained the surging tide of emotions within and forced a smile at the ancestor dragon. The great Tao seeks to annihilate the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, delaying entropy. The ancestor dragon, unwilling to be led to slaughter, colluded with Luo Ho, attempting to annihilate the world and rebuild it. Emperor that Luo Ho once told me. The ancestor dragon smiled faintly and continued. Beyond the great Luo of chaos, there exists an even higher realm. Once he annihilates the world and achieves his goal, he will open up a brand new primordial wilderness, where our Pangu descendants can all reside, free from the torment of chaos. However, the fundamental reason the great Tao seeks to extinguish the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans is to eliminate the Pangu lineage, thereby averting the chaos from invading the primordial wilderness. Yet with Chen Du's way of time, the core conflict dissipates into nothingness. Thus, the ancestor dragon has lost any reason to collaborate with Luo Ho. The way of time exists solely within the current of the great Tao. The ancestor dragon spoke slowly. Are you willing to assist me? Chen Du felt a cold sweat break out on his back. The barrier of the great Tao had already been compromised. Luo Ho could enter and exit the primordial wilderness as if it were unguarded. Should he remain uninvolved, it would not take a century for the entire primordial wilderness to descend into chaos. Not even he could escape. Chen Du realized that the ancestor dragon had granted him little time to contemplate. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached a point of no return. I seek what cannot be obtained. Chen Du forced a strained smile. Yet still, that is to say, I am merely a Tai golden immortal. I fear my capabilities may fall short, and I understand. The ancestor dragon rose, gazing through the skylight at the celestial light. Within a century, I shall slay all intelligent sea beasts and expel Luo Ho from the primordial wilderness, buying you 10,000 years. Why then? you will be capable of achieving the Great Luo. Excellent. Chen Du's countenance darkened as he made his way back to the Dragon Scale Palace through the secret passage. 10,000 years is sufficient for him to attain the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chen Du walked slowly, mentally jotting down a number as he proceeded. Currently, his chances of attaining sainthood had dwindled to merely 1 in 10. Aha! What a collection of titans, each one a formidable figure. Whether it be the Great Tao or the Ancestor Dragon, they are all beyond my reach. The more Chen Du thought about it, the angrier he became, and he raised his foot to kick a night pearl the size of a human head in the passage, shattering it to pieces. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Getting angry will only lead to illness with no one to take care of you. After catching his breath for a moment, Chen Du prepared himself mentally before stepping through the passage into the Dragon Scale Palace. I shall enter seclusion for a time. Please remind Ao Wu and Xiang Fei when you have the opportunity. For Emperor, he may soon turn his ire upon them. Chen Du briefly explained a couple of things, and without waiting for Yishu's response, he slipped into the cockpit of Xiaoyun. Becoming a saint? Nonsense. Now, he has turned into a mere tool for the Dragon Clan. A cold smile crept onto Chen Du's face. He wished he could just drive away in Xiaoyun right then and there. This ancestral dragon truly is a formidable character. After only a couple of encounters, he had devised such a nefarious plan against Chen Du. Chen Du quickly grabbed his notebook and began sketching furiously. He had already promised the ancestral dragon that once he achieved the Great Luo, he would assist in eliminating the beasts of the primordial sea to delay the increase of entropy. However, chaos is boundless, and so is the increase of entropy. As long as chaos persists, he must remain within the Dragon Clan, diligently controlling the number of sea beasts to prevent the great calamity from striking and annihilating the 3 clans. Consequently, the nodes would stagnate, and the Heavenly Tao would never find completion. Chen Du's aspiration to become a sage of the Heavenly Tao would thus be rendered impossible. Moreover, the ancestral dragon would not allow him that opportunity. With just a little manipulation, keeping his realm at the level of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, he could keep Chen Du firmly in his grasp, with no hope of escape. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Du shuddered. What could be more terrifying than being a mere tool? It is the prospect of being perpetually relegated to that role. Even starting from the Golden Immortal level, he would become an immortal of eternal life. As long as the primordial chaos exists, Chen Du would not perish. He would be endlessly relegated to being a tool for stabilizing the nodes. Chapter 53. He is my father-in-law at that moment. In the Dragon Emperor's palace, the ancestral dragon retracted the tea table, transforming into his true form and coiling upon the dragon throne, his gaze fixated on the secret passage beneath the dragon bed. Concealed by the magical formation, even the ancestral dragon himself could not discern the existence of the secret passage. He lifted the teacup with the tip of his tail and sipped delicately. That child, Ao Xing, had uncovered this secret passage a millennium ago, extending from the dragon bed downward, connecting to various halls of the Dragon Palace, all for reasons best left unspoken. Consequently, he was cast into the South Sea. This was not only a punishment for the child, but also a means to preserve his life in the impending calamity. Yet now, the troubles of the Dragon Clan have a solution. Perhaps it is time to call him back home. The ancestral dragon raised his hand and produced a jade pendant. Rescue team of the Primordial Realm Dragon Nest, Dragon Emperor's Palace Ancestral Dragon. Ao Wu. Dragon Nest, East Palace. Ao Wu. Father, what is your command? Ancestral Dragon. 200 years hence, you shall personally venture to the South Sea and bring your brother Ao Xing back to the Dragon Palace. Ao Wu. The child understands. Let us speak privately. Ancestral Dragon. Very well. Isn't this supposed to be a private conversation? The ancestral dragon frowned as he stared at the chat box on the jade pendant. Could this rebellious child be asking me to send him a friend request? How utterly inappropriate. Meanwhile, Ao Wu was equally puzzled. Why did his father suddenly want to bring back his elder brother? Had something occurred? Could it be related to the senior Chen Du? Unbeknownst to him, Ao Wu's reliance on Chen Du had already surpassed that of the ancestral dragon. He pondered for a moment and made his way through the secret passage to the Dragon Scale Palace. Ever since the expulsion of the Jiao Dragon and the Sea Maiden, This palace had become the residence of Chengdu, and he should throw off any suspicions. The ancestral dragon had personally ordered that he should be once again titled as he Fei. With this thought, Ao Wu shivered that it had taken him merely the time it takes to burn an incense stick to journey from the East Palace to the Dragon Scale Palace. Oddly enough, Chengdu had been practicing with increasing frequency lately. In fact, he had not been seen for several consecutive days. Could this be the legendary king of the Primordial Scroll? His master had mentioned that this seclusion might last around 5 days. Should the crown prince wait here or return once his master emerges? He Shu, clad in a dignified Taoist robe. Ao Wu quietly concluded that it was merely 5 days. The crown prince would wait here. He intended to invite the senior to accompany him to the east. 2 days passed swiftly, and dusk approached. The streak of light suddenly crossed the sky, yet everyone in the dragon nest remained oblivious. The innate demon god, Luo Ho, who had been frightened away by He Fei, was making a comeback. The Dragon Palace could not be spared. Standing once again outside the Dragon Emperor's palace, Di's expression gradually turned sinister. Only a century remained, just one more century. Once he fulfilled his grand plan and achieved the highest cultivation, this dragon clan. Di had thoroughly prepared himself psychologically, even pausing to feel the moment. He feared that upon entering, he might witness something bizarre. Fortunately, at that moment, there was only the ancestral dragon in the Dragon Emperor's palace. There should be no He Fei present. Thus, he extended his hand to push the door open, but hesitated for a moment. Bang, familiar with the layout, kicked the tortoise minister. Go open the door. Yes, the tortoise minister limped to the entrance. The general has come. Please invite him in promptly. As the tortoise minister approached the door, he heard the ancestral dragon's voice from within the hall. That he let out a long breath and turned to He, saying, Your Majesty, the ancestral dragon is currently unoccupied. Do not fear. Please enter quickly. Fear? Who's afraid? I'm a dignified, innate demon god. He was immediately enraged and lifted his foot to kick the tortoise minister. I'm out of here. The primordial spirit tortoise burst forth with a speed that defied instinct. Dee's leg barely grazed the edge of the tortoise minister's trousers. After a long contemplation, Dee glanced at his own leg and then at the grinning tortoise minister. You will report to the Forbidden Army tomorrow. Yes. After Dee entered, the palace doors slammed shut. The ancestral dragon coiled upon the dragon throne, a tea table set before him. Quite at ease, instinctively looked around, upon seeing no sea maidens. He finally settled into his seat. What brings the general here? The ancestral dragon feigned ignorance. With only a century left for Luo Ho's plan, he too had to alter his strategy. He furrowed his brow slightly. Did the ancestral dragon discover something? Your Excellency, you are mistaken. I come today with an urgent matter to consult you about that. He paused, recalling an incident from 3 days prior. He had seen a woman disguised as a man. Supporting an injured Qi practitioner at the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's palace. Though he had not sensed anything unusual at the time, an ominous feeling had lingered in his mind. He felt that this Qi practitioner might be connected to events from a millennium ago. 3 days ago, I chanced upon 2 Qi practitioners at the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's palace. May I ask, who were they? He fixed his gaze on the ancestral dragon, but the ancestral dragon's expression darkened. Does my presence require your permission to inquire whom I wish to meet? The atmosphere within the Dragon Emperor's palace grew heavy. There is still a century, just a century. Luo Ho, hold on. He clenched his hands tightly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. This is not the case. However, that Qi practitioner may have had some minor friction with me a millennium ago. Upon hearing this, the ancestral dragon's expression turned contemplative. It was the same old story. You must have heard some rumors. That Qi practitioner, like the previous 3, seeks to persuade me against waging war with the Phoenix clan. He fell into deep thought. 800 years ago, he had just imprisoned the ancestral dragon and announced to the outside world his intent to wage war with the Phoenix clan. Not long after, 3 highly accomplished Qi practitioners had attempted to dissuade the ancestral dragon. These 3 were manifestations of a tiny fragment of Pangu's true spirit, possessing Pangu's lingering will and wielding precious treasures. Their realms were notably high, and their spiritual senses were formidable, with just a glance. They had identified him as the true culprit behind the scenes. Fortunately, with the ancestral dragon's assistance at that time, he had managed to contend with them. Ultimately, he was severely injured and had to retreat into the Chaos Sea for a century to recuperate. Reflecting on the past, Dee's expression darkened. Such a reckless fellow. Why didn't you slay him on the spot? The ancestral dragon smiled faintly, sighing. His realm is not high, but his identity is extraordinary. I cannot bring harm to him. Who is he? Is he from a significant innate clan? He began to mentally search for candidates within the primordial realm who possessed strong backgrounds but low power, attempting to discern Chen Du's identity. But he is my father-in-law. In the span of just 8 words, Dee pondered for a full quarter of an hour. Father-in-law. Dee raised his head, casting a fierce gaze at the ancestral dragon. Practicing the path of slaughter, Luoho's temper was equally explosive. What does this mean? Luoho gritted his teeth and inquired. His little male he-shu is my he-fei. Thus I cannot bring harm to him. After all, I am not one to disregard my elders. The ancestral dragon smirked, adding fuel to the fire. Disregard? Elders? Dee's head buzzed, and he could no longer maintain the facade of Dee. The oppressive aura of the innate demon god instantly unfurled. Chapter 54. The clever tortoise ministered the sense of pressure from the heavenly Tao intensified. Yet Dee remained unfazed, his gaze like lightning, fixated on the ancestral dragon. What do you mean by this? Are you discriminating against me? The ancestral dragon was the first to strike, declaring, Correct. Dee gritted his teeth and said, That is not my intention. However, the crane sovereign and the crane consort fell in love at first sight. When the primordial chaos was first established, I intended to co-govern the dragon clan with the crane consort. Yes, he spoke. The ancestor dragon discreetly raised his paw to calculate the time. Conservatively estimating, Dee could still remain active in the wilderness for half an hour. Yet if he insisted on staying, the Tao would likely punish him as well. Shall I provoke him further? Are you implying that the promises made previously hold no weight? Not at all, Your Majesty. You worry too much. Dee, losing his composure, turned and exited the grand hall, a new wilderness. A new you. My world shall not allow such a thing. Where is the tortoise chancellor? Dee inquired coldly, but after a long pause, he received no response. Thus, he had no choice but to send the clam maiden to inquire about the tortoise chancellor's whereabouts. Reporting to the general, did you not say for the chancellor to report to the Imperial Guards? The chancellor has now remained with the Imperial Guards and has even assumed the role of commander. The clam maiden reported joyfully to Dee. Not a small feat. Perhaps it is due to not having kicked the tortoise chancellor. Consumed by rage, Dee spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. General, what troubles you? The clam maiden hurriedly stepped forward to support Dee, attempting to guide him back to the general's residence. Bring the tortoise chancellor here. I will wait for him. For the first time, the innate demon god displayed a hint of weakness. Half an hour later, the armored tortoise chancellor finally arrived before Dee. Go, deliver this to the Eastern Palace. Dee's expression was ferocious. Ancestor dragon. You have insulted me so today. If I do not avenge this grievance, I vow never to become a demon. Is an A.O. Wu afflicted with a hidden ailment? Place it in his toilet, and do not let outsiders know. Dee wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. He intended to kill the ancestor dragon's son, making the ancestor dragon experience this piercing pain. After all, once a century passes, just a century. This damned wilderness shall become the stepping stone to his supreme ascendance. Yes, that old fellow still needs to report to the Imperial Guards. As you wish. The rejection of the Tao had reached an extreme. Above the Dragon Emperor's palace, ominous clouds were brewing. Should he refuse to leave any longer, he would meet his demise here. He returned furiously to the general's residence, stripped off his armor, and departed from the wilderness. Meanwhile, the tortoise chancellor, holding a medicine pouch, fell into deep contemplation. The general says this is a fine remedy for a certain ailment, but must be placed in the toilet to be effective. However, the crown prince's ailment has not recurred for several days. How should this medicine be dealt with? After much consideration, the tortoise chancellor decided to consult a colleague. Being in the Imperial Guards is far more interesting than being a chancellor. One by one, they fled faster than he could. The tortoise chancellor moved swiftly, returning to the quarters of the imperial guards in no time. Seafood is abundant and strength is great. Before long, a clever individual offered the tortoise chancellor a suggestion. Why not say that this medicine was sought by General D.E. for His Highness the Crown Prince, but you cannot tell others? Perhaps General D.E. is embarrassed to publicly curry favor with the Crown Prince. You might as well deliver it to the Crown Prince yourself in secret, doing a favor for General D.E. The ancestor dragon and D.E. had been at a stalemate for a millennium. Although these lowly seafood creatures did not know the specific reasons, General D.E.'s initiative to send medicine to the Crown Prince was undoubtedly a signal of reconciliation between the two parties. Thus, the seafood creatures deliberated and decided to take matters into their own hands, encouraging the tortoise chancellor to personally deliver the medicine to A.O. Wu, emphasizing that he must inform A.O. Wu that this was an exceptional remedy sought by General D.E. for treating a certain ailment. After being misled for 2 hours, the tortoise chancellor vaguely realized that if this matter succeeded, he could become the greatest contributor to the reconciliation between D.E. and the ancestor dragon. Well done, brother. At worst, I will take another kick. His words were indeed beneficial for the present and would leave a lasting legacy. In the future, the records of the Dragon Palace would surely bear his name as the former tortoise chancellor. Now Commander Tortoise. Thus, he resolutely made his way to the Eastern Palace, but to his disappointment, the Crown Prince was nowhere to be found. Only the attending clam maiden informed him that the Crown Prince's old ailment had recurred and was currently in his chambers. Poor Crown Prince, this chancellor comes to rescue you on behalf of General D.E. The tortoise chancellor, tears welling in his eyes, carefully handed the medicine pouch to the clam maiden, repeatedly reminding her to ensure it was delivered to A.O. Wu, and to particularly note that it was personally sent by General D.E. The clam maiden accepted it decisively, reaching a consensus with the tortoise chancellor. Promoting peace in the Dragon Palace begins with you and me. Meanwhile, the eagerly awaited A.O. Wu was currently waiting in the Dragon Scale Palace. Has the senior not emerged from seclusion yet? A.O. Wu furrowed his brows. Even in the wilderness, 5 days of such delay would indeed be explosive. If Chen did not emerge soon, he would have to return to the Eastern Palace first. As soon as he finished speaking, the small cloud's cockpit slowly opened, and a weary Chen emerged. 5 days, a full 5 days, Oh, you know how I spent these 5 days? To avoid being used as the best tool by the ancestor dragon, Chen had practically neglected sleep and food during these 5 days. He filled hundreds of pages in his notebook and listed dozens of plans, finally finding a way out of a deadlock. I intend to become a sage, not to remain in the dragon clan. Cleaning up after you? A.O. Wu, what brings you here? Chen was somewhat surprised. At the same time, he felt a tinge of vigilance. The ancestor dragon's plot was glaringly evident. Did this foolish little crown prince know of his father's intentions? If he did, how would his attitude change? If A.O. Wu intended to keep him within the dragon clan, how would they reconcile their years of friendship? Senior, I have a matter to consult. Upon seeing Chen emerge from seclusion, A.O. Wu's eyes lit up as he rushed forward, holding a jade pendant. Father said he wants to bring brother A.O. Xing back to the dragon nest, but brother is far away in the South Sea. A.O. Wu felt a bit embarrassed, so I hope, at that time, you can accompany me. Senior the great crown prince A.O. Xing is returning. Your brother's name is A.O. Xing. Chen noticed a noteworthy detail. He vaguely remembered A.O. Wu mentioning that the secret passage beneath the Dragon Palace was created by A.O. Xing indeed, a dragon talent. A.O. Wu, unaware of Chen thoughts, nodded eagerly. That's right. Back then, brother A.O. Xing built the secret passages in various palaces, which angered father. Fortunately, after 10,000 years, father has calmed down and asked me to invite him back. When A.O. Xing left, A.O. Wu was still in his egg and had never met this renowned brother. However, judging from his habit of digging tunnels everywhere, A.O. Wu felt they should have a lot in common. Angering the ancestor dragon, Chen discovered another noteworthy detail. This secret passage was built for escape. How could it have angered the ancestor dragon? Adhering to the principle of asking questions without shame, Chen posed this critical question. A.O. Wu blushed, Chapter 55. Collapsed. Wu fell into deep contemplation. How could he elegantly inform Chen Du that his elder brother was a fan of mommy literature? Observing Wu's silence, Chen Du also understood in his heart. It seemed would already distanced himself from him and stood with the ancestor dragon. Never mind, this 1,000-year feud, let's just say, Your Highness, I just heard a matter from the clan maiden that he Shu, once again donned in women's attire, gracefully approached the two. Walk properly. Speak properly. Both Chen Du and Wu shouted in unison. He Shu blinked and transformed, donning a Taoist robe. Master, do not blame me. I just overheard the clan maidens discussing the crown prince, so I disguised myself to gather some information. Chen Du remained silent, carefully scrutinizing he Shu from head to toe. After confirming that he bore no signs of mutation, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he Shu relayed all that he had heard from the clan maidens. 2 days ago, De spat blood from the Dragon Emperor's palace and handed a medicine pouch to the Tortoise Chancellor, instructing him to place it in Wu's toilet. Chen Du exclaimed. Had he really been in seclusion for only 5 days, and the wilderness had changed so drastically? How was it that he understood none of it? After he Shu finished speaking, he too felt somewhat perplexed. However, from those clan maidens, only this information could be gleaned. By the way. He Shu clapped his hands and said, I heard that De's attendant, the Tortoise Chancellor, has now become the commander of the Imperial Guards. Chen Du regained his senses, stroking his chin and forcibly connecting these 3 pieces of information. Indeed, it must be so. Listen to me. He must have had a confrontation with the ancestor dragon. And the two have completely torn their masks off. Alarm bells rang in Chen Du's mind as he grasped Wu's shoulders, urgently explaining. Thus, he was injured and fled, instructing the Tortoise Chancellor to infiltrate the Imperial Guards with the intention of seizing control and plotting a rebellion. As for the medicine given to you, it is meant to poison you. So clever, Senior, your brilliance shines. Wu and he Shu's expressions grew grave. It seemed that soon the flames of war would spread throughout the entire dragon nest. What shall we do? Wu urgently inquired. Chen Du paused for a moment and replied, First, bring the Turtle Prime Minister and the Turtle Commander. We cannot allow the Imperial to take control of the Forbidden Army. Very well, Wu said, and immediately dashed out. What about me? He Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Du pondered for a moment and instructed, continue to gather intelligence and remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Imperial These clan maidens are remarkably well-informed. Akin to the matriarchs of the Yang district, their sources of information are unprecedented, and we must not squander such a valuable source of intelligence. Rejuvenated, he Shu donned her gauzy skirt and rushed out. Leaving Chen Du alone in the vast dragon-scale palace, the sense of unease lingered in the air. Before long, the Turtle Prime Minister was brought before Chen Du. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? The Turtle Prime Minister exclaimed, his expression one of shock, his aura surging dangerously close to his original form. He had just begun his training with the Forbidden Army when, unexpectedly, the Crown Prince barged in and seized him without a word. Did the Imperial give you a packet of medicine? Chen Du inquired, his expression as cold as ice. Yes, but how could the Crown Prince bring him to the residence of the Crane Consort? The Turtle Prime Minister gasped, nearly fainting from the revelation. Chen Du immediately supported him, demanding, Answer my question. Reporting to Your Excellency, the situation is as follows. The Turtle Prime Minister stammered, divulging that the Imperial sought to curry favor with the Ancestor Dragon by sending a hemorrhoid remedy to Wu. How can this be possible? A rough voice echoed from outside. He Shu burst through the door. Observing her in her flowing skirt, both Chen Du and Wu displayed expressions of satisfaction. However, the Turtle Prime Minister, unable to withstand such a blow, collapsed into unconsciousness. Why would the Imperial seek to ingratiate themselves with His Majesty, the Ancestor Dragon? He Shu dismissed such concerns, casually discarding the now unconscious Turtle Prime Minister and addressing Chen Du. I just inquired further with the clan maidens, and their information aligns perfectly with that of this Turtle Prime Minister. It seems they have all misunderstood. Chen Du sat cross-legged, requesting Xiao Yun to support him. With his feet off the ground, he felt his intellect ascend. He had an inkling that since his emergence from seclusion, The narrative had taken a bizarre turn beyond his control. What my master said is true. That medicinal powder must hold the key. Whether it is a spiritual elixir or a poison is readily discernible. With the pieces falling into place, the next steps became clearer. Awu promptly returned to the secret passage and shortly after brought the medicinal powder back to the Dragonscale Palace. The powder, wrapped in leaves, emitted a faint, icy blue hue. Chen prodded it with a stick, feeling a wave of chaotic energy wafting from it. He exhaled deeply. It appears that Luo Ho continues to diligently pursue his endeavors. This is undoubtedly poison. My father once stated that the Imperial would not act against me and my brother. It seems the Imperial can no longer restrain themselves and wishes to sever ties completely. Awu slammed his hand on the table in frustration, asserting that he and Ao Xing are the direct descendants of the ancestor dragon, and the Imperial would not dare to strike against them unless absolutely necessary. The open hostility from the Imperial clearly indicates their intent to completely discard any pretense. The trajectory of events has oddly returned to its rightful path. But yes, I must inform my father and prompt him to prepare for action. Without a moment's delay, Awu dashed off, plunging into the secret passage beneath the Dragonscale Palace. "Father, it is urgent. Open the door." Awu knocked vigorously on the formation. 2 hours later, the ancestor dragon finally allowed Awu to enter. "What brings you here?" the ancestor dragon inquired, visibly irked. "This passage must be sealed soon." After 2 hours of anxious waiting, Awu had calmed down and recounted all the matters discussed by the three of them to the ancestor dragon. "The Imperial openly drugged you and made the Turtle Prime Minister the commander of the Forbidden Army?" The ancestor dragon screamed. His reaction mirrored that of Chen. While the Imperial is known for their volatile temper, they could not possibly be foolish enough to this extent. There must be something amiss. The ancestor dragon quickly grasped that the Turtle Prime Minister was likely the pivotal point in the unraveling of this entire affair. "Bring that turtle, the turtle commander here. I shall personally interrogate him." After receiving the command, Awu nodded emphatically and conjured a whirlwind, flinging aside the ancestor dragon's bedding, and swiftly leapt into the secret passage. He remembered that after the Turtle Prime Minister had collapsed, Shuju had tossed him outside the Dragonscale Palace. Hopefully, the turtle is still there. Upon arriving at the Dragonscale Palace, Awu sighed with relief, promptly retrieving the still unconscious Turtle Prime Minister and jumping back into the secret passage. After a jolt, the Turtle Prime Minister slowly regained consciousness but could only see Awu's back. Could it be that he was to be secretly executed for stumbling upon the Crown Prince and the Crane Consort's illicit affair? The Turtle Prime Minister let out a scream. In an instant, he transformed into an enormous sea turtle over 10 feet long. Chapter 56. The Transmission of the Dragon. The Secret Passage of the Dragon Palace. Though only several dozen miles in length, saw Awu transform into his original form, traversing it in but a quarter of an hour. The Turtle Prime Minister, utterly terrified, had already reverted to his true form of the same length. Perhaps he realized that his scheme had been exposed and sought to escape. Awu snorted coldly, setting the Turtle Prime Minister down, gripping the back shell of the great turtle with both hands, and shouted, "Do you think that just because you have transformed, this prince cannot handle you?" With swift steps, Awu advanced, leaving unmistakable footprints, and within a quarter of an hour, he bore the Turtle Prime Minister to the foot of the Dragon Emperor's palace. "Father, open the door, it's Awu." Awu was concerned that the Turtle Prime Minister might seize the opportunity to flee. He had heard that this turtle was remarkably strong, even overpowering many seafood warriors within the Forbidden Army. Capturing him must not be taken lightly. Thus, he clung tightly to the Turtle Prime Minister's shell, releasing his own aura while calling out loudly. In an instant, the formation burst open, and Awu excitedly emerged from the secret passage, forcefully tossing the Turtle Prime Minister into the Ancestor Dragon's sleeping quarters. Motionless like a turtle, the Ancestor Dragon gazed at the frightened and unconscious Turtle Prime Minister, his mind racing, unsure of where to begin his inquiries. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Ancestor Dragon lifted his foot and kicked the Turtle Prime Minister's shell. With a bit of force, the Turtle Prime Minister slowly opened his eyes. "Where is this?" "The Dragon Emperor's palace?" He blinked vigorously. Despite being merely a deep-sea spiritual turtle he had cultivated for millennia, and his kind inherently possessed intelligence, skilled in strategy and cunning. Thus, many dragons sought them for counsel and governance. He and his kin were particularly esteemed. They serve as the close advisors to the ancestor dragon and the imperial E, a tale well known among the aquatic races. However, fate is unpredictable. The imperial E entrusted him with significant responsibilities, secretly instructing him to mend relations with the ancestor dragon and deliver medicinal remedies to the ailing crown prince. Yet he unwittingly stumbled upon Aowu and the crane consort scandal. No, that's not right. The crane consort is a man. As this realization dawned on him, the turtle prime minister regained his composure and glared at Aowu with fury. A faint aura of pressure enveloped the dragon emperor's palace, and the ancestor dragon sat at ease upon his throne. The turtle prime minister felt a chill, aware that he had been entangled in the dragon clan's unspeakable secrets. Yet, though the turtle may be but a firefly, it is willing to sacrifice itself for the aquatic race. He could not allow the ancestor dragon to be deceived by such treachery. The turtle prime minister immediately rose, transforming into human form. And before the ancestor dragon could gather his thoughts to inquire, he clasped his hands and declared, "This humble minister wishes to expose the 48 crown prince's illicit liaison, disrupting the imperial harem. A crime deserving of death." The ancestor dragon, Aowu. The father and son exchanged bewildered glances, and Aowu was the first to react, erupting in anger. Such an insult to the dragons. He furiously lunged forward, intending to strike this defaming turtle prime minister down. "You scoundrel! How dare you speak such nonsense?" The turtle prime minister endured the blow, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he held his head high, defiantly glaring at Aowu. This humble minister swears upon his life that every word spoken is the truth. Fortunately, the ancestor dragon was a figure of great stature, commanding Aowu to withdraw, then addressing the turtle prime minister. "Since you have sworn a toxic oath, speak freely." Yes, the turtle prime minister, invigorated, recounted events beginning from 7 days prior to on that day. The imperial E fled after vomiting blood, entrusting him with a packet of medicine, commanding him to ensure it was placed within Aowu's chamber pot, with strict instructions not to disclose it to anyone, though the imperial E general may have some political disagreements with his majesty. He secretly cares for all the dragon offspring. As the turtle prime minister spoke passionately, he suddenly knelt, banging his head on the ground, sternly asserting, "The general is concerned about the 48th crown prince's hidden affliction," thus traversing heaven and earth in search of remedies, fearing that the crown prince would refuse to use them, hence instructing this humble minister to act discreetly. Growing more animated, the turtle prime minister's claws struck the ground. However, he did not anticipate that the general's good intentions would be sullied. Therefore, he brought the remedy to the Dragon East Palace, entrusted it to the palace maid, and took the liberty of highlighting the imperial E general's heartfelt concern. Yet, he did not foresee that just a few days later, the 48th crown prince would storm into the Forbidden Army, seizing him and subjecting him to severe interrogation. Silence enveloped the Dragon Emperor's palace that night. After a long pause, the ancestor dragon finally regained his voice, hoarsely inquiring, "So, what do you wish to say?" "The humble servant wishes to expose the illicit liaison between the 48th prince and the crane concubine, who, it must be noted, is in fact a man." The venerable turtle prime minister has finally concluded this clandestine revelation, calmly closing his eyes. Though the turtle has perished, his aspirations remain eternal. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated executioner's blade did not descend. The turtle prime minister cautiously opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in a vast expanse of white clouds, surrounded by an eerie silence. Utterly alone, this the realm of the afterlife. A profound emptiness settled within him as he lay serenely upon the clouds. His Majesty, the ancestral dragon, is known for his benevolence. Even upon discovering such treachery, he chose not to torment him, sparing him any suffering. Alas, that a small cloud floated gently, placed by the ancestral dragon in a corner of the Dragon Emperor's palace. Within the grand palace, 2 dragons, 1 crane, and 1 human remained in silence, when Aowu bore the turtle prime minister into the Dragon Emperor's palace. The anxious Chun Du and He Shu followed closely behind, Little did they expect to stumble upon this grand theatrical performance, orchestrated entirely by the Turtle Prime Minister. Was this truly the nature of events? Hishu's gaze was vacant, and a twinge of guilt began to surface within him. To outsiders, he appeared to be a favored pet of the ancestral dragon, secretly entangled in an affair with Ao Wu. A male seducer, Chen, standing nearby, was equally astonished. It was a pity that the Turtle Prime Minister's imaginative prowess was not being utilized in the realm of palace intrigue, but rather entangled in this primordial script. Amidst the silence, Chen was the first to awaken to the reality, placing the Turtle Prime Minister within a small cloud. This fellow is indeed a talent. It would be a shame if the ancestral dragon, in a fit of rage, were to crush him. Why, dear Minister, what are your thoughts? The ancestral dragon pinched his brow, directing the question to Chen. In my humble opinion, while the Turtle Prime Minister's imagination may be fanciful, his actions constitute a beneficial endeavor. After all, without this whimsical turtle stirring the pot, it is likely that Ao Wu would have succumbed to poison as per the designs of DE, ultimately being quietly replaced by the Chaos Sea Beast. That is indeed true. The ancestral dragon's years are vast and ancient, yet he had never before encountered such a dramatic plot. Even he, for a moment, lost his composure. After a brief reflection, he raised his hand and instructed Ao Wu, "You may first return the Turtle Prime Minister to his original place. I have matters to discuss with Du." Chen readily agreed, fully aware that the ancestral dragon's forthcoming words would likely overwhelm Ao Wu's intellect, and Hishu's intelligence was on par with Ao Wu's, making it unlikely for him to endure it either. Thus, he waved his hand and said to Hishu, "You should accompany Ao Wu. Once the matters are concluded, await my return in the Dragon Scale Palace." Chapter 57. A major update. What insights do you possess regarding this matter? The ancestral dragon, showing considerable respect for Chen, gestured to a cushion, inviting him to take a seat. After pondering for a moment, Chen inquired, "What remains of the great Tao barrier?" The ancestral dragon raised his claw to calculate, revealing a rather grim prognosis. There remains a little over 20%. Chen fell silent upon hearing this. The original plan of the ancestral dragon was to repel Luo, who then utilized Chen time Tao to annihilate the sea beasts entirely, restoring the great Tao barrier and preventing Luo, Hu, and other primal demons from breaching the primordial realm. This strategy was indeed the most prudent approach to maintaining stability in the primordial world. However, as the sole practitioner of the Time Tao, Chen had become the Dragon Clan's most unfortunate pawn in their efforts to preserve stability and avert catastrophe. The ancestral dragon had not disclosed this scheme to Chen. But during their second meeting 2 weeks prior, Chen had already surmised it appears we are running out of time. Chendu's expression remained composed. The ancestral dragon nodded, his formidable, inky eyes occasionally resting upon Chen. This was their Dragon Clan's opportunity. As long as this individual could be of service, the fate of their clan could be altered. The Turtle Prime Minister had fully informed the Imperial Guard about De's poisoning scheme. Therefore, when De next ventures into the primordial realm, he will undoubtedly comprehend that his plot has been unveiled. Thus, De's next arrival will herald a time of great conflict. Chen contemplated for a moment, sharing his deductions with the ancestral dragon. After he spoke, he lowered his head, silently reflecting. Luo, whose plan had reached 80% completion. The great Tao barrier was being devoured by chaos, forcing even the Tao itself into hiding. The boundless primordial realm was on the brink of collapse. Should Luo, who, at the quasi-saint level, make a move against it, he could genuinely overturn the primordial world, reworking the elements of wind, thunder, water, and fire. Previously, the ancestral dragon had collaborated with him, aiming to obliterate the existing primordial world and reconstruct a new one devoid of calamity for the Dragon Clan. Yet now, the ancestral dragon realized that Luo, who merely feigned cooperation, using their physical forms as vessels for the sea beasts. Consequently, the ancestral dragon would no longer continue his alliance with Luo, who, instead, he sought to utilize Chen time Tao to delay the impending calamity. Freezing the primal tribulation in this very moment, the ancestral dragon had devised an astute plan. However, who wishes to be a mere tool? Chen scoffed inwardly. maintaining a facade of compliance. What you have stated, Du Yi, is indeed profound. The ancestral dragon slightly inclined his head. I possess a fair understanding of Di's temperament. The last time I provoked him, he suffered internal injuries and retreated, spitting blood. The chaotic sea's spiritual energy is meager. For him to return in full force, it will take at least several months. Chen nodded slightly, rising to return the cushion to the ancestral dragon. If that is the case, I kindly request your majesty to prepare in advance. I shall take my leave. The ancestral dragon consented, stating, matters concerning the primordial realm cannot be approached lightly by any being. From now on, Ao Wu shall be responsible for addressing the numerous sea beasts within the dragon nest. After speaking, the ancestral dragon offered a melancholic smile. This calamity of the primordial realm has been orchestrated by me. Thus I must bear the brunt of it, should I perish in the ensuing conflict. I hope my friends will safeguard Ao Wu. I shall do so. Chen returned through a secret passage to the Dragon Scale Palace. To outsiders, Ao Wu remained under house arrest, while He Shu and Chen were merely favored consorts of the ancestral dragon. However, once the day passed, many astute sea creatures began to sense the unusual occurrences. First and foremost was the house arrest of Ao Wu and Xiang F.E. was D.E. who had commanded their imprisonment. The dragon nest had fallen entirely under D.E.'s control. Yet inexplicably, the ancestral dragon, who had not intervened in matters for a millennium, suddenly ordered the release of Ao Wu and Xiang Fei. What could His Majesty the ancestral dragon be scheming? Does he intend to wage war against the general? Who are you, an agent of D.E.? You foolish fish, the ancestral dragon is clearly nearing his demise. It would be wiser to submit to General D.E. I see no necessity for such a course of action. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the dragon nest, currents of unrest swirled. The primordial realm was on the brink of disaster, yet these sea creatures continued to engage in political maneuvering. Ao Wu, feeling repulsed, wielded the dragon bone sword and swiftly dispatched a gold immortal-level merman. Some time ago, the ancestral dragon had entrusted him with a task, to eradicate the influence of Di's subordinates. Among Di's followers were not only sea beasts masquerading as sea clans, but also some avaricious and treasonous sea creatures. Did these fools truly believe this was the work of the dragon? The more Ao Wu spoke, the angrier he became, raising the dragon bone sword to slay the leader of these traitors on the spot. However, as his claw grazed the hilt, he was intercepted by He Shu and Xiang Fei beside him. This individual may be a sea beast. Your Highness should exercise caution. Xiang Fei frowned as she spoke. Imprisoned for an entire year, she was fortunate that Ao Wu often communicated with her through secret passages and jade pendants, preventing her from losing touch with the outside world. Yet, to her astonishment, upon her release, she learned of a staggering secret about the primordial realm. In no more than a century, the primordial realm would revert to chaos. Xiang Fei had still been caught up in the tale of the dragon and phoenix battle. Upon hearing this revelation, her pink dragon form paled in fear. Thus, Ao Wu and He Shu urgently updated Xiang Fei on the latest developments, taking an entire day and night to relay everything that had transpired in the past year. Before we set out, our senior Du-E instructed us, once the sea beasts disguised as sea clans perish, they will revert to chaos, polluting the primordial realm. Therefore, it is best for us to temporarily detain them to alleviate the pressure on the primordial realm. It must be said upon encountering the latest version, Xiang Fei, with her evident intelligence, unwittingly became the cornerstone of their trio. What you say is indeed valid. Ao Wu realized with clarity, decisively sheathing the dragon bone sword. Then how should we deal with this individual? Since killing was off the table, determining a suitable course of action became a thorny issue. The dragon nest prison had already become Di's domain. Should they personally oversee it? Ao Wu and He Shu stood to the side, resting their chins on their paws, deeply perplexed. Perhaps it would be best to consult their senior mentor. Moments later, both spoke in unison. Proposing the same suggestion, the three individuals hoisted the sea creature, which appeared to be a marine beast, onto the small cloud and promptly set off towards the Dragon Scale Palace. Wait, set off on the small cloud? Positioned behind the control panel, Xiang Fei noticed something peculiar. May I inquire, dear uncle, is this the small cloud refined by Senior Chen? Upon hearing this, Ao Wu nodded in affirmation, revealing a sense of pride as he opened his ring. Inside, it was filled to the brim with 10,000 small clouds. Over the millennia, Chengdu had fully delivered the 10,000 small clouds as stipulated in their contract to Ao Wu. Although it had cost him a millennium's worth of allowances, it was indeed worth it. Ao Wu beamed with self-satisfaction, yet Xiangfei seemed somewhat at a loss. If Uncle possessed 10,000 small clouds, why not utilize them to imprison the marine beasts? Chapter 58. The Seafood Factory. How utterly vexing. Ao Wu, enlightened, immediately halted the small cloud and began to tap rapidly on the control panel. During the refinement of the small clouds, Senior had embedded numerous prohibitions. If activated with premium spirit stones, it could withstand a full-force strike from a great Luo golden immortal. After several decisive taps, Ao Wu embedded dozens of premium spirit stones, then delivered a punch that knocked the sea beast unconscious, stuffing it inside. This prince has configured an automatic navigation system. Within 3 days, the small cloud will transport the beast to the Dragon Scale Palace, where Senior can handle it. Very well that he and Xiangfei had no objections to this method of handling. Thus, the trio retrieved another small cloud and set off to deal with the next nest of marine beasts. Within the Dragon Lair, the war between the Ancestral Dragon Sect and the DE Sect had officially commenced. However, the Ancestral Dragon's forces were dwindling, with the trio of Tai E Golden Immortals serving as the chief generals under the Ancestral Dragon. Meanwhile, Chengdu, who had been elusive until now, remained hidden within the secret passage beneath the Dragon Scale Palace, engrossed in his minor inventions. The DE Sect possessed a multitude of marine beings. These sea creatures, including those devoured by the marine beasts, were the initial forces of the DE, attacking the Dragon Clan and even the primordial chaos. Therefore, it was imperative to eradicate all these marine creatures to weaken the DE's power. However, once the marine beasts perished, the chaos would dissipate into the world, gnawing away at the primordial pathways. How to eliminate them became a pressing concern. The newly appointed executioner of the primordial chaos confined himself within the small cloud, embarking on an unceasing retreat. Although reluctant to become a mere tool, the foremost priority was to safeguard the primordial chaos. Thus, despite his inner reluctance, Chengdu temporarily assumed the role of the Ancestral Dragon's instrument. Was there a connection between chaos, the pathways, and the heavens? Chengdu retrieved a crystal stone, sensing the aura of chaos. Chaos and disorder were the prevailing themes of chaotic energy. The 3,000 demons, born of chaos alongside Pangu, were saturated with chaotic energy. Hence, they were repelled by the newly formed primordial world. Yet, Hongjun was also one of the 3,000 demons. How could he, despite his demonic origins, ascend to become the foremost sage of the heavenly Tao? Chengdu pondered deeply. A vague intuition suggested that this might be his opportunity to escape the Dragon Lair. The demons, chaos, pathways, and heavens. Too many elements. Chengdu felt a sharp pain in his forehead, sensing his mind beginning to overload. He exhaled deeply, placing the crystal stone down, and sat cross-legged on the mat. Before long, he entered a state of meditation. Boundless spiritual energy was filtered by the small cloud, transforming into the purest power that surged into Chengdu's Tao fruit. My Tao, the path of time. The Ancestral Dragon had mentioned that the path of time resided among the 3,000 pathways. Yet the 3,000 pathways were not conducive for living beings to cultivate the path of time. Was it too overpowered? Indeed, but not entirely. With each breath Chengdu took, his Tao fruit began to swell and contract gently, akin to a second heartbeat. What did time truly represent? Chengdu's eyes lightly closed as he reached out into the air, conjuring an automatic clock reminiscent of Blue Star design. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the second hand raced across, marking the passage of time. And oh matter the being, none could withstand the erosion of time. Time alters everything, yet Chengdu could alter time. Slow, Chengdu suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze sparkling with clarity. With his exclamation, the boundless obscurity of the path of time spiraled through the heavens and earth. Tick-tock. In that instant, time decelerated. The resonance of the pathways flashed past. Chengdu's expression brightened. This time, he not only comprehended the art of slowing time, but also ascended from the initial stage of Tai, golden immortal, to the intermediate stage. Upon realizing his newfound realm, Chen Du's joy turned to melancholy. What use was an elevation in cultivation? The faster he ascended, did it not imply he would become a tool sooner? Thus, he resolutely suppressed his myriad insights, stabilizing his realm at the intermediate stage of Tai, golden immortal. First, he must address the chaotic energy. Chen Du scratched his head, lifting the crystal stone that had been beside him. But it was gone. Chen Du was taken aback. This transparent crystal was the vessel used by the ancestral dragon to imprison chaotic energy. Unless one possessed immense magical power to forcibly break it, there was no other means to release the chaotic energy within. A prison escape? A certain devoted fan of a certain Death God's elementary school saga instantly recalled that classic plot. Could there be a mechanism inside? Chen Du shook the crystal back and forth. But after the chaotic energy dissipated, a gentle squeeze reduced the crystal to pure spiritual energy, which was swiftly absorbed by Chen Du. This is disastrous. Without identifying how the chaos had escaped, the prison itself vanished. Chen Du was quite concerned, so he retrieved another piece of chaotic crystal from his ring and placed it in the air. Tick-tock. The clock continued to turn. However, after observing for an entire hour, the chaotic energy remained obediently contained within the crystal, showing no signs of escape. The double-slit interference. Wave-particle duality. Chen Du's mind raced as he sought the reason for the chaotic energy's flight. Regrettably, the principles of physics from Blue Star seemed ineffective in the primordial chaos. Was this a distortion of physics or a decay of the primordial realm? What would become of Newton's coffin lid? Chen Du brought the crystal closer to his eyes, yet the chaotic energy continued to swirl docilely within. Clearly, the conditions were insufficient. Recalling the previous occurrences, Chen Du contemplated the path of time. It should relate to his own pathway. Thus, he immersed himself once more in meditation. The resonance of the pathways swirled around him, gradually extending from the secret passage and enveloping the entire Dragonscale Palace. The intangible nature of time seemed to manifest once more. All beings within the Dragonscale Palace were engulfed in dread. They seemed to perceive a sundial, a clock, and a calendar looming ominously. Slow, Chen Du fixed his gaze on the chaotic crystal, and fissures began to appear within it. Yes, the art of slowing time was activated. The minuscule chaotic energy gradually floated out of the crystal, beginning to diffuse outward. Freeze! The dust was suspended in midair. Chen Du raised his hand, and the particles, as if acknowledging him as their master, swiftly and gently floated into his grasp. An overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within him. Chen Du's eyes remained fixated on the wisp of chaotic energy. Almost instinctively, he grasped it with his hand. To his astonishment, the chaotic energy began to coalesce, transforming into a small orb resembling cotton, but a chaos pearl. Was it truly this simple and crude? The chaotic energy, when gathered together, became a chaos pearl? Damn it! Chen Du couldn't help but curse silently. In the next moment, he decisively retrieved both the wind-stabilizing pearl and the sea-stabilizing pearl. 25 pearls hovered in the air, showing no signs of merging. Yet the chaos pearl he previously possessed was formed from the fusion of these 25 pearls. He hadn't questioned it before. Could it be that the synthesis formula for the chaos pearl is not solely the fusion of the wind-stabilizing pearl and the sea-stabilizing pearl? Chapter 59. The Master of Scripts, the crystallization of chaotic energy, was formed through the ancestral dragon's immense magical power. Beings at the mixed Yuan Great Luo level could survive for short periods within the sea of chaos. Yet even a being as formidable as the ancestral dragon could only preserve a few fragments of chaotic energy within that chaotic sea. Increasingly more enigmas shrouded Chen Du as the first being to cultivate the path of time. Even seeking to learn from the experiences of predecessors was futile. He had to feel his way across the river, so to speak. Chen Du took out his last crystal, harnessing the path of time to extract the chaotic energy from within it. Two masses of chaotic energy fused together, and the once dust-sized chaos pearl visibly expanded in size. Perhaps, if he absorbed sufficient chaotic energy, he could create a chaos pearl from scratch. But where could he procure such an abundance of chaotic energy? From the ancestral dragon, perhaps? Such a scenario seems rather implausible. Should the ancestor dragon become aware that he is now capable of manipulating the chaotic energies, he would undoubtedly confine him within the dragon's nest, reducing him to a mere instrument for the purification of the primal chaos. The artifact designed for the harmless disposal of sea beasts has yet to be perfected, and Chengdu has lost the motivation to continue his experiments. Rather than indulging in fanciful thoughts with no tangible outcomes, it would be far more prudent to venture out and capture a few sea beasts for experimentation. Perhaps, with specimens in hand, progress could finally be made. Upon reflection, Chengdu realized, almost to his dismay, that he had been in seclusion for over a month. He pondered the current state of affairs outside, curious about how many sea beasts Ao Wu and his companions had already vanquished. Chengdu activated the secret passage's magical array, only to retract his action in the next moment. Has the version been updated? Has Xiaoyun seized control of the great primal chaos? Why does the hall brim with Xiaoyun? Startled, Chengdu quickly regained his composure. It seemed Ao Wu and his companions were engaged in some grand endeavor. He patted his still frightened chest and once again activated the magical array, materializing onto the floor of the Dragon Scale Palace. A cursory glance revealed nearly 1,000 Xiaoyun present, and upon closer inspection, each one radiated the essence of sentient beings. The accommodations appeared quite reasonable. The great Luo Golden Immortals received single rooms. The Tai Golden Immortals shared quarters in groups of 4, and the ordinary Golden Immortals were assigned to 8-person chambers. Thousands of Xiaoyun buzzed energetically, a boundless aura of spiritual energy emanating from exquisite spirit stones, sustaining the defensive arrays within each Xiaoyun. Chengdu selected one with a faint aura and casually opened it, revealing an old acquaintance. Minister Gue. Previously, he had inadvertently confined Minister Gue within a Xiaoyun, and this particular Xiaoyun had been transported to the Dragon Scale Palace. What a twist of fate! Chengdu marveled internally as he lifted the seal on Minister Gue after days of unconsciousness. Minister Gue gradually stirred awake. National uncle. You shameless harlot, father of my husband. Minister Gue erupted into laughter, pointing at Chengdu and exclaiming, "Look at you now, has this turtle lost his mind?" Chengdu regarded him with skepticism, for he greatly admired Minister Gue's creative prowess. In the future, when grand matters arise, he would certainly want Minister Gue to script for him. Such madness would indeed be a pity. After a moment of contemplation, Chengdu waved a hand, sending a surge of spiritual energy toward him. A gentle breeze enveloped Minister Gue's heart, and the sensation was so vivid that he quickly regained his composure, cautiously surveying his surroundings. This is the Dragon Scale Palace? Indeed. Chengdu rubbed his hands together in anticipation, eager to see what marvelous script Minister Gue would conjure. "I'm not dead?" Minister Gue asked again, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Yes, that's the feeling." Chengdu produced a jade pendant and decisively sent a message in the group of the rescue team for the primal chaos. "Dragon Scale Palace, return swiftly," the ancestor dragon responded. "Received." Chengdu hesitated to speak at Gue Mao, have cultivated for countless years. Minister Gue wiped away his tears, gazing passionately towards the Dragon Emperor's palace. Unbeknownst to him, Chengdu had already produced peanuts and melon seeds. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, unconsciously, Chengdu had acclimated to this melodramatic and absurd primal chaos, even finding a strange enjoyment in it. Puffed. Upon hearing Minister Gue's name, Chengdu couldn't suppress a chuckle. "What are you doing?" Gue Mao shot a fiery glare at Chengdu, his eyes brimming with disdain. "You shameless father of a harlot! How dare you neglect your own child, allowing such debauchery in the harem, and still have the audacity to laugh?" Immediately, Chengdu subdued his expression, engaging in the performance with Gue Mao, a true talent indeed. Must be retained. As Chengdu silently laughed within, he played along with Gue Mao's act. Observing Chengdu immersing himself in the role, Gue Mao launched into his own tirade, scolding Chengdu fiercely. By the end, Gue Mao even charged forward, attempting to confront Chengdu, though Gue Mao possessed only golden immortal strength, which Chengdu would typically easily overpower. He was startled to discover that this turtle possessed remarkable strength in its legs. "Halt!" Chengdu exclaimed, deftly dodging the kick aimed at him. "Minister Gue, how dare you?" An immense pressure enveloped the dragon scale palace as Chen glanced up. Noticing the ancestor dragon had taken his position, Chen heart soared with joy. He glanced between Minister Gue and the ancestor dragon, deciding to relinquish the stage to these two. The pressure of conducting experiments was too great. A viewing of this melodrama would surely provide some relief. Your Majesty, I implore you to intercede on behalf of your humble servant. Gue Mao, seeing his patron, immediately knelt, pointing at Chen Du. This father of a harlot shows no respect to your Majesty, and has even spoken disrespectfully to you, a claim I have personally heard. The ancestor dragon fell silent. I do not dare. Chen Du bit his cheek, matching Gue Mao's lines. You, how dare you distort the truth? Gue Mao sprang up, ready to strike Chen Du. How dare you? The ancestor dragon's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Coldly regarding Minister Gue, raising a hand as if to snuff out his life. Your Majesty, please wait. Chen Du rushed to intervene, stating, Minister Gue, lacking knowledge of the circumstances, acted out of a sincere desire to protect you. Even if his words were offensive, they were all for your sake. I beseech your Majesty to spare him. Having observed the unfolding drama for a while, Chen Du hastily sought to conclude the matter. The ancestor dragon understood that the intricacies of the situation could not be disclosed to Gue Mao. However, as Chen Du had articulated, Minister Gue bore no ill intent and had even rendered them significant assistance. It would be unreasonable to execute him for mere verbal disputes. After a protracted silence, the ancestor dragon finally gritted his teeth, stating, I have forgiven the crane consort, and the national uncle. Let this matter be forgotten. Gue Mao was taken aback. Chen Du turned away, pinching himself forcefully. I have undergone professional training. I must not laugh. Before long, the trio who had been dispatched on a mission returned to the Dragon Scale Palace. The atmosphere was somewhat dramatic. Chen Du, with his back to the crowd, remained silent. The ancestor dragon, seated high in solemnity, bore a gloomy countenance. Minister Gue, surrounded by countless Xiaoyun, glared at Ao Wu with fiery eyes, filled with resentment. Your Highness, please rise. In this indescribably tense atmosphere, Ao Wu hesitated, feeling somewhat intimidated. Did you hear that? Get out of here. Observing Minister Gue engrossed in his script, the ancestor dragon raised a foot and personally kicked him out. Had it not been for DS' presence, he would have surely executed this audaciously foolish turtle on the spot. After ousting Gue Mao from the group chat, only the members of the rescue team for the primal chaos remained in the hall. The ancestor dragon was still calming himself, thus adapting to the new version of Xiang Fei, and began to provide Chen Du with an update patch. Sea beasts cannot be indiscriminately slain, so we have temporarily detained them within the Xiaoyun. Chen Du nodded, realizing that the next objective would be to discover a method for their harmless disposal. Having just witnessed an entertaining spectacle, Chen Du felt quite pleased. Without needing prompting from others, he proactively declared, Then I shall commence my research on this matter. And what shall we do? He gestured toward the surrounding Xiaoyun. With the ancestor dragon's vigorous assistance, regardless of whether they were sea beasts or seafood, all of the sea tribe from the De faction had been apprehended. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Du raised a hand and saluted the ancestor dragon. Now that more than 3 months have passed, Rahu shall soon arrive in the primal chaos. When that time comes, the dragon nest will become a battlefield. Might I ask your Majesty if we should disperse the surrounding sea tribes to prevent them from being caught in the crossfire? Before the ancestor dragon could respond, Ao Wu interjected with a smile. What is there to worry about? Our dragon clan has never known fear in battle, but this is merely a path to death. The clash between Rahu and the ancestor dragon would be a contest of the utmost combat prowess in the primal chaos. For beings of lower Dao realms, there might be a chance to escape if they were above the Tai golden immortal level. But those of lesser realms would likely be obliterated at the slightest disturbance. Upon hearing Chen Du's concerns, the ancestor dragon heaved a sigh. Then, as you say, Dao friend. With that, the ancestor dragon departed from the Dragon Scale Palace. And soon, command from him were disseminated throughout the entire dragon nest. Following a month of rigorous cleansing, only the sea tribes sent by the ancestor dragon remained within the dragon nest. Yet, upon receiving this order, they promptly submitted petitions, expressing their willingness to live and die alongside the dragon nest. These seafood creatures displayed resolute gazes. Even the mollusks known as soft-legged shrimp showed no signs of retreat. This command from His Majesty likely held profound implications. What profound implications? This means war with the D.E. I have long harbored disdain for him. When the time comes, I shall strike first. Look at that. Didn't you see? A.O. Wu casually draped an arm around Chen Du's shoulders, grinning broadly. Chen Du, feeling somewhat somber, nodded in silence, sensing a pervasive aura of slaughter enveloping the entire dragon nest. Countless eons ago, I had yet to be born. Awu took a mat and sat opposite to Chen Du. In the Primordial Era, when all things were imbued with spirit, the Phoenix clan ruled over the avians, the Qilin governed the terrestrial beasts, and our dragon clan reigned over the aquatic beings. That time, our father, the Emperor, spent over 10,000 years organizing the myriad spirits and establishing dominion over the water tribes. Unlike the other two clans, the dragon clan was distinct. The aquatic beings were born to contend with the sea monsters, which are voracious and solely driven by the instinct to devour. Have you ever comprehended that? Awu pointed with his hand, gesturing for Chengdu to observe the expansive marshland not far away. The sea monsters of that era were far more formidable than they are now. The sea monsters of the same lineage as Hai Shiba were likely his ancestors, capable of submerging half the vast expanse with their entire bodies. Chengdu nodded, quietly listening to Awu recount the ancient tales of the dragon clan. Subsequently, the Emperor exterminated the sea monsters, driving them to the very marshland before them, and constructed the dragon nest here to suppress them. Unbeknownst to him, Awu's voice began to tremble with a hint of sorrow. This was the aquatic tribe that the Emperor had labored to protect. Yet he had strayed from the right path. Since the ancestor dragon had shifted his mindset, this was the first time the two discussed this matter. Chengdu understood that the conflict between him and Awu was likely to be laid bare today. Awu gazed skyward, tears brimming in his eyes. We, the dragon clan, are the descendants of Pangu. Yet after countless millennia of the Primordial Era, this sky, this land, and these water veins are no longer our dominion. The ancestor dragon had imparted numerous secrets to Awu. Awu, not particularly astute, took 2 months to finally grasp the convolutions of these truths. As long as we exist, chaos shall consume the primordial realm. Thus, the Emperor wished to expend all the strength of our clan, even if it meant sacrificing all living beings in the primordial realm to collaborate with Luo Ho and forge a world anew for the dragon clan. Having said this, Awu shook his head. However, Luo Ho merely pretended to acquiesce to the Emperor, seeking to use the flesh of our dragon clan as vessels for his sea monster army. The conversation grew increasingly pointed. Chengdu took the initiative to pierce through the veil. I bear the path of time. Should I achieve great Luo, I could reverse chaos, he said, locking his gaze upon Awu. Awu let out a bitter laugh. My father spoke of this, but I am unwilling. Why? All beings in the primordial realm have their fates that we, the descendants of Pangu, have already received the grace of the great Pangu. This world was carved by the great Pangu. If we, as his descendants, were to destroy the fruits of his labor for the sake of survival, would that not be tantamount to? Awu's words left Chengdu, astounded. You know the Emperor's plan? Awu nodded. I am aware. The Emperor desires to summon the ancients to purify chaos, thereby maintaining stability in the primordial realm. Yet upon reflection, this would mean an eternity of stagnation, a million cycles of existence, with the primordial realm forever retaining its current state. He then cast his gaze upon the marshland. How is that different from chaos? Do you intend to defy your father? Chengdu also turned to Awu, his eyes filled with complexity. Awu, unbeknownst to him, had transformed from the little dragon who once caused Chengdu endless headaches on Jinao Island into someone entirely different. Awu's growth had reached a level that left him astonished. In response, Awu put away the mat and nodded. Indeed. He looked towards the horizon, where the day was waning. The full moon hung in the sky. In tens of thousands of years, that would become the lunar palace where Chang'e resides. The primordial realm is so beautiful. I cannot bear to destroy it. Yet, it has only just been born, and I cannot bear to fix it in its current form. With that, Awu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chengdu. You have a way. Do you not? I know you wish to oppose my father, We can form an alliance, provided that my father is spared. You are so filial. Does the ancestor dragon know? Chengdu was left speechless in shock. Seeing that Chengdu did not respond, Awu drew forth the dragon bone sword. This sword is forged from the spines of my father and mother. If my father remains obstinate, I will. Chengdu gasped in alarm. Then this sword shall be entrusted to you. Should my father attempt to imprison you, you must wield this dragon bone. Filial piety. It is true filial piety. Chengdu clapped his hands, unable to contain himself. I find the name Dragon Bone Sword to be rather inadequate. We should rename it. Let's call it Frostmourne, Chapter 61. A brain-burning battleground Frostmourne. Awu raised the Dragon Bone Sword and gently traced it across the water surface. The Dragon Clan is the legacy of the Great Pangu. Sinew, flesh, skin, and bone all serve as precious materials for cultivation. Furthermore, both the Ancestor Dragon and the Dragon Mother have practiced the path of water. Awu's aura surged, a faint golden mist enveloping the surroundings. Awu was metallic in nature. Gold and water were not inherently related, representing the doctrine of moderation, which did not align with Awu. Crack. A sheet of ice formed across the marshland that a moment of inspiration struck Chengdu. And he pointed at the ice surface. He had already refined that trace of chaotic energy. Although it was far inferior to the previous chaotic pearl, igniting a firecracker was still within his capabilities. A burst of intense heat flared briefly, causing the ice surface to emit a hissing sound. In the next moment, the ice vanished abruptly, and a vast amount of water vapor filled the air, quickly dissipating. Observe closely and learn well. The forms of water are myriad in the eyes of Chengdu, the great inventor of the primordial realm who had studied junior high chemistry. The path of water holds immense potential for development. Sublimation, condensation, evaporation. Chengdu controlled the temperature around him, transforming the marshland's waters before Awu into countless shapes. Awu, the entire dragon, appeared somewhat bewildered. He had witnessed such scenes numerous times, yet seeing them manifest through Chengdu's hands felt remarkably simplistic. In evaporation lies profound significance. Weak waters, ever-changing. Chengdu exhausted his spiritual energy, conjuring mesmerizing displays upon the water's surface. Awu furrowed his brows, fixated on the transformation of the water from ice to mist, then from mist to snow. This shall suffice as my demonstration for now. After all, delving deeper would exceed Chengdu's academic limitations. He chose to conclude on a high note, lightly tapping his robe's hem, exuding the demeanor of a reclusive master. This is a path I discerned a millennium ago. Regrettably, my path does not align with the path of water, yet perhaps you might glean some insights. Yes, master, please allow Awu to pay my respects. Though he did not fully comprehend, Awu believed the elder's words must hold wisdom. Awu bowed deeply, intending to perform the ritual of apprenticeship to Chengdu. Chengdu hastily evaded, refusing Awu's homage. You are the offspring of the ancestor dragon, of noble lineage, and you study the path of water alongside him. It would be illogical for you to pay homage as a disciple. Chengdu patted Awu's shoulder. Furthermore, my path diverges greatly from yours. Even if we were to force an apprenticeship, I would be unable to assist you significantly if the prince does not mind. We might consider addressing each other as brothers. Brothers? That sounds splendid. Awu promptly leaped up, his face alight with joy. Brother, younger brother. The freshly minted brothers clasped hands and gazed at each other. What are you two doing? Shuju arrived at the scene. From now on, you shall refer to me as Uncle Master. Awu struck a pose, hands on his hips. Shuju clutched her chest, taking 2 steps back in shock. What is this? Shuju murmured, dazed. I am Awu's little mother. Awu also stumbled back 2 steps. Could it be that he and his elder brother are caught in a forbidden entanglement? Witnessing their solemn expressions, Chengdu could not help but feel bewildered on the surface. He was the ancestor dragon's father-in-law. Yet the son of the ancestor dragon, Awu, had become his sworn brother. Now he and Awu had forged an underground alliance against the ancestor dragon, Frostmourne. Gazing at the dragon bone sword in Awu's grasp, anger surged within Chengdu, and he was the first to awaken from this ethical battleground, decisively declaring, "Let us go find the ancestor dragon. This He cannot remain." The 3 of them marched forth with great resolve, swiftly arriving at the Dragon Emperor's palace. However, to the dismay of the trio, a barrier enveloped the Dragon Emperor's palace, preventing any casual entry. Awu furrowed his brow and produced a token. This token serves as a key. Each of them possesses one, capable of breaking through many of the Dragon Nest restrictions. That it was precisely due to this that they had been able to swiftly capture the sea monsters and traitorous rebels a month prior. This is the highest restriction. No one may enter except for the Emperor. Chen nodded, finally adopting a serious demeanor. With the impending battle, it is not uncommon for His Majesty the Ancestor Dragon to prepare. He Shu, however, felt somewhat disappointed that a month of slaughter had rekindled his sense of masculine pleasure. Such trivial matters as being a petty rival or the favored consort of the Ancestor Dragon no longer interested him. Dresses would only hinder his speed in drawing his sword. Thus the disciple shall take their leave for now. The little cloud sea beast gradually regained consciousness, and the disciple still needs to join Xiang Fei and the various Sea Clan generals to jointly safeguard the restrictions. After speaking, he cast a slightly resentful glance at Ao Wu. He had intended to enlist this fellow to toil alongside him. But who would have thought? Then, let us proceed ahead. My master uncle shall accompany you. Ao Wu's eyes lit up. He had thought that only they, a few little cats, remained in the dragon's den. Could there still be other dragons alive? Which generals from the Sea Clan are present? Please tell me first. Certainly, Master Uncle. As their voices faded into the distance, Chengdu turned to look at the tightly shut doors of the Dragon Emperor's palace before returning to the Dragon Scale Palace. After reclaiming numerous crucial locations within the dragon's lair, many little clouds have been transferred to the heavily guarded sea prison, and the Dragon Scale Palace returned to its former tranquil appearance. The clam girl and fish soldiers had completely vanished, and there was no one to serve him. Yet Chengdu relished the solitude. After closing the grand doors of the Dragon Scale Palace and setting up a restrictive formation, Chengdu once again initiated a brainstorming session. According to what the Ancestor Dragon had previously revealed, aside from the remaining half of the Sea Clan that the Emperor he had not yet managed to corrupt, there were still a few Dragon Clan generals left. These generals were scattered across the vast primordial waters, most of them being the direct offspring of the Ancestor Dragon, since 3 months prior. When the Ancestor Dragon resolved to resist Emperor Yi, these generals had gradually returned to the dragon's den. These older dragon sons and daughters were of a higher generation than Ao Wu and had mostly reached the Great Luo realm, serving as the true backbone of the dragon's lair's fighting force. With their presence outside, the battle between the Ancestor Dragon and Luo Ho gained a few more chances of victory. It had now been over half a year. When would Luo Ho return to the primordial realm? It was imperative to quickly devise a means to mend the Great Tao barrier. Should Luo Ho demolish the barrier with a single punch and unleash the 3,000 demon gods into the primordial realm, all of Chengdu's subsequent plans would be rendered futile, bitter. Chengdu took out several sea beast corpses and placed them within the grand hall. These sea beasts towered over 100 meters in height, and merely extracting 2 or 3 of them filled the vast dragon scale palace to the brim. The combined assault on his vision and sense of smell nearly overwhelmed Chengdu. He donned a makeshift mask and gloves, and with the frost sorrow left by Ao Wu, he swiftly cut the corpses into several piles of meat. These chunks of flesh were devoid of any spiritual energy, instead brimming with chaotic energy. Chengdu retrieved the crystal stone given by the Ancestor Dragon, a creation formed from immense magical power that could temporarily retain chaotic energy after the chaotic energy within the meat was absorbed. The transparent crystal emitted dark chaotic strands. Chapter 62. Pre-battle preparations. The clarity and murkiness, the absence of both. This is chaos, the primal decree. The dark chaotic energy gradually exuded from the meat and, under the crystal's guidance, flowed into Chengdu's hands. The ethereal, upon hearing these words, the Ancestor Dragon fell silent. Nodding slowly, the look of regret gradually surfaced on the countenance of this great clan leader. He was a being of the primordial Tao, with the movements of the wilderness resting within his thoughts. Over the course of a millennium, he had experienced moments of doubt. Yet, the destiny decreed for the Dragon Clan by the great Tao loomed over them like a blade, perpetually suspended above the 3 clans. Thus, he disregarded the blood of his kin and the cries of his offspring, resolutely seeking to conspire with Luo Ho and who in an attempt to alter the dragon clan's fated decline. However, this was the primordial realm left behind by the great Pangu. The ancestor dragon scoffed, raising his teacup to mask the bitterness on his face. Behold, how lamentable is the dragon clan, striving for survival, yet unable to defy the will of Pangu. Are they destined to meet the same tragic end as the great Pangu, to perish utterly? It is only now that I have come to this realization. Pangu sacrificed himself to create the heavens that we, the remnants of his lineage, have reaped the benefits bestowed by the great Pangu for countless eons. To uphold the primordial realm is a responsibility ingrained in the fate of our dragon clan. Even if it leads to our demise, this dispute has arisen from my own thoughts. Should I succeed, I shall take my leave from the dragon clan. If I fail, then that shall be the end of it. Upon hearing the ancestor dragon's candid revelations, Chengdu raised his hand, pointing to a fallen sea beast. A chaotic crystal materialized in his grasp, dark energies surging from the sea beast's corpse into the stone. The temporal Tao surged towards the crystal, and the dark mist began to churn. And if I can elevate our chances of victory to over 50%, would your majesty agree to grant me a request? Chapter 63. Reversing time. Upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon, disregarding his status, sprang to his feet and grasped Chengdu's shoulders. Is this truly the case? Chengdu did not respond, but instead raised his hand and pointed at the crystal. Pure spiritual energy surged into the crystal. Chaos and clarity merged as one, and soon, the clarity was wholly consumed by the chaos. The ancestor dragon pondered for a moment, forcing himself to regain his composure. His gaze fixed intently upon Chengdu's every move. The changes in humanity are infinite, and the transformations of energy are ever unpredictable. With a sharp exhalation, Chengdu commanded the murky energy to begin violently churning under the influence of time. To control the entirety of the primordial realm's time was beyond him, achievable only for an instant. However, to govern the time of a specific entity was within his capabilities, almost boundless. This was the hidden advantage Chengdu had harbored for millennia. 1,000 years prior, during the Tai Thunder calamity, he had already faintly grasped this truth. Yet, an ominous threat lurking in the shadows had deterred him from cultivating such methods. Time, precise yet chaotic. Chengdu silently intoned, and the power of time surged dramatically. Moments later, the chaotic energy began to clarify. Purity and impurity manifested. Eons of temporal flow nearly cost Chengdu his life. Crack. The crystal abruptly shattered, releasing a slightly murky gas that began to disperse in the air. Yet as the mist cleared, the once darkened gas gradually transformed into clarity. In the next instant, the pure energy surged into Chengdu's body, while the lingering impurities dissipated into dust upon the ground. The supreme Tao. The Tao of time is the highest of all paths within the primordial realm. The ancestor dragon gazed at the miraculous transformation before him, unable to regain his senses for a long while. His hand trembled slightly as he picked up the scattered dust from the ground. With a gentle squeeze, he reduced it to nothingness. Your Majesty. While chaos can be transformed into clarity, the impurities persist. Upon hearing this aged voice, the ancestor dragon suddenly turned to Chengdu, discovering him lying on the ground, his once black hair now entirely white. Chengdu, wielding the Tao of time, was not immune to its effects. This attempt to reverse a fragment of chaotic energy had cost him over 10,000 years of lifespan. Sometimes, exhaustion only reveals itself after toil. Chengdu raised his hand, requesting 2 spiritual fruits from the ancestor dragon. The spiritual energy coursed through his withered veins, and after 2 hours of meditation, he restored his previous state. Fortunately, I have already attained longevity. Otherwise, the emergence of the Tao of time could have claimed my very existence. With a wry smile, he said to the ancestor dragon, Your Majesty, I now have but 3 hours remaining. I hope you will heed my words. Outside the window, the calamity clouds swirled ominously. This act had already encroached upon the limits of the great D. In 3 hours, the thunder calamity would descend. Thus, Chengdu needed to convey the subsequent plan to the ancestor dragon and simultaneously meditate to recover. After speaking, he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to restore his energy. Yet, why was this? The ancestor dragon, still reeling from the shock, heard this and immediately assisted Chen due to his feet, calling out loudly, "Ao Wu. Come quickly! Chengdu actually has only 3 hours left." This vague statement was instantly interpreted by the ancestor dragon as a final farewell. Thus, he decisively ordered Ao Wu to accompany Chengdu on his last journey. After saying this, the ancestor dragon solemnly addressed Chengdu, "My friend, all of this is my burden. Since you have sworn brotherhood with Ao Wu, you shall be regarded as my adopted son." Upon finishing, the ancestor dragon clenched his fist and declared, "As your father, I shall ensure your burial in the sacred grounds of my dragon clan, where you shall receive worship for countless years. Have I misunderstood something?" Chengdu was taken aback by these words, his spiritual energy momentarily misaligned, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Wait a moment. Chengdu, drained of strength, could only extend his hand towards the ancestor dragon's retreating figure. However, the ancestor dragon acted with decisive swiftness. Within the span of a tea break, he had brought Ao Wu and He Shu to the Dragon Emperor's palace. "Master, brother," upon seeing Chengdu's dire state. The two immediately rushed forward. Chengdu, rolling his eyes, was jostled about by their frantic movements. "Cease this at once." The ancestor dragon maintained a solemn demeanor, pushing the two aside, then personally assisting Chengdu to his feet. "Dear friend, or rather, adopted son, do you have any matters to convey?" The ancestor dragon had not anticipated that Chengdu's demonstration of strength would lead to his own demise. "This is all my fault. Chengdu shall be honored in the ancestral temple." "What a farce! You are mourning at the wrong grave. I shall not perish." Chengdu, unable to contain his irritation, summoned his spiritual energy and sent Ao Wu and He Shu tumbling aside. Seeing Chengdu's formidable spirit, the ancestor dragon blinked in surprise. It seemed he had misunderstood something. Under the scrutiny of 6 non-human gazes, Chengdu, clutching his chest, finally voiced the words he had yet to finish. "Reversing time and space invites divine retribution. Within 3 hours, the thunder calamity will come for me." With that, he turned to the ancestor dragon. "I implore you, adoptive father, to protect me that a man of great stature born in this world cannot remain forever beneath others." "Adoptive father, I bow to you." In his current weakened state, Chengdu was ill-equipped to withstand the thunder calamity. "Very well." The ancestor dragon, having been momentarily startled, resolved to expel the two intruders, casually raising his hand to invoke a formation. The great calamity of Long Han, within the territories of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, would not be subject to the control of the thunder calamity. Yet, Chengdu was an anomaly. The great Tao, seeking to correct the temporal deviation, would undoubtedly first target him. The cause of the time reversal point 3 hours remain. "Adoptive father, please heed my counsel." Chengdu resumed his meditative state, surrounded by spiritual fruits and herbs scattered about. With each cycle of his meditation, these spiritual items gradually withered, transforming into spiritual energy that replenished Chengdu's essence. "Please elaborate." After a moment of contemplation, Chengdu raised his hand and grasped at the air, dense spiritual energy coalescing into creamy white mist within his palm. "This is chaos." The ancestor dragon nodded, comprehending Chengdu's analogy. "Chaos is boundless. Our primordial realm is but a mere speck within it." Chengdu gestured again, and a point of light emerged within the chaos. The great Pangu, being a primordial innate demon god, carved the chaos, thus separating clarity from murkiness. However, both clarity and murkiness are governed by fate. With a flick of his left hand, Chengdu extracted a stream of spiritual energy from the creamy chaos. Yet in the next instant, this spiraling energy collapsed entirely. Chaos embodies existence, yet simultaneously embodies non-existence. It is omnipresent, yet remains unseen. With another gesture, the simulated chaos dissipated into the cosmos. This calamity of the dragon and phoenix is a destiny forged by the erosion of chaos over countless eons. Understand what weighs on your mind, your majesty. Chengdu raised his gaze, locking eyes with the ancestor dragon. "You wish for me to reverse time, to alter the balance of clarity and murkiness." perpetually maintaining the primordial realm at the brink of this calamity, thus ensuring the dragon clan's existence for eons. But have you considered the chaos that may ensue from such a temporal disruption? Will the primordial realm remain stable, or will it collapse into utter disorder? Kacha, the thunder tribulation has arrived. Chapter 64. This is the truth that the thunder tribulation, several zhang wide, surged toward Chen. The immense Dragon Emperor Palace seemed to transform into a lightning rod, attracting the storm. Within the formation, the thunder was gradually weakened until it reached Chengdu, reduced to the thickness of a finger. Chengdu gently raised his hand, extinguishing the thunder in its entirety. However, the ancestor dragon's expression lost its usual calm. As a tight golden immortal, the thunder tribulation he had summoned could actually break the restrictions set by the primordial supreme. This was a defense mechanism of the great Tao itself. Amidst the boundless thunder, Chengdu softly addressed the ancestor dragon blocking his path. This reversal of chaos I have achieved is merely equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone. A low-grade spirit stone is hardly even sufficient to pave the floor of the Dragon Emperor Palace. The ancestor dragon's face darkened, raising his hand to disperse numerous bolts of thunder. Perhaps fueled by his inner fury, the ancestor dragon suddenly stomped his foot, causing an immense wave of water to surge into the sky, directly shattering the thunderclouds. Is it truly that our dragon race's plight is beyond remedy? The ancestor dragon scrutinized Chengdu, seemingly seeking evidence of his deception. Yet every incident he had witnessed with his own eyes left no room for doubt. Even if he were reluctant to believe, he could not deny the truth of Chengdu's words. It appeared that his previous notions had been overly fanciful. Expect this chi refining master to reverse chaos and maintain the stability of the primordial was indeed a far-fetched notion. Anger, the fury of being toyed with, overwhelmed the ancestor dragon's mind. Chengdu had suggested that he could achieve a balanced outcome, but in reality, their three clans were destined to stand in opposition to the primordial. He could not believe that Chengdu had only now come to realize the outcome. This chi refining master was likely deceiving him for the sake of the primordial. The primordial has betrayed me. Betrayed my dragon race. If that is the case, what need is there for me to resist the emperor? The ancestor dragon raised his hand, grasping a strand of spiritual energy. With a mere strike, he could obliterate this chi refining master, his adoptive father, for this was not a dead end. Chengdu showed no fear, smiling as he spoke to the ancestor dragon. Did Luo, who not inform you, that only with the complete destruction of the three clans can the troubles of the primordial be alleviated? And if so, what then? The ancestor dragon's eyes darkened, feeling as though he had been played for a fool. Each time he contemplated crushing Chengdu, even with his considerable restraint, he could not help but be infuriated. Yet, observing the ancestor dragon's expression, Chengdu's understanding grew clearer. The ancestor dragon's desire was singular, to ensure the survival of the dragon race. For that, he had been willing to witness the emperor slay his own offspring. But Luo, who is deceiving you? Chengdu raised a spirit fruit, crunching in 2 bites before tossing another to the ancestor dragon. What did this imply? The ancestor dragon's expression remained grim, yet he had calm enough to listen as Chengdu explained. Did Luo, who ever say that the troubles of the primordial were the fault of the three clans? That the three clans were born bearing original sins, and only their annihilation could stabilize the primordial? Indeed, the ancestor dragon responded in silence, acknowledging that Chengdu's speculation mirrored Luo, whose original words. Upon hearing this, Chengdu chuckled softly. Luo, whose assertion is both right and wrong. If the inheritance of Pangu is to be eroded by chaos, then the very land beneath our feet and the sky above our heads are all part of Pangu's creation. This statement startled the ancestor dragon. What do you mean? His tone now bore a hint of urgency. Entropy increases. Entropy increase cannot be halted. However, the increase in entropy within the primordial is not solely due to the three clans. If one were to assign responsibility, it is likely that the three clans account for merely 6 parts. He gestured outward. Currently, the dragon nest hosts over 10 million of our kind. Indeed, upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon began to grasp Chengdu's intent. What the great Tao desired was to weaken the strength of the three clans, not to annihilate them. Chengdu continued, a millennium ago, I once dreamt of the primordial a myriad of years hence. The Phoenix and Shilin clans were entirely obliterated, yet the dragon race continued to govern the vast waterways. Why is this so? The ancestor dragon, being a primordial supreme and a descendant of Pangu, was well aware, because of the sea beasts. The two spoke simultaneously, voicing the answer that resided in their hearts. Chen nodded, while the ancestor dragon's complexion paled. The revelation from Chen felt like a heavy stone lodged in his chest. The dragon race had earned merit by suppressing the sea beasts, thus the great Tao granted them a path for survival. Yet now, the dragon race's accumulated achievements over countless millennia had been squandered by him. I, the ancestor dragon, he mumbled, collapsing into the dragon throne, his dark eyes glistening with tears. The dragon race was ruined by his hands. Had he not heeded Luo, whose incitements, even if the great Tao sought to annihilate the three clans, the dragon race would still have a breath of existence. This was the true reality of the primordial. Chen raised his hand and calculated the time. 2 days remained. The Great Tribulation would erupt in 2 days. Chen generously afforded the ancestor dragon a day to reconstruct his worldview while he sat cross-legged in a corner of the Dragon Emperor Palace. The ancestor dragon's deductions were not unfounded. Once he achieved the primordial supreme, he could effortlessly reverse the chaos. However, the stability of the primordial was not guaranteed. After all, if one exploits a cheat too vigorously, the server will inevitably suffer a backlash. Thus, regardless of Chen desires, he could not remain merely a tool. When Chen Tao realm advanced from the early to the mid-stage of Tai, Golden Immortal, he had a premonition of this outcome. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to reveal the truth to the ancestor dragon. Although the ancestor dragon had amassed merit by suppressing the sea beasts, squandering it all within a millennium, this was still not an insurmountable dead end. The Great Tao is 50, and man is one of its escapes. The Great Tao does not leave behind an inevitable dead end, yet it depends on whether the ancestor dragon is willing to sacrifice for it. A day passed. The ancestor dragon had returned to his former self. My friend, you mentioned that this is not a dead end. Can you enlighten me? The ancestor dragon pondered for a day. He could not afford to err again. Even if the entire dragon race would perish alongside him, he had always acted thus, stubborn and headstrong. Chen did not mince words as he delivered his verdict to the ancestor dragon. The ancestor dragon was incensed by his words, but, due to his need, had to swallow his anger. I reiterate, cultivate more merits. This was close. He almost revealed the new version. Chen hastily covered his mouth. For there were no merits or causalities to speak of yet, now that the sea beasts had all been vanquished. Once he refined the chaotic energy within them and brought it under control, he could temporarily restore the Great Tao's barrier, increasing their odds of success to over 50%. Therefore, your majesty should strive to severely injure Luo, so that a millennium later, the calamity of the Dragon Han may reappear. Chen again sealed his lips, omitting the final statement. However, the ancestor dragon understood that time, it would be his final hour. Chen sighed. The ancestor dragon's calculations were accurate, by his estimations, during the next Dragon Han calamity. The ancestor dragon would have no chance of survival. I shall take heed. The ancestor dragon smiled brightly, then inquired, if I manage to repel Luo, this time, how much can our dragon race retain? 30%, sufficient. Time was running short. The ancestor dragon raised his hand, releasing all the sea beasts trapped by Hongjun into the Dragon Emperor Palace. My friend will restore the barrier here. Luo, is approaching. I shall await him beyond the domain. You command, ancestor dragon. Chapter 65. Chen mends the heavens. Before departing, the ancestor dragon posed one last question. Why son Ao Wu? Is there a path for him? I assure you he will be safe for a millennium. Very well. You are indeed a seer of time. I trust you. With that, the ancestor dragon took to the skies. The colossal dragon soared amidst the clouds, a deep dragon roar resonating throughout the heavens. Chen gazed at the ancestor dragon's retreating figure, feeling a sense of melancholy for the first time that it was not a matter of right or wrong, nor of stance. All that the ancestor dragon had done was an inevitable act of surrender to the currents of his era, a desperate bid to conform to fate that preserve the dragon race. He was willing to pay the price of the myriad spirits in the primordial safeguard the dragon race. He risked his own life. Foolish yet wicked. Thunder rumbled ominously. Luo, who had arrived in the Primordial. Chen turned around and made his way back to the Dragon Emperor's palace. With a flick of his swift fingers, countless sea beasts were released into the realm of Xiaoyun. These creatures lay in a state of stupor, and Chen took on the role of executioner, swiftly slaying them with a few deft strokes. The chaotic energy emanating from their wounds surged into the air. As Luo landed, he sensed the betrayal of the ancestral dragon. The golden dragon loomed before him, and with a sinister grin, Luo's form suddenly expanded, his colossal golden body blotting out the sun. As boundless chaotic energy poured forth from the vast seas, half surged toward Luo, and the other half toward the Great Wave. In just a century, it was all but inevitable. Although he had consumed a century's worth of primordial chaos, the Great Wave's barrier now stood at a mere 30%. 30% was sufficient. The endless chaotic energy transformed into a gigantic spear, its obsidian tip aimed directly at the ancestral dragon. With a motion of his neck, Luo manifested 3 heads and 6 arms behind him. Grasping the god-slaying spear with his hands, he wielded a sword in each of his 4 additional hands. These were the 4 swords of extermination. Dear brother, why must you resort to conflict against me? Luo inquired in a slow, measured tone, as the god-slaying spear quivered slightly and soared skyward. He sought to obliterate the heavens. The Great Wave's barrier struggled to resist, yet it was powerless against Luo's might. The setting sun pierced a gaping hole in the golden-red firmament, and boundless chaos surged within, morphing into a multitude of bizarre creatures that charged toward the dragon's lair. My valiant sons of the sea, the time has come to defend our kin and safeguard the primordial realm. Ao Wu's gaze was resolute, wielding a massive war hammer before a towering war drum that stood 100 feet high. Boom! Boom! The war drum resonated. The sea folk transformed into their true forms, clad in golden armor, surrounded by ethereal energy, as countless spiritual treasures were drawn forth, casting a deep inky hue over the vast dragon's nest. The sea folk embodied the way of water. Over 1 million sea beings united, shaking even the 3,000 avenues. Kill, a golden dragon, indistinguishable from Ao Wu, swung its mighty tail and pounced upon the horde of chaotic beasts. Ominous black blood rained down like droplets upon the ground as the dragon tore off the head of a beast, flinging it aside with a roar that echoed like thunder. Blood, after all, is the finest stimulant. Endless shades of blue and dark water intertwined and fused together. The air and water transformed into a battlefield between the sea folk and the chaotic beasts. Ao Wu cast aside his warhammer, letting out a mighty roar as he rapidly grew in size, morphing into a 100-foot-long dragon, joining his brothers and comrades in the fray against the chaotic beasts. Red blood, blue blood, black blood stained the land and the vast waters, turning it into a mire. Chen had exterminated the numerous sea beasts within the Dragon Emperor's palace, and at this moment he could hear the distant roars of dragons. It was time for him to act. Chen crushed a spirit fruit the size of a small mountain and set up intricate formations. An endless vortex of spiritual energy enveloped Chen. But after a brief pause, he released it all. The way of time, the low hum of esoteric time rhythms spread outward, and soon the upper reaches of the Dragon Emperor's palace reverberated with a series of thundering booms. So it is you. A deep, chilling voice echoed from above. Upon sensing this resonance of the way, Luo recognized Chen identity. Chen continued his work, condensing the chaotic energy. Humph! He exhaled forcefully, unleashing the second breath of the chi of the aperture, and called out with a laugh, "Have you bathed today?" Boundless fury darkened the skies. Luo lifted his foot, preparing to crush the Dragon Emperor's palace to dust. Your opponent is me. The ancestral dragon sensed a shift. Realizing that with the chaotic energy dissipating, the already damaged barrier of the Great Way showed signs of mending. Thus, he decisively executed a dragon's tail sweep, sending Luo staggering. Brother, what is the meaning of this? Luo too sensed the repairs of the Great Way's barrier. Yet to him, this minor maneuver appeared merely as a cornered beast struggle. His army of chaotic beasts had already reached the primordial realm. Although the spies planted within the Dragon Clan over a millennium had all been eliminated, his chances of annihilating the primordial realm still stood at 70%. However, the ancestral dragon's sudden rebellion caught him off guard. Boundless rage had driven Luo Ho to the brink of madness. The treacherous Dragon Clan shall meet their demise today. Luo Ho lifted his foot once more, and the ground quaked violently. Countless beings raced toward the dragon's nest, sensing the impending peril of the primordial realm. Yet in an instant, the entire dragon's lair was enveloped by a tower-like formation. It was not yet the time for other beings to intervene. The primordial realm was still in a state of upheaval. Should powerful outsiders join this calamity, the resultant impact on the Great Way would obliterate the primordial realm in an instant. Chen utilized the ancestral dragon's token to activate all the prohibitions. Formations and spiritual veins beneath the Dragon Clan, channeling them into the tower formation. The boundless battlefield was shrouded by the tower. With the support of the Dragon Clan, the tower formation could endure for quite some time. After enveloping the battlefield, Chen once again invoked the Way of Time. Tens of thousands of strands of chaotic energy coalesced into a singular mass, and the chaotic pearl in Chen hand grew larger, eventually matching its previous size. Once the chaotic pearl had formed, Chen retrieved the stabilizing wind pearl and the stabilizing sea pearl. 25 luminous orbs shone softly, and with a gentle exhalation, those 25 pearls surged toward the dim chaotic pearl, as if commanded. Spiritual energy and chaotic energy intertwined. Crack! A sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed through the boundless heavens. This sound was faint, yet all beings raised their heads in unison. The dark, gaping rift created by Luo Ho's spear began to mend from the edges, ultimately restoring the firmament to its original state. What is this? Luo Ho's hand holding the spear faltered slightly, glancing uncertainly at the sky, only to be met with a swift tail swipe from the ancestral dragon. Landing a resounding blow, Chen forcibly enveloped the chaotic pearl with spiritual energy, severing its connection to the chaotic realm on a physical level. Without the chaotic energy from the primordial sea beasts, which had conspired with the external chaos, the Great Way seized the opportunity and briefly repaired the barrier. With the continuous supply cut off, the conflict between the sea folk and chaotic beasts began to show signs of resolution. Yet the ancestral dragon in the skies gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Plop! Golden blood fell from above, mingling with the vast waters. Chapter 66. Is it not too despicable? Bang! 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 The ancestral dragon manifested his towering golden form. The supreme treasure of the Dragon Clan, his body of dragon scales, was worth a multitude of magical artifacts. The two colossal titans clashed violently in the heavens, and Luo Ho, relying on his advantage in magical artifacts, delivered a powerful kick to the ancestral dragon's chest. A light golden rain of blood fell to the ground, as boundless bloodlust surged and enveloped the entire tower in a shroud of crimson mist. Temporarily suppressed, the ancestral dragon leaned against the tower to recuperate. Observing this from within the Dragon Emperor's palace, Chen furrowed his brow slightly. When the realms were evenly matched, it became a battlefield of magical artifacts. Yet the Dragon Clan was renowned for their physical prowess, and presently they did not cultivate their primordial spirit. Thus, even if the ancestral dragon were to be formidable, he could not escape the suppression of the god-slaying spear and the four swords of extermination. Under the relentless onslaught of chaotic energy, the sturdy tower formation began to tremble, fissures appearing at the pinnacle that IT could hold for no more than 3 days. "Brother, what shall we do now?" A.O. Wu inquired. Having flown to Chen side, his face smeared with blood, he was oblivious to how many chaotic beasts he had slain, his dragon form splattered with fragments of flesh and dark blood. Exuding an air of boundless terror, Chen gazed skyward, calculating one more day. The barrier of the Great Way had just begun to mend, and it required at least another day before it could be fully operational. Within the vast Dragon Emperor's palace floated a colossal sphere of multicolored light. Day and night, Chen tirelessly wielded the Way of Time, disrupting the chaotic energy's temporal flow, preventing it from being utilized by Luo Ho. It was akin to a portal, perpetually subjected to countless attempts at access, yet never granting entry. That I merely linger, without entering. Chengdu employed this underhanded tactic to sever the physical connection of the external chaotic sea. Deprived of this strand of chaotic energy that had conspired from within the primordial realm with Luo Ho, according to Chengdu's design, Luo Ho should now be akin to a turtle in a jar, awaiting the reactivation of the Great Way, at which point he would be forcibly ejected from the primordial realm. Alas, Luo Ho's strength exceeded Chengdu's wildest imaginings. If only he could endure for another 12 hours. Then, the 4 extermination swords, akin to scales of a fish, sliced through the ancestral dragon scales, tearing away large patches. Ao Wu, witnessing this, immediately forgot the significance of the Frostmourne and became enraged, his eyes turning crimson as he charged into the airborne battlefield with a furious tail swipe. What in the world? Chengdu gasped, seizing Ao Wu's mane and being lifted into the air. Are you seeking your own demise? Chengdu, exasperated, smacked Ao Wu with a palm. Ao Wu soared toward the heights, and Chengdu's hair was blown into a disheveled mess. Listen to me. Don't be reckless. In front of Luo Ho, the two of them were, at most, mere artillery, hardly even qualifying as wild beasts. This headstrong approach could only be countered with wit. However, in a fleeting moment, Ao Wu's fervor had transformed into a sense of bemusement. Is this not rather despicable, dear brother? Let us set such concerns aside for now. From the perspectives of the ancestor dragon and Luo Ho, Ao Wu's desperate attempt to stir chaos on the battlefield resembled that of a mere loach. With a cruel glint in his eyes, Luo Ho raised his hand and seized Ao Wu's dragon form. As for Chengdu, who perched upon Ao Wu's neck, Luo Ho held a spear in one hand and, after a deliberate blink, finally noticed him. Hi. Chengdu greeted Luo Ho amicably, raising his hand. How dare you appear before me? Luo Ho's fury surged, and with a slight exertion, he intended to crush Ao Wu to death. Suddenly, a soft and gentle sound resonated in his ears. Alarm bells rang in Luo Ho's mind. Yet before he could even blink, he perceived a tiny glimmer emerge from Ao Wu's thick dragon, maned at a slingshot, Chaos Pearl. Chengdu abruptly drew back the slingshot, and 26 precious beads thundered forth. Ao Wu had anticipated this moment. Seizing the brief instance of Luo Ho's shock, he effortlessly slipped from Luo Ho's grasp. With a flawless 720-degree spin, he soared skyward. Chengdu's gaze abruptly shifted, yet he remained unfazed, for the trajectory of the slingshot was aimed at a rather sensitive region of Luo Ho. Memories of the past struck him like a sudden assault. A flicker of painful reminiscence flashed across Luo Ho's countenance. Although he was well aware that even at full strength, Chengdu could not inflict any harm upon him, Luo Ho instinctively clamped his legs together, narrowly evading the 25 lethal strikes. Steady now. Chengdu feigned a powerful shot, exerting minimal force, and after this ruse, he patted Ao Wu's mane. In that instant, Ao Wu understood, decisively altering his course and hurtling towards the ancestor dragon. With a flick of his tail, the slick scales contracted sharply, flinging Chengdu from his neck to his waist. Ao Wu remained composed, deftly curling a dragon claw upward, returning Chengdu to a safe distance. What remarkable skill! Chengdu firmly grasped Ao Wu's mane with one hand while calmly wiping the corner of his mouth with the other. Within 3 days, he would design a dragon saddle for Ao Wu. Such audacity! The dragon knight, who had merely feigned an attack, had gracefully retreated. Realizing he had been deceived, Luo Ho erupted in fury, his dark visage flushed with rage. The god-slaying spear, equally towering, danced lightly in Luo Ho's grasp, the ominous aura coalescing into a solid form. Its tip aimed directly at Ao Wu. These two insignificant insects dared to toy with him. Quickly, Chengdu elegantly flipped, commanding freeze. The very earth trembled. The tumbling rocks momentarily suspended in midair. Luo Ho's god-slaying spear also experienced a brief halt. Seizing this fleeting moment, Chengdu's face began to pale. He patted Ao Wu once more. And Ao Wu, undeterred, fully aware of the urgency, dove headfirst into the embrace of the ancestor dragon. My son, what is the meaning of this? The ancestor dragon paused for a moment, slowly raising his hand. two fingers pinching a fishbone-like object from his chest. This. Ao Wu felt a tad embarrassed. He had intended to bestow Frostmourne upon the Ancestor Dragon, but his momentum had been so intense that he inadvertently delivered strike. Quickly flee! The Ancestor Dragon, lacking the time to ponder, tossed Ao Wu and Chen due to the ground. In the next instant, the fishbone-sized dragon bone sword expanded dramatically, a boundless azure sword materializing in the Ancestor Dragon's grasp. Frostmourne. This sword had absorbed the essence of Ao Wu's recent mastery of the Way of Water. More precisely, it was the Way of Transformation. My son possesses great fortune. The Ancestor Dragon smiled with satisfaction, channeling his spiritual power, causing the aura of Frostmourne to surge, capable of contending with Luo Ho's god-slaying spear. Who says the Dragon Clan lacks treasures? The Dragon Clan itself is a treasure. Suddenly, the Ancestor Dragon transformed, shifting from a towering giant to a colossal dragon. The sound of flesh being brutally torn was excruciating. The Ancestor Dragon raised a claw, forcibly ripping away a piece of his own dragon bone. Merely a fragment of bone, the descendant of Pangu. I must atone for the sins I have committed. Even if it costs me my flesh and blood, I shall strive to secure a glimmer of hope for my dragonkin. Chapter 67. The Tidal Battle. The bloody dragon bone radiated with resplendent light. As the brilliance subsided, a long, slightly curved ivory sword appeared in the Ancestor Dragon's grasp. This transformation consumed 20% of the Ancestor Dragon's cultivation. Yet, as a mythical beast, the pain and blood ignited the latent ferocity within him. Ao Wu rolled on the ground, gazing skyward. Eons ago, his father wielded dual-boned swords, annihilating countless sea beasts. With that, Ao Wu leapt, mimicking the Ancestor Dragon's stance, seizing two precious swords from his comrades and rejoining the fray. The stolen dragon soldiers blinked in surprise before morphing into a massive blue dragon, following Ao Wu into the throngs of enemies. Weapons are nothing compared to the thrill of one's true form. Kill, kill. Whether it be the two titans engaged in aerial combat or the dragon soldiers and chaotic beasts wrestling on the ground. All were stirred to a fervent bloodlust. The battle escalated once more, and Chengdu found himself sidelined. 10 hours remained. Chengdu sat cross-legged upon the eaves of the Dragon Emperor's palace. The Ancestor Dragon was nearing his limit, extracting dragon bone and burning his essence. Even if the Ancestor Dragon could halt Luo Ho for 10 hours, his own Tao and even his life would be forfeited in the process. Chengdu slowly closed his eyes, enveloped in darkness. In the boundless void, Chengdu pursued the glimmer of light. 50%. The odds of success stood at a mere 50%. Even with the Ancestor Dragon sacrificing his life, the probability could only be raised to 70%. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed across heaven and earth. A flash of lightning cut through the void before Chengdu's eyes, illuminating the darkness. The faint glimmer exploded, surging towards Chengdu's gaze. Realization dawned upon Chengdu as he lifted his head, eyes wide open, focusing on Luo Ho, who was locked in battle with the Ancestor Dragon. The Tao of Time transcends all. Chengdu's long hair billowed without wind. The Chaos Pearl quietly manifested before him. The Tao of Time, akin to a stream of intricate data, surged towards the grayish pearl. What are you doing? Luo Ho seemed to sense Chengdu's intentions, disregarding the Ancestor Dragon's relentless pursuit, turning to confront Chengdu. A crisis. This damned cultivator, possessing only the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, was generating such an intense sense of danger. I shall not allow you to perish. Chengdu raised his head, silently mouthing words at Luo Ho. With that, he offered a taunting smile. You shall die. Luo Ho propelled himself forward, 1,000 strides in a single step, darting towards Chengdu. The Ancestor Dragon, witnessing this, brandished dual swords, immediately pursuing Luo Ho, just as the Ancestor Dragon was about to strike at Luo Ho's side. Chengdu gestured for him to halt. Do not approach. Why? The Ancestor Dragon, clutching a deep wound that exposed flesh and bone, hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose to heed Chengdu's command. With his current strength, even if he transformed bone into sword, he could only muster a 50% chance of success. Perhaps it would be wise to observe whether this master of time could bring a shift to the primordial chaos. Time transcends and reverses yin and yang. The Tao of time seemed to solidify, with an endless stream of obscure light flowing into the chaos pearl. The dark pearl began to undergo transformation. Two distinct essences of black and white gradually manifesting upon its surface, purity and turbidity. Chengdu aimed to condense this vast mass into a tangible form, reversing chaos into purity. Brother, stop. A.O. Wu, having lost one claw to the chaotic beast, sensed an ominous presence behind him and immediately turned crimson-eyed, disregarding the leech-like chaotic beast clinging to him, rushing towards Chengdu. Previously, when Chengdu purified a trace of chaotic energy, he had exhausted his life force, even drawing multiple bolts of heavenly retribution. This time, with the reversal of yin and yang, the heavenly retribution descending could not only obliterate Chengdu, but also reincarnate him 800 times over. With twists and turns along the way, was he courting death? You will perish this way. A.O. Wu roared, his dragon's cry resonating across the battlefield. Hearing this, Hishu and Xiang Fei turned back, immediately soaring towards Chengdu. Chengdu's once jet-black hair began to turn gray, and wrinkles formed on his handsome visage. In an instant, countless years of Chengdu's lifespan were siphoned away. Freeze. Chengdu's expression grew stern, and the magical tower formation began to shrink. Enveloping him in place, boom! Three figures collided with the barrier simultaneously. Observing the weeping trio, Chengdu tilted his head. What is the fuss about? I merely wish to invoke a slight advantage, as the boundless chaos transformed into the essences of purity and turbidity. Chengdu decisively retracted his divine powers. In the next moment, the brilliantly hued pearl, interwoven with chaos and purity, surged into Chengdu's being, exhilarating. Even the remnants of chaotic energy were formidable. Once inside Chengdu, it felt as though a hot ember had been cast into water, as his veins and flesh were instantly consumed by the chaos. Truly thrilling. Chengdu had transformed into a being of blood and flesh. Sitting cross-legged with his body in a state of disarray, he strained to channel his remaining essence, forcing the chaotic energy into his dantian. The fruit of Chengdu's cultivation had grown to the size of a fist. Yet under the relentless devouring of the chaotic energy, it quickly diminished. But this was of little consequence. Blood tears streamed from Chengdu's eyes, and veins bulged grotesquely from his skin, rendering him both horrifyingly bloodied and terrifyingly fierce. With but a breath remaining, Luoho's fruit of the Tao erupted with a thunderous sound, scattering starlight in all directions. In the next instant, the rampaging chaotic energy was firmly suppressed within his dantian by the Tao fruit. It was accomplished. Chengdu suddenly lifted his head, discovering that the boundless, clear night sky had, in an instant, birthed vast clouds of calamity. Luoho was merely a minor player in this grand scheme. Chengdu was the premier practitioner of the time Tao. In the hierarchy established by the Tao, the priority to eliminate Chengdu was even higher than that of Luoho. This was the fundamental logic of the Tao. Thus, when Chengdu fully activated the time Tao, even in its fragmented state, trapped within a coffin, the Tao was compelled to awaken, declaring that the minor player must perish. However, Chengdu had indeed activated his powers, albeit incompletely. Once the calamity clouds had fully formed, Chengdu decisively withdrew his divine abilities, disguising himself as an ordinary Qi practitioner. It is worth noting that the Tao was not only ravaged by chaos, but was also grievously pierced by Luoho. Even with the foundational logic maintaining its operation, its intelligence was akin to that of an artificial fool. Everyone was invoking their powers. Would anyone dare to engage in a tidal battle? Chengdu provocatively cast a glance at Luoho. The calamity clouds approached with fury, yet the reverse chaos was under Chengdu's control, thereby adhering to the admirable virtue of showing up when invited. The calamity clouds set their sights on another minor player present. Calamity clouds? Luoho, filled with uncertainty, set aside his god-slaying spear and raised his hand to calculate for a moment. You insignificant rodents dare to conspire against me. Chengdu, undaunted, laughed arrogantly at Luoho. What are your odds of victory now? Less than 1 in 10, the repulsion from the Tao grew increasingly intense, and even the calamity clouds brewing in the sky had attained power surpassing that of the primordial Great Luo. Chapter 68. Live broadcast to him. Chen chuckled as he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood. He waved his hand to dispel the seals surrounding him and beckoned to Ao Wu and the others. Ao Wu was taken aback. The rapidly changing battlefield had effectively fried this little dragon cub's CPU. Ultimately, it was the ancestor dragon who reacted first. With a complex expression, he glanced at Chen, gradually returning to his normal form and approaching him. The outcome was clear. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your rescue. That a quasi-saint being saved by a Tai golden immortal was absurd in any context. Yet, Chen was not only able to save the ancestor dragon, but also to preserve the primordial Tao. A feat that left even the ancestor dragon dumbfounded. It was merely leveraging power against power. Chen taut nerves relaxed as he sat cross-legged, raising his hand to summon a few small clouds, which he had thoughtfully prepared with peanuts and sunflower seeds for refreshments. The Tao feared the time Tao of this humble practitioner, hence he awakened the Tao using the time Tao. Chen was the first to leap onto a small cloud, triggering the cleaning system to activate automatically. As he enjoyed a refreshing wash beneath the expansive sky, he conveyed a message to the ancestor dragon. The Tao involved was profoundly intricate, and for Ao Wu and the others, it could potentially shake their Tao hearts. The ancestor dragon slowly nodded, casually waving his hand to annihilate the surrounding chaotic beasts. Following suit, he ascended to a small cloud, savoring a sip of the joyful beverage beside him, contentedly stating, "Fellow Taoist, you have suppressed the undivided chaotic energy within your dantian. Thus the Tao has sent down calamity clouds, yet can only perceive the innate demon god Luo Ho alone." Is that so? Indeed. Once Ao Wu and the others were all in position, Chen clapped his hands, and Ishu immediately understood, pointing out a telescope and applying his own divine abilities to it. The projector re-emerged. The innate demon god Luo Ho was actually expelled by the primordial forces. Was this a distortion of chaos or a degradation of the Tao? Welcome to the 4K HD live broadcast of our channel. The dark purple lightning, as dense as raindrops, descended upon Luo Ho in overwhelming torrents. In mere moments, his body was adorned with exquisite mellowed reactions. Charred flesh emitted thick plumes of smoke, and Luo Ho was caught completely off guard, even receiving a couple of strikes to the head. Watching another suffer from lightning strikes was truly delightful. Chen, relishing the moment, lifted his joyful drink, not forgetting to instruct Ishu, rotate the camera to the left. Zhunti, focus on that perverse red-crowned crane. It's starting to act up again. The endless calamity of lightning almost enveloped the entire dragon nest, and the ancestor dragon had Chapter 69, refusal to play a part. Chen, with a faint smile yet remaining silent, gently cradled his teacup, reminiscing about the colossal hand that had descended with a cataclysmic force 2 hours prior. Luo Ho must not perish. He cannot be allowed to die. The great catastrophe of Longhan had concluded in an absurd manner, with the heavenly Tao yet to be restored and the great path gnawed chaotically as a pivotal piece in the grand scheme of the great Tao. Luo Ho, who had propelled the Longhan calamity, would undoubtedly have the chance for a return in the future. The sudden cold chuckle escaped him. The ancestor of the underworld river had torn through the great path, forcefully seizing Luo Ho. Was the great path truly devoid of any resistance? It was merely a matter of flowing with the current. Allowing the ancestor of the underworld river to take Luo Ho spared the need to nurture another piece on the board. The so-called 3,000 demonic gods at the dawn of creation were nothing more than playthings in the hands of the great path. In the millennia to come, his true self would diligently cultivate Ao Wu. The ancestor dragon, akin to an old friend, engaged in a casual conversation with Chen. The situation had shifted dramatically. After witnessing the intimidation and schemes of the great path, the ancestor dragon had completely extinguished any thoughts of opposing it. Instead, he endeavored through various means to leave some foundation for the dragon clan before the impending catastrophe. When the time came, he would embrace the tribulation, and he hoped that his friend would look after the dragon prince. The ancestor dragon calmly bowed to Chen, who accepted the gesture with equanimity. "Your Majesty, do not lose heart. There will still be opportunities. Chen Du smiled gently, leaving a jade pendant in the Dragon Emperor Palace. The matter was concluded, and it was time for him to take his leave. Upon Chen Du's departure from the dragon nest, the ancestor dragon stared blankly at the jade pendant on the table. After a slight perception, his expression turned solemn. This jade pendant could maintain communication even amidst the boundless wilderness. As long as both parties possessed the pendant, they could connect instantaneously, regardless of the distance. Du Yi's perception of the great Tao had indeed reached such heights that a thought crossed the ancestor dragon's mind, recalling Chen Du's words before he left. There would still be opportunities. Meanwhile, Chen Du returned to the Dragon Scale Palace. A mere few million years of lifespan was nothing more than an inconspicuous fatal injury. Maintaining his usual expression, Chen Du's silvery white hair danced in the wind. "Look, that is our esteemed national uncle." "What national uncle?" "That is the formidable being who crushed the innate demonic god." Indeed, I wit with a touch of Cthulhu-like PTSD. Chen Du decisively stowed away his shovel. If he would inadvertently provoke the sea beast, it would surely lead to an awkward predicament. After all, the vast expanse of the great marsh hid countless unknowns beneath its surface. Never mind. Chen Du shook his head regretfully, while Shu beside him also put away his small bucket. And the two returned to their vessel. Xiao Yun, "Master, where shall we head next? Are we returning home? In this boundless wilderness, where is not home? Master, what a beautiful verse. Let us keep it low-key." Although Chen Du failed to summon the sea, he took great satisfaction in his performance. As the two were about to continue their journey, a series of shouts echoed from behind them. Chen Du opened the cabin door, turned around, and a smile of intrigue spread across his face. Shu shivered slightly and turned back to look as well. Turtle Prime Minister, Gui Mao. This fellow had somehow caught up to the swiftly navigating Xiao Yun on all fours upon recognizing the newcomer. Chen Du promptly halted Xiao Yun, rushing to catch the enormous turtle that was diving down. "Turtle Prime Minister, what brings you to us?" Chen Du inquired with a bright smile, his ears perked up in anticipation. Gui Mao gasped for breath, his turtle limbs flailing on the ground. Although he couldn't summon the sea, had he not still struck gold? Under Chen Du's subtle yet fiery gaze, Gui Mao decisively transformed into human form, clutching an ancient ring in his hand. "What is this?" Chen Du felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that Gui Mao was proposing to him? Ah, no. This is a gift from His Highness A.O. Wu, specifically instructed to be delivered by this old man. Gui Mao scratched his head. Recently, after the version had collapsed, he had finally been patched up to the latest version through the collective effort of everyone. Upon understanding the situation, Gui Mao was astonished to discover that the very Chen Du and Shu he had once scolded were actually the great heroes who saved the wilderness. Fortunately, the two held no grudges against him, yet he still felt a twinge of anxiety. Hearing that the ancestor dragon had instructed the Imperial Guards to present gifts to the two, he hastily volunteered for the task. In terms of speed, none in the Imperial Guards could compare to Gui Mao. The ancestor dragon, deeply appreciative of their assistance, had commanded this old man to deliver this item. So, it was not a proposal after all. Chen Du let out a sigh of relief and accepted the storage ring. After delivering the gift, Gui Mao did not leave, but instead gazed intently at Shu. "What are you staring at me for?" Shu, feeling a chill run down his spine from his stare, could not help but ask. Their eyes met. Chen Du quietly slipped aside, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Indeed, Gui Mao, with a complex yet regretful expression, produced another ring and handed it to Shu. "This is personally selected by the ancestor dragon to be gifted to the crane consort." With that, Gui Mao sighed dramatically, tears glistening in his eyes. Though my friend deceives the ancestor with a male form, the ancestor bears no grudges, even— Shu already sensed something amiss in his heart, but Chen Du, as if having eyes on the back of his head, immediately seized Shu, preventing him from escaping back to Xiao Yun. "This is the crane consort's lifelong stipend, personally entrusted by the ancestor to be delivered into your hands. Let bygones be bygones. And consider the crane consort, who once held the favor of the Dragon Palace, merely a fleeting dream of the ancestor." After finishing, Gui Mao tossed the ring to Shu, stamped his foot heavily. wiped away his tears with a mixture of sorrow and brightness, and then swiftly made his way towards the dragon nest. Emotions set. BGM. How much longer until I can enter your heart? How long until I can draw near to you? Chengdu quietly played the music. Amidst this somewhat awkwardly sorrowful atmosphere, Hishu couldn't help but let out a long sigh, reminiscing about his past experiences in women's attire. Wait a minute, Hishu suddenly reacted, whirling around to glare at Chengdu. Master, what are you doing? Chengdu casually tucked away his eru, feeling quite pleased with this perfect scene. The actors were emotionally charged, and he himself had provided the music, enhancing the atmosphere significantly. Nothing, just expressing my feelings. Chengdu clasped his hands behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at the sky. The sunset was blood-red. The surroundings were utterly sublime. A perfect score. Meanwhile, as Chengdu was enthusiastically teasing Hishu. Within the dragon nest, Achu, the ancestor dragon, let out a magnificent sneeze. Had Her Majesty caught a cold? What nonsense! How could Your Majesty catch a cold? The sounds of chirping and chatter filled the air. The ancestor dragon squinted in satisfaction, waving his hand towards the lower hall. Let the music play on. Let the dance commence. I have but a mere 10,000 years left. Must I not enjoy it fully? The sound of silk and bamboo filled the air. The ancestor dragon casually embraced a shell maiden, opening his mouth to consume the spiritual fruit offered by a sea maiden. What is this? You wish to take a share from me? The ancestor dragon chuckled coldly. Glancing at the sky, at that time, Yuan Feng and the Chilean ancestor had already departed from the dragon nest point 10 years before Luo Ho descended upon the wilderness. These two had already foreseen the impending calamity. Thus, they had previously conferred and decided to approach the ancestor dragon to discuss strategies against the great calamity. However, they had not anticipated that shortly after arriving at the dragon nest, they would witness the battle between the ancestor dragon and Luo Ho, as well as the conflict of the great leaders. The three leaders were of equal realms, and naturally, they could sense the numerous signs of the dragon clan's tribulations diminishing. While the dragon clan was on the brink of annihilation, they were 10 times more likely to perish. Once the wilderness stabilized, they hurriedly sought out the ancestor dragon, hoping to gain some assistance in alleviating their own tribulations. But our tribulations are the result of the dragon clan's millennia of suppression of the sea beasts. What have you done for the wilderness? The ancestor dragon's words served as a soft rebuke to Yuan Feng and the Chilean ancestor. Yet, the two at least grasped the reason the dragon clan could escape from the great calamity, leading them to decide to return to their stronghold and commit good deeds for 10,000 years in the wilderness, hoping the great calamity would spare them. Humph, foolish donkey. Chapter 71. Better to feast. Did you hear what that old thief dragon said? In the skies above, a stunning woman with flowing red hair nudged the young man beside her. The Chilean ancestor, poked awake, turned around with a dazed expression, his stature akin to that of a 10-year-old child, barely reaching Yuan Feng's waist. Had we not been born together with 3 of us? I truly would not dare believe you are the Chilean ancestor. Yuan Feng shook her head, and the two chose to hover amidst the 9 heavens, sitting cross-legged upon the clouds. All spirits of the wilderness revered the skies, as if drawing closer to the heavens brought them nearer to the great Tao. Yet, the Feng clan, who spent their days soaring high, only sensed the impending calamity a decade ago, the emergence of the primordial divine dragon. D.E. unveiling his true identity as a primordial demon was indeed a shocking revelation. However, before the myriad spirits of the wilderness could express their astonishment, it was as if a hyperspeed button had been pressed. In the blink of an eye, the wilderness was thrust into peril, and with another blink, Luo Ho sought to obliterate the world and attain sanctity. Thus, Yuan Feng and the Chilean ancestor donned their armors, arriving at the dragon nest, only to find themselves ensnared by a massive magical formation, helplessly witnessing the ancestor dragon and a mysterious Chi practitioner banish Luo Ho from the wilderness. The Chilean ancestor rested his chin on his hands, blinking his large eyes, lost in thought. Their 3 tribes were scattered across the vast expanse, their bases separated by great distances, especially the Chilean, who, taking advantage of their tough hides, occupied the frigid northeastern lands. Thus only after all dust had settled did they manage to update to the latest version. Note, still exploring. How then shall we evade the great calamity? The Qilin ancestor pondered, posing what seemed a simple question. Yuan Feng frowned, instinctively wanting to suggest emulating the ancestor dragon and subduing the sea beasts. But aside from the peril of the sea beasts, what other calamities could rival the chaos that had been gnawing at the wilderness for countless years? Even if there were, it likely would not suffice for the vast wilderness tribes to secure a sliver of hope from their tribulations. Both arrived at this conclusion simultaneously, exchanging knowing glances. Now that the dragon clan has withdrawn, why don't we engage in fair competition? Yuan Feng smirked, speaking lightly. The great Tao seeks to annihilate the remnants of Pangu. This friendly discussion is already a matter of life and death. You ought to be aware that in just a few exchanges, Yuan Feng and the Qilin ancestor parted ways. The Qilin ancestor sat solemnly amidst the boundless heavens, his fair face etched with gravity. The great Tao seeks to annihilate the remnants of Pangu. Let it be done. They had enjoyed the legacy of Pangu for countless years. Yet the great deity Pangu had already perished. Could this band of remnants continue to occupy the wilderness created by Pangu? Yuan Feng, that bird, was rather greedy. The Qilin ancestor stretched lazily, transforming into his true form, and soared towards the eastern continent. The landscape here differed greatly from the wilderness, blanketed in snow that had not melted for years. As the Qilin ancestor descended, countless Qilin tribes awaited below. Welcome, Chief, back to the tribe. The appearance of the Qilins is notably amiable, adorned in vibrant colors, with hooves resembling those of a deer. Perhaps it is to withstand the harsh winters of the eastern continent that each Qilin is cloaked in a thick, robust fur, giving them a remarkably sturdy and endearing presence. There is no need for such elaborate gestures. The Qilin ancestor waved his hand dismissively, pointing to several leaders of the smaller tribes. You shall join me within the confines of the dwelling to discuss matters. Though the Qilin ancestor harbored a desire to abandon the proceedings, as a wise ruler, he felt compelled to consider the opinions of his subordinates. The great way has descended upon us with calamity. We, along with the dragon and phoenix, are fated to endure this tribulation. This calamity threatens the lives of 3 clans, with 10 facing certain death. The dragon clan has managed to secure a slender chance of survival after suppressing the sea beasts for countless years. What are your thoughts? A seemingly dim-witted Qilin boldly inquired. Why is this calamity directed at our 3 clans? The great way strikes at will. Does it require a chosen date? Are you seeking a fight? The one spared is my offspring. Inside the leather tent, the atmosphere was suddenly filled with a joyous I in the face of life and death peril. The Qilin assembly veered off course. The Qilin ancestor, with patience wearing thin, listened for a time, but upon witnessing the discussion diverge into an inappropriate direction, he decisively called for silence. Enough. The Qilin ancestor's expression remained impassive. That old scoundrel, the dragon, has informed me about the primordial phoenix. After the creation of the primordial world, chaos has continuously eroded it, precisely because our 3 clans are descended from the great Pangu to stabilize the primordial realm. The great way has unleashed calamity upon us. Oh, I see that in that case. I shall return home to dine first. What shall we eat today? Count me in. Once the Qilin ancestor elucidated the origins of the great calamity, the Qilins surrounding the leather tent dispersed in a flurry. For seldom did any Qilin concern themselves with this matter. Auspicious beasts. Qilins possess the ability to transform misfortune into good fortune. These Qilins, being the elite of their kin, grasped the situation simply from the Qilin ancestor's narration. The lineage of Pangu and the primordial world he established are destined to coexist no more. This calamity is inescapable. Since death is inevitable, it is prudent to prioritize our meals. After all surrounding Qilins had withdrawn, the Qilin ancestor sat in contemplation for a moment, then opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within. Why not catch a northern wild bull for a feast? Meanwhile, the Qilin clan fervently set up a cooking fire. While the phoenix nest was less serene, Yuan Feng flapped her wings, returning to the phoenix nest within 3 days. The boundless phoenix trees loomed closely, and Yuan Feng hovered at an altitude of several 10,000 zhang. Her form was vast and imposing, yet she exuded an air of inexplicable frailty. Mother, you have returned. The leader, Qing, transformed into a majestic phoenix and soared into the skies, yet was nearly cast down by the chaotic aura surrounding her. Yuanfeng's aura began to falter, displaying signs of instability. Leader Qing promptly took flight once more, attempting to reach Yuanfeng's side, but was gently brushed away by Yuanfeng's wings, sending her back into the phoenix nest. Do not concern yourself with me. I must retreat to the forbidden grounds to cultivate. Yuanfeng did not glance back as she delved deep into the phoenix grove. Leader Qing stood resolute, gazing at Yuanfeng's retreating silhouette. The wounds of her mother had lingered for over 10,000 years. This forceful emergence from her confinement would likely exacerbate her injuries. The Great Way descends with calamity after 10,000 years. Without Yuanfeng, their phoenix nest would hardly stand a chance against the other two clans. With a deep sigh, Leader Qing returned to the Phoenix Palace. Just as she was engulfed in worry, a small girl, appearing no older than 5 or 6, bounced into the Phoenix Palace. Mother, grandmother told me something. The little girl clung to Leader Qing, her expression tinged with hesitation. Upon hearing this, Qing's anger flared, raising her hand to admonish. I have told you many times, do not venture into the forbidden grounds. Why will you not heed my words? The little girl was frightened into tears, and as she cried, she transformed into a fluffy, juvenile phoenix. Indeed, Yennefer had yet to undergo her rebirth a millennium prior. She had never spoken to her about the forbidden grounds. Qing, troubled, pinched her brow, while a nearby indigo phoenix wrapped her in a comforting embrace. Come now, dear daughter, tell father what grandmother said. Chapter 72. A serendipitous encounter by the sea. Meanwhile, Yennefer wept, her eyes glistening, glancing up at Qing's expression, then lowering her head in refusal to speak. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing grandmother, she felt an unshakable fear, as if grandmother might consume her. Yennefer shivered discreetly, her large eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. Even in her rebirth, the fear she had endured in her previous life lingered on. Seeing this, Leader Qing and her husband quickly embraced Yennefer, offering gentle reassurances. After a lengthy moment, the terrified Yennefer finally spoke. Grandmother asked Yennefer to tell father and mother to avoid the great calamity. One must, do more good deeds. Yennefer felt it her duty to relay the message, and without hesitation, she abandoned her parents, joyfully flying down the phoenix trees to seek her little friends for play. However, the leader couple left in the Dragon Emperor's palace exchanged glances, their hearts racing with apprehension. But Yennefer was merely a few hundred years old, her mind still immature. How much credence could be given to words passed down in fear? Should we not ask mother again? Qing hesitated, for this matter concerned the great calamity, and she dared not act rashly. Yet upon hearing this, the indigo phoenix promptly interjected to dissuade her. Mother's old ailment has resurfaced. If you go to the forbidden grounds, you may never return. Remembering Yennefer's tragic state after inadvertently entering the forbidden grounds years ago, Qing shuddered involuntarily, silently resolving, it is best to deliberate cautiously. Agreed. 200 years later, Chengdu leisurely piloted his small cloud towards the northern lands. Passing through the Great Marsh, Chengdu decisively halted his small cloud, alighting with a shovel and a bucket. Master, this is the 7th sea you have guided us to. He Shuju followed behind, laden with seaweed and carrying 2 buckets of shells. Chengdu paid no heed, focused on his task. With a single shovel, he plunged into the sand, turning the beach into a gaping pit. Heaven above, how can this be logical? After 200 years of chasing the sea, not even a razor clam has graced my sight. Chengdu pulled out a bag from his ring, and white salt immediately scattered across the entire beach. He Shuju silently observed Chengdu's performance. And indeed, this time, only shells emerged. Not even a glimpse of small fish or shrimp, let alone sea anemones. 2 hours later, Chengdu shook off a large mass of seaweed from his hands, cheerfully declaring, the harvest is decent. See, there's a crab wrapped up inside. Master is magnificent. He Shuju weakly applauded, tossing the seaweed into Chengdu's dedicated space within the ring. The last time, the fishy aroma nearly spoiled the spiritual fruits contained within. As the sun climbed higher, Chengdu lost interest and returned to the small cloud alongside He Shuju. Master, where shall we go next? Wherever the sea is, we shall go. Chen Du joyfully commanded, and the small cloud obediently followed his instructions. He Shu, feeling a bit bored, sat down to meditate. Since leaving the dragon's lair, Master had developed a penchant for frequenting the seaside. Could it be that Master had become enamored with the enchanting allure of the Cthulhu sea beasts? He Shu discreetly peeked at Chen Du, only to find him pouring out his sea haul, counting today's bounty. Just a few small fish and shrimp. What is so fascinating about that? He Shu felt disappointed. Withdrawing his gaze, he returned to his meditation. Chen Du toyed with a shell he had unearthed not long ago. Oddly enough, within the shell was not the expected meat, but rather a small crab, clawing and snapping. Chen Du attempted to pry the crab out, only to discover it was tightly affixed to the shell that seemed not to be a hermit crab. Chen Du held the shell in his hand, his expression growing cold. Over the past 200 years, he had unearthed numerous bizarre species that appeared to be forcibly glued together from various seas. Previously, he might have found only one or two such creatures in a given sea. But now he could unearth dozens of these adhesive anomalies from a single area. Crustaceans with claws resembling lobsters, crabs that could spit pearls. Such peculiarities led Chen Du to ponder one individual, Xiang Fei. The Dragon Phoenix clans were both grand lineages, their members numbering in the millions. Why, after countless years, had only Xiang Fei emerged as a hybrid of dragon and phoenix, having shared bonds of camaraderie in battle? Chen Du initially refrained from speculating too deeply into Xiang Fei's origins. Yet these creatures, crudely fused together, unmistakably emanated traces of chaotic energy. Should his suspicions prove true, it seems Xiang Fei's lineage was far more complex than she had divulged. Have you recently been in contact with the Dragon Palace? Chen Du casually ripped the crab apart, discarding its remnants and leaving only the shell. Upon hearing this, He Shu scratched his head in bewilderment. To be honest, the incident that transpired 2 centuries ago nearly left He Shu with a psychological scar. The emotionally vibrant gay Mao played passionately, while Chen Du poured his heart into the music. Even now, He Shu remained skeptical of whether the ancestral dragon truly wished to engage him in rivalry. Observing He Shu's doubtful demeanor, Chen Du refrained from speaking. After all, he too was one of the instigators. Had it not been for that particular background music, He Shu's delusions might not have escalated to such severity. Amidst the eerie silence, the two soared over the beach. As they beheld the tumultuous waves beneath the clouds. Chen Du felt a stir within and raised his hand to calculate the time. 200 years had passed. It was likely that Ao Wu was about to set off to the South China Sea to retrieve his extraordinary brother. Ao Xing engaging in a petty affair at the head of the ancestral dragon and turning the dragon's lair into a sieve. This fellow was indeed remarkable. Chen Du recalled a secret he had learned a century ago during a casual chat with Ao Wu, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence for that remarkable dragon prince. Ding ding, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The jade pendant at Chen Du's waist suddenly glowed. Brother, I shall set off tomorrow to bring our elder brother home. Ever since Luo Ho had been driven away, the ancestral dragon had taken great care in nurturing Ao Wu, not only imparting to him the dual bone sword, but also entrusting him with various affairs of the sea tribe. At first, Ao Wu, newly in command, was flustered, inundating Chen Du with hundreds of messages each day, seeking his opinion on every trivial matter. Initially, Chen Du did offer Ao Wu a great deal of advice. However, this young prince would eventually need to become the leader of this vast clan. Thus, after teaching him administrative management for several years, Chen Du resolutely declined Ao Wu's request for assistance that if this continued, he would end up as the regent of the Dragon Clan. After Chen Du elucidated the stakes, Ao Wu finally took the initiative to shoulder his responsibilities, and the frequency of their communications diminished. The last message he received was a decade ago. Chen Du smiled nostalgically, just as the jade pendant flickered once more, with Ao Wu sending another message that I have brought Xiang Fei along. She should recognize the elders of her family. Having resided in the Dragon Clan for a while, Xiang Fei is coming too? Chen Du lowered his head, fiddling with the shell in his hand, and replied, I am also near the South China Sea. When will you both arrive? Chapter 73. The initial appearance of Pangu sang previously, he had not grasped the true essence of chaos and had failed to discern any hint from Xiang Fei. If Xiang Fei's birth as a hybrid of dragon and phoenix truly related to chaos, Chen Du crushed the shell in his hand, absorbing the chaotic energy and suppressing it within his internal palace. Perhaps this impending catastrophe of the primordial wilderness was 100-fold more severe than the one instigated by Luo Ho. Setting off for the South China Sea, Chen Du commanded Xiao Yun to establish a barrier at their current location, isolating He Shu from the outside. Unfazed, He Shu acknowledged that such was the way of the primordial qi practitioners. Even among close disciples, formations and restrictions must be set during cultivation. After some contemplation, he also sat cross-legged beside Chen Du, quietly protecting him. Xiao Yun flew steadily towards the South China Sea. The turbulent clouds brought a hint of moisture to the interior of Xiao Yun. He Shu frowned, sensing a grand resonance of Tao, and before long, that resonance seemed to have detected He Shu, directly penetrating into his internal palace. In a meditative state, He Shu unwittingly became ensnared in the 3,000 avenues, oblivious to the external world. The senior truly possesses a sense of vigilance. Through the pagoda formation, Chen Du gazed at the already meditating He Shu and chuckled lightly at the vast expanse of the universe. Better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. This voice was serene yet stern, evoking a refreshing sensation, instilling goodwill upon hearing it, though upon closer inspection, neither young nor old could discern its true meaning. "Should I refer to you as the Tao, or Pangu?" Chen Du inquired with a grin, only to find that a subtle stagnation had emerged within his own Tao fruit. Outsiders, how audacious, once his identity was revealed. The voice bore a hint of anger. A seemingly light remark jolted Chen Du's state of mind, nearly causing him to falter in his realm. It appeared that the temper of the Panga deity was indeed extraordinary. Chen Du wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, remaining unperturbed. "Let us clarify, O Grand One, it is you who seeks my assistance." Chen Du maintained a jovial demeanor, yet within, he was brimming with caution. The entity conversing with him was not only the Tao, but also the Panga deity, a lingering will. However, he had already surreptitiously discerned the Tao's intentions. The Tao did not wish to obliterate him. The transmigrator. In fact, he held an indispensable role in the Tao's plans, thus, why not adopt a firmer stance and extract some benefits from the Tao? After all, the Tao had tricked him on numerous occasions, promising him the status of a saint, yet to this day, he had not even caught a glimpse of a saint. Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of anger, let alone Chen Du, who had endured years of unfulfilled promises. The Tao fell silent. The entire Xiao Yun was enveloped in an immeasurable stillness. Even the surrounding clouds and winds ceased their motion. The time of the great completion of the Tao. Chen Du glanced at the strands of his long hair, suspended in the air, nearly obscured by the obscure Tao. "You dare to speak so brazenly in my presence." The Tao's voice turned frosty, seemingly incensed by Chen Du's flippant tone. Chen Du gritted his teeth, extricating his consciousness from the Tao. "I imagine, Pangu, you would not wish for the primordial wilderness to know that you still possess consciousness?" "Tao, do you wish to hear your own words?" Chen Du, momentarily a loss, launched a haphazard retort, which once again rendered the Tao silent. "You summon me. What is your purpose?" After a lengthy pause, the Tao finally spoke, yet Chen Du did not respond. Instead, he toyed with a dull gray bead 2 centuries prior. The Tao barrier had been temporarily repaired. Yet by chance, Chen Du discovered traces of chaos once more encroaching upon the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. Since then, he had increasingly sensed the presence of the D-A-O-I in the eyes of many beings. The Tao was simply the Tao, devoid of sorrow or joy, acting solely according to the rules. However, Chen Du could perceive the vague will and emotions of the Tao. He did not attribute this ability to his exceptional gift, but rather concluded that the Tao intentionally allowed him to sense its existence. Pangu, the ancestral deity. Chen Du set down the bead and smiled. "This is our first conversation amidst heaven and earth. Why must we be so adversarial?" "Who is being adversarial? Forget it." The Tao remained silent, wary of being dragged into another nonsensical debate with Chen Du. Chen Du chuckled. In this conversation, where power dynamics were starkly delineated, he had unwittingly seized the initiative that it seemed that primordial beings were indeed rather straightforward. This silence was tantamount to tacitly affirming Chen Du's speculation. It appeared that the Tao was indeed Pangu, a conclusion that could be firmly established. Chen Du rubbed his hands together and said, "Why don't we get straight to the point and discuss terms?" However, Chen Du rubbed his hands together, his thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind, "And I can help you eradicate the chaos within the primordial wilderness entirely, but the condition is that I must attain the status of a saint. Only by becoming a saint could he transcend the limitations of the primordial wilderness. Although a heavenly Tao saint could not rival Pangu's primordial chaos saint, he would still be able to traverse the wilderness with ease. When the chaos of the primordial wilderness is resolved, I grant you the position of a saint." After a considerable time, the Tao finally provided a vague answer. The last saint's position had originally been intended for Chen Du, but not at this moment. Chen Du pondered this reasoning and promptly agreed, "That is acceptable, but that strand of primordial purple chi must belong to me." However, upon uttering this, the surrounding Tao resonated, as if the Tao were contemplating something. This outsider was surprisingly audacious. The Pangu, who had sacrificed himself to create the world, had only engaged in combat with countless demons and gods. He had not interacted with other beings. Subsequently, when the primordial wilderness faced tribulation, he was compelled to awaken from the Dao who saved the world. He had allowed these chaotic beings from beyond to enter the primordial wilderness, even seeking an unparalleled foundation for him. He simply hoped that this being would follow its own will and rescue the primordial wilderness from peril. After countless millennia, this outsider had exceeded Pangu's expectations in excellence. Yet Pangu, shall we strike a deal? Chen Du inquired with a smile. The Tao snorted coldly. Yet this outsider was unexpectedly cunning. "Speak." The Tao had lost its patience for conversing with Chen Du. Chen Du smiled and retrieved the chaotic energy from his internal palace. This mass of chaos was a fragment of the chaos shattered when you, the ancestral deity, created the world. This small Tao struggled to suppress it, yet was uncertain of what to do with it. Chen Du grasped the yin-yang chaos pearl, and around him manifested intricate rhythms of time. Should he dare to reverse the chaos once more, this precariously teetering primordial realm might face the peril of collapse. This was his trump card. This was the leverage Chen Du wielded in negotiations with the great Tao, though he had yet to fully comprehend why the great Tao sought him out and bestowed upon him numerous golden opportunities. The principle of fortune being accompanied by misfortune was universally applicable. Despite the presence of Pangu's divine will before him, Chen Du dared not place his complete trust in it. The advantages claimed verbally were mere illusions. Only when both parties at the negotiating table possessed equivalent stakes could there be the possibility of a peaceful resolution. Chen Du was unwilling to be subjugated. The sacred position was rightfully his to claim. Without the great Tao's promises, he could attain it through his own merits. However, he invested his trump card, unhesitatingly threatening the great Tao with chaos, driven by a desire to uncover another truth. The time had come. He must unravel this mystery. Currently, only Pangu could provide him with the clarity he sought. Chapter 74. The familiar PPT you speak. The great Tao, constrained by circumstances, had no choice but to grit its teeth and comply. Who indeed am I? Chen Du stroked his chin, realizing that more than the position of a celestial sage, he yearned to discern the roots of his existence. While some powerful beings, such as the three pure ones and the ancestor dragon, could discern the essence of Chen Du, only Pangu knew the full depth of his origins. You are a fragment of true spirit from the future. Dui was born because of you, and you are Di. The great Tao elucidated clearly. Dui is an innate Daoic body, neither a myriad of spirits nor a human. It simply is Di. Hearing the term human from the great Tao startled Chen Du. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Du smiled and nodded. Thank you, ancestor god, for your enlightenment and Onid. The great Tao replied tersely, unwilling to forge a deeper connection with Chen Du. Chen Du was indifferent, raising his hand upward. A gentle breeze swept by, and the chaos pearl vanished abruptly, seemingly dealt with by the great Tao. The surrounding Doic rhythms flowed, indicating the great Tao's departure from this place, the not carelessly dispose of the chaos left here. The voice of the great Tao resonated in his ears. In Chen Du's hand appeared a brocade pouch and a piece of light azure jade talisman. He pressed the jade talisman against his forehead and was pleasantly surprised to discover it contained the purest essence of the Time Tao, along with 72 time-based divine abilities and paths to enlightenment. It seemed the great Tao was serious this time. When it promised him sanctification, it truly intended to deliver. Upon realizing this, Chen Du's eyes brimmed with tears. It appeared that threats were indeed effective. Previously, the great Tao had merely promised him sanctification, but it was nothing more than an insubstantial commitment, akin to a carrot dangling before a donkey. Now, however, the carrot had finally found its way into his mouth. A successful physical negotiation. Chen Du stowed the jade talisman into a spatial ring and picked up the nearby brocade pouch. Upon opening it, he found it empty, but a wisp of chaotic energy began to swirl within. Chen Du hastily closed the pouch, instantly grasping its intended use. Simply capture the chaos and toss it inside. It was straightforward and brutally effective. From now on, you shall be called the Dimensional Pocket. Chen Du grinned maliciously, placing it into the spatial ring as his mind brimmed with dozens of alternative uses for the pouch. Innate beings are truly quite simple. Without any excessive restrictions, this dimensional pocket could be manipulated as he pleased. Unbeknownst to the great Tao, which had lapsed into dormancy, this seemingly innocuous pouch would summon numerous calamities upon itself. Chen Du dismantled the pagoda formation, and Ishu awoke from his meditation. It was commonplace for the primordial realm to enter a state of meditation, and Ishu sensed no unusual occurrences, merely calculating that this bout of meditation had lasted merely a quarter of an hour. Why was it so swift? How could one say they were quick? Ishu suddenly covered his mouth, glancing around, stifling the latter half of his sentence. Chen Du paid no mind to Ishu's antics, and instead delved deeply into the Time Tao contained within the jade talisman. What the great Tao produced must be of exquisite quality to accommodate Chen Du, who hailed from Blue Star. The great Tao thoughtfully employed a PPT format, recording the laws and divine abilities into a customized PTT. Tailored specifically for him. How considerate! Chen Du gazed upon the million pages of PPT, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. The next time he met the great Tao, he would surely take full advantage of it. Chen Du is Dui, and Dui is Chen Du Ha. How intriguing. Unbeknownst to him, they had already reached the southern sea of the primordial realm. Chen Du dismounted from the clouds, calculating that Ao Wu and the others would not arrive at the battlefield for another 3 months. Then let us gather our tools. Chen Du glanced at the sky, where the morning sun was rising, perfect for a sea venture. Hishu stood respectfully beside him, holding a small bucket filled with half a basin of seawater. Master has returned, but Hishu squinted slightly, calculating his mind. 3, 2, 1. Why is there no catch here? Hishu silently chanted, synchronizing with Chen Du's cries of despair. After a moment, Chen Du declared, I refuse to believe it. Hishu, having foreseen Chen Du's actions, immediately soared into the air. In the next instant, 2 sacks of fine salt were evenly sprinkled across the beach, the smooth sand revealing a series of bumps. Rise! Both Hishu and Chen Du shouted in unison, one silently incanting, the other filled with indignation. The visible beach was violently overturned. After a seamless series of operations, less than the size of a palm's worth of seafood was collected. Filling more than half of a small bucket that Hishu landed, his expression somewhat resigned. Since Master desired seafood, why not simply dive into the sea to catch some? Chen Du laughed heartily, stuffing the small seafood into his spatial ring. In a moment of realization, Hishu blinked. Why did that little crab have an octopus's head? But Hishu had no time to ponder further, as Chen Du patted him on the back. Ao Wu and the others will arrive in 3 months. Why don't we find a cave to meditate and cultivate in the meantime? As you command, Master. Hishu transformed into his original form and flew into the air to survey the surroundings. There was no one in sight. Chen Du quickly assessed his current haul. The further south they ventured, the more bizarre the amalgamated creatures became. He pondered whether that little mother literature enthusiast, the primordial earth drilling machine, Long de Taizi Ao Xing, had any knowledge regarding these matters. Without hesitation, Chen Du tossed the seafood into the dimensional pocket and followed Hishu into the air. Above the sea, numerous islands, large and small, dotted the landscape. Upon closer inspection, many of these islands bore the presence of Qi practitioners. Chen had no desire for murder or thievery and casually selected an uninhabited small island, descending there alongside his Shu. The surrounding sea exuded a unique aura of spiritual energy. Influenced by Chen, his Shu transformed into a human-sized form, striding forward with long, black legs, determined to savor the joys of life before achieving immortality. In his earlier days, he too was a carefree red-crowned crane, happily catching fish in ponds. The vast and boundless sea stirred a sense of languor within Chen. Surrounding them were the distinctive spiritual fruits and trees of the seaside. Some clustered in threes and twos, others densely packed together. Chen glanced around and discovered that there were spiritual fruits resembling coconuts. Without hesitation, he plucked a large handful and began smashing them open on the beach. With nothing to do, he figured he might as well indulge in a game of wilderness survival. With a single finger, he punctured a hole. What a relieving experience! The clear coconut water emitted a faint spiritual aura. Although the fruit was only a mere 100 years old and offered little benefit, it was still sweet and refreshing. "What are you doing, Qi practitioner?" Just as Chen broke off a reed to use as a straw. The coconut water yet to touch his lips, he heard an angry shout from behind. Turning around, he found himself confronted by a group of ragged Qi practitioners. From their attire, they appeared somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the same outfit as the shameless duo from the West? "Is this spiritual fruit of any significance to you?" Chen waved the large coconut in his hand, testing the waters. "You're perceptive," the leading Qi practitioner sneered, reaching out to snatch Chen coconut. Chapter 75. After a few days, why have things deteriorated so? It's like a scene from wilderness survival. Chen was not angered. Rather, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Had the West fallen to such depths that they were resorting to stealing coconuts? If any of you fellows are interested in these spiritual fruits, feel free to take your pick. Chen clasped his hands within his sleeves, smiling amiably. This group was on par with him in cultivation, the strongest merely at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Chen could easily dispatch them with a single finger. It wasn't mere boasting. Below Tai, I am invincible. Above Tai, it's a one-for-one exchange. With 25 precious pearls and the time Dao, even an ordinary Luo would suffer a significant loss in Chen hands. Thus, he harbored no fear of them, but rather a desire to understand. After a millennium apart, how had the West fallen so low? A few individuals accepted the spiritual fruits, their wariness towards Chen diminishing somewhat. With a cold gaze, Chen observed as this group of Western cultivators descended upon the spiritual fruits like locusts, leaving nothing behind. Although the dragon and phoenix had yet to shatter the continent, the West, despite its impoverished state, was not entirely destitute. The actions of these Western cultivators indicated that some significant upheaval must have occurred back home. Chen approached them with a smile, inquiring, "If any of you are short on resources, I happen to have some spiritual fruits and materials available." The kind-hearted persona does not fare well in the wilderness. The cultivators exchanged dubious glances at Chen but found nothing amiss. He seemed to be a naive idealist. The leading cultivator, donning a broad smile, sighed, "We hail from the Western continent, and indeed, our resources are rather limited on this long journey to the South Sea." "What nonsense is this?" Chen chuckled softly, his consciousness subtly probing the surroundings, sweeping across the vast expanse. "Goodness, everything over 500 years old, be it spiritual fruits or treasures, have been thoroughly harvested. Were they here to seize the land?" Chen retrieved a pile of spiritual fruits aged over 10,000 years, observing as the group hastily gathered them. His curiosity piqued. However, despite their chatter, they remained tight-lipped about the West. Yet even the slightest information was sufficient for Chen to piece together some clues. It appeared the West had indeed faced calamity, and these individuals had come to the South Sea to take advantage of the situation. "Thank you for your hospitality, fellow cultivators." Theft aside, the unwarranted gift left the seven feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, remarking, "These 10,000-year spiritual fruits are of little consequence. I share a profound friendship with the Dragon Clan. These trifling fruits are hardly worth mentioning. In previous times, they would not have even glanced at such insignificant weeds." But could it be related to the South Sea Dragon King? The eyes of the cultivators lit up with interest, cautiously inquiring. Indeed, Chen, pleased with himself, extended his hand, showcasing 20 spatial rings adorning his 10 fingers. Do you know that the South Sea Dragon King is the firstborn prince of the dragon nest, with immeasurable worth? For the prince, these mere spiritual treasures, pearls, fruits, and silver merfolk are but a trifling matter. As Chen listed the items, he noticed the cultivator's gazes growing increasingly fervent. Senior brother, shall we seize them? No, let us find a way to approach the dragon prince. You speak wisely. The 7 exchanged glances, a fleeting understanding passing between them. Chen feigned ignorance, adopting the demeanor of a wealthy landowner. To be frank, my fellow cultivators, my 6 companions, and I also wish to meet the dragon prince. If you would not mind, we hope for your kind introduction. Chen hesitated slightly before clapping his hands, declaring, very well. With this newfound rapport, the distance between them narrowed, and Chen generously distributed more spiritual fruits. However, the cultivators did not consume them or refine them. Instead, they treasured them, placing them into their rings, and why esteemed friends seemed quite distressed. Could there be troubles at home? Ah, indeed, the vigilance of this group was notably high. As they seemed reluctant to disclose the current state of the West, to maintain their composure, Chen refrained from pressing further. The 2 factions occupied the vast beach, clear lines drawn between them. 2 days later, the crane, Hishu, returned to Chen Du's side. Go. Learn this. Chen coldly handed Hishu a jade talisman. The art of discerning speech through observation. Hishu paused, and upon closer inspection, realized it was a method for lip reading. For a red-crowned crane, mastering this was effortless, and soon he achieved great proficiency. The 2 factions were separated by 100 miles. While Chen leisurely basked in the sun, the other side was exceptionally busy. The distance was not far from the western border, and with full exertion, a round trip could be made in a day. The 7 split into 3 groups. 1 remained at base to monitor Chen, while the other 3 worked tirelessly, stripping the South Sea coastline bare, even leaving no 100-year-old spiritual fruits behind. What significant news this was! Chen stroked his chin, pondering that although Rahu had been expelled from the wilderness, chaos continued to invade on a large scale. But in this vast land, why was only the West suffering? Could it be that even the chaos disdained the shameless duo from the West? Chen contemplated, initially intending to let the West suffer the consequences. However, upon further reflection, if chaos were to consume the West entirely, the other lands would not escape unscathed either. He had promised the great Tao to drive chaos out of the wilderness. It seemed he would truly have to play the fool this time, disregarding the past grievances and rescuing the West from peril. Bah! Who is the fool? This foolish red-crowned crane had even transmitted the insult. Chapter 76. A test of strength in the Dragon Emperor's palace. 2 divine dragons sat across from each other. 2 cups of tea placed upon the table. The ancestor dragon lifted a cup, deftly skimming the tea leaves with the lid before taking a gentle sip. His demeanor relaxed. Opposite him, Yun shook his dragon whiskers. After millennia apart, his father had perfected this delicate maneuver, surpassing his previous proficiency. Father, Xiangfei has already set off for the South-Est. Yun struggled to suppress the peculiar expression on his face, mimicking his father's grip on a tortoise shell with both claws. With a sharp crack, Yun exerted force, shattering the shell to pieces. The ancestor dragon shook his head, sipping the tea. You still need practice. Yun forced a smile and retrieved another piece of tortoise shell, his massive claws gingerly exploring it. After a moment, he spoke with a vague conclusion. The fortune remains unchanged. Xiangfei's plight is related to the West. Stowing away the tortoise shell, a look of utter confusion crossed Yun's golden-hued dragon face. Xiangfei was the only daughter he had with the Phoenix clan. Aside from a millennium of training in the wilderness, she had never engaged with the West. Why, then, did her fate suggest she bore a great calamity connected to the West? A diviner does not calculate for oneself. Concerning his own kin, Yun's divination abilities faltered a century prior. Upon noticing the anomalies in Xiangfei's fate, he had sought an audience with his father. Can destiny be altered? Calamity is merely fate. The ancestor dragon stroked his beard leisurely, his attitude remarkably nonchalant. Yet while the ancestor dragon remained at ease, Hongjun was anything but a lovesick husband, nearly driven mad upon divining his daughter's plight. He had spent a century persuading his father to divulge even a fraction of insight. Your granddaughter possesses half the blood of the Phoenix clan. Her tribulations are intertwined with theirs, since this calamity pertains to the West. It would be prudent for her to confront it directly. Is there a path to survival? Only the West holds that answer. The ancestor dragon, in a moment of benevolence, offered his son a sliver of guidance. Xiang Fei's fate was intricate and closely tied to the dragon and Phoenix. With calamity looming, the Phoenix clan faced peril, and naturally, Xiang Fei could not escape her destiny. After hearing this, Hongjun's mind became a chaotic mess. The sudden shift in Xiang Fei's fate not only implicated the dragon and Phoenix, but also entangled the seemingly unrelated West. Hongjun scratched his dragon mane, the tortoise shell clattering to the floor. The ancestor dragon deftly flicked his tail, catching the shell with ease. This is a matter of heavenly secrets. As your father, I can only say so much. You may leave now. And summon Ao. Yes, Father Hongjun absent-mindedly exited the palace, suddenly recalling something. Why is Xiang Fei referred to as a granddaughter? Shouldn't she be called a granddaughter? Humph, I may call her whatever I wish. In the span of 3 months, the South China Sea has transformed into a Mediterranean expanse. Vast stretches of saline alkaline land have emerged, and apart from the tenacious weeds striving to thrive, the countless miles of coastline lay barren, devoid of any hint of verdure. Perhaps apprehensive that Chen might uncover something amiss, the 7 cultivators of qi conspicuously left a trace of green for him. Chen, cradling a large coconut, calculated the time. The little dragon prince should be arriving soon. Come back, he messaged Ishu, and shortly thereafter, a resplendent red-crowned crane alighted beside him. Ishu lowered its head to peck at the feathers on its wings, then tilted its long neck, playfully leaning into Chundu's embrace. How graceful. Chundu affectionately patted Ishu's small head, feeling quite the celestial being himself. Senior brother, hurry here, just as Chundu reveled in the lofty atmosphere he had conjured. A distant cheer erupted. The only female among the 7 cultivators appeared exhilarated, brandishing 2 winning fish in her hands. Days of labor without cultivation had rendered even the golden immortals among them disheveled and unkempt. Their auras a chaotic mix. Such was the inevitable circumstance. Though Cunty and Jane had yet to establish a formal sect, they had already become the uncrowned kings of the West. Over 90% of Western cultivators were under their jurisdiction, dispatched to other regions to excavate treasures and salvage the West. This group of 7 was indeed a fruit born of a spiritual vine, governed by Chen. Jane had assigned the brothers from the gourd 1,000 acres of wasteland, commanding them to restore the spiritual energy of this place to its former glory, lest they be cut upright and turned into ladles, their insides processed into golden muck, with their foundational veins firmly grasped by the shameless duo. The Gore brothers had no choice but to pillage the adjacent South China Sea. Who wouldn't lament upon hearing such a tale? Out of a peculiar sense of empathy, Chundu refrained from hindering these 7 who had called him foolish, and instead offered them considerable care. Over the course of half a month, these 7 cultivators developed a fair amount of goodwill towards Chundu. This fat sheep is indeed rather foolish. I have reported this location to the esteemed one. Once we locate the Dragon Palace, we shall plunder it entirely, and thus we will be free from tasks for millennia. Senior brother, what a splendid strategy. Chundu elegantly swayed his coconut while taking a glance at his jade pendant. Hishu had just utilized its long, slender legs to translate the dialogue of the Gourd brothers entirely to Chundu. So innocent and adorable. Chundu grinned fiercely, waving towards the sky. Owu had already arrived. From east to the south, a fluffy cloud-like entity descended swiftly, and only upon closer inspection could one discern that it was a multitude of small clouds, huddled closely together. Wasn't this journey meant for Ao Wu and Xiang Fei alone? Why, then, had so many small clouds come along? The small clouds landed with a jet-like grace, their pure white forms adorned with moonlight-colored pearl powder that outlined the logo of the dragon nest. Looking both stylish and imposing, Ao Wu landed with panache, followed by hundreds of golden-armored dragon soldiers, each bearing solemn expressions. Now, this is what one calls elegance. Chen discarded the coconut and warmly grasped Ao Wu's small hand. Father said that since the South China Sea borders the West, I should gather troops when my brother ventures forth to showcase the grandeur of our eastern sea dragon nest to the west. Ao Wu stood tall and proud, convinced that he had put on a splendid display this time. For eons, the shameless duo had faced resistance from numerous cultivators in the wilderness due to their pronounced personal style. Millions of years ago, the three purities had broken off a branch from Jin, and since then, the beleaguered Western cultivators had rarely been seen outside their own territories. However, millions of years ago, that damn Jin had even attempted to lure Father into the West to serve as their guardian. Ao Wu directed his subordinates to unload the cargo, and countless boxes of spiritual treasures were brought to shore. And yet, I, the Dragon Clan, must pay tribute every millennium. Ao Wu scoffed later. Father gave him a thorough beating. And that cunty, in retaliation for his junior brother, abducted my dragon nest sea serpent clan. Before departing, Father instructed me that this time I come not only to bring my elder brother home, but also to settle this score. Upon hearing this, Chen shook his head in lament. And oh wonder the West was in such turmoil and refused to seek assistance from other powers, given the prior actions of these two. Any cultivators hearing of it would find it hard not to kick them while they were down. Chapter 77. The hook straightens, bait salted for fishing. Tens of thousands of boxes of spiritual treasures piled up into a small mountain along the coastline. The dazzling brilliance surged skyward, capturing the attention of the West entirely. Ao Wu, filled with pride, led the 1,000 dragon soldiers, showcasing their treasures in the bordering waters. Yet, this demeanor did not seem like an ostentatious display of wealth. Instead, it resembled a fishing expedition. Chen shook his head, suspecting that the ancestral dragon had long been aware of the West's current plight through some channel. Otherwise, why would he deliberately smack his lips at such a time? The timing was decidedly too precise. It remained unclear whether the ancestral dragon intended to offer aid or to strike a fallen Ao Wu, and the dragon soldiers circled around, displaying the treasures. The boundless aura of these spiritual artifacts suffusing the barren land with an ethereal grandeur, while the gored brothers nearby were nearly drooling with envy. Chen toyed with a black pearl the size of a human head. Produced by a spiritual clam over 10,000 years old, which would be considered a treasure even within the dragon nest. Its spiritual essence was exceedingly pure, and ground into powder, it could be used for beautification. After contemplating for a while, Chen tossed the pearl to Xiang Fei, who was seated atop a small cloud. This sister held her idoless image in high regard, reluctant to disgrace herself alongside Ao Wu. Thus, she often secluded herself within the small cloud to cultivate or occasionally descended to converse with Chen Yu at a glance. Xiang Fei appeared to be an extraordinarily charming yet ordinary dragon maiden, showing no signs of peculiarity in human form. However, Chen secretly utilized an interdimensional pocket to test her aura and indeed detected a barely perceivable chaotic energy about her. This trace of energy was exceedingly faint, discernible only to those who could sense the exquisite essence that absorbed chaotic energy. Quite intriguing. The West had recently faced a chaotic crisis, and not long after, the ancestral dragon had dispatched Ao Wu and Xiang Fei to the South China Sea. Surely that old rascal dragon had his own schemes in mind. Perhaps he even included himself in those plans. Achoo! The ancestral dragon scratched its nose with a claw, and seeing no one around, casually wiped it on its shell. In just a few days, the shell had been polished to a glossy sheen, the amber patina a full foot thick. As for what lay upon it, that was a secret too profound to divulge. The ancestral dragon chuckled, mimicking Ao Yun's mannerisms, shaking the shell with both claws. Alas, he was inherently poor at divination, and thus could not fathom destiny's course. As for Xiang Fei, she was destined for divine retribution. Born against the will of the great Tao, the ancestral dragon mused. Only by finding the one who brought her into existence could he hope to secure a sliver of survival. In the midst of fate, there exists a predetermined order. After speaking, the ancestral dragon tossed the shell outside, returning it to Prince Aoyun. Brother, your demise was most tragic. Oh, I almost forgot. Today is the day for the Turtle Chancellor's duty. A month later, A.O. Wu, feeling quite satisfied, concluded his divine powers. Tens of thousands of boxes of spiritual treasures have been stored in the spatial ring. Under Chen Du's discreet guidance, he had befriended the 7 Western Gourd brothers. And despite their ulterior motives, their interactions had been remarkably harmonious. Our dragon clan has always been benevolent. Since my fellow friends are in dire straits, this prince naturally cannot stand idly by. Upon uttering these words, A.O. Wu took Chen Du's place, becoming the naive fool in the eyes of the Gourd brothers that A.O. Wu, still youthful and possessing an innate air of the foolish son of a wealthy family, prompted the Gourd brothers to harbor no suspicion that in just a few days, the Gourd brothers cleverly devised reasons to swindle a considerable amount of treasures from AOWIT was likely they would meet their monthly KPI. The bait had been sufficiently laid. It was time to reel in. That evening, Chen Du discreetly messaged AO Wu hesitated for a moment. He was aware of their origins and intentions, but could Chen Du's method of using a straightened hook and salted bait truly catch a big fish? Rest assured, they were in dire straits and wouldn't be overly cautious. Chen Du signaled to A.O. Wu with a glance. A.O. Wu nodded, ultimately deciding to proceed with the plan. These 7 Gourd brothers possessed respectable cultivation, all above the Tai level, yet their divine powers were mediocre. They were merely cannon fodder sent from the west. Given Chen Du's status, it would be challenging to draw out the big fish behind them. The task of fishing would fall to A.O. Wu. Dear friends, have there been any pressing matters of late? A.O. Wu mimicked Chen Du's demeanor, donning 20 rings across 10 fingers, smiling amiably. Upon seeing the unsuspecting target approach, the Gourd brothers did not dare to be negligent and promptly invited him to their quarters. After exchanging a few pleasantries, A.O. Wu remarked, "In 3 days, it will be the birthday of my elder brother. We shall go to the South China Sea to celebrate. My elder brother delights in festivity. May I ask if you all would care to join?" The brothers of the Gourd were filled with elation upon hearing the news. They nodded eagerly and began to pack their bags, ready to accompany A.O. Wu to the Dragon Palace in the South Sea to enjoy the autumn breeze. However, once they were prepared, A.O. Wu furrowed his brow. "Are you truly intending to meet my elder brother in such a manner?" The Gourd brothers felt somewhat embarrassed at his words. After all, in their quest to fulfill their key performance indicators, they had even transformed their own robes into golden clay to mend the earth, making it quite challenging to maintain their dignity. Now, A.O. Wu raised his hand, and a chest filled with magical garments and treasures flew forth. 7 exquisitely crafted garments of postnatal spiritual treasure gracefully landing in the hands of the Gourd brothers. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous offering." The Gourd brothers expressed their gratitude, but as they bowed their heads, a flicker of fierce resentment flashed in their eyes. Humiliation. This foolish prince was blatantly mocking them. Yet the prevailing circumstances compelled them to bow their heads in submission. Once dressed in the magical garments, they tidied themselves up thoroughly. Just as they were about to depart, A.O. Wu called out to them once more, "Wait, do you possess any skills?" The question left the Gourd brothers momentarily stunned. Skills? What kind of skills? A.O. Wu, observing their bewildered expressions, felt his face flush with embarrassment and retorted, "My elder brother greatly appreciates skilled individuals and those with ambition. Your cultivation is rather lowly and unlikely to catch his eye. If you lack any remarkable talents, you may not even gain entry to the Dragon Palace." After saying this, A.O. Wu pointed outward. Shushu, a crane, gracefully arrived, transformed into its true form. The crane stood beside Chen Du, its feathers soft and its gaze gentle, resembling a picturesque landscape painting from Jianan. "Now perform." Chen Du clapped his hands, and the crane's call echoed in response. A melodious tune wafted through the air, and Chen Du, entranced, raised his hand to play a piece. "How far must one go to enter your heart? How far?" The crane let out a long, sorrowful cry, its tone filled with melancholy. After a cup of tea, Chen Du shook the bowstring and set down the arrow. He quietly comforted the crane. which had been reminded of its past sorrows, and then provocatively lifted his chin towards the Gourd brothers. To meet the Dragon Prince, one must either possess strength or skills. However, Chengdu had secretly observed the Gourd brothers for quite some time and concluded that aside from their cultivation, they possessed no other abilities. Surely they wouldn't resort to transforming into a Gourd-like warrior. Thus, Chengdu deduced that in order to meet the Dragon Prince, the Gourd brothers would certainly invite skilled individuals from the West. Once they had caught the big fish, they would no longer need to worry about the situation in the West. As expected, the Gourd brothers deliberated for 2 hours. Unable to perform, they had no choice but to urgently contact their superior. Upon learning that the Gourd brothers had gained access to the Dragon Palace, the Western hierarchy took it very seriously. Within 2 days, 3 Western masters arrived. These were true masters. Each of them stood at the pinnacle of the Nuwa golden immortal realm. Just a step away from touching the threshold of quasi-saintship, they had indeed caught a big fish with their bait. Ao Wu was utterly amazed by Chengdu, yet Chengdu's expression remained rather indifferent. You don't truly believe that His Majesty the Ancestor Dragon summoned you to the South Sea with treasures just to show off to the West, do you? Chengdu sat upon a small cloud. Looking down at the Western cultivators who were meditating below, Ao Wu followed suit, scratching his head. Isn't that the case? His Majesty had anticipated this all along. Chengdu smiled and pointed below, saying, the West is mired in immense difficulties, yet only directs its forces to plunder other regions without proactively seeking help from the 3 tribes. Do you know why? Upon hearing this, Ao Wu fell in a deep thought, pondering for a long while before shaking his head with a frown. I, a foolish brother, do not know. I hope my brother will kindly enlighten me. In truth, I do not know either, Chengdu replied leisurely. But it is certain that the West is aware of the causes of its own troubles, yet the reasons are too shameful for them to divulge. Hence they must swallow their grievances in silence. This speculation was quite reasonable, but what did it have to do with the ancestor dragon? Watching Ao Wu's bewildered expression, Chengdu affectionately patted his head. His Majesty is a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. Could it be that this action is merely to save face? Does His Majesty remain oblivious to the plight of the West before your departure? Are you implying that Father has long been aware of the difficulties in the West, and thus deliberately instructed me to bring treasures to entice them? Precisely. It is all just fishing. But I wonder what kind of fish His Majesty wishes to catch. Chengdu tapped lightly on the small cloud, and moments later, a transparent magical array enveloped it. Let's go. Dive into the water. Ao Wu nodded, still contemplating Chengdu's earlier words. The West conceals its chaotic turmoil, yet the ancestor dragon has instructed him to use treasures to lure them. Does Father intend to intervene in Western affairs? But if that were the case, why would he appoint him to this task without clarifying the truth? Ao Wu felt his head growing heavier. While Chengdu maintained a relaxed demeanor, he originally intended to play the fool and find a way to tidy up the mess in the West. However, since the ancestor dragon had already intervened clandestinely, he need not fret about it anymore. He merely had to wait to reap the rewards. Yet, he had to keep an eye on Ao Wu, and also find a way to unravel the source of the chaotic energy surrounding Xiang Fei. The Dragon Palace in the South Sea was not as ostentatious as the Dragon Nest. Rather, it lay concealed 1,000 fathoms beneath the waters of the South Sea. The entire palace resembled a piece of meticulously carved glass, exuding an endless aquatic hue, with small fish occasionally swimming by. The Dragon Palace was protected by a water-evading array. Once inside, the deep-sea atmosphere dissipated entirely. Ao Wu cheerfully called out elder brother, but with a gap of several thousand years in age, this was his first encounter with his extraordinary elder brother. Under the guidance of the palace maidens, over 1,000 dragon soldiers were arranged to rest in the side halls, while Ao Wu and the 10 Western cultivators awaited in the main hall. Moments later, a frivolous young man strode swiftly from the inner chambers. This man's appearance bore a resemblance to Ao Wu, but his delicate peach blossom eyes exuded a hint of frivolity, judging by his looks. He was a typical enthusiast of Little Mother literature. Chengdu glanced at him and discreetly defined Ao Xing. To be honest, he felt somewhat disappointed. He had expected Ao Xing to be similar to some dragon king from the Blue Star. It seemed that different dragons had different fates after all. This Ao Xing was indeed far more remarkable than the other. Elder brother, I am your 48th younger brother. Ao Wu looked at Ao Xing, his expression a bit apprehensive. However, Ao Xing was already aware of Ao Wu's intentions and cheerfully pulled him down to sit cross-legged. The two clasped hands. Ao Wu's heart felt a significant weight lift. After all, this was his biological brother, sharing the same father and mother. Blood relations are a curious thing. From strangers to familiarity, it only takes a few words. How's father been lately? Ao Xing chatted amiably with Ao Wu while beckoning to the clam maiden beside him. The two had already communicated beforehand. Ao Xing was very cooperative in embellishing the impressive tales that Ao Wu had spun, ensuring that all the maidens beside him were of the Luo golden immortal caliber. Over 100 maidens filed in, a scene that utterly dazzled the eyes of the 10 cultivators. Over 100 Luo golden immortals, merely serving as maidens. The faces of the three masters instantly turned ashen. They had originally been eager to come to the Dragon Palace for a heist, but seeing the situation, the three exchanged glances and, without a word, withdrew their treasures. It would be wiser to proceed with caution. Father has greatly missed you. Elder brother, 200 years ago, he commanded us to come to the South Sea to invite you back home. After listening, Ao Xing blinked and cheerfully said, "This matter can be discussed later. My birthday is approaching. Why not accompany me to celebrate once more before returning to the dragon nest?" Very well. The two brothers engaged in pleasantries for quite a while before finally broaching the main topic. The 10 Western cultivators had swiftly adjusted their strategy from plunder to seeking favor. Hearing this, they promptly stated, "We have come uninvited to celebrate the prince's birthday, and we hope the prince will not take offense." Ao Xing narrowed his eyes, appraising the three Luo golden immortals from head to toe. Their cultivation was acceptable, but with just these three, they thought to plunder the Dragon Palace. So he smiled and nodded. These three masters possess commendable cultivation. Guards, seize them. The three Luo golden immortals. Before they could react, over 100 beautiful clam maidens suddenly sprang into action. As their pink skirts fluttered, they revealed their robust biceps. These maidens were actually practitioners of physical cultivation. Chen was utterly astounded. All his skill points had gone into realms and divine abilities. He was an unadulterated mage, and upon seeing over 100 tanks, he felt momentarily dazed. Bang! The highest-ranked cultivator was struck by a punch, instantly collapsing with a crushed ribcage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Did we not come to celebrate? The cultivator looked bewildered, staring blankly at Ao Xing. Ao Xing maintained his smile, gently nodding as he replied, "To come and celebrate for the prince, yet arrive empty-handed. You seek death by your own actions." Unexpectedly, defeat came at this juncture. The chi practitioner's head was struck by combat technique, causing his temples to throb with a dull resonance, rendering him momentarily incapacitated, his eyes wide open as he collapsed to the ground. The remaining two Luo golden immortals and the Gourd brothers immediately contemplated fleeing. But the clam women had already prepared, surrounding them in an unyielding circle. In just a brief encounter, the Gourd brothers were captured alive. The two chi practitioners, filled with despair, contemplated resistance, but the muscular clam women offered no chance. One clam woman in a blue robe shouted sharply, her arms swelling with pronounced veins, deftly seizing the heads of both individuals, and with a fierce exertion, bang! Chapter 79. The terrifying wilderness. The two skulls collided with a resounding crack. Chen could almost perceive the shock waves spiraling around the Dragon Palace. The foreheads of the two chi practitioners caved in, blood gushing from their 7 orifices, their true spirits utterly extinguished. A shiver ran down Chengdu's spine, nearly provoking him to weep in fright. It is no exaggeration to assert that the terror of the muscular clam women surpasses that of Cthulhu sea beasts 100-fold. Unbeknownst to him, after this companion effortlessly dealt with the Western 10 artillery, Ao Xing's benevolent gaze fell upon Chengdu instinctively. Chengdu reached for his eru, preparing to perform for Ao Xing. Mean Chengdu lowered his head to make way, watching the slender figure of the clam maiden return to the Dragon Palace. Before long, in Chengdu's admiring gaze, the eldest prince Ao Xing gracefully arrived at the scene. Over 500 individuals had thoroughly excavated the South Sea. A golden light erupted from A.O. Xing's hand, and the cold gleam of a folding fan became apparent. It was indeed the fateful artifact of A.O. Wu. Elder brother, do not act rashly. Chen quickly intervened, restraining the furious and tempestuous A.O. Wu, saying, "Let us first interrogate them, and then we can send them to the kitchen at our leisure." Second brother is right. Among the numerous descendants of the ancestral dragon, A.O. Xing, Chen and A.O. Wu thus refer to themselves as brothers. A.O. Xing, possessing a deep brotherly affection, took great care of Chen upon hearing his words. He set down the folding fan and kindly summoned a group of sea maidens to take away the more than 500 Qi practitioners. They excelled in interrogation, and within 3 days, results would surely emerge. Second brother need only wait a moment. Observing the 100 enchanting merfolk dragging the Qi practitioners away as though disposing of dead swine, Chen bowed his head and suddenly felt that having such an elder brother was indeed no loss. This capture and interrogation took merely 5 days, and A.O. Xing considered the matter excessively cruel. Hence he did not inform A.O. Wu. By the time A.O. Wu became aware, preparations to embark towards the west had already commenced. The Qi practitioners informed us that the turmoil in the west began from the farthest reaches. A.O. Xing produced a map, roughly marking a point. The vast wilderness of the primordial world, though boundless, would instinctively seek warmth in unity. Over time, desolate lands would grow increasingly barren, while prosperous regions would flourish even more. This map was a treasured possession of the Dragon Clan, capable of recording all places where life existed. On the immense map, the South Sea they occupied was scarcely the size of a fingertip. While the boundless expanse of empty white space represented the lifeless, spiritless wasteland within the primordial world, as life proliferates, it can further nourish the primordial realm. After 10,000 years, A.O. Xing once more retrieved this map. Unable to suppress his emotions, the areas marked with life on the map had expanded by 30% compared to a myriad of years ago. The river diagram and the Luo book. Chen cast his eyes downward. The map's vastness mirrored the boundlessness of the primordial world. Once boundaries were established in the primordial realm, this limitless map would bear countless merits, transforming into the river diagram and the Luo book. Emerging alongside Emperor Jun, Du clenched his fist, suppressing the urge to preemptively seize the opportunity from Emperor Jun, following A.O. Xing's finger to look. Right here, A.O. Xing circled the location on the map, identifying their target. The heavens are round, and the earth is square, with the great Tao's barrier enveloping the skies above. Yet the barrier here lay shattered, and boundless chaotic energy surged forth from the chaos sea. As A.O. Xing spoke, he frowned. The chaotic energy had triggered a volcanic eruption in this area, and that volcano had consequently begun spewing forth chaotic energy. Within a mere decade, it had devoured the spiritual essence of the West. Now, the chaotic energy was trending towards the South Sea. This is preposterous, A.O. Wu exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table. The West has gone mad. The chaotic energy has erupted for 10 years, and they have concealed this calamity thoroughly, even instructing Western Qi practitioners to plunder resources from the 3 realms. Do they wish to drag us down with them? A.O. Xing smiled upon hearing this. Father once said that second brother possesses the ability to mend the heavens. This time, I must rely on you greatly. We are all beings of the primordial realm, and we shall give our utmost effort. Chen grinned. Does this count as stealing Nüwa's thunder? However, the task of mending the heavens requires the cooperation of the 3 talents. At the outset, when Luo Ho punctured the heavens, he forcibly severed the net of the chaotic sea beasts, thus granting the great Tao a chance to repair itself. Subsequently, he forcibly opened a path, nearly taking Luo Ho's life in exchange, rescuing the primordial realm from the brink of destruction. Though perilous, Chen had merely played a role in forcefully activating the great Tao. The majority of the effects stemmed from the Tao itself. Yet now, the great Tao's barrier was exceedingly fragile, easily breached by a mere stroke from the ancient ancestor of the Ming River, creating a gaping hole. It was feared that the great Tao had already lost its capacity to repair the barrier. Chen thoughts raced, and before he could convey his conjectures to A.O. Xing, he heard A.O. Xing lightly tap the table, his pale pink peach blossom eyes surveying the surroundings. In this dire situation, the fault lay squarely with the dragon clan. Had it not been for the ancestral dragon collaborating with Luo Ho, stripping the great Tao's barrier down to a mere thread of skin, we, as the beloved offspring of the ancestral dragon, must bear the sins committed by our father. Ao Wu understood. He straightened his chest and nudged the dazed Shandu beside him. You agree, don't you? Second brother, indeed. The three of them prepared to set off, with Ao Xing arranging a lavish flying cloud boat. With a grand gesture, over 500 great Luo sea maidens boarded the vessel in an orderly fashion. Chengdu felt a series of powerful auras brush past him, rendered speechless in silence. Why Brothers Foundation is lacking, with only these 500 warriors in attendance. I hope my two brothers will not find it lacking. Ao Xing sighed with genuine regret. You must understand, back in the dragon nest, a mere snap of my fingers could summon thousands of valiant heroes. Ao Xing shook his head slightly, being the last to board the cloud boat. Unlike Chengdu's small cloud, this cloud boat was a genuine flying apparatus of the primordial realm, devoid of any advanced technology, entirely reliant on spiritual power for control. Though primitive, it was operated directly by the great Luo, allowing for a speed 100 times faster than the small cloud, reaching the marked volcano in just 3 days. The world was engulfed in crimson. Billowing black smoke erupted from the mountain's peak, and the boundless flames quickly cooled, transforming into scorching magma that cracked the earth for tens of thousands of miles. This place was truly terrifying. Ao Wu cautiously peered outside, but before he could discern the surrounding environment, he was yanked back by Ao Xing, who waved his hand to establish a series of barriers. Sizzle! The black smoke was, in fact, chaotic energy. In an instant, the barrier set by the quasi-saint was corroded, leaving a significant hole. Retreat quickly. Chapter 81. Chaotic Contamination. Slap? Ao Wu reacted a moment too late, the chaotic energy swirling before his face, nearly burrowing into his brain through his nostrils. Chaos iron threadworms had invaded the primordial realm. Just as Ao Wu was on the verge of being consumed by chaos, Chengdu swiftly moved, executing a lock on his throat, one arm encircling Ao Wu's neck while the other pressed against his face. Come here! Chengdu, in a hostage-like manner, quickly dragged Ao Wu back 100 meters. Ao Xing reacted even more swiftly, conjuring water patterns from the air, wrapping the chaotic energy entirely. Thank you, brothers. Ao Wu, still dazed, was met with a lock on his throat and then received a resounding slap. When his vision cleared, he discovered himself dragged to the edge of the cloud boat, where a fist-sized mass of chaotic energy struggled before him. A chill ran down Ao Wu's back, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to his brothers. Yet visibly, the lower half of Ao Wu's face began to swell and redden. Chengdu awkwardly withdrew his small hand, looking up to meet Ao Xing's approving gaze. Second brother, you are clever. Though these two moves are but a fraction of the clan maiden's prowess, their precision already exhibits a semblance of spirit. Chengdu raised his hand to gesture downward, indicating it was merely instinctive reaction. Its basic skill, do not commend it. Ao Xing chuckled, turning his attention back, his expression turning solemn. The defensive formation outside the cloud boat had already been corroded by the chaotic energy, leaving a significant breach after just one encounter. This formation was activated by the 500 great Luo sea maidens, whose Tao realm did not match Ao Xing's. They were powerless to mend the damaged formation. On the second level of the ship, the 500 great Luo sea maidens sat cross-legged, channeling their spiritual energy into the cloud boat's defensive formation. But the chaotic energy was incredibly domineering. And in a mere moment, the faces of the enchanting sea maidens turned pale. A flicker of pain crossed Ao Xing's eyes. You all should rest. Let this prince operate the formation. Water patterns enveloped the cloud boat, significantly alleviating the pressure on the 500 great Luo sea maidens, who instantly appeared relieved. However, each sea maiden wore a resolute expression, unwilling to be the first to cease their efforts, allowing Ao Xing to bear the burden alone. Buffed, a great Luo golden immortal in her early stage, unable to keep up with the strain, coughed up a mouthful of blood like petals falling beautiful, yet sorrowful. Stop at once. I will be saddened if each of you is injured." "Understood." Ao Xing's eyes turned red, and the sea maiden's eyes brimmed with tears. It was a scene of heart-wrenching anguish and separation. What the hell? What is happening? Chundu weakly collapsed onto the deck. This dog food is toxic. Beside him, Ao Wu's expression mirrored Chundu's, spiraling and twisting as he slid next to Ao Xing, elder brother. "Move back a bit. Let me take over." Chundu steadied himself against the boat's edge, raising his hand to release the pagoda formation. "Even if I have to cheat, I absolutely cannot allow this cloud boat to become the chaotic version of the Titanic in the primordial realm." The Bauta suddenly emerged from Chundu's dantian, enveloping the cloud vessel in an instant and effectively isolating the boundless chaos beyond it. With the assistance of this primordial grand formation, the pressure on the 501 idle drama protagonists was alleviated by more than half. In that fleeting moment, over 500 gazes converge upon Chundu. Countless bullet comments flooded in, praising him with 666. To their astonishment, Chundu, despite being two major realms lower, truly had the ability to turn the tide. Ao Xing's heart swelled with joy as he hurriedly escorted the 500 cherished ones back to safety, subsequently immersing his own path entirely within the cloud vessel. The predicament in the West had become an insurmountable dilemma. Even if a few quasi-saints were to arrive, they would only meet a fate of being devoured by chaos. For now, retreating to safety was the only viable option. To regroup and strategize, he lamented his own impulsiveness, realizing he should have gathered more information before recklessly entering this perilous place. Casting a glance back at Chundu, who was strenuously sustaining the formation, a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. He resolved that, even if he had to transform his dragon scales into a formation, he would ensure the safety of his 500 cherished ones and his two younger brothers. Unbeknownst to him, dark hues were already creeping into Ao Xing's gaze. Meanwhile, the chaotic energy that had been ensnared by Ao Xing and nearly attacked Ao Wu had vanished without a trace. With Ao Xing at the helm, the speed of the cloud vessel surged threefold. If they could endure just a moment longer, they would escape this terrifying abyss of devouring chaos. Ao Wu's fingers danced like the wind, propelling the cloud vessel with all his might, while Chundu maximized the power of the Bauta formation to counter the chaotic energy. "Second brother, hold on just a little longer. The cloud vessel will be free of this chaos soon." Ao Xing was frantic, pouring all his energy into maneuvering the vessel. Chundu nodded emphatically. A man must endure for a quarter of an hour. Diminished vitality often follows excessive exertion. This Bauta formation was akin to a primordial version of a high-consumption vehicle. In less than a tea's worth of time, Chundu's complexion had turned as pale as gold leaf. The brilliance of the Bauta formation faltered, and the chaotic energy seized the opportunity to surge back, encircling the cloud vessel completely. Ao Xing, who was exerting all his effort to control the vessel, wore a grim expression. He immediately relinquished the vessel and summoned his life-bound artifact. The bamboo fan bones emitted a resounding golden sound as sharp curved blades unsheathed, and the rhythmic flow of water veiled the heavens. Ao Xing spun gracefully, waving the fan to unleash an endless expanse of water. The seemingly languid waves lifted the chaotic energy, clearing a path of isolation around the cloud vessel for 100 miles. Yet, the chaotic energy remained relentless, coalescing into a dark mist that resembled a colossal maw, devouring the surrounding waves. The azure waters gradually became tainted with dark hues, under the disordered influence of chaos. Ao Xing's spiritual energy began to surge, and the white-clad prince's eyes gradually filled with crimson veins. Contamination. The chaotic energy possessed the ability to corrupt. A shudder ran through Chundu's heart. If the quasi-saint Ao Xing were to succumb to madness, they would be doomed to reincarnation without even a chance to retaliate. "Elder brother, stop!" Chundu's mind raced, and he decisively retrieved a ring, extracting 100 physical enhancements, before connecting the Bauta formation to the external power system. Xiaoyun, boxes upon boxes of premium spirit stones were embedded in Xiaoyun's control panel, and over 100 mechanical female voices chimed in unison. Plugins recognized, high consumption mode activated. Please pay attention to spiritual energy. Please pay attention to spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, the great scientist Chen had embarked on an irreversible journey of localizing black technology from Blue Star, with a full force output of over 100 Xiaoyuns. The Bauta formation shone brilliantly, enveloping the cloud vessel securely. The chaos was temporarily held at bay beyond the cloud vessel, but Chen had no time to relax and immediately approached Ao Xing. In a fleeting moment, Ao Xing had become bloodthirsty. The chaotic energy had infiltrated his dantian through the water's rhythm. Ao Xing's eyes were blood-red, and the once minuscule chaotic energy was swelling, threatening to usurp Ao Xing's corporeal form. Second brother, run. Ao Xing's expression twisted in rage as his life-bound artifact, the golden bone fan, transformed into a radiant azure stream, surging into Ao Xing's dantian. The pressure from the quasi-saint enveloped the entire cloud vessel in a faint hue of water, with tendrils of chaotic energy swirling within. Chen was taken aback. Steady. As the temporal rhythm flowed, he expanded his consciousness to cover the entire cloud vessel, but that ball of chaotic energy had inexplicably vanished from the vessel. Devouring sea beasts could consume dragonkind, gaining sentience. Yet the essence of sea beasts was chaos. Chendu's thoughts raced, and he suddenly grasped the key. Fall back quickly. As time sped by, he seized Ao Wu and hurled him into a corner of the cloud vessel. Before Ao Wu could comprehend, the stabilizing pearl emitted a blinding light, surrounding Ao Wu in an impenetrable barrier. We cannot allow Ao Wu to be contaminated. In an instant, Chendu devised a countermeasure. Calm, he intoned softly as the temporal grand path once again enveloped the cloud vessel. The dark waterways momentarily halted, and seizing the opportunity, Chendu retrieved a dimensional pocket, enveloping Ao Xing within. This was a treasure extracted from the laws of the Grand Path. Akin to a primordial artifact, yet Chendu's understanding of the Tao was far inferior to Ao Xing's. In a mere moment, the rampaging Ao Xing broke free. Exploding clothes, his ethereal white garments tore apart instantly. At that moment, the seemingly delicate nobleman, Ao Xing, revealed a muscular physique. Truly, he was one who appeared slender in attire, yet robust beneath. Wait! The water waves surged forward, the humid air began to twist and compress, threatening to crush Chendu on the spot. Steady! Chendu commanded sternly, as 24 stabilizing pearls radiated intensely. Thank heaven! Ao Xing practiced the most orthodox water grand path, perfectly countered by the stabilizing pearls. In an instant, all 24 stabilizing pearls soared into the air, but Ao Xing's movements momentarily faltered. Seizing this chance, Chendu raised his hand and retrieved a spirit fruit as tall as himself. Opening his mouth to absorb all the spiritual energy, the unrefined spiritual energy circled Chendu's dantian before being completely infused into the temporal grand path. The ethereal Tao fruit began to operate rapidly. As Chendu suppressed the metallic taste in his mouth, with a roar, his garments shattered. Exploding clothes! I can do that too. A drop of essence blood slowly drifted from his 8 abdominal muscles, tinting the pale, gray temporal grand path with a golden red hue. Gather for me! Chendu roared again, as the dimensional pocket opened wide, akin to a whale swallowing, stripping the chaotic energy from Ao Xing's body and capturing it within. Risking the loss of a drop of essence blood, Chendu managed to separate the chaotic energy from Ao Xing in an instant. The ominous dark ripples vanished in a flash. The crisis was averted. Chendu could no longer hold on, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Diminished vitality often follows excessive exertion. He struggled to lift his head and discovered Ao Xing, with his 8 abdominal muscles, also unconscious on the deck. It seemed that Ao Xing's chest muscles were larger. Thinking this, Chendu forced himself to move his doll-like body, his hands brushing against a piece of cloth. After covering himself with it, he fell into a deep slumber. Without spiritual support, the stabilizing pearl sank into Chendu's dantian. Ao Wu, still shaken, faced the reality that both of his elder brothers had fallen unconscious. It was now his turn, the 48th little prince. To take charge, activate the emergency autopilot system. Another 1,000 Xiao Yuns surrounded the cloud vessel, ensuring no escape for the chaos. Ao Wu mimicked Chen Du's actions, connecting the propulsion system to the Bauta formation. And finally, with the relentless encroachment of chaos, they escaped the western lands. By the time Chen Du awoke, they had returned to the southwestern border. He sprang up, realizing he had been dressed in a new set of robes, adorned with subtle dark patterns, understated yet luxurious, unmistakably reflecting dragonkind aesthetics. Oh no, I've been turned into a fine dog. A chill ran through Chen Du, and he instantly felt embarrassed to face others. Second brother. You're awake, sensing a familiar presence in the room. Ao Wu entered, his dragon eyes shimmering with moisture. Second brother, you've lost so much blood. Chen Du's gaze sharpened, instantly sensing that something was amiss, but before he could ponder further, a figure strode into the room, grasping Chen Du's hand. Second brother, I owe you an apology. Ao Xing's enchanting eyes brimmed with emotion, his dragon claws clasping Chen Du's hands, tears glistening in his dragon eyes. Rest assured, we will. Ao Xing's gaze suddenly sharpened. This familiar line had been repeated too many times, forming a conditioned reflex. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. The three of them held hands, momentarily unsure of their positions. How long was I unconscious? Chen Du cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Ao Wu scratched his head. Second brother, you were unconscious for a whole month. Big brother and I made pig's trotter soup for you every day. Go to hell. Chen Du's expression twisted in fury. No wonder he felt the atmosphere was off. He realized that this foolish little dragon prince had caused chaos throughout the entire building. Second brother. In order to save the elder brother, I had to draw forth essence blood, injuring my own foundation. Ao Xing immediately interrupted. He sensed that if this continued, the second brother would surely devour the third brother alive. Taking a deep breath, he observed Chen Du's complexion slightly improve before continuing. This was my fault. I hope second brother can forgive my rashness. It's nothing. Chen Du shook his head, the atmosphere finally returning to normal. Ao Wu stepped forward, eager to take charge. My dear brother, the sea maidens have completed the task at hand, and the pig trotter soup is boiling. With a swift motion, Chen Du raised his hand, conjuring a fierce gust of wind that sent the two dragon princes flying. Let us hasten through this chapter, lest we fail to pass the review. Chen Du's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling ensnared in an inextricable cycle. After 3 days of meditative tranquility, he managed to calm his tumultuous heart that a Qi practitioner, with merely a handful of essence blood remaining. This is the foundation of a Qi practitioner. Losing even a drop causes the Dao fruit within Chen Du to dim slightly. However, once he breaks through his current realm, his Dao body will return to its peak state, rendering this a loss that is not insurmountable. Time is of the essence. Once Chen Du steadied his mind, he stepped out of the cloud ship. The sprawling volcanoes, with their unyielding vigor, have become an unstoppable force. Even from the distant southwest, one can see the boundless black mist hovering at the horizon. If left unchecked within a millennium, this surging chaos will spread from the west, consuming the entirety of the primordial land. Chen Du soared to the mast, gazing into the distance, taking in the vast black smoke. The spread of chaos is beyond our intervention. Ao Xing furrowed his brow and flew to Chen Du's side, that a sense of alarm struck Chen Du. If even Ao Xing, who stands atop the pinnacle of primordial combat prowess, claims helplessness, who among the mighty can resolve such calamity? Must we rely on extraordinary measures? Yet, even extraordinary measures must adhere to fundamental laws. He is but a mere cannon fodder, tight, golden immortal at present. Chapter 83. The Immortal Volcano. Chen Du's thoughts raced, searching for a solution within his mind. Suddenly, a jolt resonated in his consciousness. He closed his eyes, and in a fleeting moment, a silhouette of a soaring figure appeared in his mind. Yinner? No, it is the Phoenix clan, a descendant of Pangu. It seems that the chaotic energy holds a peculiar affinity for the dragon clan. Chen Du raised his gaze once more towards the endless volcanoes. The immortal volcano, the destined demise of the primordial phoenix. Various factors converged, and Chen Du began to vaguely sense the unfolding of events that it appears that this is the tribulation of the Phoenix clan. He leapt from the deck and turned to Ao Xing, saying, "Brother is right. This peril is beyond our capacity to avert." Ao Xing's expression reflected a deep sense of defeat, a distinguished mixed origin, the Luo, golden immortal. He should stride confidently wherever he goes. Yet here he finds himself forced into a millennium of silence in the South Sea, finally seizing an opportunity to emerge, only to be thwarted by a volcano. If he cannot resolve the volcano's dilemma, how many in the primordial realm could possibly turn the tide? The primordial land is in grave danger. Observing Ao Xing's frustration, Chen offered a gentle smile. The heavens do not render one hopeless. There is a path for the dragons. I have several plans in mind, and I hope my elder brother will impart his wisdom. Ao Xing's eyes brightened. Not long after, the three brothers took their positions. For reasons unknown, Chen moved the discussion from the palace to the deck. The scorching winds rendered the two sea dragons somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, Chen found a profound sense of security in this environment. Elder brother, third brother. Chen raised his teacup with both hands, his expression serious. Under Chen influence, the two dragon brothers could not help but adopt solemn expressions. The West, greedy and shameless, concealed the danger of the volcano, posing a calamity for our primordial land. This act is worthy of death 1,000 times over. However, Chen clasped his hands behind his back and gazed eastward. Yet His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, with profound foresight, does not disdain our humble stature, entrusting such perilous matters to us, which is indeed a tremendous show of trust. As the words passed his lips, Ao Xing and Ao Wu felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. Chen wiped his face, solidifying his expression into one of solemnity. The calamity of the primordial land rests upon our shoulders. Should we falter, we would not only betray the trust of His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, but also place all beings of the primordial realm in an irretrievable plight. Chen wiped his face again. But what have we done to deserve this? What has the primordial land done? The West has concealed this for a decade. Moreover, they undermine us, filling their own coffers at our expense. A shameless affront to all beings of our three lands. As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Ao Xing's eyes. Indeed, this overwhelming turmoil has been instigated by the West, and it has even implicated the primordial land. Even if he feels powerless, he should not harbor guilt for this. Upon witnessing this, Chen smiled. He raised his hand and struck the table, declaring, "We have suffered greatly, yet we cannot remain passive. This is our three lands' plight, and it is also the West's shamelessness." Chen licked his cracked lips, downed the remaining tea, and concluded with determination, whether to uncover the cause of the Tao barrier's rupture or to make the West pay the price. We must locate the Qi practitioners of the West and ensure they do not hide behind the chaos, only to emerge and claim credit after we resolve the turmoil. Upon hearing this, Ao Xing and Ao Wu stood in solemnity. The second brother speaks wisely. It is indeed my oversight, for I had overlooked the West. Ao Xing clasped his hands behind his back, casting a sardonic smile toward the West. Chen smiled as well. The dragonkin he knows are not many. Yet, be it the Na'vi Ao Wu or the cunning Ao Xing, they all share an extraordinary sense of responsibility. The Qilin tend to their own affairs, while the Phoenix clan seeks to evade calamity. Only the Dragon clan perceives the tribulations of the primordial land as their own, willing to face death unflinchingly. Perhaps this is why the Dragon clan can seize a sliver of hope amidst great calamities. After reflecting on this, Chen felt a cold sneer within. The nobility of the Dragon clan is commendable, but they're not obligated to clean up after others. This great calamity is most likely the result of the actions of Zhunti and Jane. After creating chaos, they shrink away like turtles, expecting the Dragon and Phoenix clans to clean up their mess. How naive. Beside him, Ao Xing's gaze flickered with a glint of cold light. I hope the second brother can offer some guidance. How shall we ensure that the Qi practitioners of the West pay the price? Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "Does the elder brother recall? At the beginning, that wisp of chaotic energy directly targeted you and the third brother." Ao Xing furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, he nodded that he had not noticed that the chaotic energy had initially aimed straight for Ao Wu. and amidst the flurry of activity aboard the cloud ship, it had stealthily invaded him. Thus, I surmise, the Dragon Clan may not approach the chaotic energy. Xing listened, yet his brow remained furrowed. But the chaotic energy embodies the path of disorder. How could it solely target our Dragon Clan? That seems quite absurd. Not absurd. What if this is the Tao's design, intentionally laid out to compel the primordial phoenix to plunge into the volcano? Chen Du fell silent. The ancestral dragon has already harbored intentions of martyrdom. This course of action, pushing Ao Wu and Ao Xing to intervene in the West, likely aims to secure a chance for the Dragon Clan to survive through sacrifice, martyrdom to fill the volcano, to mend the Tao barrier, and to earn merits for the Dragon Clan to evade catastrophe is an endeavor that guarantees profit for the ancestral dragon. Should this come to pass, the Dragon Clan's chance of survival amidst the calamity would rise significantly. This is also a rule of the Tao itself. Thus, to counteract its underlying logic, the Tao deliberately set forth such calamities to induce the primordial phoenix's martyrdom. If my conjecture holds true, the Qian clan, like the Dragon Clan, may also find themselves unable to approach this volcano. Perhaps it is the same for you, descendants of Pangu. Crack. Thunder rumbled from the heavens. An endless storm cloud loomed, with boundless thunderbolts poised to strike. Should Chen Du dare to utter the truth, even if he is the sole being capable of purifying chaos, the Tao would slay him on the spot. Witnessing this, Chen Du decisively sealed his lips. Ao Xing cast a glance at Chen Du, his expression inscrutable point 3 days later. The storm clouds dissipated. Ao Xing moved his somewhat numb legs, observing the stunned Ao Wu and the statue-like Chen Du. It seems the second brother's words may indeed pertain to the secrets of the Tao. If that is the case, then it is best not to inquire further. He patted Chen Du's shoulder, saying, "Since our Dragon Clan cannot approach the volcano, what course of action do you propose, dear second brother?" Chen Du regained his composure, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps we should enlist the aid of 500 graceful sea maidens under your command to capture the Qi practitioners of the West." Chen Du's mind raced, his mouth brimming with audacious ideas. Simultaneously, he proposed making this matter public, urging all regions, aside from the West, to prepare against the chaos. Chen Du spoke with conviction, yet upon hearing this, Ao Xing grasped the underlying significance. This would directly tear apart the facade of the West, nailing them to the pillar of shame for the calamity they have wrought upon the primordial land. The second brother's words ring true. I shall attend to this matter at once. After Chen Du finished speaking, he looked up at the sky. Chapter 84. Such publicity, it appears that the Tao does not care for the face of the West. This is hardly surprising. After all, the West has stirred up a tremendous mess, and the Tao has arranged for the entire Phoenix clan to sacrifice themselves to extinguish the flames of their recklessness. Are we not allowed to voice a few complaints? Elder brother, may I offer a word of advice? Chen Du pulled Ao Wu along, and the three returned to the cloud ship in the subsequent 2 hours. Ao Wu fully leveraged his past life skills in planning, writing, and operations, determined to transform this calamity into the next epic's sensational headline. The great Tao has personally intervened in a deceitful manner, already sentencing Yuan Feng and a significant portion of the Feng clan to death. Chen Du harbors discontent, yet feels powerless to resist. He can only leverage this situation to exert pressure on the great Tao. Wishing to safeguard Zhunti and Jiejing, no problem. However, they must be trampled underfoot. Who among us is not destined to become a future sage? Chen Du took up his brush, composing an eloquent manifesto. The arrows of his words sharply targeted the adept of the West. The Western practitioners have breached the Earth's veins, shattering the barriers of the great Tao, causing the immortal volcano to erupt. Within a millennium, it will surely affect the vast wilderness. Chen Du blew gently on the ink marks of the bamboo slip, hanging the brush on its stand. Why did the second brother not specify that it was the fault of Zhunti and Jiejing? Ao Xing cast a glance and raised a question. Chen Du smirked mischievously. Brother, your words are mistaken. Observing Ao Xing's astonished expression, Chen Du shook his head. He then took Ao Xing aside and elaborated on the fundamental techniques of rumor-mongering and counter-rumor-mongering. Ao Xing nodded thoughtfully. Although there were a few fabricated segments in the article, the overwhelming majority were grounded in truth. Chen sketched and filled in a few words on the manuscript. He sought not for literary brilliance, but rather for fluency of expression, so that all beings in the wilderness could comprehend the gravity of the situation. If this article were to spread widely enough, powerful beings would surely come to the West. The denizens of the wilderness have the obligation to be aware of this impending disaster, as well as to know who has brought forth this unwarranted calamity upon them. Our solitary voice is bound to be unconvincing. However, if they witness it with their own eyes, how could Zhunti and Jiejing possibly distort the truth? Chen chuckled coldly, resolute in his intention to firmly etch the disgrace of those shameless two into the annals of the wilderness. After completing the article, Chen entrusted A.O. Xing with its refinement. As A.O. Xing wielded his brush with vigor, Chen secluded himself within the small cloud. The challenge now lay in how to disseminate this news. A most daunting task. The wilderness is boundless, and notifying all practitioners is an impossible endeavor. Chen examined the map, selecting several thousand influential tribes based on its markings. Among them, the Juli tribe caught his attention. If he was not mistaken, this should be the territory of the Witch clan. However, the Witch clan has yet to make a name for itself in the wilderness. It is merely a small, ordinary tribe among the myriad of beings. As for the bloodline of Pangu, in a time when powerful beings abound, it counts for little. The He-Tu and Luo Shu have emerged, and for the first time, the Witch clan has made its appearance on the stage. It seems the downfall of the three clans is not far off. It is decided. It shall be you, little cloud. Chen cast aside his thoughts, laid down his welding gun, and placed the final crafted little cloud into the ring. It appears the assembly line must be expedited, heralding an industrial revolution for the wilderness. He spent an entire month welding 1,000 little clouds. Chen emerged from the cockpit of little cloud, clutching his waist, feeling that even achieving the status of Tai Golden Immortal could not alleviate the strain on his protruding disc. The dissemination tools were ready. Lacking only the final step, Chen stretched languidly and stepped onto the deck of the cloud boat to catch some fresh air. They remained here solely because A.O. Xing wished to supervise the local conditions. The devoted A.O. Xing, the malevolent glint in his eyes had begun to dim. Upon seeing Chen emerge, A.O. Xing pointed to the west and expressed his concern. Are we truly to allow this to transpire unchecked? The chaos shall surely invade the South Sea within a century. Chen waved the bamboo slip in his hand. Brother, do not be anxious. The Dragon Clan cannot approach the volcano once this news spreads. Powerful beings will undoubtedly arrive to alleviate the troubles of the West. At this point, he chuckled darkly. What concern is it of ours, brother? Worrying too much may lead to baldness. A.O. Xing's expression turned serious as he raised his hand to touch his hairline. The second brother is right. Even if he fretted himself to pieces here, it would not mitigate the peril of the volcano. If that is the case, why not save his own hairline? As A.O. Xing pondered this, his gaze became somewhat dazed. Unconsciously, he pulled out a piece of Millennium Old He-Shou Wu from the ring. Noticing that A.O. Xing had awakened, Chen stretched lazily and returned to the cockpit of Little Cloud. To his surprise, A.O. Wu had already dashed into the cockpit. Second brother, A.O. Wu glanced around at the little clouds, then outside at A.O. Xing, who was surrounded by the sea maidens, his expression quite complex. Second brother, I do not understand. A.O. Wu scratched his head, seemingly unsure of how to begin. The Nüwa 48th prince sensed the peculiarity of the situation. Could A.O. Xing truly be oblivious? He simply chose not to inquire. As A.O. Wu looked around, he was about to voice his question. Do not ask. The waters here are too deep. You cannot grasp it, but there is no water here, and I am a dragon. Those who drown are all capable swimmers. Adhering to the principle that the second brother is always right, A.O. Wu, still bewildered, was ushered out of Little Cloud. That moment, A.O. Xing was holding a small medicinal pot, boiling He-Shou Wu with bubbling sounds. Noticing A.O. Wu hesitating nearby, he revealed a smile that could be described as gentle. Come here, I am not a dog. A.O. Wu retorted angrily, yet he obediently approached A.O. Xing's side. Are you wondering about your second brother? Ao Xing transformed into his original form, using his two dragon claws to ruffle Ao Wu's hair. This was a gesture of affection among the dragon clan. And upon seeing this, Ao Wu also shifted into his dragon form, casually producing a pearl and placing it on the tips of the two claws. We have lingered here for so long without returning to the Dragon Palace or seeking a solution. Are you growing impatient? Ao Xing lifted the large pearl, tossing it playfully between his claws. Indeed, Ao Wu scratched his dragon mane, his eyes reflecting a naive clarity. Earlier, the elder brother and second brother had asserted their utmost efforts to save the wilderness. Why, as the conversation progressed, did he suddenly find it incomprehensible what his brothers were doing? I ask you, if the great Tao's barrier shatters and chaos invades the wilderness, will we not stop it, allowing chaos to consume the wilderness? Of course not. Ao Wu seemed to grasp something, yet also appeared confused. If that is the case, why should we fret? If the heavens were to collapse, it would not fall upon our dragon clan to bear it. Ao Xing lowered his head, tracing lines of cracks in the pearl. Father wishes to support it, yet the great Tao grants no opportunity. Chapter 85 roars so loudly. Ao Xing, this dragon, is shrewd as a demon. Chen Du's half-sentence, interrupted by the thunderous calamity, soon led Ao Xing to deduce the truth. The father had once said that tribulations are also fortunes. If this calamity could be transformed into a fortuitous opportunity for their dragon clan survival, then even the ancestral dragon, regardless of whether he or the seemingly foolish Ao Wu were involved, would willingly sacrifice everything, even their lives. Yet the great Tao would not permit it. The dragon clan had already seized a glimmer of life from Luo Ho prior to this. The ancestral dragon harbored the intention to martyr himself for the survival of the dragon clan. However, the great Tao unreasonably closed this avenue. Ao Xing understood that this fortune, this calamity was undoubtedly intended for the Qilin or Feng clans. In due time, the life of the clan leader would be exchanged for the survival of the clan. The surviving kin would then be obliged to express gratitude to the great Tao, acknowledging its mercy. Utterly meaningless that a glimmer of cold light flickered in Ao Xing's dragon eyes. He lifted his gaze to the turbulent calamity clouds on the horizon. It seems he was correct in his assumptions. He intertwined his claws, scattering the pearl powder in his grasp. Third brother, in the next few days, return to the Dragon Palace and bring Xiangfei and Husho with you. Ao Xing resolved to take a bold step, to see whether the clan that would owe gratitude to the great Tao would be the Feng or the Qilin. Why summon them? It is best not to pry into matters of society. Ao Wu complied, retrieving a new model of little cloud from Chen. He sped off towards the South Sea Point 10,000 miles away. Ao Yun was seated across from the ancestral dragon, sipping tea. The fortunes of the wilderness remained unclear, particularly in the west. Yun touched the turtle shell, astonished to the point of near silence. The ancestral dragon lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing at the turtle shell. What is it? I do not understand. Speaking calmly, the ancestral dragon set down his teacup with a crack. Ao Yun was startled, his dragon claw rubbing the shell while he applied a sudden force, crushing it to pieces. Go outside and kill one. The ancestral dragon nodded after some calculation. Today, it is the turn of the turtle prime minister. It cannot be done. Ao Yun shook his dragon claw, smiling bitterly. This is a warning from heaven to the sun. Upon hearing this, Zulong's gaze deepened. His elder brother and the 48th younger brother had already done all that they could in this calamity. There remained no room for us to intervene. And no room for intervention. Zulong's eyelids fluttered slightly as he toyed with a diminutive teacup in his massive dragon claws. Since this matter does not involve my dragon clan, it seems this disaster may well befall the Phoenix clan. Crack, an immeasurable thunderclap. Ao Yun was startled into a shiver. The secrets of heaven unveiled. The Tao warns. Upon witnessing this, Zulong immediately transformed, soaring into the 9 celestial realms. Boundless thunder, tribulations brewed as two slender wisps of cloud gently brushed against each other, from which a thunderbolt, as thick as a water jar, erupted into the sky. Crack! Zulong raised his head, releasing a low, Resonant dragon roar, as his colossal claws grasped the calamity clouds and rent them asunder. How dare they? Not even allowing one to seek their own demise. The sky was clear and bright. Zulong smirked, flicking his tail as he flew directly into the Dragon Emperor's palace. Perhaps even the Tao, feeling humbled, refrained from uttering a sound after being thoroughly chastised by Zulong, not daring to release even a muffled thunder. "Father, you are truly formidable." Hongjun blinked, momentarily forgetting to address his father. Zulong once again lifted the small teacup, tilting it from side to side. It is merely the fearless who need not concern themselves with the cautious. He had already secured a glimmer of hope for the Dragon Clan. Whether they live or die, it matters not. As long as the Tao does not compel him to martyr himself, he shall not venture west. Why shout so loudly? Utterly unreasonable. 3 months later, the doors of the Shaoyan laboratory burst open with a resounding crash, as Chundu emerged, bent over and holding a loudspeaker. Within 3 days, the assembly line must be set up. Chundu tossed the loudspeaker to Ao Xing, while Ao Wu promptly approached to massage Chundu's back. If this were a lady, Chundu momentarily felt a stir of emotions, only to turn and see the muscular sea maiden guarding nearby. "Do you wish for this humble servant to massage you, esteemed senior? I have served your highness for millennia. My skills are readily apparent." Perceiving Chundu's gaze, the slender sea maiden gently inquired. Chundu, trembling, turned his head to glance at Ao Xing. Ao Xing nodded at him, mimicking Chundu's earlier gesture and giving a thumbs up, a strong endorsement from someone at the mid-stage of quasi-saint. "Perhaps it is for the best. I am still young, not yet a mere 10,000 years. What child has a waist?" Chundu chuckled awkwardly, immediately performing several stretching exercises to prove his vitality. The rejected sea maiden was quite disappointed. Thus, Ao Xing decisively set aside the loudspeaker and went to comfort the injured sea maiden. Fortunately, Ao Wu was discerning. He waved the loudspeaker and even attempted to wear it on his head. Retracting his earlier statement, Chundu snatched the loudspeaker from Ao Wu, pressing it to his lips. "Collecting old phones. Collecting scrap? Stop." Chundu fumbled as he pressed the switch, revealing a rather awkward smile to the startled crowd, who were taken aback by the deafening sales pitch. "What is this?" Ao Xing released the sea maiden, curiously examining the loudspeaker. After hearing Chundu explain its usage, Ao Xing's eyes brightened. What a fine item. Perfect for the current promotional efforts. Chundu produced a prepared piece of ornate prose for Ao Xing to recite. After recording it, he affixed it to the Shaoyan. Following the map, Chundu set an automatic cruising route for each Shaoyan. With the press of a button, thousands of Shaoyan carrying countless loudspeakers would activate wireless repeat mode. For merely 10 top-tier spirit stones, it could play in a loop for over a century. Having spoken, Chundu unleashed the Shaoyan army, attaching the loudspeakers one by one, following the predetermined route. Upon receiving the command, the automatic cruising system commenced, targeting Dongli Island, Baiwan Island, and Fengchao Point. 10,000 Shaoyan flitted into the sky, chattering as they flew in the direction designated by Chundu. Ao Xing's ears perked up as he carefully discerned the various positions set by Chundu. 2,000 Shaoyan flew toward Fengchao, while 100 headed to the extreme north. Home of the Qilin it appears, Ao Xing thought, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. There is no need for further testing. What does Master truly intend to achieve? He shoo-shoo scratched his head, whispering to Xiang Fei beside him. They had been stationed at the Dragon Palace for nearly half a year, and upon joining the main storyline, they were met with such a tumultuous scene. "I know not, but," Xiang Fei murmured, leaping off the deck. The closer she approached the west, the more she could feel an endless allure. It was as if the west was the safest, warmest place for her. This sensation of comfort was akin to being within an egg before it hatches. Xiang Fei's gaze became dazed, as though she had received some sort of guidance, instinctively transforming into her pink dragon form. The delicate pink dragon flicked its long tail and soared vigorously toward the west. Danger! Ao Xing was the first to notice Xiang Fei's abnormality, but before he could pursue, several sea maidens morphed into scallop forms, opening their large mouths in pursuit. Chapter 86. Thanks to the beautiful ladies. Spare the dragon. Chen Du gasped in shock. He had witnessed the biting power of this group of scallops. Should they clamp down, Xiang Fei might very well become Xiang Fei. Rar. Fear not. They know their limits. Xing held his folding fan before Chen Du, gazing at the massive scallops rushing through the air with deep affection. Very well. Chen Du wisely held his tongue. Before long, the scallops returned to the cloud ship, carrying Xiang Fei within their enormous shells, which he continued to struggle against. Xing's expression darkened slightly, signaling for the sea maidens to release Xiang Fei. With a gentle flick of the fan, the struggling pink dragon fell into a stupor upon the deck. Chen Du immediately soared up, discreetly inspecting Xiang Fei's dragon form. Fortunately, she had only lost a few phoenix feathers. It was nothing to be overly concerned about. Thank you, esteemed ladies, that it is an honor to alleviate the prince's burdens. The sea maidens and Xing exchanged tearful glances, their eyes filled with profound emotion. Hold on, the matter at hand is urgent. Chen Du could no longer endure, mustering the courage to interrupt the melodramatic idle drama. Xing, after all, was a formidable being of the Primordial Era, even when compelled to switch scenes back to the solemn drama of the primordial mystery. His expression remained unchanged, even adding an improvised transition. You shall venture to the western continent and capture some western Qi practitioners. Do not approach the 10,000-mile volcano. Should you feel unwell, return promptly. Xing spoke earnestly, in his prince's eyes. Your safety is of utmost importance, do you understand? Over 400 sea maidens flew westward, leaving only a few dozen to accompany Chen Du on the Grand Cloud ship. Chen Du exhaled a breath of relief, feeling as though his spirit had been purified. After tenderly watching the sea maidens depart the cloud ship, Xing's expression suddenly shifted. The background music seemed to change as well. The peach blossom eyes shimmered with a myriad of water reflections, as an unseen stream enveloped Xiang Fei, forming a colossal translucent cocoon. Moments later, the heavy water cocoon began visibly shrinking, dark hues swirling as thin chaotic energy appeared to slowly yet rapidly consume the water cocoon. Chaotic energy. Xing opened his folding fan, worry filling his eyes. It seems, he thought, we have encountered a rival. Chen Du's heart raced with alarm. This fellow's ability to enhance the scene surpassed even his own by a margin. The transition was executed without a hint of flaw. Younger brother, what do you think? Xing struck an elegant pose, gracefully extending his hand toward Chen Du. Chen Du leaned in for a closer look, a faint gray luminescence flashing in his eyes, perhaps due to proximity to the source of chaos. The chaotic energy surrounding Xiang Fei had intensified, yet astonishingly, it showed no signs of harming her, merely swirling and ebbing with her unconscious flow of spiritual energy. Foolish brother cannot discern the path for now. We must deliberate further on this matter. Chen Du frowned, deeply puzzled. Xiang Fei possesses half-dragon lineage. Yet the chaotic energy, which typically draws dragons in, not only posed no threat to her, but seemed to offer some form of protection. Xing nodded in understanding, turning to the sea maidens accompanying them. First, let us return our knees to the cloud ship for her care. With a wink of his enchanting eyes, the sea maidens, invigorated, flexed their arms. With a light command, they effortlessly lifted the 100-foot-long Xiang Fei into the ship's hold. Wow! Chen Du suppressed his urge to meddle, waiting until Xiang Fei was comfortably settled before unleashing the treasure pagoda array, connecting dozens of Shaoyan power banks. This pagoda was set by the Tao to protect the remnants of the Tao, possessing a degree of resistance against chaotic energy. Though modified numerous times, its fundamental functions remained intact. With this treasure for protection, Xiang Fei's safety was momentarily assured. With clues limited, we shall remain here for a brief while. Xing pointed to the tea table, raising his claws to sweep around the surroundings. Pale blue bubbles enveloped the deck entirely, and the air was suddenly filled with a slightly humid aura. The spiritual energy in this place had become increasingly scarce, and upon receiving a replenishment, Wu and He Shu both displayed expressions of contentment. The four of them sat across from each other, the steaming tea soothing their throats, gradually calming their restless minds. Ao Xing sat at the east, transforming into a majestic dragon, his two claws gripping the teacup as he discreetly observed the expressions of the other three. Ao Wu was flustered, diligently practicing the obligatory tea-drinking etiquette of the Dragon Palace royal family. His large eyes clear, yet somewhat foolish. He Shu appeared bewildered, attempting to comprehend the new version but failing to grasp it. Glancing around intermittently, and then at the treasure pagoda shrouding Xiangfei, his gaze rivaling that of Ao Wu in intensity. Chengdu, meanwhile, sat with his head lowered, his expression indifferent. The three of them had referred to each other as brothers for quite some time. However, deep within their hearts, both he and Chengdu harbored reservations about this bond. After their escape from the volcanic eruption, Ao Xing recalled certain details from the past, strange spiritual treasures capable of absorbing chaotic energy, extraordinary abilities that could halt time. Various signs indicated that Chengdu was likely connected to the Great Tao in ways unknown to others. After finishing his tea, Ao Xing poured himself another cup, gazing at the swirling steam, and suddenly recalled an event from eons ago. He was the first child of the ancestor dragon. Up to the time of his birth, the primordial world had yet to take on its current form. The three primordial races had been embroiled in conflict for millennia, with the phoenix nest located in the far south and the dragon palace firmly in the east. The Qilin, driven by gluttony, were driven away by the combined might of the dragon and phoenix, forced to retreat from the central plains to the frigid northern lands, as the crown prince of the ancestor dragon. He had once served as a diplomatic envoy to the other two races. On that autumn day, Ao Xing, bearing the will of the ancestor dragon, personally visited the phoenix nest to discuss matters of cooperation. The negotiations proceeded delightfully, and within a mere 3 days, they formally reached an agreement. The southeast forged an alliance, and half of the primordial realm became the territory of the two races. Filled with elation, Ao Xing decided to forego riding the clouds and instead traverse the vast and magnificent landscapes of the primordial world on foot. Upon exiting the phoenix nest, Ao Xing encountered a peculiar qi practitioner. This individual was neither male nor female, ageless and inscrutable. Their cultivation was at its peak. In Ao Xing's eyes, even the ancestor dragon would not stand a chance against this practitioner. Yet the practitioner seemed oblivious to Ao Xing's presence, fixated instead on the fallen leaves beneath the Wutong tree. In his youthful arrogance, Ao Xing chose to hide nearby, secretly observing the practitioner. 3 days passed, a gentle breeze swept through, and a flurry of yellow leaves cascaded from the tree, landing upon the practitioner. Suddenly, the practitioner slightly parted their lips, and the leaves suspended in mid-air froze in place. The Tao of Time. That was the first moment Ao Xing became aware of the existence of the Tao of Time. The leaves shifted from yellow to green. While any Qi practitioner might achieve such a feat, the faint grayish aura of the Tao of Time nearly shattered Ao Xing's mind with terror. Reversing time and space was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Time appeared both chaotic and stagnant. Ao Xing stood rigid, helplessly watching as the practitioner approached him. Chapter 87. Whispers of a Demon. The descendant of Pangu's veins. The practitioner walked beside Ao Xing, their ordinary eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. For reasons unknown, Ao Xing felt an ominous premonition that the practitioner wished to kill him. With a mere flick of their hand, they could obliterate him from existence. Ao Xing's aura grew sluggish. Despite having reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he found himself nearly devoid of any power to resist. A dry voice escaped him. Ao Xing swallowed hard. Painfully pinching his palm, he intended to plead for mercy, but it seemed as though the world around him had blurred.